crazy, bro. It's like it's so obvious. I feel like, but,
They team
uh,
up with the Oracle, who's like the female embodiment, right? Of like chaos, right? They talk about the
Wait,
balance.
when you
Oh, it's a
say
balance between
Zion,
Oracle. Yeah,
you're talking about the Matrix has
yeah,
yeah,
Zion
dude.
in it? Oh yeah.
yeah, bro. Oh, it's very clearly about the fallen ones, right? Like you, like Morpheus sits down and talks to Neo, which represents mankind, and they referred to him as the one, right? And that's like they've been waiting for the Antichrist, and they've been constantly trying to bring about the Antichrist. Which, if you look into it, that's kind of what the occult have been doing, just constantly hoping that the one, the Antichrist, finally comes. And there are prophecies about him, which is true. So yeah, anyway, they think they're like, oh, he may be the one, and you're the only one that's going to be able to fight the agents, which represent like the archangels, because the agents like appreciate the system and they defend and protect the system, which in the movie is demonized as the Matrix, right? Because and then everyone's plugged in and they don't realize that they're being harvested. And if you view it through the lens of an ideology that demonizes the creator, like we were put here in bondage and limited
The
and without
material world.
knowledge. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And then the
That's
fallen
the
ones
yeah,
came.
that's the Neoplatonist ideology.
And then
Gnostic.
the fallen ones came and freed us, bro. They told us all the truth and that there was more than the material world, and here are all the secrets. And so that's really the Matrix's main point. I mean, that was like arguably the most popular movie ever. Like they made sure that really got out there, right? And it is referenced by almost everyone daily. You know what I
What
mean? The red pill, the blue pill, the Matrix.
what do you think the Matrix construct represents in that film? Is it?
Earth, like physical life in the material worlds, and made by a creator. And then they're basically saying that's why Morpheus is talking to Neo, and he's like, "You were put here with a veil over your eyes. Like there's way more to this place than you think." But once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? And then he's like, "Have you ever considered that when you're dreaming, it's actually real?" Of course, then he messes with the mirror and he like merges into this other dimension. It's the idea of like pulling back the veil of the material world, similar to like astral projecting or whatever, right? Seeing beyond the veil, the material veil. So yeah, and it's like he clearly denotes. He's like, do you believe in free will? He said, or do you believe in destiny? Is that what he asked him? And he says, no, because I don't like
No,
to.
do you believe in fate?
Yeah, do you believe in fate? And he says, no, because I don't like feeling like I'm not in charge of my own life. And he said, I know exactly what you mean.
Right.
Well, yeah, because it would be like Satan, right? It would be the one that rebelled against God. He's like, he felt like he had fate. He wasn't in complete control of his own life. And so he rebelled. And that's always like cryptically saying to him, oh, I know exactly what you mean. Like, why is that in the movie, right? Like, it doesn't, like, it makes more sense in this idea, but in the movie, it's like, I don't know, it just kind of makes sense, but it's like, what's the point of it? And it's like such an emphasized statement in the movie. So anyway, he sits down with what represents mankind and gives them the sales pitch that we got in the garden. You can be like God. You can see through the veil. You've been tricked. You've been put here with like veil pulled over your eyes. And so yeah. Anyway, then he goes into the new realm, right? That's already there, but we just can't see, which is the way it is in real life, right? Like the metaphysical is here, right? Like it's all around us. So anyway, it's just very interesting. And then the part that's
What
super
the
interesting
Oracle
is
is, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
what's super interesting is they're trying to train what would be akin to the Antichrist, the one. They're trying to train him, right, so that he can fight off the agents or the archangels. And then if you zoom all the way into where Morpheus, the angels have captured him or the agents, and he like rubs down his face where he's sweating and he smells it and he talks about the stench, and the angel would be like the stench of sin basically, right? And then he goes on to describe how beautiful the Matrix is, the system. Like he's like, it's so beautiful, it's perfect, it was made just for you, and you just don't appreciate it and you destroy it. And it would be like, look at this beautiful creation that Yah made for you, but it's just not enough, and you rebel and you don't appreciate it. Um, so yeah, we're kind of, and of course they get the audience to hate the angels, right? And
Yep.
pull for the bad guys who are displayed as like the underdog victims that were just trying to help mankind and were unfairly punished for it.
What about Neo? Neo being reversed, like the one reverse. That's also Antichrist, kind of. In the beginning of the movie, where he takes out literally in like the first lines of the movie, he wakes up, right? And it's like, you're in a dream, Neo. Wake up. There's a knock on his door. He's like, yeah, man, you got it? Yeah, I got it. He goes inside this book. It says like something like simulacrum or whatever, which means simulation. He takes that out. He gives it to him. He goes, wow, man, you're like my own personal Jesus Christ. First line of
Yeah.
the movie.
Yeah, bro. And then he goes to the bar, and whenever he comes across Trinity, right? It says Jesus Christ, and then says, I thought you were a man. And he says, most men do. And her name is literally Trinity, right?
Right.
I mean, dude, it's just wild. It's wild. If you've never watched it thinking about it, it's actually worth like rewatching thinking about it, just viewing it through that lens, because you're going to catch so many things that you normally wouldn't. And then what ends up happening, Neo, with the Antichrist, I mean, seemingly the proper interpretation of the man of perdition, the son, or the man of lawlessness, the son of perdition, is the king that was and is to be again, that appeared to suffer a mortal head wound. And if you look at Nimrod, right, the story of Nimrod is he built the Tower of Babel, and like he was basically reigning over all the nations, the man of many names, Gilgamesh, Osiris, Nimrod, like half man, half God, or part man, part God. And then one of the texts removed from the scriptures says they decapitated, right? When he was taken out, they cut his head off. So he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound. The idea being he's done for good now because we took his head, right? And he comes back, which is why it was the king that was. The Antichrist is the king that was. And he comes back. He is again. He appeared to suffer from mortal heaven, but he didn't. And anyway, so then if you look at it, Nimrod and Osiris is the same person. So is Gilgamesh. It's like this mighty hunter that's part man, part God, that reigns over the nations and is worshipped as a god. That's the same story and archetype, but with all these different civilizations, mind you, that are hundreds and thousands of miles apart from each other. And with what they told us was going on in history, makes no sense whatsoever that they all wrote the same story. But anyway, so the story of Osiris, that's where you get the 13 colonies from. That's where you get DC with the Washington Monument being the phallic symbol. This like Osiris ideology is embedded into the foundation of the U.S. It's embedded into Freemasonry. If you've ever seen a Freemasonic Bible, it's just flooded with Egyptian mythos, quote unquote mythos. And anyway, what happens is he's dismembered, right? He's dismembered, and they put him back together, and then they have to get the phallic so that she can be impregnated. And then what happens to Neo? Like he supposedly dies, but then once she kisses him, he comes back to life. And this was kind of the whole idea, keeping the lineage of Nimrod going, by bringing them back together, blah blah blah. And now, if you think about it, what's really kind of crazy is the WikiLeaks emails of Hillary seem to talk about a tomb of Gilgamesh found in 2003. We go
That's why
and
we go to
invade,
Iraq.
yeah, or in Afghanistan. Like we go there like 2 months after that, and then it's known that the museum that has all of these ancient relics is obviously abandoned in a time of war. It's then ransacked by special ops, and we take tons of the relics, and then we return most of them, but they keep all of the ones that have to do with resurrection. And so it's very interesting. It seems like they're trying to resurrect Gilgamesh or Nimrod. So yeah, anyway, I mean, that's a lot, obviously, but this is kind of seemingly, you could think this is all fake, think it's real, whatever. There seems to be a pretty crazy, really powerful group of people that have like this weird occultic religion or ideology where they believe, that like Nimrod's a real thing, and they're trying to bring him back, and that they're going to worship him, they're going to take over the world. And I think I'll stop rambling after this, but I think that's what the Georgia Guidestones were about, was rebuilding Babylon and, like the Tower of Babel. And if you read what the Guidestones say, and I've been there a few times, now obviously it's destroyed, but it's got all the different languages and the top, I think it actually is written in Babylonian, but what it says, like on the headstone, but it says that they want to unify the world in a single living language. And what's the story of Babel, right? Like they were stopped and then forced to speak different languages, no longer be able to communicate. So I'm like, their goal is to get back to where Nimrod first took them or took us as people or whatever, like mankind. So I'm pretty crazy, but that's what I think the New World Order is all about. It's just basically Nimrod 2.0, Nimrod's reign 2.0. That was a
Yep.
lot, obviously.
Christians believe in astral projection. I heard you said something about astral projection. I thought that was like against some Christians like belief or something, like along with like, you know, horoscopes or some shit.
Oh yes, it's
I mean, I
against.
They
believe it's
believe in
real.
it.
I believe it's real. I just don't. I don't do it. You know, but I do
Yeah,
believe it's real for sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
As
DMT, ayahuasca, any psychedelic leaves you vulnerable, especially if you
I
don't
think
have
you
a
can.
foundation.
I think you can do it without substances. You know, I think you can.
yeah,
You
man.
guys have the door open.
As real Christians, the Bible tells us the dead knows nothing. You understand me? So the astral projection and all this nonsense is just nonsense. It's not. It is kind of pagan, right? So as Christians, we don't listen or follow that.
Well, we don't do it, but it doesn't mean it's not real, right? The scriptures seem to very explicitly state that stuff like that is real, and that's why the kings also had sorcerers and astrologists, etc. And then I would even go as far as to say people that will, like, if you go get a reading and they'll say that they're talking to your dead ancestors, right? I think that they actually are communicating with spirits. It's just not your dead ancestors. And the way that they would know what your grandma's favorite drink was or whatever is, well, they've been around for way longer than your grandmother because they're the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, and they roam around and they're looking for bodies, right? Because they're disembodied. And that's what it says. They're looking for dry places. And that's because of the flood. They are hungry but can't satiate themselves, hungry and thirsty but can't satiate themselves. And they've been here for thousands and thousands of years. So if they can deceive you by communicating some type of information about your family lineage or ancestry, then you would believe you're communicating with, your loved ones. And then the other thing I kind of put
Not different.
together, was like, if that story's true and there were these giants that were like partial God, partial little g, or partial little g God and part man, that were worshipped as gods, which is what every civilization claimed, bro. If that was true, and then they died, and because they weren't like part of the natural order, they have no place to go, like not heaven nor hell, right? They just wander here on earth because they're disembodied. They were used to being worshipped as gods, and they got all kinds of worship and adoration, etc. So then what do they do now? Beyonce becomes Sasha Fierce and she sells out entire stadiums with people all worshiping her and adoring her because it
Adoring.
satisfies like their need to be worshipped like they used to be before they were disembodied.
Well, adoring is different, right? So and you have atheists in the world, right? So they're going, they are going to adore, Beyonce. They're going to look up to her and for inspiration and all these kind of things. Those things are different. And what you talked about with the giants and the Nephilim and all, that's all different. We're talking about us as human beings, right? When we do not astro project. We people like regular humans and so on and so forth, that is not in the Bible in any way, shape, or form. But
Robert's stuck on that.
those old things, yes, right, during the creation, God walked with Abraham, right? He's not walking with people right now. He's definitely not doing that, right?
All right, Robert, what
So
about, hold on, Robert, what about when the prophets had visionary experiences? Right?
yeah,
What about when Paul says,
when
when he ascended to the third heaven, whether in the body or in the spirit, he does not know? That's how
Mm.
rare it was. What do you
No,
Well,
call that? Or Isaiah or Ezekiel or any of these guys that had visionary
yeah,
experiences?
Isaiah, all of those prophets, yes, Remember, God said He spoke through the prophets, right? So the prophets, God are special, right? Jesus was a
Oh,
prophet.
so now it does
Moses was a
exist.
prophet. So
So now it does exist.
that's what I said. I said, remember what I said?
You said none of that nonsense exists.
Those olden days. That's what I said. Nowadays, after Jesus Christ, after that, after the new covenant was sealed up, right? With Jesus Christ.
No.
After that, because Jesus tells you the dead knows nothing. So this right now, we're on a march. Right now, before you die, you must confess. You must believe. Because when you die,
Okay.
there's no in between. There's no coming back. There's no
But
hey,
okay, brother, that doesn't refute anything we're saying. Like that has nothing to do with what we're saying. And
absolutely
by the
not.
way, there's tons of evidence that, first of all, how do you even conceptualize a spirit? Like, it says our spirit goes back to Yah, and then we're given resurrected bodies. So there's obviously a difference in our spirit and our physical body. So to claim that one couldn't leave it, which there seems to be described like a silver cord, a cord that attaches it and it could possibly be severed. But so there isn't like a material limit to our spirit. But even if you even like secularists kind of have to acknowledge some validity to this idea because of NDEs, like near death experiences, where people like are lost on the table during surgery and then they come to, they are able to save them and bring them back. And they talk about things that they witnessed that they could not have seen if they were just in their body. Like some guy was just randomly citing off like a serial number, like random letters and numbers. And then they found out that the equipment that was all the way up at the ceiling that he could have never seen that had that exact serial number. Or there's another instance where a lady was like, again, was lost during surgery. And then when she came to, she was able to describe a story that happened down the hall at the same time where they were doing something else, performing another surgery. And then the doctor like dropped the pin and asked for it, couldn't find it. And then one of the people helping, one of the aides, like stepped back and broke the pin, and she somehow knew that that happened when she was dead. And so
Yeah,
there's like quite a few near death
no,
experiences
no.
which would imply that you can leave your body.
No, nobody has corroborated their stories. Nobody. So I want you to point
That's
to where.
not
Yeah,
Well,
true.
who's
What do you
taking on
mean
it?
no one's corroborated their stories? There
nobody.
was like 15
Hold
witnesses
on.
in that one story.
No, absolutely not. These
How do
are
you know that?
these are the, you
You're just saying nuh-uh.
You know what he's talking about?
watching these videos and stuff like that.
That's not a
They
video. This is a paper written by a university, dude.
no. There is no
Yeah,
Yeah,
university
I'll see you
paper.
something.
No
Hey,
way.
hold on.
No.
Go ahead, post it. Post this
okay,
university.
I
Go ahead,
will, dude.
go ahead, brother.
I
Or
will too.
don't post the YouTube video. Post the university
No,
paper.
Oh,
there's plenty of studies, dude. Near death
yeah, you've
experiences,
never read the
systematic
papers
analysis.
about it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's the University of
published in
Virginia
medical
School of
journals.
Medicine. Yeah, near-death experiences. There's all kinds
What
of them.
about the kids
Ryan
that have?
Craven sees it.
What about the kids that like know about their past lives and go back to where like some 80-year-old guy and talk about war times? Like you've heard those stories, right?
Great.
Yeah, my opinion is
Those are stories.
it's also like where you talk to your ancestors or whatever. Those their disembodied spirits are actually telling about their past lives, like other bodies that they had inhabited, and then kind of portraying it through. Now I
They
don't know.
have
It's kind of
familiar
intense.
existing spirits.
Kind of
That's what it
intense if you
talks
think
about in
about
the
that
Bible.
happening to a
And then they'll
kid.
have like 5 people being like one person reincarnated. Like there's multiple people like, oh, I'm Princess Diana reincarnated. How does that work?
Yeah, those people are off the rock.
Okay.
Hey, Witsit,
You
Stand by,
like,
Robert. I'm
hello.
gonna get
I
this
gotta say,
paper.
don't you think it's super weird that you're just like pretending to know something you haven't researched and you're just saying no, no over and over, but you admittedly have never researched it, bro? Like, doesn't that seem a little disingenuous?
Uh, how you know I haven't researched it?
Because you just said there were no
Then you
papers
wouldn't be
about it.
saying no.
No university sanctioned paper published about people doing this, brother. None.
Yes, there is, dude. You're just lying.
I have not seen any.
Okay,
I've
I
seen
found them.
YouTube videos.
Okay, that's different. If you haven't seen them, that's fine, bro. But to claim you know there are no papers would be dishonest, bro. I'm about to post them for you, but just you
So
should
there's
just be like, oh,
one.
okay, I've never researched it.
Give me that edu. Go.
There's one.
Let- let-
New York Academy of Sciences by Dr. Sam Pernia of NYU Grossman School of Medicine examined the accumulated evidence on NDEs And then 2001 study by cardiologist Pim Van Lamel.
Right.
Documented verified NDEs, including a case where a patient accurately described details of his resuscitation that he could not have known through normal means. And then there's other studies on NDEs as well. And it kind of gives similarities between them, like between the different NDEs. And then let's see, Journal of Near-Death Studies examined impacts on NDEs. And then there's a Missouri School of Medicine NDE paper as well. So I'm going to be posting those links for you real quick.
Yeah, man, go post it,
Yeah,
post it.
I'm posting them right now. I just posted the Missouri Medicine one. So there's 3 papers right there that you claim don't exist.
Yep, no,
Okay, I'll
fraud,
post
fraud,
them
all frauds.
in the live stream.
Even the American
said all
Psychological
frauds.
So you
Association
think?
has one.
Do you think that the kids are like possessed or something, and the spirits of the evil spirits are speaking through them, saying that they're like talking about their past lives? I'm confused about what you were
Yeah, I
saying
don't know.
about
That's
the
what I was
past
trying to
lives.
say. That part's like intense to think, the implication being that I don't know if they somehow communicated in that realm. I don't really know because like I would like to believe that can't happen, but unfortunately I think it can, right? Because like if you really look into say like what people call narcissism, there's a disassociative break from reality at a very, very young age, and they oftentimes report all kinds of super dark experiences, which is really sad. But like children reporting like beings telling them to like mess with sockets or like talking to them in their room when it's dark or like banging their head in the wall and kids are like 5, and I know someone that had this situation, and like kids are like 5 drawing really crazy demonic pictures of people being stabbed and saying that beings told them to draw it. I don't know if that's real, I guess, but like unfortunately it's possible. And if the parents, like, I don't know, like say Aleister Crowley had like a house where he constantly did satanic rituals and then impregnated a woman that was born there. Like, would that child be susceptible to dark things? Maybe, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's just my take. I'm not even like, yeah, I think it says there's appointed to each man one time to die. So I guess that's just my take on it. But I'm not going to claim to know that it's impossible that people had past lives. I don't know. Does anyone that does believe in the Bible in here have any like scriptural take on that?
What I understand, it's the one Yahweh who manifests as everyone that there is, recalling another time in which he manifested as an individual while he's manifesting as a current individual.
Hold on, hold on.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else that can cite a Bible verse or
Live
something?
once and you face
Well,
judgment.
that right there would be attested to by Colossians, the first chapter, 26 and 27th verse, which says that the mystery which was hid from the generations, so everyone up from before the Messiah onwards, through the ages, but is now made manifest or now made known to his sons. So it's something now you can know, not then, is Christ in you, or Yahweh himself manifested right there in you. So if you have a unified spirit that's been within every man since the get-go, then you could see how a trail of memory could be tapped into. It's not so much as a person like new manifestation. It's just the one Yahweh.
You're talking about
That is not
Akashic
what you said it
records.
said,
He's talking
bro.
about Akashic
Yo,
records, I
And
think.
but Taylor, the links you posted, it says they don't directly endorse the content. That's written on those links.
No, that doesn't
And then
matter.
and
Your
then and
claim,
then
your
and
claim
then and
was
then
that
and
there
then you
were.
posted something from Twitter. Again,
that's my look. The only reason I posted my Twitter
no
link is
official.
because the active links are on there.
Yeah,
Robert,
but
Because
he
you can just click on
posted
the
but it
actual
three
says
page.
different studies.
but it,
Just scroll
but
up
it
to see
says
what he
yeah, but it
posted.
says not endorsed. So yeah,
Robert,
there you
Robert,
go.
Robert,
Scroll up,
I'm
Those
gonna
It
Robert.
try
doesn't
you,
matter.
Robert.
Go
I'm gonna be
read the
honest with you, right?
papers.
Like, I
It
think you're
doesn't matter
operating
who
in very
endorses
bad faith.
what.
Let's just recap what happened. I brought up that NDEs have been documented, oftentimes studied and tried to be explained by people that are not believers at all, by atheists, and that even universities have published papers. You incessantly interjected saying, no, you know for a fact that isn't true. No university's ever written a paper on it. So then
none.
I
No
posted
endorsement.
Then I posted 3 different papers. What you've now done is shift the goalpost to they don't endorse it. First of all, you didn't say that. You said that that no papers have ever been written on it at all, and you also said that no one's corroborated it. Which I said some of these stories have multiple witnesses. One of them had like 15 different witnesses, right? All the people that were in the room down the hall, all the people that were operating on that girl, et cetera, even the people that came in and helped transfer her over to the other room. And it doesn't say that the experience isn't substantiated, that it like that there was nothing to it. They're trying to make sense of it, and they're saying like there are different interpretations of how it took place, and we're not necessarily endorsing what they're claiming the mechanism was. We're just trying to figure out the best we can what actually happened. And none of these papers do they say clearly nothing happened and there's evidence, there's no evidence that none of it happened. They're writing the paper because there's overwhelming evidence that something did happen, and they're trying to make sense of it. Like one of the papers I sent
What
to
are
you,
you
they start
saying didn't
they start
endorse it?
No,
one of the
no,
Like,
papers
what
I
are you
sent to you.
it's not endorsed. It's not endorsed. I'm not saying they're not.
by who? What are
I'm
you
not saying.
saying? I
I am
posted
not
multiple
saying there's
papers.
not
Who didn't endorse what?
information. I'm not saying there's not information out there. I'm saying it is not substantiated. It's not
What are you
real.
talking
It is
about?
not
Who
endorsed
didn't endorse
officially.
what? What are you even talking about?
There's no official documentation of this stuff. No official, nothing.
That's false. I
We
posted
shouldn't waste any
multiple
more time
links.
with Robert. He's just bad faith. I mean,
Yeah, and
at this
it doesn't
point.
say that
Robert,
at
hold
all. So
on,
he's
bro.
saying that they
What are you
didn't
talking
In
exist,
the
about?
and
link.
then with it,
It's in the link.
What?
It's not endorsed. It's in the
he
link. It's
said they
not
did.
You
endorsed.
can at
He
least
said they didn't
clarify to me.
exist, and then within 3 minutes, you're going to claim you read that paper. You didn't read any of the papers. You haven't read any of the
I
papers, and you're
posted
trying to
5
tell us
different
what they
papers.
say.
It's not
How goofy
endorsed.
is that?
That's what I'm trying to
You
say.
haven't
It's
read
not
it.
Yes,
You haven't
by
even read
who?
it.
official. Nothing official. That's
Not
what I'm trying to
endorsed
tell you
by
guys.
you.
Okay, let me
What are
read the
you
abstract
talking
of this one
about,
right here. He's
Robert?
just lying. He's just lying. Near-death experiences occur in 10 to 20% of people who come close to death, and they are similar to mystical experiences occurring in other settings. Okay, the first sentence quite literally endorses the phenomena.
No,
Like
no, no.
literally, no. Stop interrupting me and just lying. You didn't even read the papers. It then says their incidents and features are not influenced by prior religious beliefs, although cultural background may affect the interpretation of some of those features. However, NDEs profoundly influence one's subsequent sense of spirituality, leading to increased compassion, altruism, and sense of purpose in life, and to decreased fear of death, competitiveness, and materialistic interests. They do not necessarily lead to an increased involvement in organized religion, but rather tend to foster an internal sense of connection to the divine and to something greater than the self. The mechanism by which NDEs bring about these changes is unclear, but it may be related to their inescapable challenge to the materialistic model of mind-brain identity and the implication that there is a spiritual component to humans that appears, under extreme circumstances, to function independent of the physical body. Literally, it says the exact opposite of what you're saying. Like, I'm going to read you that last part again. Listen to what it's saying. Though the mechanism by which near-death experiences bring about these changes is unclear, but it may be related to their inescapable challenge to the materialistic model of mind brain identity, and the implication that there is a spiritual component to human that appears under extreme circumstances to function independent of the physical body. So it's saying the mechanism of exactly how it works is not entirely clear, right? And this is probably because of their inescapable challenge to our current materialistic models of the brain. The implication is that there is a spiritual component to humans that appear under extreme circumstances and they function independent of the physical body.
Robert, what are you talking about? What is he talking about? Somebody didn't endorse something. What is he saying?
He just made it up.
What?
Yeah, he made it up.
Hey, Witsit, can I ask a question?
What the heck?
When are we going to debate, bro?
Debate what?
Whatever you want.
Whatever I
Poor
want.
Witsit.
Mm-hmm.
Just get hassled over here.
Okay. Who's even
Okay.
talking? Who's even
That's
You know
talking?
a mod
okay?
from McToon's YouTube.
Oh wow.
You know who I am.
I
My name
literally
is
don't.
Max. Yes,
Okay.
you do.
Yeah,
Why are you talking like that?
Because that's how I talk. It's called an accent, dummy. Keep up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Witsit, I would
Okay.
not debate this dude for anything. This sounds like a
What's so
miserable.
funny
you
is like
know
why
it's
why are
Max,
you
you bitch.
why are you implying that like you've like somehow I know you and I'm scared to
You
debate you?
do know me. You've been on my channel. Would you like me to turn my camera on?
No, I believe
All
you.
right.
Okay, you're the guy that did the after
Yes,
debate.
that one.
Oh,
Can we
okay,
hear
so
which guy? I mean, we can't. Sorry, what's it? I didn't hear what you were saying.
Did a
Sorry.
cartoon
Yeah.
character just join the
There,
chat? What's going on?
there used to be this like after debate show like when I'd
There
be on
still
MVD.
is. The show still exists.
I forgot the name of it. What was the name of the show?
That name, that channel is gone, but I do the same thing at another channel. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
so it's gone, but it still exists. What was the name of the old one?
The original was Matters Now.
Okay, yeah. So I used to jump on the show sometimes. It would be like a panel of like atheist Globers, like all stroking their ego. But then when I would jump in, they just quickly all run away from their claims.
Are you
But
sure of
I,
that?
yeah, I debated you on that one. Although
Are you
typically
sure?
you would let people go one by one in there, right? You
Uh-huh.
also would try to debate me. I debated you along with the whole entire panel, 1v like 10, probably 10 different times. So why are you
Uh-huh.
somehow how disingenuous to now pretend I'm scared to debate you when in reality I went on your channel and debated 10 people by myself repeatedly?
I
That
mean, you
voice
said
better
it
bring you
yourself.
fun, buddy.
You said it yourself, past tense, but would you like me to share a link of something very interesting, given that
Honestly,
so
you're not very appealing. Like you're not coming. Like I wouldn't want to debate you if you came at me like that.
Oh, we've debated, Taylor. I've already kicked
I
your
know
butt,
we
so
have.
I'm bored of you. So
That's not
Like a
mind your own
French
beeswax.
supervillain just
I'm
entered the
speaking
chat
Max, can
here.
you
to
Max, what's your
I'm
worldview?
speaking to
Like what is
Witsit.
your if you were to summarize
The
your
opposite
worldview?
of your worldview. You just
So
choose,
so
and I'll argue for the opposite. I'll be whatever. It's okay.
no,
So
but
is
I'm
it a
actually
square?
asking you what is your
I'm an
worldview?
atheist. I've challenged you on your views of
Okay,
God many times.
can I ask you a question about that? Like you're an
Yes.
atheist, so can you answer this question? Are you
Yeah.
100%
Yes.
sure that there is definitively no way
Yes.
that there could be a God?
Yes.
This
Okay,
guy's a
support that.
clown. What a weird
Support
logic person.
that. Support that claim.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
NLM
Can you
literally
prove
does
that
not
there's
endorse
anything
that
out?
those links from Witsit.
Could
No,
I
we
please
can't
give
do
my
anything.
argument, or
We can't.
no?
Your argument's shit, bro. You need to assert
Yeah,
how you
but
can
I haven't
guarantee.
said
Prove
it,
your
and you're all
guarantee.
running away now.
No,
You
Could I
have
no,
a
give my
wait.
argument,
guarantee.
please?
You don't get to ask
You
any
just
question.
interjected the
You made
No,
a
wrong
but
Let's
no,
just try
guarantee.
he
to
asked me
can
a
we rein it
question,
in a
so
little bit, bro? Can we rein it
could
in a
I
little
give
bit?
my
Yeah,
We can't all
agreed.
argument?
talk at the same
Let's
time.
just
This is
chill out.
terrible. This is
This
audio
is so
chaos.
bad. Yeah, let's
Could
just
I
relax
give
there,
my
Max.
argument, please? I am very relaxed.
No,
All
you're
right.
not
So
really,
the
but
argument
What you,
is, everything that we see is in the natural world. So why would I have to accept that there's anything outside of the natural world?
that's how
okay,
they get here.
it's not about whether or not you would have to accept anything. It's that you need to substantiate the position that you know 100% definitively that there
Yeah.
could be no God or is no God.
Yeah.
With
How
it
c-
drills
so
There's
I,
down and
there
wrecks
is
you, bro.
look, we can go down the carousel of the omnis, we can go down the morality route. You can choose whatever argument you want for your
wait,
God.
wait.
I can
You can't
defeat
even
them
get
all.
past step one. You can't even get past step one because the issue
Which
here is
one?
the same logic you just said, which is if all I see is in the natural world, why would I have to believe something's outside of it? Okay, how
Yeah.
would you know there is nothing outside of it if all you can see is the natural world?
Because even if there was something out there, you would be kind of you're limited to this one, so why would you even care? And you cannot
Okay,
demonstrate
so
that there is
your
something out there.
your argument has already devolved to if there was, which is conceding the possibility there could be a God, which means
Yeah,
you just
the
debunked
logical
yourself.
possibility doesn't mean you win.
Oh, no. That means you're
You would
not
have to
atheist.
demonstrate that.
That means you're not atheist. It means you're agnostic.
No, because I only gave you the if argument. I don't
No.
hold that position. I'm
So
showing that
you're
even
an
if you
agnostic.
are right, even if you're correct, no, that's not how that works. I said that even if you're correct, you're still forbidden from investigating it. So you have no evidence. You don't need to believe
That
me.
isn't true, but I could debunk you. I don't know if the room wants to hear it. Like
No,
I
you
could
can't.
obviously, I could though. Okay, so do you
Try
adhere to
it.
natural? Do you acknowledge that what you just said would be naturalism?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a naturalist?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So then you adhere to natural law.
Natural law. I mean, you don't have to
Yes.
you don't have to adhere to it. You don't really have a say on
Okay,
natural laws.
cool. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, you adhere to and acknowledge natural law. Okay, so the question here is, how did all the matter and energy in the universe get here?
It was always here.
It was always here. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you agree the first law of thermodynamics is that matter cannot be created nor destroyed? And so if I ask you, how did it all get here? You're saying, oh, it was just always here. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So now the second law of thermodynamics is that entropy will increase and the amount of usable energy will decrease. So if the amount of usable energy in the universe is decreasing, it has to have a starting point to decrease from.
And the argument?
Do you not get it? Okay, so which means there has to be a
I do get
beginning.
it. Yeah, but it could loop in on itself. So
No, there has to
there's
be
no
a
problem with that.
beginning. There has to be a beginning.
Yeah, the Big Bang.
Okay, so if there was a beginning, then it wasn't always here.
Looping in on itself. I already told you.
That's okay. Is there a beginning or was it always here?
You can have a looping that it expands and collapses in on itself and starts again all over. It doesn't.
Was there a
Not a
no?
problem.
That would, first of all, that would violate the second
I know
law.
that you're stoked. That won't violate anything.
You think I haven't heard
I think
this
it's
before?
important.
Yeah.
What's it? I think it's important though. You have to distinguish that with the laws of thermodynamics, those only apply locally, and we don't know if they apply globally because we don't know if
That
the
isn't
universe is
true.
a closed system. No, of
That
course
isn't
it's
true.
true.
No,
No,
that isn't
it's not
true.
known if the universe.
I know that you're
What are you
desperately trying
talking
to white
about?
knight for this guy, but that isn't true.
No, don't.
It is true.
Can we,
You can
hey,
talk to
Jake,
him afterwards.
Okay, bring
Let
up
me
any-
talk to my
bring up
friend
any-
Witsit.
Jake,
Because
just
he's
let
been
me.
running away from me. Now he can't. So
Yeah, there you
I'd
go.
love
How
to
am I
continue.
running away from you when someone else is trying to save you?
Oh, I don't know
Just
if you
you two,
checked
you
Twitter,
guys.
but I've been reminding you for the last month and a half that you're super scared to debate me.
Yeah, but this is why I ignore people like you, because I just debunked that I'm super scared to
No,
debate
you
you.
didn't
I've done
debunk
it.
anything.
This is the reason I don't debate people like you is you do stuff like that. You just like talk right through the middle of me.
Yeah, but you
Okay,
said you debunked me. You didn't.
okay, so is there a beginning or has it always been here?
We've already covered that. I
No, you're not
explained it to
answering
you.
it.
Would you like me to explain it again?
Can I
No,
ask you
you
one
just keep
thing really
saying it
quick?
could loop
With
in
it,
on itself. What's
Yeah.
up?
you just said that you kind of debunked yourself with the laws of
No, I didn't.
thermodynamics. No, not
Yeah,
you.
that was really
Yeah,
Because
no, thank you.
you
Can I
said that
talk to
nothing
Witsit,
can
please?
be created. I'm talking to
Can I
Witsit.
talk to Witsit,
Chill out.
please?
Max,
because
No, I
entropy
stop,
don't
or I'm
can't
gonna
mean
go
have
in
to.
reverse. Even if you had a Big Bang loop, you wouldn't have entropy go in reverse.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
why
That's
not?
a very
Why is
important
everyone
point.
acting like this? Did you not hear her talking? Max, why do you think you can come in here and just scream over someone else talking? What makes you think that you
I
can do
want
that?
to talk to you.
Okay,
the
but
funny
He's tired
nevertheless,
to
we're
debate
not.
me.
You
I've
should
already
be
beat him.
honored and humbled.
Oh my
The
goodness.
funny part is I was kind of like backing up what you were saying because he just debunked himself, saying that entropy,
No, I didn't.
that it can't create itself. I'm not saying you must be drunk, bro, because I literally just said Witsit debunked himself, and you're like, no, I'm not. Like what the you're like belligerent sounding. All I'm saying is that if nothing can be created according to the laws of entropy, then that debunks the creator, and with that, that's what it
No,
sounded like to
okay,
me.
yeah. Well, you should listen to the argument, right? Because I'm actually critiquing naturalism, and it's not entropy that says that. That's the first law of thermodynamics, says matter and energy can't be created nor
Oh yeah,
destroyed.
sorry, you said
Entropy is the second law.
thermodynamics. You're right. My bad.
But it's all those are both laws of thermodynamics, and you're right. If the first law is correct, then there could be
And
no creator. That's
yeah,
what
but
it says. But this,
the second law is talking about the
and,
transference.
And how is the only way that you can make an argument because of
dude.
that, because of the logical entailment of that position? How is it that you can only make an argument for God? Is it that you have to commit a special
Holy
pleading fallacy? I think it's that you have to commit a special pleading fallacy.
Right.
No,
Oh my
actually, I don't have to
goodness.
do.
You would be
Oh yeah,
special
someone
pleading.
else. Make sure that he gets to make a point to me, and then make sure that you jump in right when he finishes, and claim that it was no way it could be rebutted so you can make another point, and then someone else can make another point. That way
I have
Witsit
no
never
idea
gets
who
to
people are
respond,
here.
and then we can pretend that we beat him in the debate.
I'm trying to
It's
talk to
so
you. Can you
annoying.
answer the question?
No.
Does the logical entailment of what we just gone through is that the only way that you can make a case for a god would be a special pleading fallacy? Go.
He's
No,
not
I'm
even
going to
talking
go
about
back to
God yet,
making
dude. Go
this is
ahead.
The only way you can
unbearable.
I'm sorry.
entire
I'm
worldview
sorry.
is special pleading.
The
I'm
room to the
not,
rescue.
because
Can we
I
let
promise
Witsit
I'm not
answer,
gonna
please?
be patient and let the other person talk and then never
That's
be
why I
able to
want to
respond.
debate you 1v1 so we don't get people interrupting us.
Go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, we're gonna
I'll
go
debate him.
back to the point that you keep claiming you answered, but you didn't.
Oh, so
So
I'll give you the same answer.
was there a beginning or was it always here?
It's
That
a
is a true
looping
dichotomy.
presentation, so
So
you could say there's a beginning for this local presentation, but it just loops in on itself and goes again. Is a loop too hard of a concept for you?
it doesn't even matter if you say that. You're still invoking the beginning. But the problem with that is that if it loops in, you're acting like I don't understand the concept, but the truth is it's like a third grade concept and you don't
But
understand the
you're
physical
running
implications.
away. Answer the
You know,
question.
I'm not running away. You don't understand the physical implications of it, which would be that it violates entropy. It would require you to reverse the process
Says
of
who?
decreasing usable energy. Says the laws of physics.
And but why is it that the universe shrinking is an impossibility according to
It would require
physics?
reversing entropy.
I'm gonna
Why?
post a paper right now for you. Okay, it's gonna explain it perfectly. It's on
So
this
can
website.
I
can you
love that
substantiate
Taylor
the
posts
claim?
papers that she doesn't understand. I always love that.
Yeah,
It's
good one,
super
man.
funny.
Good one. Can you
Yeah.
you're making claims you don't understand. Can you substantiate the possibility of reversing entropy?
Yeah, gravity
Go ahead.
continues to work, and
Gravity
stuff
has
starts
gravity.
attracting. Yeah,
What does
yeah.
that have to do with reversing entropy?
Well, because the universe is expanding, and then it starts contracting.
How can you
It's not
reverse
that
entropy?
hard. It's not complicated. No one's talking about reversing entropy.
This is just dogmatism. You just keep basically reasserting the conclusion. Explain how you can reverse
The
entropy.
fallacy machine gun is not going to serve you here.
Okay, the necessary implication is that you can reverse entropy. So substantiate that claim.
I never said that.
It's the
You don't need to.
necessary
You not no. Why?
implication.
Because you say so.
No, because the laws of physics say so. Do you
According to
understand the
who?
second law?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, articulate with
But
specificity
why
how you can
does
have a
gravity
system with
succumb to
entropy.
entropy? Is
How
mass
can
contingent on energy? No.
yeah, all mass and energy adheres to the second law of thermodynamics. Duh.
And right, but
Right.
does gravity expend energy?
Does gravity expand energy?
Yeah. Are you
No,
thinking
what? No.
that you need
What?
like to put gas for gravity to go? Is
Okay,
that
so
what you're
apparently
telling
you're
me?
drunk or something, but like no
No,
one's
I'm
talking
not.
about gas. No
I'm
one's
not
talking about
drunk. I'm
gas.
asking you a
No one's
question and you're running away.
no,
Would you
you're
like me
running
to
away.
dumb it down for
Dude,
you?
if you keep interrupting me, we're gonna have to stop. Okay?
You're going to run
You
away.
are
Got
the
it.
one.
Yes.
Hold
No.
on, hold on. First of all, please no one else open their mics just because they're gonna do this one-on-one. And then Max, I'll mute and unmute you if we need to, but can you not interrupt, or do I need to mute and unmute so we can go have clean audio? You tell me.
I mean, if you feel like you need to cover for your boy, then sure.
Nope, it has nothing to do with covering for the boy. It has to do with.
Yeah. No, I get that.
All right. Well, so we'll do mute and unmute then. Can you handle
You
yourself?
got it. Got it.
Can
If you
not
mute me, I
interrupt?
win.
Can you not interrupt? No, it would be
If you mute
temporary
me, I
mutes.
win forever.
It would be temporary mutes because you cannot manage.
Yeah. You do what you gotta do.
All right, I'm gonna temporarily.
This is what he does in
mute you.
MDD.
Hold on, I'm gonna temporarily mute you. When Witsit's finished, I'll unmute you. You'll have as long as you need to speak. Then I'm gonna remute you so Witsit can go back. So Witsit can go back to him. Okay? Why don't we actually, Witsit? Can we let him go first since I'm gonna do this?
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Max. You have the mic, and then I'm gonna mute you so he can speak uninterrupted because you cannot manage yourself. So go ahead.
Oh, I can manage myself. It's just everything is too fun. So I already gave my position and I already explained it, and which is going for a loop. But I don't care about the laws of physics. The core of the argument is that you cannot demonstrate God. So why should I believe it?
Okay, just gonna temporarily mute you just so he can speak. You'll have your full time right after. Go ahead, Witsit.
All right, so you can't say I don't care about the laws of physics, right? You invoke the philosophy of naturalism, even though that's a oxymoron and paradoxical. So we are using natural law, right? And the second law of thermodynamics says that entropy increases and the amount of usable energy decreases. So in order for the amount of usable energy to decrease, it has to decrease from a starting point, right? And to use Stephen Hawking's quote to explain it, right? It's like your theory may not match observation, but sometimes observations change, and then we find out the theory was actually right, so that's no big deal. But if your theory goes against the second law, you're in big trouble. While he was quoting Arthur Eddington, and then he explains there was this huge debate forever about whether or not the universe could be eternal. We now know definitively there had to be a beginning because the second law dictates that, because the amount of usable energy decreasing requires a beginning point, similar to human progression requiring a starting point for humans to progress forward from. So if usable energy is decreasing, it requires a beginning point for it to decrease from, or it would be an infinite regression. So you have to have a beginning.
There is nothing in physics that prevents an infinite regression. That is just you dogmatism coming right up through. But why should I trust your interpretation of the laws of physics when I know that you don't know physics?
Okay, so obviously
And you
these
didn't
guys.
answer my question, just the FYI.
Okay, so you're not addressing the point, right? Which is that, and it isn't my interpretation of the laws of physics. This isn't
Oh,
even
it
like a
is.
scientific. This isn't like a scientific law, right? You understand the difference between scientific law and natural law?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Natural laws are something we accept as brute facts of the universe.
And
And what?
what's the difference between that and a scientific law?
Yeah, scientific law is what you get when you explore a theory to kind of a conclusion or sort of a rule.
Okay, so scientific laws are proposing or putting forward causes, right, of the effect. But natural law is just describing the effect. It's just acknowledging the effect. Like for the second law of thermodynamics, the natural law, like what's the cause of entropy? No one knows. Doesn't matter. That's not what the second law is about. It's just saying this is what always happens every single time, no exceptions. So we need a beginning. So now, when we go back to the first question we had, which was how did all the matter and energy get here? If the first law says that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, you said it was always here. But now, when we look at the second law, we know that can't be true, right? Because there had to be a beginning in order to decrease from. So now we cannot say that it's just always been here. So we're going to have to answer the question a different way. So, how did all the matter and energy get here?
Answer the question.
Yeah, do you have an answer? Do you concede?
That's what I asked you. No, you're not going to turn my question back around me.
Okay, I got you. I can answer since you can't. So since we now know that, and so the matter and energy had to be put here or created. So now
Uh-huh.
we've violated the first law of thermodynamics, which says it can't be created. So the only way that
Uh-huh.
we can violate the first law, which is a natural law, is to invoke something attributed to a force beyond the laws of nature,
So a
which
special
is
pleading fallacy. Got it.
no, it isn't special
Yeah,
pleading.
that's exactly what it is.
No, it's a logical
Uh-huh.
necessity based on
It's
the
not a
proper
logical necessity. It's a
examination.
fallacy, buddy. Would you like me to
Based on the
explain why?
no, I know what the fallacy is, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying
But
just. I'm
I
not just
didn't ask you that. I asked you
I'm
if you
not just
wanted to explain why.
I'm not just baselessly pleading to
Yes, you
something that's
are.
an exception to a universal principle.
You are.
No, I'm
Because
not.
the possibility is also that cause is actually 100% natural, and then you're screwed.
Let's try this
So
again. So,
you take the special pleading position when there's a natural explanation that we maybe
uh,
don't know.
can a 100? Oh, now you're just basically appealing to possibility without
Yeah, because
even
you have
coherently.
I just gave you two possibilities in one way to keep up. Because
You
it's the
didn't.
possibility that it's something natural that we already know, like our current explanation for it, or it is something natural that we don't know. So that those
Okay.
are two more possibilities than we had before.
First of all, if it's something
Anyone
that we
else
know,
have
you'd be able to articulate the explanation. But this is the issue, right? Special
Yeah, but I don't
pleading
care
is
about your interpretation of
Hold
physics.
up, dude. You're just clipping and interrupting again. Could you not do that? Just like a
It's
game
a
of tennis.
conversation,
Just
Gio.
yeah, but you're just clipping every time you start speaking. It's like a game of tennis, like hitting the tennis ball back and forth. Just let it go back
Yeah,
and forth.
we're talking.
Well, you've
okay.
clipped him the
So
last 5 times he started speaking. So
I can turn my mic down a little bit. Just let me. That's it.
special pleading is basically claiming an exception to a universal principle. That's not what we're doing here, right? You said there could be a naturalist. Listen, you said there could just be a natural explanation,
Yeah.
but there can't be because it violates the first law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law.
Your interpretation.
Wait, well, okay, what's the proper interpretation of the first law of thermodynamics then?
I don't know. I don't care. Because that's not my
Okay,
argument. My argument is that none of you, since the dawn of man, have ever been able to substantiate anything outside the natural world.
I
So I
okay,
gave
don't
you
so
a
care if
it's
my
reason.
argument is
it,
flawed or whatever. You haven't proven yours, so I have absolutely no reason to believe there is a God.
I'm showing that there is a necessity, a logical necessity for one, because to even explain
I
how
don't
all
give
the
a. I already
to,
explained how I don't care about that argument. Is
to,
silly.
to,
What? How? Let
it's
me
just a
ask you this.
hand wave dismissal, dude.
If I even grant you your argument, how do you get from that to your specific version of God?
No,
That
we're
is a
not there
more
yet.
interesting
We're not, we're
question.
not, we're not there. Well, you're trying to
That's a more
avoid
interesting question.
the conclusion being said, and
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
trying to
still
avoid
say,
anything.
dude,
You are
stop that.
avoiding my questions and
We're
have
not
been all
talking.
night.
We're not talking about my interpretation of God. We're
Oh, we
talking about
are.
whether we're
That's
talking about
exactly what I
whether
want to talk about.
this actually started by seeing if the claim that there is no God is even possible or viable,
Yeah.
and it isn't. And then you claim the
Thank you.
philosophy. You claim the philosophy of naturalism. That's a positive claim that nothing
Yeah.
exists outside of nature. Okay, cool. So we're
Yeah.
gonna debunk your positive claim. You're shifting the burden, right?
You're going back.
So
You reset just now. We already went down through this, and we are at the point that you say that your interpretation of the laws of physics should trump my argument, and I don't really care about that because
there's
there's
nothing
no
to
way
do
to
with
move
my
forward from that.
interpretation. If you're
It is your
claiming that it's an
interpretation, and
improper,
it's
and
wrong.
if you're
What was the
claiming it's an
result of the
improper,
Michelson-Morley experiment? You're just I can't trust your interpretation of scientific papers. I don't
okay,
care.
if you're claiming it's an improper interpretation,
Yes.
then you need to articulate what the proper one is and correct it.
I don't care enough about quantum mechanics or that part of physics to make an argument for God. That is not the basis for my argument, dude.
Okay, nothing to do with quantum mechanics, but just so you know,
Yeah.
please explain to me how I'm misunderstanding the law that says matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, because that seems pretty straightforward to me.
When you say there was a beginning, therefore it was created, that is not the only possibility. So there you appeal to magic, and I reject that. I gave my argument as to why that is incorrect. And then it's a stalemate. So the more interesting thing is, even if I grant you your argument, how do you get from there to your therapy interpretation of Christianity?
No, it's a tactic to be like, oh well, you're wrong, but let's just skip past it in like even if I grant it to you, because
I just explained.
it's a way to avoid concession, and I'm not gonna do that, right? So we can stick on the topic, and this is the
You're going to run
conclusion.
away again. Okay.
This is the conclusion, right? To answer the
Uh-huh.
question, how did all the matter and energy in the universe get here? And then we looked at the first law, which says matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. You said, oh, it's always been here. Then we looked at the second law, usable energy is decreasing, requires a beginning point, so it couldn't have always been here. So now we go back to the question, how did it get here? We need it to have been placed here, to have been created. That violates the first law of thermodynamics, which says it can't be created. So the only way that we could do that is to invoke something attributed to a force that is not limited to the laws of nature. That is the literal definition of
Of a special
supernatural.
pleading fallacy.
No.
Yeah. We get
That's not a
it.
special. No, that's the
Yeah, you have
definition
no
of
answer. So God.
that
God of
isn't
gaps.
what. No. I'm not
Yeah.
even. I haven't even claimed God.
You have.
No, I haven't.
You said something supernatural. That's magic. Whatever
Well,
you want
it's
to
not.
call it, whatever
What
you want to put from there, it's all in your head. It's fantasy.
do you agree that if something's attributed to a force that violates the laws of nature or is beyond the laws of nature, then that would be supernatural.
Do you understand? Yes, that would be supernatural. Do you understand that the entailment is that being outside of the natural world means there is no action that can be taken because there is no time and space?
Just a sec. Dude, someone just tried to talk to me. It has nothing to do with you.
Yes,
You're
I got
okay.
you.
Repeat
I'm
what you
sorry that
said.
my
My mom just
laughter.
said, dude, someone just tried to say something to me. Tried
Oh
to
my
act like
God,
you're
you
not
live with
5.
your mom?
No, it wasn't in person, dude.
Oh,
So try again.
yeah.
Yeah. I have more than one phone, my guy. Can you repeat what you said?
Oh, love
Repeat
that.
what you said.
Why? Do you have more than one phone?
You're not
Dude, just
FTSE,
repeat
bro.
what you said.
Oh,
You could be yourself.
yeah, sure, you haven't got to God, but you are claiming something outside of the natural world. The problem is that if you follow the logical entailment of that, is that being outside the natural world means you can never take any action because there's no time and no space. So the act of creating cannot happen if you're outside the natural world.
Okay,
Unless you call magic.
that's not true because the actual constructs of time and space are actually dependent upon the natural confinement. But this is a deflection because you just conceded
Not.
that if you just
I didn't
conceded that
concede
if
shit.
you just conceded that if it's
No, I
attributed to a
didn't.
force that violates natural law, then it would be by definition supernatural. So the follow-up
Yeah.
question is, do you agree that if something creates energy or matter, it violates natural law?
Yeah, we are not going down the circle. I already asked you the question. You didn't answer it. How can
Do you
that
agree?
entity, how can that entity or whatever it is you're going to argue next, how can you create from outside of the thing that takes time to do?
Okay, wait. Before you deflect, I'm happy to answer your questions after you.
Yeah,
I'm
before I
happy.
deflect,
No,
you
you're
deflect. Okay.
deflecting. I'm
You
not
haven't answered
deflecting.
one of my
Dude,
questions.
this is such a stupid tactic. It's like to avoid what I'm saying, bring up a new
No.
question,
I'm going
and
to
then
have
if
you answer at least one
dude, this
question,
is
this whole thing.
dude, you can't debate. Like you're terrible at it.
Sure, that's why you're losing to a
No, I'm
filthy
not, dude,
foreigner in
dude,
not his
in
native language. Can you answer my
incessantly
question? Answer my
interrupting and
question.
scattergunning deflections is not winning a
I'm
debate.
not scattergunning anything. I'm very poignant to what the question that I'm making. I just
Max,
want
No,
to
can you
know what
wait
the fuck are
until
you
the
arguing?
person you're speaking to is done speaking before you open your microphone? Could you do
Can you
that? Just
mind your own business?
Yeah, it's that, or we have to temporarily mute him over and over, which becomes very time
Which
consuming
means
for
that I win
moderators.
forever. I'm trying to
You're
hope
even
with little
interrupting
feet
me,
to the fire. Yeah.
dude. It's like if you were playing basketball and somebody had a knife
Don't
and they just
care.
start knifing you. It's not fair. It's
I'm
equal to that.
I'm from Uruguay. You're not knifing me anytime soon, buddy.
That's
Keep
not.
up,
I was
please.
using that
Thanks.
as an analogy.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm from South America. I don't care.
dude, this
What a
guy is
retard.
just deranged.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, and I'll just make the conclusion, right? But like obviously if he's conceding that you have to invoke something that
I'm not.
creates matter and energy, then that you just conceded it, which
I'm
means that it
not. I
violates
didn't.
natural
Liar.
law, which means it
Liar.
violates natural law. And then of course for something to be attributed to a force that's not limited to natural law, that's by
You
definition
never said
supernatural.
it.
So the implications of the first and second law combined to answer the question how all the matter and energy get here is that you have to invoke something supernatural, something that's not limited to those laws of nature. So now you need a supernatural blank, okay? And again, the first law is about matter being created. So what's the antecedent to creation, Max?
I never said any of that. You misquoted me. You lied about what I said. None of that is true. I was granting you
It's
your
recorded.
argument temporarily. Yeah, it is recorded. I know it
Yeah.
is.
Okay. You mean to
It's
ask it
being
to you
licensed
again?
on my channel. Everyone
Do
is laughing.
you agree that if something creates
I would like my
matter or
question answered. I
energy,
don't care
you
about your argument. I'm
see, so
granting
you're
you.
just trying to avoid it. Oh, see, you
No,
keep
I'm
saying you're
granting your
granting it.
argument.
No,
Yes.
that's not how debate works. You don't get to just
Yeah,
avoid
that's
it.
exactly how they work. I can
No,
grant you your position and go a level deeper to show you how your position is incorrect. And I just
no,
did.
because the
And you
debate,
can
no, what,
handle it because this is the third time
dude,
that I'm going to ask the question and you will not answer it. How can you have a creation event from outside the universe where creation takes time?
creation takes time is
Yes.
presupposition built within the
No.
confinement of the natural world.
So magic, a special pleading fallacy. How do you demonstrate that any of that's real?
It's not special pleading. I just stated a
Yes,
fact.
it is.
Articulate why my statement's incorrect.
Because you have to appeal to magic, dude, and you're not honest to say yes. I have faith that that's what happened. You try
No,
to
this
make
doesn't
it a
require.
reality. So in your own, in a very hard lesson for you, you are reifying your model, buddy.
I'm not reifying anything. I haven't even made claims.
Yes.
So, no, I'm
following.
acknowledging.
I'm granting you. You're very slow. I'm granting you your argument.
All right, listen,
No.
I'm just going to say this, Max. Dude, the mods are going to have to freely temporarily mute you when you interrupt, unless
I
one
win
mod wants to
forever.
do it. You're even interrupting me.
I'll just, if I mute the again, I'll just leave because I win forever.
You're
But that was
using a
fun.
but you're doing a tactic that's unfair to the actual discussion by interrupting
Sure.
and using a domination tactic. So it's not fair.
Mhm.
The reason I
Yeah.
made that, I said the analogy, if you're playing basketball with someone and one guy just has a knife and starts knifing you, it was an analogy. That's equivalent in a way to what you're doing. You're just clipping, interrupting, and jumping over. So it makes it
Yeah.
unfair. So if you're going to get muted, it's going to be temporarily so the other
You got
party
it.
can speak. It's
I
not to
win
shut you
forever.
down. It's
Yeah.
just to be fair.
Got it. Yeah. You need cover for Witsit. It's okay.
That's a deception that you're running. That's not the case.
Yeah.
I'm asking for it to be fair. You'll have your full time to speak. So
were
we're not
both
doing any of that.
interacting.
You're just not playing by any fair balance of engagement.
Oh, I set the rules. It doesn't matter if it's fair.
So what
Okay,
he's doing
then
is
why
he's
don't
streaming
people
and he's
just
trying to
mute
troll
you?
for he's trying to troll for views, right? Like he just has a stream and he's like catering
Yeah,
to
and
kind of
I
like a
get more
bad
views
faith
than you.
audience. No, you don't. No, you
Yes, I
don't.
Oh my
do.
god. You
He
can't
doesn't
reason
even
with a little
have
boo boo.
Even if
You
you
can't
did,
reason
what's the
with a little
matter?
boo boo, okay? You just can't.
It's all good, right? Like anyway, the conclusion is, and he can't even let his audience hear the conclusion, right? Which is that if you have to invoke something that creates matter or energy that violates the first law, which means it's supernatural, and then I asked him what the antecedent to creation is, and he claims I'm running away, but he can't answer any of the questions. Max, what's the antecedent to creation?
To creation, a creator, but the
There
universe
you
is
go.
not created, so who cares?
Well, we just determined that it was by
No.
properly.
We didn't determine jack shit. You said you spurred out, but I don't buy your script. I explain why I don't buy your script, and you're spiraling. You won't even answer a question of mine. How can you have a creation event without invoking magic, which is a special pleading fallacy from outside the universe when creation takes time? And you cannot answer that question.
I
He
literally did answer it, and it's just built upon the presupposition of natural confinement, right? Though we just use natural law to show that we cannot even have a viable explanation for the existence of the matter and energy in the universe if
No
we use the
magic.
first and second law. It has nothing to do with magic. It's just a
Yeah,
fact of
that's what you're appealing to.
Are you claiming the first and second law of thermodynamics is wrong?
No, I'm claiming number one, that your interpretation of the laws is incorrect. And number two is that even if I grant you that your derp interpretation is correct, it doesn't lead you where you say it does.
Which part of my
there's a
interpretation is
paper I
incorrect?
gave you on it. It's on how entropy, this same Big Bang infinite loop, is literally violating the laws of the second law of
Said you.
thermodynamics and
I
entropy. And
don't
this is
care.
not his interpretation.
It
These are
is.
scientists and physicists who actually study it, and I linked you in it, so you can go read it yourself. It's not just his interpretation.
It is.
No, it's not. I just linked you in it.
You link papers that you haven't read and don't understand, Taylor. I don't care.
I literally just told you what it said in the paper that disagrees with you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If the universe increases in entropy and disorder with each bounce, the amount of usable energy available decreases each time.
Yep.
Right. But why would that apply to like a cosmic scale, for example?
That's what they're referencing. It's like a cyclical universe that's infinite.
And why wouldn't it?
Right. You tell me. I asked the question first.
You're the one that claimed it.
You're always. Why are you doing
It's
a reverse on
directly
every
addressing
time?
that.
Oh, you're asking me why would it apply to the
Yes.
because okay, very simple. Because the cosmic scale is comprised of all of the smaller components, which are all comprised of matter and energy. So the entire cosmos, on the cosmic scale is comprised of matter and energy. So it would still
Why?
apply. So the laws that govern matter and energy would still apply to the matter and energy.
Why would
It's so
you
funny how you invoke
require?
naturalism, but so many things in your worldview go against naturalism and materialism and what we can see, kind of like the start of life as well, with
Yeah.
the start of the
Why don't
universe.
you
But
cheerleader in
you have to
silence, please?
make it work.
With it.
Saying this one magical time, life can just create itself, but
With
never
it.
again.
Sixth
So
time
funny.
that I'm going to ask you the same question. Without appealing to magic, can you explain a mechanism that God could use to create the universe from the outside?
You would have to do the same. You would have to appeal to something magical too. You don't even have a
I don't.
mechanism, and you're
I
working in the
don't.
natural world. So you have the advantage because y'all are literally working in the material world. You should have explanations materially for the start of the universe and for the start of life, but you have none.
I don't
Can
need
I
to have
can
to.
I
I
make a
just don't
point?
believe your magic
Isn't
story.
that what you're doing? Appealing to
No.
something we can't see or observe, kind of like the start of the
I'm not
universe and
Can
the
I
appealing
start of
to
life?
anything. I'm trying to get
can
your
I make a
position.
point?
You can't even
Yeah.
replicate it or conceive how
So
it happens. So
so
how are you not appealing
so
to
I
magic?
don't care, Taylor. That's not the
so
focus.
so,
Exactly.
so there are several scientific errors that have been made. Conservation of energy only applies on a local scale. In order for conservation of energy to apply, Noetherian theory suggests that there must be some physical symmetry that leads to that. The physical symmetry that is required for conservation of energy is conservation under time translation, which is to say, at all points, the laws of physics have to be the same. This isn't true of the cosmos. This isn't true of the universe. So the idea of applying a conservation of energy argument to the creation of the universe is in fact scientifically illiterate. And this
Let me
is
read
why
what it says in the paper about it.
I'm still in the middle of speaking, Taylor.
I thought you were
And
reading your paper.
this is why you will find that cosmologists do not find what you guys are saying persuasive, because it's a simple fact that conservation of energy is something that applies locally. It applies on small scales, but Witsit is absolutely incorrect that it applies on a cosmic scale. And I invite him to Google it and get scientific validation for his position.
This dude
So it's
just
actually talking
claimed.
about usable energy, just to make that specific.
All
This
right.
dude
No,
just claimed.
Let Witsit respond, please. Nobody interrupt. No one interrupted your hot miking. Please, everybody, let everyone finish their full statements. We'd like to leave this open and not have to micromanage muting people. So please just let everyone go one at a time and say their statements. Go ahead, Witsit, to respond to that.
This guy just claimed that my position is scientifically illiterate to say that natural law applies to the entire natural world, including the entire universe, and then proceeds to claim that the universe doesn't adhere to the same laws of physics.
But this is what I
yes,
was trying to tell you, Witsit. This is what I was trying to tell you. You can type it into any engine that you like, Grok, ChatGPT, whatever. It will tell you the same thing. The laws of thermodynamics do not necessarily apply to the system as a whole. We don't have
so
good
yes,
evidence.
Now,
sorry.
feel free to explain how the matter and energy is not governed by natural law that explains matter and energy.
Once the matter and energy exist, fine, then you've got that. But to claim that it can't be brought into existence because of the laws that apply after it's brought into existence is not logically consistent.
Strawman fallacy.
That's not a fallacy, sir. That's just a statement of logic and reason. You
But that
don't
was a
get to.
strawman
You
fallacy.
don't get to. I don't. Actually, now you've interrupted me twice while I was in the middle of speaking, and we were just asked not to interrupt people, were we not?
That was a strawman fallacy.
I don't care about. That isn't a straw man fallacy. It is a statement of logic. It is a statement about logic. You can't. So the laws that apply to human consciousness or to human existence don't apply to semen, right? To say that something applies at one stage in a system's development, therefore it must apply at all stages, is simply not a valid syllogism.
But good thing I didn't make that argument, hence it being a straw man.
We are arguing, you seem to be arguing about the creation of matter and energy, about the beginning of the cosmos, in which case saying the laws that apply to the cosmos as we observe it now must apply to the system as it was at the beginning. That is exactly the argument that you are making, so it is not a straw man.
No, actually, what I actually did was say that because of the second law and the amount of usable energy decreasing, it requires a starting point to decrease from, therefore requires a beginning. We're on the same page so far?
No, we're not, because the entire concept of energy is very poorly defined in a relativistic sense. So you will find if you talk to actual qualified relativists that the concept of energy and conservation of energy is very poorly moored, because it depends very much. For instance, your kinetic energy depends very much on the frame of reference that you are in.
So we would say Stephen
and
Hawking
also another. I'm not finished speaking. Also,
you paused.
the conservation of energy argument is blown away by the concept of dark energy. The fact that there is vacuum energy, but that the universe is expanding, means that as the volume of space is increasing, therefore there is more vacuum energy. By definition, by observation, we can tell that your claim that energy is conserved is false. Your appeal to the fundamental laws of thermodynamics, these apply locally. They are not cosmic laws. They do not apply to the cosmos as a whole.
Okay, but by the way, scattergunning reified presuppositions such as dark energy, and then ironically, Max, shut up. You're not going to save him. And then ironically invoking dark energy and claiming you observed it when it's literally called dark because you can't is pretty funny, but also non sequitur and irrelevant and a red herring fallacy. Then vaguely appealing to the authority of quote unquote relativistic experts is hilarious. That doesn't make your argument true. And I guess you would say Stephen Hawking isn't an expert in relativity and didn't understand the basics of the cosmos, seeing as how he made this very same point. Okay, but it doesn't matter what you claim authorities actually claim. It's about addressing the point, which is that matter and energy adhere to the first and second law. Your argument can be summarized
they don't.
your energy. Yeah, exactly. Your argument can be summarized as no. The second law of thermodynamics is wrong.
The second law of thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics only apply to systems in which there is matter. They don't apply on a cosmic scale.
There's not matter on the cosmic scale?
And you're interrupting me one sentence into my response. So great discipline for you. How about you mute him?
Dude.
How about you mute him while I'll give my response and he can shut up while I'm doing it. So the central element is we observe that the universe is expanding. We observe that there is vacuum energy in space. These two observations show that energy is not being conserved. Energy is being introduced into this system of the cosmos. Now, this is he has also conflated his understanding of the arguments that Hawking made with what Hawking said. These are two distinct things. He claims authority because he has some quote he thinks he understands from Hawking, except that objectively he has no evidence supporting the fact that he can correctly interpret any scientific literature at all, let alone stuff that Hawking wrote.
Yeah, so
can I jump in, please?
Dude, what I really can't handle if I have to sit here and listen to him lie about me and then I don't get to rebut it, bro. I'm sorry, it's
Go ahead.
annoying.
I'm just trying to clear up his confusion about the paper with entropy and the conservation. They're completely different.
So this guy just baselessly claimed that I didn't understand the quote from Hawking and that I'm wrong about what he was saying, yet he has no idea what he's talking about, doesn't even know what quote it is, hasn't read it. So I could simply just say back, oh, okay, feel free to correct my misunderstanding about the quote that you don't know with specificity. You, of course, couldn't do that. And then to just baselessly assert that there's energy being introduced from outside the system doesn't become true just because you say it, nor does your interpretation of dark energy become true just because you say it. So let's start with the first one. You just claimed that I misunderstood what Stephen Hawking was actually saying, and he didn't say what I said. So feel free to enlighten the room. What was he really saying then?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, you are claiming to have correctly understood Stephen Hawking. Please provide evidence for your claim.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll pull up the quote from Stephen Hawking. And so now you're admitting that when you claimed that I was misunderstanding him, that you just made that
No,
up.
what I said was that there is no evidence whatsoever that you are capable of correctly understanding what Hawking says.
No, that's not all you said.
Has your interpretation of what Hawking said been supported by subject matter experts?
Yeah, of course. And he is a subject matter expert. And, I don't appeal to
Yes,
authority of
so
people,
you
but you
spoke
do.
to him
So
and he
now,
validated
oh,
your
but you can
interpretation.
interrupt me, right? So now we're going to read his quote, and it's going to be kind of embarrassing for you, but you'll be okay. Here's the quote that you claim that I misunderstood, and that he doesn't say there was a beginning of the universe, and that he doesn't say that's because of the second law of thermodynamics. Well, we'll see. Okay. It says, quote, this argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, quote, don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with the observations, because they're probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning, and that is Stephen Hawking in The Beginning of Time.
That's and as I expected, that is a complete misinterpretation of what he was saying. So, so clearly, Hawking is describing his boundaryless cosmos theory in the universe of time, which is a theory about how the universe doesn't need to have a beginning, right? That there is no boundary point between when the universe, this is what boundaryless means in a mathematical sense. The boundary of a space is a point that is arbitrarily close to points inside the set and arbitrarily close to points outside the set. If a space includes its boundary, it is said to be closed. If it doesn't include its boundary, it is said to be open. When Hawking describes the boundaryless universe, what he is saying is that there is no initial point in time. There is no beginning point. And he is clearly saying that his hypothesis, the boundaryless universe hypothesis, does not run into problems with the second law of thermodynamics. And also, I've had a request, just as a point. Can somebody please unmute Brenda? If Max has been unmuted, can we unmute Brenda, please? But getting back to my point, the entropy. Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about. Entropy only applies to a system in which matter is already present. It cannot be used as an argument about how that matter or that system came into existence. So this is why it's a problem. This is, again, shut up while I'm talking and stop trying to preempt. you're just wrong in your interpretation. I've read A Brief History of Time. I've also read
That's not even the name of the book.
Shut up! I'm still talking. I've also read the follow-up, and I've read up on Hawking's boundaryless universe hypothesis. So, as I said at the beginning, you have failed to correctly interpret what Hawking was saying, and there is not a subject matter expert on the planet who will agree with your interpretation.
I posted a paper
lie.
in a link.
That's a lie, and what you just attempted to do was just use sophistry to sway the audience by just filling in a bunch of nonsense irrelevant to the point I made, and then baselessly claiming I was wrong with a hand wave dismissal. But we can just repeat it. You're claiming I'm wrong when I said that he says the second law requires a beginning to the universe, and he literally
No.
says it in those exact words. So we'll read it again. We'll read the end
No,
of it
sir,
where it
he
says,
didn't say that in those exact words. That's a lie. You are just lying.
in
You can cut
fact,
him
the
off.
theory that the universe, yeah, I only interject. He tries to actually talk all the way over me. In fact, the theory
Well,
that the
you set the
universe has
standard, sir. If
existed.
it's okay to interject,
Oh,
I'll do it as well.
oh, yeah. If I say one word during your pauses, it's the same as you
Well, if
screaming
you
over the
say
top of me.
one word every second sentence, it doesn't really qualify. And also, you didn't
Oh,
just
now
say
you're. Why are
one
you
word.
talking right
You had
now?
multiple statements. So now we're getting into the meta
Why are you
argument.
talking
If you're
right
going
now?
to
Why are you
whine about
talking
it,
right now?
we can have this out. But
Why are you talking right
your
now?
bad
Why are you
manners
trying to take the
don't
mic from me right
allow
now? Why are you trying to take the mic?
you to just steamroll and spew lies.
You're the one steamrolling. So actually, I said one word 3 times, which I said projection, I said straw man, and they were just brief interjections. You're the one steamrolling. So we'll go back to the point you're desperately trying to keep the audience from hearing, because all you did was just use a bunch of fluff to try to pretend you were rebutting me, hoping that the audience wouldn't see through it. And you claimed I was misinterpreting Stephen Hawking and that he didn't say that the second law says that the universe requires a beginning when he literally does. So we'll just read it again. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is
Skip
in
to the last
serious.
line. Skip to the last line. It's the.
So you can interrupt him.
Okay, so in fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. And of course, in that quote, he does quote Eddington. He slightly paraphrases it. This is the actual Arthur Eddington quote, which is, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. And that's the natural of the nature of the physical world. And of course, here in conclusion, that is your argument, is that the second law is wrong and doesn't apply to
No,
the
sir.
universe. What a
No,
joke.
sir. No, sir. No, sir. My argument is that the second law only applies to systems that are in time, in which time and space already exist. So you can't apply the second law to a system in which time and space have not yet come to exist. In fact, the very concept is incoherent. That isn't your point. That's a point that you've failed to understand. And Hawking's argument, Hawking's entire theory about boundaryless universes, is that there is no starting point. There is no initial point. There is no boundary point inside the universe. That's the entire boundaryless universe hypothesis. That's why it's called boundaryless universe.
Literally, that is my point, is that you can't, that in order to explain how this universe with matter and energy is here, you're gonna have to step outside of it and the confinement of the first and second law of thermodynamics, right? So that's the point. And what you're literally doing is invoking a beginning. You're saying it
No, I'm
doesn't
not,
apply,
sir.
it doesn't imply to somewhere that it doesn't have matter, energy, space, or time. So now you're invoking that a universe that's eternal, but doesn't have matter, energy, space, or time.
Stephen
No,
Hawking's final and most developed theory suggests the universe is finite, by the way, not infinite. Go ahead.
yes, that's finite in spatial extent. Thanks, Taylor. But the entire point, and also he argued that the universe could be finite in temporal extent. Actually, the time could have no beginning and no end.
Instead of taking her bait, can you address my point?
Okay, you'll whine about being so. The time may. Time in the way that a circle or a sphere does not. In fact, if Witsit has read the Brief History of Time, he will remember this discussion about how time could be like a sphere and not have a beginning. Is that not a section inside a Brief History of Time?
Why are you avoiding what I said? So I will
Why are you
repeat it.
avoiding asking the question? Answering the question. I just explained that Hawking's central premise, the entire point of A Brief History of Time, was that time may not have a beginning or an end. That it is perfectly possible in the law perfectly consistent with the laws of physics as we understand them. That time could be a curved surface that is finite in extent. This blows your claim that there is an initial point clean out of the water.
Bro,
No,
you
it
just said
doesn't.
time is a curved surface.
Hold on, Rob. Let Witsit respond, dude.
Okay. Go ahead, Witsit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're kind of doing a one-on-one right now.
All right. Notice what you
I'm
did
sorry.
was avoided the point I made, and because Taylor said something, you went on a big rant about that because you can't actually address my point.
No,
You then
sir,
tried to
I'm
deflect
addressing
to
your
it.
point.
Now you're trying to censor me again because you can't address my point, which is the implications of your critique, which is you're invoking a universe that doesn't adhere to the second law of thermodynamics, is eternal, and doesn't have matter, energy, space, or time. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so that's nothingness, bro. You're saying that you're
No, it
invoking a
isn't, sir.
universe. Okay, what's there if it doesn't have those things?
I don't know.
So nothing.
No.
Can you articulate something that can exist outside of those
idiotic.
things?
Yeah, that's an idiot. Let's just dwell for a moment on how idiotic that is. So 300 years ago, Witsit comes up and goes, "What causes lightning?" I say, "I don't know." Witsit responds, "Nothing." That's an incoherent argument. It is such an infantile attempt at a syllogism that we don't know yet and may never know the nature of the pre-inflation universe or the pre-Planck time universe. Does not invoke magic at any point. The Big Bang is as far as we can extrapolate backwards under the laws of physics as we currently understand it. This is the point. The laws of physics must have been very different, and the nature of reality must have been very different before the Planck time. And we don't yet have any good understanding of what that was. That does not justify filling the gap with God.
First of all, I didn't say I haven't claimed God. Good try. So try and keep up here. Can you articulate something that would exist outside of matter, energy, space, and time? Because you're invoking a universe that exists, that is eternal, and doesn't have any matter, energy, space, or time.
Well, in order for something to be eternal, it only has to exist at all points in time, correct?
There is no time, though.
Yes, so using the word eternal, or using time-related terms in relation to a pre-Planck time universe is in itself a poorly formulated question, isn't it?
No, because logic dictates that everything progresses.
Logic, your understanding of logic requires accurate axioms. and your axioms have demonstrably been illogical. For instance, there is good evidence to suggest that time is complex, that it has an imaginary axis that we are unaware of. But when you do the mathematical formulations, assuming that time has a complex dimension, you get correct answers. You get demonstrably, provably correct answers. My argument would be that it is perfectly possible for complex time to exist without our being able to perceive it. And if we accept that, then there could be quaternion time or octonian time. So the fact that I can't conceive and articulate what these things does not suggest that they can't exist, and does not suggest that we must conclude, therefore, that there is some creator or creation event.
You keep deflecting to that.
Even if you don't mention it here, it is very clear that you and Taylor are arguing that there must be an initial point in time, that the universe must contain its own boundary, which Hawking violently disagreed with, and that was due to a creator. And you attempting to obfuscate, to conceal the fact that you have strong religious beliefs on this point is intellectually dishonest. You owe it to your audience to be honest with them.
Talk about the meta bullshit, dude. So you're just trying to poison the well, and you're the one that made the ridiculous claim, and you're claiming he didn't say what he said, and I just quoted it. It's very point blank what he said. He said, in fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. Then what you have devolved into, pretending to have some type of intellectual high ground, is basically to say that you can't even offer anything intelligible. You're saying, oh yeah, well, there was a universe that doesn't have matter, doesn't have energy, doesn't have space, doesn't have time, and even though I can't even conceive of what that means or put it into intelligible speech, that doesn't mean it couldn't exist. That's just stupid. So yeah, I'm saying and even more so, what you're actually invoking to explain this natural universe is something that violates natural law. So you can't even claim to be a naturalist. You're saying that the second law is wrong, doesn't actually always apply. The first and second law aren't reliable, right? And that we can't even confidently adhere to natural law. And then you try to claim a point, right, that had nothing in it.
So the second law of thermodynamics and the law of conservation of energy, they only apply locally. This is like the law of Newton's law of gravitation. The fact that relativity exists and refines on it doesn't change the law of gravitation, right? The law of gravitation is largely accurate. We still use it, but that does not mean it is universally accurate. Hence the need for refinement in the terms of relativity. Similarly, the natural laws of conservation of energy and the second law of thermodynamics, those apply locally, and they're very strong locally. Nobody is suggesting that we need to abandon these laws, but the simple fact is that the laws of physics as we understand them do not apply pre-Planck time. That's the definition of pre-Planck of the Planck time. The Planck time is the point at which our understanding of physics starts to give us some grasp of what's going on. But before that, we don't know what the laws of physics were. So to claim that the laws of physics as they are now must have applied before the Planck time is simply a fallacious argument.
First of all, you keep saying for pre-Planck time, which pre denotes progression. You just said before Planck time, which also denotes progression. So you're claiming that there's a time without time that happens before Planck time, but there is
No,
no
sir, that's
time.
not what I'm
It's
saying.
intelligible, incoherent, paradoxical nonsense. And what you're not addressing is that your whole argument is that you have no evidence. And when you say that it just applies to the local scale, that's a positive claim. You actually need to provide substantive, observable evidence that there is a non-local instance that the laws of thermodynamics do not apply. Because what we do know is that the big scale is comprised of the small scale, that the universe is comprised of matter and energy, and that all observable evidence in the history of mankind, with no exception whatsoever, adhere to the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, with human experience, we are very limited in what we can say, and to suggest that something is only real if it falls inside human experience is again a fallacious syllogism that doesn't make sense. The humans cannot have observed something and it can still be true. We withhold being didactic about it, and this is why there are multiple hypotheses about the early stages of the universe. To claim that time must exist in order for the Planck time to occur, fine, yes, but you don't know how time is related to the other time and space, and the other physical and physical material are related, and what laws apply to them before the Planck time. Yes, I am suggesting that that time must have existed at the point that the Planck time took off. But that says nothing about the laws of physics that applied prior to that. That time exists does not mean that the laws of physics as we know them or we think we understand them applied at that point in time. And you are to say that it is incoherent or paradoxical. You are taking common sense, everyday lived experience, and you are trying to apply it to a point where it doesn't apply. This is like quantum mechanics or relativity. There are the double slit experiment makes no sense in a macroscopic from a macroscopic viewpoint, but the result holds. Therefore, we conclude that there are other mechanisms other than the ones that we can wrap our heads around. Now, we aren't certain that we aren't absolutely certain means that we withhold being didactic. The boundaryless universe hypothesis is one potential explanation, and there are other explanations for the initial conditions, or whatever they may have been, of the universe. But to say that, and we're getting back to, you and Taylor are making the point that there must have been an initial point in time. There must have been a point in time at which the universe started, and this is diametrically
put out there.
Said if you but we'll get back to him misinterpreting Hawking.
Yeah. We know that you desperately want to end every point with a desperate poisoning the well to hope to distract the audience. It's just not going to work though, because I'm kind of veteran at this point. I'm not going to take the bait. So you really just breezed past the point, which is to say things like, in fact, you just gave me another example to strengthen my point. You said the early stages denotes progression. You said pre-Planck time denotes progression. You said before Planck time denotes progression. And really, again, like the summary of your argument is just that you basically, to say what you just said, but more intelligibly, is you're attempting to use logic. And well, it's possible that logic doesn't apply and things don't make sense and that natural law is wrong and that matter, energy, space, and time don't exist before time exists. So you then paradoxically invoke progression, i.e. time, right? It's just an unintelligible, incoherent, paradoxical claim. That's objectively what it is. And what's even crazier than this, right, is like, just see if you can answer this question for me, right? Just to clarify, you are in fact invoking the claim that the first and second law are wrong and that you need to invoke something that you can't even articulate that isn't limited by the laws of nature, correct?
So, your question makes no sense. You need to break it down. You need to break it down into. So, I don't know what you mean by laws of nature.
Like do you agree the first and second law are natural laws?
In what context? What are we considering nature to encompass?
The natural world.
Does that include the pre-Planck time universe?
That's a paradoxical statement.
No, it
I don't know what
isn't.
that means. Yeah. Pre-Planck time, so you're invoking time, but it's before
Yes,
time.
Planck time isn't the point. You are treating you're making it you seem to assume that Planck time is the first point in time, and therefore the time cannot exist before the Planck time. This is not correct. This is not. No, it isn't, Taylor. Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about. The Planck time is the furthest back in time that we can extrapolate the laws of physics as we understand them. It is not an initial point. Nobody is claiming that time started at Planck time. No, this is why you should. It is Witsit who is making the idiotic assertion that time began at the Planck time, and therefore to discuss pre-Planck time is somehow paradoxical. It's an idiotic statement, I suspect, because he doesn't properly understand what the Planck time is, which is why I was explaining it again. And since I'm trying to explain stuff to Witsit, who clearly doesn't understand these concepts,
can we
let me
understand
do
now?
that.
What is playtime?
Just don't say my name then.
So you were interrupting me, Taylor.
Yeah, but to be fair, you said her name like in the last 4
with your name.
points.
Planck time is the point. And I've explained this multiple fucking times. Planck time is the furthest back in time that we can extrapolate using the laws of physics as we understand them.
Thank you.
Okay, but listen, here's the problem, man. You have now modified your claim because initially you said that there was no space or time. So you've now, no big deal, right? Like I'll be intellectually
No, sir,
honest in
that's
good
not
faith.
what I
No.
said.
It's recorded. You initially said no space or time, but now you've clarified, okay, and you want to slightly modify and say
No. You still
it's a
don't understand
fact.
what I'm saying. And if you're going to just lie, sir.
Why are you interrupting, bro? No, he didn't interrupt you. Why are you interrupting?
Because he's about to make a gigantic fucking
Yeah, but
straw
you still
man.
gotta let him finish, though.
Sir, if he wants to honestly engage with what I'm saying, he can't just make up what I'm saying. Yes, there.
Oh well, then I would have got to interrupt you every single time. Then.
Shut up while I explain.
You're hijacking the mic.
Get a mod. Could I get a mod here, man? Could a mod actually fix this?
There is a point in.
I need a mod.
Okay, there is a.
Can I get a mod here? Because this guy's rudely interrupting while he doesn't want to get interrupted.
Okay,
I'm asking for a mod. Is there a mod here?
So yes, I'd like there to be a mod because
for some reason I can't mute him, so I don't know.
Okay, wait up. Can everyone chill out? Okay, Tony, this is the issue, man. You did just interrupt me, and then you just started you're so arrogant. You think that if you decided that your point needs to be heard right now, you can just take the mic back. That isn't how it works. Because I'm talking right now, man. I'm talking right now. Every time I listen to you, I feel like you're strawmanning everything I have to say and deflecting. But I have to sit here and show restraint and impulse control and let you finish your point and then dissect it. Okay? So you can do the same thing. That's how conversation works. You did initially say the phrase space and time. I'm trying to say, no big deal, man. Okay, if you're clarifying now and specifying you mean Planck time, fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this is the point you're avoiding, which is you're invoking a scenario. You're labeling it pre-Planck time. Sounds good. You're invoking a scenario, a realm, a situation that pre-Planck time that violates natural law, correct?
No.
You literally just said that. You literally just said that it's possible
No.
that it doesn't adhere to natural law.
No. That's not what I said.
Why are you just like a toddler just saying no? You literally have said that
Well, apparently explaining stuff to you in detail. I want to emphasize to you that you are strawmanning my argument. So try again. What did I say?
No, you're trying to buy time to figure out how to get past this major thing you overlooked because
No.
you know the conclusions of you answering this question honestly is that you got dunked on. So we can
No.
repeat it. Yet you absolutely have made the same point about 7 times in a row, which is that the first and second law, the laws of thermodynamics, they work locally, they apply locally. You even use the analogy of Newtonian gravity and relativity, and so we can still use it. I'm not suggesting that we throw it out, but they don't seem to be right. And you said that they don't necessarily apply to something pre-Planck time that doesn't have matter and energy. And initially you said space, time, matter, or energy. So if the natural laws don't apply to quote unquote pre-Planck time, this magical realm you can't even articulate intelligibly, then you are invoking an unidentified, unintelligible scenario that violates, doesn't adhere to natural law as we know it.
So, you see, you added the qualifier there. Natural law as we know it. Now, if you'd said that at the beginning, this conversation would have gone a lot smoother. I am not saying that the early universe violated natural law. I am saying that we don't know what the natural laws in the early universe were.
So now you're saying that natural law is wrong.
So having whined incessantly about how you are so disciplined, feel free, go ahead, interrupt me.
Well, you take these long pauses, so I mean, but I'll help you, yeah, because you do need help right now because you're kind of, you're kind of freaking out. So like, this is the issue, man. Your argument now has been once again modified, right? Because you're saying initially you were claiming that the natural law works now that matter and time and energy and space exist, but
Yes.
that doesn't mean that they apply when those things don't exist. Okay. So you're not claiming, now you're trying to change it and claim that maybe our understanding of the natural law is wrong. Your initial claim was that you just said that we may not fully understand the natural law. That would mean we were wrong about it.
No, sir. No, sir. So we are operating under the assumption that natural laws are invariant under time and space. And the fact is that the validity of this assumption is strictly limited by our ability to observe in time and space. There is every possibility that laws that we think of as invariant in our, particularly in our day-to-day experience, are not in fact invariant. That they do vary with location, that they do vary through time. In fact, relativity and quantum mechanics are two classic examples of this extension of our understanding. What I said was we don't understand what the laws of physics were in the early universe.
Okay, so what you're doing is called special pleading. You are invoking an exception to a universal principle.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, you're saying it's possible that something we can't observe, that we've never seen, that I can't articulate, that violates our understanding of logic, that I have no observation of, where matter, energy, space, and time didn't exist, may not adhere to our understanding of natural law and all observational evidence that we have access to ever, forever, always, that happens all the time. So you are literally, by definition, committing a special pleading fallacy.
Do you accept that we have not observed all of time and we have not observed all of space?
I don't reify those concepts. So,
okay, so you're refusing to answer the question.
We've never observed either of those things.
So time is what clocks measure. You haven't observed clocks measuring time?
I've observed a clock. I've never observed time.
Okay, so clocks measure. That's the definition of time. So if you've observed a clock measuring something, you've observed time. Space is where events occur and matter exists. Have you observed matter and events, sir? Okay, I'm going to assume from your silence that you have. In which
I
case,
got
you
a
have
call. I
observed.
got a
You have
call. I
it.
got a call. I got a call,
So,
dude. I had a call. Okay, so dude, I'm gonna no. A clock is not synonymous with time, and even within your
look up
own,
the definition of time.
a clock is not synonymous with time. You're claiming
Yes,
it's
it is, sir.
measuring. No, it's not. It's a piece of matter. It's like say a piece of wood I carved out or something.
No, sir.
The wood is not time. You're claiming it's measuring time, which under your own admission isn't actually observable empirically.
No, sir. This is just again. Look up the definition of time in physics. I advise you to Google it. Time is what clocks measure, and clocks are not made out of wood. We can use atomic clocks. We're making strides towards nuclear clocks. The concept of the time is matter is nonsense. This is so. Look up again. This gets back to scientific illiteracy. You don't know what time is in a physical concept. You don't know what space is in a physical discussion. Look them both up because at the moment you're making a fool of yourself.
Let me help you out here. If I take
the
out a
clock stopped
ruler,
working, if the clock stops working, would time stop?
So it's not. It would need if all clocks stopped working, and that includes everything that can measure time. So, for instance, I measure time by the amount of reflections I get off a laser, and that stops. Yes, time's stopped.
okay, so dude, this is the deal, dude. I said observable. It's not empirically observable. Obviously, you know that that's true. Even within your own paradigm, it's not actually observable. You claim that there's actually four dimensions, and it's the fourth dimension outside of the three, and we don't actually empirically observe it. Duh. So anyway, time is not physically observable. Time is not physically observable, nor is
Yes,
space.
it is.
But it doesn't. It actually doesn't even matter. This was a desperate deflection to get away from the implications that you're special pleading. You are invoking an exception to a universal principle, and you're claiming that there's a scenario that operates or operated outside of the current construct of space and time and had no matter or energy. Thus, the first and second law of thermodynamics, which is natural law, didn't apply how they do everywhere else in all scenarios, always, every time, no exceptions. That is the definition of a special pleading fallacy, which is invoking an exception to a universal principle.
So that is one of the most scientifically illiterate things you've ever said. All we know is that the laws of physics, as we understand them, seem to apply in the systems that we have directly observed. We know nothing about systems that we have not yet observed that may well act contrary to this. What you are saying is we've observed part of time and part of the universe, therefore the conclusions we have come from apply to all of time and all of the universe. That is not a valid syllogism.
So you're shifting the burden.
All we can say again, and this is you doing what you accuse other people of doing, trying to disrupt the flow of a discussion that is clearly showing your error. You are claiming that these things are universal, apply everywhere and at all times, when we have only observed part of time and part of space. We do not know that they extend universally. That is an assumption on your part, and it is not logically grounded. You have to admit the possibility that that assumption is not true.
Okay, so appeal to possibility and appeal to ignorance and a special fleeting fallacy. And the issue for you that you have here, right, is that you know what I'm saying is just objective, right? And you're shifting the burden because you're the one making the claim. You're saying, again, I'll just repeat it. What you're invoking is, and this is everything that you have said objectively, it's all recorded, anyone can go back and listen to it. You're invoking something that, a scenario that, A, completely defies logic. You even tried to give examples of it, right? Which there are easy retorts like the double slit, or just maybe the presuppositions built into your interpretation are incorrect, okay, for the double slit and everything else that you invoked. But you're saying, oh, it just doesn't, it maybe just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't work with our understanding of logic. So you're claiming there's a scenario that it violates the laws of logic as we
No,
understand. Yeah, you did.
no,
You
that's not
said,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah, it is. Violates the laws of
No, it's
logic,
not.
that it exists outside the contract of space and time as exists here now, and didn't have matter or energy. You can't explain what it would then be, even in theory. It's just unintelligible appeal to possibility, ambiguity, ignorance, and you're claiming a special pleading fallacy because that's the exception to a universal principle, because you're claiming that the natural laws that we have here that always apply in all scenarios ever, with no exceptions at all that you can point
That's not.
to,
But what's it?
don't
No, that's not true.
apply
Because for
there. Believe it or not, you clipping my conclusion is not going to save them. Don't apply there, you think, or maybe they don't. That's special pleading by definition. So now I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you agree that what you are invoking in that scenario would therefore violate natural law?
It would violate natural law as we understand them. And this is the thing that you keep on leaving out, because there is a possibility that our understanding is limited. In fact, there is a certainty that our understanding is limited. Similarly, your claim that we never observe violations of conservation of energy is simply wrong. We observe that the universe is expanding. We observe that empty space contains vacuum energy. Therefore, from these two observations, we can tell that the total energy in the universe is not being conserved. We can tell that on cosmic scales, conservation of energy breaks down. So your claim that conservation of energy is a natural law that is never violated is simply false. Your claim that I am claiming that the laws of logic break down, no. What I am claiming is that the axioms change. That the axioms that apply are different from the axioms that apply now. You are trying to take the axioms that we currently have access to based on our observational evidence, and you're trying to apply them to systems where you've got no guarantee that they apply. And this is just sloppy science. It is better to say, I don't know, I'm not certain, when we do not know and we are not certain. You haven't directly observed the beginning of the universe. You don't get to assert that the axioms, that the laws of nature as we understand them presently must have applied then as well.
You just invoked the beginning of the universe after, vehemently contending with the beginning to the universe for an hour. You keep doing it. You just keep shooting yourself in the foot. What's even funnier is like the base axioms of the laws of logic are not contingent upon your understanding, acknowledgement, or physical reality whatsoever. They are just the laws of logic, and they will always apply. And this is where you're going to just literally unintelligibly appeal to some unidentified possibility that you're not even going to be able to articulate coherently, because the laws of logic always apply. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, those are going to always apply. Something's going to have an identity. It's going to be what it is. It's not going to simultaneously be the opposite of what it is, and you cannot have an excluded middle. So, like you cannot violate the three principles of logic. And if you're going to claim that you need to articulate with specificity a specific occurrence that would in fact nullify those three principles of logic. And this is where we are. This is the desperate state of atheism in 2025, that we will go as far as to say that the laws of logic are wrong, that the laws of nature are wrong, that there was a beginning to the universe, but not a beginning to the universe, and that
What happened to the
that it didn't
atheist?
have matter, energy, space, or time, because that's what he's doing. Because there wasn't matter, energy, space, nor time, right? And I can't tell you what else there would be, but it's still possible that would be there. And even though all evidence in the world actually adheres to natural law as we have observed it, there's a possibility that, well, they don't actually apply. So now we are just left with unintelligible slop. You haven't said anything. This is an appeal to possibility, an
Can I ask
appeal
you
to
one
ambiguity,
question? With
an
you're
appeal
on a
to
roll here.
ignorance,
You're
and special pleading.
you're on a roll, but as an atheist, I've got to ask you, what's the problem with fuzzy logic, my guy?
Fuzzy logic. What about it? It's just like the analogy that Gally said, which is like to act like fuzzy logic replaces the laws of logic is similar to
What?
saying that probability replaces arithmetic. Probability assumes the validity of arithmetic and expands upon it. So fuzzy logic requires the fundamental laws of logic to be true.
No,
Eric,
it's
it's just a,
actually it nullifies them. It shows that there's ways to nullify them.
Yes, so
consistent logic.
That's what it does.
you clearly don't understand what fuzzy logic even is, because in fuzzy logic, the law of excluded middle doesn't apply. Something that you claimed was a law of logic. Something and logicians will talk in terms of ternary. That there's ternary logic where it's false, true, unresolved. So to claim that your formulation of logic is the correct one, and yes, I'm not saying that the laws of logic don't apply at any point in the universe. What I am saying is that the physical axioms by which we understand the system do vary. May vary. And indeed must vary, because if they didn't vary, we'd be able to extrapolate pre-Planck time, and we can't extrapolate pre-Planck time. Therefore, the laws, our understanding of the laws of nature is incomplete, and you're claiming that it is complete. You're making to claim that you have made a false assumption that you are certain about something based on applying laws in the system that you do understand and extrapolating them to the universe as a whole, and you are certain that that's the case. But your certainty is not logically valid. To criticize my argument because it's fuzzy and there are many possible explanations that comport with it is not actually a logical critique. You're certain that you've got a correct conclusion, but your certainty need not be correct. You're certain about something, you have no way of knowing.
You're literally invoking the laws of logic to claim they are wrong. You have literally no intelligible ground to stand on at all to even articulate your argument, required you utilizing the laws of logic that you're claiming can be wrong. And if anything is claiming to violate the excluded middle, right, the light is on, either the light is on or the light is not on. The light is not simultaneously on and not on, just like something has an identity and cannot simultaneously be contradictory. This is, dude, it is so goofy that you're just saying yes it can. That was also implying the laws of logic are true. To articulate intelligible sentences are using the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. Yes, it is. Yes. You just said,
Dude,
hey, Brandon, I will mute you. If you think you're just going to start interrupting me. We can wrap. If the room wants to stop now that we've been going one-on-one so long, we can wrap up with conclusions. What I'm not going to do is be pelted by a bunch of people at once, interrupting me, pretending they're so smart, while what they're literally claiming is that this is a totally illogical, unfounded, unobservable, unintelligible, unarticulable position that I must accept as true. I actually don't have to do that. It's called special pleading. It's nonsensical and it's unintelligible. And I want to. So if you want to do that, Tony, do you want to give our conclusions so everyone else can jump in?
Can I get
Yes,
one sentence?
Are you doing the precept thing? Witsit? Please tell me you're not doing the precept thing.
Just
Is that
hold
what
on,
he's
Big
doing?
Ben 50. Just hold on. Let PhD Tony respond to that because he just laid out a lot.
That just said is the most idiotic thing he said yet. We're not asking him to believe anything. What we're asking is that he withhold belief in something that is not yet supported by observational evidence. He has no observational evidence that the laws of physics, as we understand them, applied in the initial stages of the universe. But he is claiming that it is true despite having no evidence. He is extrapolating from the state of the universe now back to the state of the universe at the beginning. What we are saying is that you should withhold belief. You should not believe anything about the beginning stages of the universe because we don't have enough observational evidence about the beginning stages of the universe. So he has taken apparently scientific reasoning and he's actually thrown it out because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay, so
Can I
that's
make
your
my
conclusion. I mean,
point?
whatever. So I'm going to say my conclusion here. So Tony, once again, in that retort right there, he said the stages of the universe, early stages of the universe, beginning stages of the universe, probably 8 or 9 times in less than 45 seconds. He's invoking a beginning while his entire primary contention was that there is no beginning. Then tried to falsely accuse me of misrepresenting what Hawking said when he literally said, "quote unquote," must have been a beginning, and then utilize the second law, and then explain that any theory that you have is destined to oblivion and will collapse into humiliation if it goes against the second law of thermodynamics. And then he sits here and tries to tout some type of, theoretical realm that violated the second law, right? And again, we can go based on actual evidence, and that is that the natural laws are true. The first and second law of thermodynamics have always been true. They always apply, and you're now just arbitrarily claiming that there's some place called pre-Planck time. Then you're reifying that, and then building upon that presupposed reification, the necessary implications for that to be true. Like I must just grant you your reified concept that you can't even define, which is just goofy. You keep saying pre-Planck time. We know because of pre-Planck time. We know because we can't pull out a pre-Planck time. This is just a reified concept you haven't even verified. And then you said that I needed to suspend belief based on not having observable evidence of something, yet your entire premise is built upon the lack of evidence. It's just an appeal to ignorance, an appeal to ambiguity, right? It's special pleading. And that's what it is, an appeal to possibility endlessly. So like my conclusion here is very simple. The first law says that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. If you tried to claim an eternal universe, which is what you initially did, which say there was no beginning, if we look at the second law, the amount of usable energy is decreasing, right? So that means there would have to be a beginning point to decrease from. So therefore, we can't say the matter and energy was always here, requiring to now be put here. And you're just contradicting yourself. There's not even a coherent thing to rebut, because at one point you're saying there is no beginning, and that isn't true. And then you're turning around and saying the beginning phases, the beginning stages, the early stages, pre-Planck time. So you're invoking progression and time and a beginning while claiming there is none. So this is the issue, right? It's like what you are invoking right now, which is, it's really hard to even say what it is because you haven't really articulated it in any type of intelligible specificity, right? It's just a vague appeal to possibility, but you're invoking a scenario that violates natural law. And you keep clarifying, as we know it. Yeah, you mean as all evidence ever has shown us, right? Which means you're invoking an exception to a universal principle, which is special pleading, so that you can then invoke a scenario that violates natural law, which means in order for it to be attributed to a force that violates natural law, it is by definition supernatural. So even within your own unintelligible appeals to possibility, you still got left with the inevitability of invoking a supernatural causal mechanism. So welcome to the fact that there's a creator, a supernatural force that created the matter and energy in the universe is what the necessary implication of your own position. So I'm glad that I could help you see that there is a creator, bro. And
You've
it's
shown me.
cool. He
You've
loves
shown me just how
Literally.
fatuous and completely illogical your position is.
That
I
made
have
perfect
demonstrated
sense,
time and
Tony.
again.
That
No,
made
I
perfect sense.
want to make one factual point. I have demonstrated it several times. Because there is vacuum energy in space, and because the universe is expanding, the conservation of energy is not is not a universal law. It does not apply to the universe. And Witsit keeps on coming back and just ignoring the fact that he has observably been shown to be incorrect in asserting that this is something that applies to the universe. And he keeps on just lying about the first law of thermodynamics being a law that applies universally. He's been shown that that isn't true. He does not deny that there is vacuum energy. He does not deny that the evidence we have shows us that the universe is expanding, but he keeps on ignoring it. And then he returns to it later on as though it's a slam dunk for him. So having been shown that something that he regards as a natural law is not in fact universally true, he persists in saying that all things that humans have observed are universally true. It's just fatuous.
But can I address that point real fast? Because I never did, right? The vacuum energy thing, right? You were saying that the natural laws are accurate and do apply properly on the local scale, which, by the way, drum roll, please. Vacuum energy exists on the local scale. Oh, dun dun dun. So you contradicted yourself again. But vacuum energy, it doesn't violate the first law anyway, which is that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but it can be transferred. So you're making the assumption that when we actually observe the fact that the vacuum still has energy in it, that it's being created, which is just a completely baseless claim and makes no sense and violates natural law. It's simply being transferred or now becoming observable or accessible, and that doesn't help your point at all. So you
now you're
contradicted
denying the expansion of the universe.
now the implications of your own claim is that the natural law doesn't even work on the local scale, right? So
No, that's a completely invalid syllogism. Yes, vacuum energy is detectable local. The expansion of the universe is not detectably locally. It's the expansion of the universe. The universe is creating more space, which contains vacuum energy. So it's the expansion of the universe argument.
That's incoherent as well.
A pincer of the argument that is creating energy, right?
No, I think that's incoherent as well, because now you're saying it's creating more space and then it's expanding into what?
Itself. Don't know.
Don't you need space to expand into?
No.
No, you don't.
Why use it itself?
Oh, that's interesting. So it's expanding, which
At least
is
you claim
contingent
it is.
upon space. Well, that's what the word expand means.
Yeah, there are
but expand
mathematical
into itself
objects that
because
allow for it.
So yeah, Witsit, you clearly don't. You just don't understand the. And this is why tangent. If you've read any. Relativity textbooks at all, you'll be familiar with tangent spaces and the entire mathematical formalism of those is to demonstrate that you don't need a space to expand into in order to expand. You don't need empty space around you. This is the entire rationale behind a great deal of the mathematical formalism in relativity. So, way to explain to me that you don't understand relativity.
Well, dude, okay, all you just did was basically concede that relativity is paradoxical, fallible nonsense that isn't correct, and it's just self-defeating, but it's all good. I mean, I think I laid on my conclusion. You didn't actually address any of it. You just kind of said, oh, vacuum energy and expansion. I said a lot more than that. I refuted your entire premise with specificity. I get that I did lay a lot of things out, and maybe you can go back and listen to it, and we can have a conversation in the future, because you're just baselessly reifying this concept of pre-Planck time and the claim there's no matter, there's no energy, there's no space, there's no time, the laws of nature don't exist, the laws of logic don't exist, and I can't tell you exactly what else would be
He
there or
never
how it would
said
work.
that.
Yes, he did, and
No, he didn't.
yes, he did, and
No,
I can't tell
I
you.
didn't. You again just don't understand what people say. It's like you don't understand Hawking, and we never did get back to you not understanding Hawking. Hawking's at, but
You notice how you just
all
interrupted me, and
you
now
do
it's
is
just your turn to talk
misinterpret
somehow?
and misrepresent what has been said, and
Did you
then you
notice that
assert it
Brenda
as though it's fact.
interrupted me? Brenda interrupted me, and then what you did was took that as an opportunity to then it's now your turn to talk. I mean,
Yes,
this is
nice
kind of what I'm
dwelling on
saying.
the meta.
Well, this is the problem, right? Like, you can't have an intelligible conversation like that. Like, I'm happy to fully yield the floor to you because I am saying a lot of stuff, but I'm not gonna like be pelted by nut-ons as if it's somehow substantive and therefore can censor me. I mean, dude, I've said like 5 times in a row, you said I misunderstood Hawking and didn't even know what I was talking about or the quote I was talking about. I then actually went and pulled it up, and then you still said
And
nah.
you still misunderstand it.
You said he's not saying that there must be a beginning, and literally it says word for word, there must have been a beginning. That's like the literal
In a
words
steady state
that are
universe,
said in the quote.
what he is saying is that a steady state universe must have a beginning. There must be an initial time. He is not saying that all universes or all mathematically formulated universes must have a beginning, because the entire point of the beginning of time is to explain the boundaryless universe hypothesis, where time could be spheroidal. And you've never addressed the fact that he goes to great lengths. He describes going to a Vatican conference and laying it out and being grateful that the people at the Vatican didn't understand what he was talking about. If you'd actually read the book rather than this apparently cherry-picked quote, you would understand that what you are proposing, that there is an initial point in the universe, is completely antithetical to everything that Hawking argued for the last 30 years of his career. He argued against there being an initial point in time. That's why he favored the boundaryless universe hypothesis. So
do you agree that if there's not a beginning,
did Hawking propose the boundaryless universe hypothesis?
Yeah, he desperately tried to avoid the logical implications of the laws of physics.
So you're claiming to understand it better than he did.
Notice how he interrupted me. I'm claiming to be able to easily show why that isn't viable. And by the way, he himself did not claim it. He said, this is the best, to paraphrase basically what he said was, this is the best I can come up with now. And actually, I concede it doesn't really seem to make sense. So now you're trying to come along and pretended he thought that was true. And he would be like, hey, PhD Tony, please shut up. That's not what I said. And then I quoted what he said, which is, in fact, the theory that the universe, in fact, quote unquote, in fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. He actually invokes Arthur Eddington's quote about the second law, which is, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. So PhD Tony, your theory that you haven't even been able to intelligibly articulate has no chance but to do anything other than collapse into the deepest humiliation. And I concur. And I would like for you to concede.
Nice cherry picking. You've gone on for about 5 minutes, so let's address this. So what you're saying, and you're trying to get as much distance between you and your initial point as possible, I notice. What you're saying is that you better understand what Hawking did for the past 30 years, for the last 30 years of his career, and that it is easily, trivially falsifiable. This is a delusional degree of self-confidence, and nor did I ever say that you have to accept that the boundaryless universe hypothesis is true, because plenty of physicists don't, because there are plenty of alternative hypotheses, because there's not much observable data to go on. Or what I can say is that he definitely diametrically disagreed with your claim, and your claim, all that he said, and you've quoted him out of context here, is that the universe must have been of finite age. But that doesn't mean that time is finite, and it doesn't mean that time had a beginning. It doesn't mean that there was an initial point. All he's saying is that from the second law of thermodynamics, we can tell that the universe has not existed in this state for an infinite amount of time. Fine. That's entirely true. It must only have been finite, but he spends a lot of time explaining that something can be finite without having a beginning or an end, right? Without having a boundary. That's the entire hypothesis of the boundaryless. That's Hawking's. I'm quoting Hawking directly.
Do you acknowledge it's a paradox?
No, it isn't. A sphere does not have a beginning or an end. You can walk on it endlessly. You can
No,
walk,
but it does have an
You
end.
can walk forever around a sphere. Okay.
Can you
There's
walk
no
forever
beginning.
from the middle outwards?
But you're not on. You can't get to the middle. You're on the sphere. You are trapped on the sphere. You can walk from one point. You'll never find the end of the sphere. You'll never find the beginning of the sphere. So if you are on the surface and you are trapped in the surface with no way out of the surface, you don't have to have a beginning or an end.
Okay, but to say a sphere is boundaryless
you clearly haven't read any of Hawking's work, because if you had, you'd understand that this was the argument that he was making his entire time.
Okay, listen, dude, I have read his work, okay? And I'm not claiming to have read all of his work or to have done all that. I have read quite a bit of Stephen Hawking, actually. And I love to quote him, actually. He said, "There is no God." And then God said, "There is no Stephen Hawking." And he died, not being able to speak coherently. And, it's all good. Like, I am actually invoking him only because he articulates my argument decently well. And normally with people like you put so much weight on what the people in the science lab could say that it just helps to expedite the conversation. But what you're not acknowledging, dude, is that you are, so if we zoom out, you are claiming there's a scenario that, and this is what you initially said verbatim, that just because the second law applies here doesn't mean that it applies where there is no matter or energy. That's literally what you said. And then I said, "What? Okay, then what else would there be?" And you said, "I don't know." And I said, "Oh, okay. So like nothingness?" No, just because I say I don't know, that means nothing. No, you can't even articulate what else it is, which means you have yet to even reach the bar of making an intelligible claim that needs to be refuted.
Do you know?
Your claim, I don't need to in order to falsify your claim. Your claim is that time had a beginning and that the laws of physics apply universally and apply to that beginning, and that I can logically apply them to the beginning of the universe in order to make an argument about it being created. That is not valid. You don't have enough observational evidence about the state of the early universe to know that the laws of nature as you understand them applied then. You are extrapolating from an area where you do have data to an area where you don't have data. And as any scientist will know, extrapolate have to be extremely conservative with. And you don't, and the fact that, and you are much better advised from a scientific perspective saying we don't know, rather than saying, well, let's pretend that this is true and then draw conclusions from that. You don't know that that was true. You've got no observational evidence that it was true. So refrain from making statements about the early universe.
Yeah, so you didn't actually address what I said. What you're attempting to do is shift the burden of proof, right? Because you're claiming that there could be something that has no matter, energy, space, or time, that the laws of logic as we understand them don't apply, the laws of nature as we understand them don't apply. And then when I ask you to articulate, wait, if that stuff's not there, can you tell me what is there? And you're saying, I don't know. And I'm challenging or denying the assertion that you're making, and then you're shifting the burden as if I now need to prove something. I don't need to prove anything, right? Because I'm not making such a ridiculous asinine claim. But even if I were to grant it to you, just because I think I've buried that substantially, and it's been about 5 consecutive times that you haven't actually rebutted it with specificity, because you can't, because you appeal to ignorance, you appeal to possibility, and you do special pleading. Even if I granted you this possibility, best case scenario, what you're saying is, okay, if there was a force attributed, or if there was a causal mechanism attributed to a force not limited by the laws of nature, i.e. the definition of supernatural, and it was external to a beginning of the universe and then created the energy and matter here, that would be a sufficient explanation. It would be viable and would sufficiently explain how all the matter and energy got here. Just that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. right? And that the alternative is that something I can't even conceive of, I have no evidence of, that wouldn't adhere to the current understanding of logic as we know it, that would violate the current understanding of natural law, but still somehow be natural, but not have matter or energy, which is all that we know to exist in the natural world, could have happened.
Yes. So
Okay.
you're claiming that it must be God. Let's boil this down for the benefit of the universe, because for the audience, because you're talking around it. You're saying that it must be God. I'm saying that I don't even know that it's an entity. Whatever process, the universe could have been brought into existence through a process. It could have been was happening before. We don't know. You're saying that you do know, and you're just pretending, because you just don't have the observational evidence to answer any of the questions. And you're saying, well, therefore it must be my version of a creator, or some version of a creator. You don't know that. You're just pretending that you know that. You don't have observational. You don't.
I don't think you're getting it, bro.
Yes, you are. You are pretending.
I don't think you're getting my point.
Well, for somebody who was gloating about how disciplined they were, you're doing a lot of interjecting.
Well, can I ask a question? Can you pause for just a second? Ask a question to the room. Is he cutting out, or is it just on my end?
He's cutting out.
Okay, so sometimes you're randomly cut out where like there's nothing heard, so I assume you're done.
Okay, my apologies. My apologies. That's a glitch with my internet.
It's all good. Go ahead.
Okay, and that you're quite right. That does create opportunities for you to think that I finished. Sorry.
It's all good.
Look, and I'm not. And the thing is, I can't tell you that that there isn't a God and that God didn't create the universe. I don't know. All I can say is that I think that there's been a bias in this conversation that I'm saying that I know for a fact that God didn't create the universe. I don't know that. I can't know that. It's a possibility. And anyone who says that it isn't, I don't think is being intellectually honest, because we just don't have the evidence to affirm that didn't happen. All I'm saying is that we don't have the evidence to affirm that it definitely did happen that way.
Yeah, and this is where we do disagree on that last part, right? But this is the reasoning why we disagree. Because if we slip to the standard of, well, you can just always say, well, there could be something else that I can't even think of. I can't even intelligibly explain. I can't articulate. It doesn't currently exist. It violates every aspect of all empirical evidence that we have, all science that we have, and all laws of nature that we know to hold true in all scenarios that we can observe. But still something else could exist. Well, then literally we've devolved to the point of never knowing anything, right? And if that's the standard that you want to adhere to, that's cool, but I don't. And the other thing that people oftentimes overlook is when they say, because this isn't just like, oh, I love the Bible and have a bias, so I arrogantly, baselessly claim that there had to be a creator. No. It's the only logical, viable explanation. And that's what I'm arguing for. And that's because what people skip over is they think that when they say they're agnostic, which is to say, I don't know if there's a creator, I'm currently unconvinced, I don't see evidence that there is one, I don't think there has to be one, right? What they're actually saying is a claim. They think that they don't have the burden, that they're taking the intellectually honest position of saying, I don't know. But it actually intrinsically makes the claim that it is possible that this universe exists and all the matter and energy within it exists without a supernatural creator, right? So it is making that claim that it is possible for it to exist. In order to substantiate that claim, you cannot just reiterate that it's possible, and that's just dogmatism. You would have to actually articulate how it's possible logically and support it with evidence. That's how debate works. But that's not what we've gotten here today at all. We're just getting the
reality isn't
repetitive
a debate.
assertion it's possible.
The nature of reality is not a debate. Scientific progress is not a debate. and you're mischaracterizing the discussion. Again, you are extrapolating from regions of space and time that we have properly investigated in great detail, and you're trying to apply those findings to points in time and space where they may not apply. You don't know that they're applying. Again, extrapolation is one of the most dangerous things that you can do in science, and it needs to be done with great caution. And sure, you can do it if you prefer. You've got a utilitarian argument that you prefer an answer that may be wrong rather than an answer that rather than I don't know. Okay, if you prefer that, that's fine. It's just not scientific, and for you to claim that it is intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, it's permissible for us to look at an atomic clock, extrapolate relativity, and apply it to the 46 billion light year away, quote unquote, observations that we make in space. So it's just a complete and total double standard, right? And we won't even get into how you could obviously falsify relativity. It's stupid and paradoxical, but I think I'm in my point, right? And I'll just say it one more time, right? You would concede, because I think that you are intellectually honest enough. I think you've already alluded to it. You would concede that a supernatural creator, of course, would provide a viable causal mechanism, right? Of course, because it's not limited to the laws of nature. It exists outside of our, conceptions of space and time, and outside of the universe or any beginning of the universe. And so, because it's not limited to the first law of thermodynamics, it could create all the matter and energy, right? So we both agree that is a viable explanation. You're saying we just don't know that it is true.
Well, modulo several questions that you've skipped over. So the definition of supernatural here is doing a lot of heavy lifting, in the sense that something that does not agree with natural law as we understand it at this point in time is not necessarily supernatural. We can refine our understanding of physics. So when you say that I'm appealing to something that is supernatural, that's not true. But when you say that there's a supernatural creator, sure, they can do whatever the hell they want. But the question then becomes, where did they come from? Where did they get their ability to manipulate this? What, if we're talking about the God of the Bible, why, for instance, was he constrained not to accept Cain's sacrifice? Why was he constrained by various? Why was he constrained to accept the institution of slavery in ancient Judea?
Stop.
But
they're cheap tricks, bro.
Yeah, you're asked to make a good faith concession about whether or not that would be a viable explanation. Can you say yes or no?
Yes, it would be a viable explanation, but it would invite a whole host of other questions.
Especially
a whole host of other investigations. Because while it is easy to say, and you objected to this before. You objected to saying I don't know. So why is I don't know a valid response when you are asked questions about the creator, but it isn't a valid response when you're asked questions about the universe?
I think I typically have answers when asked questions, and yes, I defer to my belief, which is the Bible. And you've misrepresented multiple things in the Bible as I call it a cheap trick because I'm not going to take the bait. For example, the slavery conversation in the Bible is a big conversation that I'm not going to have right now because now we're going to have to go through the verses, look at the original language, look at the context, and then I would debunk all of your claims about it. But that isn't what we're doing right now. I was just trying to make a bigger point. I'm trying to be as good faith as possible, which is you would concede that is viable, whether it's the Bible, God, whatever it is. This argument that I present is it only gives you the conclusion of a supernatural creator, okay? And you're saying that, and because the antecedent to creation is a creator, of course, then of course if it's outside of nature, it's supernatural. You're saying supernatural is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because I can give you a more charitable definition that you would prefer. Right? I didn't say it because I don't agree with it entirely, but this is how you would want to say it. Supernatural is attributed to a force outside the laws of nature or our current scientific understanding, right? And you would take that last phrase and do really heavy lifting, right? But Not really the point. The point is that even if you just look at the etymology of supernatural beyond nature, that's what I'm invoking, is that based on all evidence, so my position is undeniably the stronger position because mine is built upon all accessible evidence ever, forever. And you're saying, well, there's maybe a scenario that is outside of that where everything no longer applies. Everything goes out the window. All of a sudden, logic as we know it isn't going to hold up. All of a sudden, the laws of nature aren't going to hold up. All of a sudden, something exists, but it isn't matter and it isn't energy. I couldn't tell you what else it could be, but it could be, so this is just
I think everybody
nothingness is
gets
what
your
it boils down
point.
to.
May I respond?
It boils down to nothingness, PhD
Okay,
time.
may I respond? So the idea that we have access to all relevant information is false, right? So if we were having this, if we had the development of glass lenses, for instance, permitted the microscope and the telescope to be developed. So vastly increasing our understanding of a variety of processes and bringing them within our scientific understanding. So when you say that you are basing your argument on all of the evidence that we've had and all of the observations that we've ever made, you are precluding the possibility that future observations may overturn things or may increase our understanding of things. So there are certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe as it stands now. It is not so to claim you can use our understanding of the universe as it is now because it's perfect, because it's going to give accurate results every time you apply it, is just false. It's not a valid syllogism, and you need to. And this is why I accuse you so often of unscientific extrapolation. What you are doing is not allowing for uncertainty. You are claiming certainty in the laws of physics and when and where they apply through the universe's histories, and you shouldn't have that certainty because that just isn't true.
But you can see the second law always applies locally, and there's no evidence to the contrary, right?
Yeah.
And so if the cosmological scale is simply the local scale compounded, right? We go to
No, it
just
isn't.
like the local scale is the quantum scale compounded.
No.
It literally is. Okay, what
No.
comprises the universe?
So, well, your attempt at, let's look at the structure of your syllogism. That the properties of the whole derive exclusively from the properties of the components. Now, we are built of cells. We are conscious. Is it therefore the case that cells are conscious? No. That
wasn't my argument.
But what you're arguing is from something that is locally true or true of a part of the whole must therefore apply to the whole. This is a logical.
No, that is a fallacy. You're right. That is a fallacy.
That's a logical fallacy, right?
That's not what I did, though.
Yes, you did. That's exactly what you did. You're saying it applies locally, and therefore it must apply to the whole.
Do we have to hear you say this for the 20th time, even though he said he isn't saying that? You've just repeated it over and over again. It's really annoying.
Okay, then what is he saying?
I'll tell you. I'm saying that the matter and energy that's here, right, always adheres to the second law. And what comprises the cosmos is matter and energy. And so we have established that matter and energy follow the second law. I didn't say anything about the universe as a whole. It's what comprises it. Okay, so it would be a fallacy if I said that the universe, if we zoomed out to some orthographic view, it does such and such. I didn't do that. I'm saying that matter and energy is what is here. And this is what the whole initial part of our conversation was about, is you're like, yeah, but what if the beginning of the universe that wasn't a beginning didn't have matter and energy? You said you're assuming that matter and energy was there, right? And it's like, okay, then I asked you what else would be there. Within a naturalistic worldview, we go from like materialism and naturalism, that like nothing exists outside the natural world or natural processes. Everything is material or is derived from material. And then suddenly we go to the natural processes and materialistic forms no longer apply. So we've thrown it all in the trash. And I guess this is the question I genuinely want to know here, right? It's like really simply we can boil this all down, right? Like you agree that what you're relying on is that the second law of thermodynamics is wrong.
No.
Define wrong. What I am saying is that the second law of thermodynamics applies to all of the systems that we've observed. I'm not asserting that it applies to systems that I haven't yet observed.
But you agree the second law claims to apply to the entire natural world. It's a natural law.
Yes,
you just said it doesn't, Witsit.
But it it can claim all at once.
So then you're saying it's wrong.
Until we have observed all of the universe, we don't know that.
I understand your point, but my point is that you're saying that it's wrong or it can be wrong. You mean to rephrase it? That's the most charitable way I can say it.
I'm saying that I don't know that it applies universally.
Okay, if you say you don't know,
all I'm saying is, so allow me to clarify. Yes, the second law of thermodynamics applies to all systems that we have so far observed. Does that mean that it applies to the beginning of the universe? Don't know.
Okay.
Does that mean that it applies everywhere in the universe? Don't know.
I get
Does
that.
that mean that it will apply at the end of the universe? Don't know.
I understand. It's similar to agnosticism in general in terms of, it's the same thing. It's just an agnostic position. I understand it. My point is, and this is always overlooked, is an agnostic position does carry a burden of proof. If you're saying you don't know, yeah, it does, because it is intrinsically making the claim that it's possible it doesn't apply.
Yeah, and you're making, and I don't know. So the answer I don't know is central to science. This is why I accuse you of being unscientific. Because if you were scientific, you would be perfectly comfortable saying I don't know, and I'm not going to
Dude, PhD Johnny, can we be honest here? I'm far more comfortable saying I don't know than you. I say I don't know the true nature of Earth. Okay, I say I don't know the true nature of the universe whatsoever. Right? I say I don't know all the time. It has nothing to do with the lack of conformality with the words I don't know. It's about the objectively wrong sentiment that taking an agnostic position is void of a burden of proof, because it does have the burden of proof to verify or substantiate the claimed possibility. Even if you're not claiming that even if you're not claiming that it is definitively true, what you're claiming is that it's possible that it's true. You need to substantiate that it's possible.
No, I don't need you're just mischaracterizing intellectual discourse. I don't need you can claim that that's what I need to do. I reject your claim. For instance, if you're going to and you need to accept that what seems to make sense to you, that seems like ironclad logic to you, doesn't make sense to everybody else. In fact, as a flat earther, I encourage you to become comfortable with that sentiment. But the I don't know doesn't carry any burden of proof.
Can you still man why I said it does?
I don't know is not a statement about the external world.
Can you still man why I said
I don't know is a statement about me.
Can you still man why I said, and you didn't just say I don't know, you literally said that it's possible that it exists, and you went into why you thought that. But this is what I'm asking you, right? Can you still man why I just said what my argument just was, why the agnostic position does in fact hold a burden of proof contrary to popular belief? Like, can you still man why I said it does?
You're claiming that one must observationally demonstrate that the thing you are withholding belief from is possible that the thing you're withholding belief from must not exist. But this is the default position. This is the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis is that whatever we observe is explained without invoking new entities. That is the null hypothesis. That is the default position. And your assertion to the contrary, that I must demonstrate observably, I must physically demonstrate that it is possible that that this happened. And indeed, I have physically I have observably demonstrated to you that the law of conservation of energy does not apply to the universe as it is presently understood. Does not apply on a cosmic scale, and yet you went back to it multiple times as though it's true. Your claim here that I must demonstrate that something is physically possible. I must demonstrate that the laws of physics are wrong or have changed in order to justify not knowing that they're not being certain that they're constant. This is absurd. I don't know that there isn't a Tyrannosaurus Rex outside my apartment waiting for me to waiting there to eat me. But I don't need to demonstrate that it is physical plausibility for that. Like you've just I don't agree with your central premise.
Okay, dude. I asked you to still man it, but you straw manned it. I did not say that, and I will say though, it is deliciously ironic to hear like the typical like naturalist globe side proponents talk about how the laws of physics may not be true, which is kind of like the whole like battle cry that you guys typically use to mock us, ironically. But it's all good. But the point is, I asked you to still man me, and I'm not saying this was in bad faith or anything, but you didn't. You straw manned me. I did not say that you have to provide observable, demonstrable evidence. I think you may be imposing the parameters of typical flat Earth discussion with people you talk to onto me, right? But that's not what this is about, because I'm invoking a causal mechanism that isn't observable, right? So that would be ridiculous for me to then say you have to adhere to that standard. That it wasn't the stillman of why.
Could I try steelmanning it just so we can move forward?
What do you want?
So if the claim, if there's two types of agnosticism, right? There's the passive and active. So if the claim is they believe the evidence is insufficient, that's a claim about the state of evidence. So where's your proof? And then if the claim is the question to it is unknowable, right? That's a universal claim. So how do you know that? You have to justify it. If you don't make either claim, then you're not agnostic. You're just undecided. But as soon as you assert anything about evidence or knowability, you have the burden of proof.
Okay, so pretty good, right? Pretty good argument, but let me still man what I'm actually saying. Let me still man what I'm actually saying real fast on. Okay, so what I'm saying is it's similar to the person, like when we're talking about creationism and someone says they're agnostic, they'll typically say a couple of the things Gally said. They'll be like, well, that's an unknowable thing, or I'm not currently convinced based on the evidence, or whatever. But they will quickly defend that it's possible. And the way that they'll do this is they'll just start basically appealing to like nothing. Like they won't actually say anything, right? They'll just say, well, it could be possible. They'll actually just, with dogmatism, just say that over and over and over and over, which is the conclusion that needs to be substantiated. So like very simply put, taking an agnostic position intrinsically makes the claim that the contrary is possible. So you're saying, well, it doesn't have to necessarily require a supernatural creator. It's possible that's not the case. It's possible that the laws of logic and matter and energy is not there and da-da-da-da. Okay. So when you say that you don't know, you're implicitly stating that it's possible that something else could be true. So what you now need to do is substantiate the possibility of the physical universe without a supernatural creator. That's what you have to do.
How would I go about substantiating it?
Well, that smuggles in.
No,
That's not neutrality either. Then, because you said Like, if you say it's possible God exists, it's still a modal claim. You're saying there are no contradictions in the concept of God such that his existence could be real. That still requires justification. If you say, I don't know, it's not a blank space, it's a judgment. You're making a judgment about the state of evidence. So it's like, I've evaluated what's available, or the result doesn't meet my standard for knowledge. Both of these are claims. They require justification.
Yeah, you gotta justify your claim of agnosticism is the point.
What is the debate that I think we've lost the meaning of the debate.
No, thanks, Brenda.
No, I just don't think you were even here, right? But when it started, right?
What is it? What is it, though? What's the topic?
Okay.
Listen, and then you'll probably know what the topic is.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
just
just
talking
sit
about.
down for a bit
We were
and
just
try
talking about.
to keep up. Just maybe sit down for a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
What,
we were just talking about, like, if you apply the first and second law, right, and trying to answer the question of, like, where did all the matter and energy in the universe get here? So, like, how did the universe get here? You actually take a naturalist approach, and you thus adhere to the natural laws. The first and second law of thermodynamics, when properly applied, end up requiring you invoking a beginning to the universe. So now we have to answer, well, okay, if there's a beginning, then how did the matter and energy get here if it wasn't always here? And so, I mean, we only have one other option. Either it was always here or it was put here, right? And we run into
That's
an
not
issue
true.
there. Okay, what's
That's
the
not
other
true.
possibility? Okay, so either it was always here or it wasn't always here. What's the other option?
It simply came into being.
Why wasn't it always here? What's the reason it wasn't always here?
Because the
Don't take
second
the bait
law.
with all these people.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
a place to
and
I
I'm
gave the answer.
monopolize the mic, right? I mean, I will just answer. I won't answer that for everyone to think about on their own, right? Because I'm going to fall back here. I got some stuff I want to do, right? But the second law, the reason it couldn't have always been here is because the second law is entropy increases and the amount of usable energy decreases. And if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then it has to have a starting point to decrease from. And then I'll just use the same analogy Stephen Hawking used, akin to human progression. It indicates that there must have been a beginning.
But
So-
you said
again,
the entropy doesn't
Witsit
apply
is-
to the universe.
Witsit is misapplying Hawking's argument. Hawking's argument was that there has been finite time since the early stages of the universe. Hawking did not say that there is a starting point to the universe. As we went into example with a sphere is finite, but it is unbounded. It has no boundary. You can't step off the surface of a sphere. You can't step onto the surface of a sphere. So the second law of thermodynamics only argues that time is finite. It doesn't argue that time has a beginning. And this was the entire point of Hawking's boundaryless universe hypothesis, the entire point but behind a brief history of time, and Witsit persists in misrepresenting it as though Hawking said time has a beginning. He may have misspoken. It's very difficult to, as I have misspoken, I think a few times during this discussion. But the fact that time is finite,
You cut out.
does not imply at all. Sorry, it doesn't. The fact that the time since the beginning of the universe is finite does not at all imply that there is some point, some initial point, some start.
Okay, you said that like a few times, bro.
Yes, and you keep on misrepresenting what Hawking said. If you stop doing that, I'll stop feeling compelled to explain to you how you are misinterpreting Hawking.
Okay, could I cut in just real quick? Hawking didn't misspeak. He said the role played by time at the beginning of the universe is, I believe, the final key to removing the need for a grand designer and revealing how the universe created itself. Time itself must come to a stop. You can't get to a time before the Big Bang because there was no time before the Big Bang. We have finally found something that does not have a cause because there was no time for a cause to exist in. For me, this means there is no possibility of a creator because there is no time for a creator. So how are you saying that he's misspeaking when he speaks about time like in 5-6 sentences in a row? And then he says, since time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang, it was an event that could not have been caused or created by anyone or anything. So how are you saying that he's misspeaking?
So, can you repeat that? Were you quoting there, or was that you saying?
He's quoting.
That's an exact quote.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you're definitely at odds.
right.
Just clarify, you're at odds with him, right?
No, I'm not. So, and it is ironic.
I'm trying to save you.
It's ironic. No, let me. I'm responding to what was just said to me. Okay, he just said time has no cause, time has no beginning, right?
No,
he did not say that. He said time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang.
He literally says
like
time
every
has a
other
beginning.
physicist says.
Yes.
He says it was an event that could not have been caused or created by anyone or anything. Time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang. Time began at the moment of the Big Bang.
Right. Okay. Hawking and Hartle said that the universe. Let's Google it, because apparently you guys don't believe me. Hawking
put it in
and
the
Hartle
text
said
chat, Tony.
It's not about belief. You said maybe Hawking misspoke. Maybe you don't know what Hawking said, PhD Tony. Can you concede? Can you please concede that you don't know what Hawking said? Can you please concede that you don't know what Hawking said?
And
Tony, chill, dude. I've put it in the text chat. You're right. Early on in his career, he talked about beginning. Later on, he's talking about exactly what you're talking about. What was it? Spherical something or other. Like Earth has no edge.
The Hartle-Hawking state proposal. The Hartle-Hawking state proposal.
That's it. With James Hartle in 1983. I've put it in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. So the entire you are misrepresenting Hawking's life work by suggesting, he suggested that it's a boundaryless universe in its initial state. Anyway, if we're just dogpiling with the misquotes and the misrepresentations.
No, you repeatedly said Hawking never said time as a beginning, and Hawking did say that. So can you admit that you didn't know that he said that?
No, sir.
Yeah, but okay.
Well,
Let's get past this.
No,
To be fair, Tony is right in the sense that he apparently changed his position later in his career. We don't need you to respond and say it again. It's very tiresome. It doesn't really matter, because I invoked the later work, which was 88, and I quoted it verbatim, which is that the second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. I only invoked the analogy.
It's tiresome for me to repeat myself, but feel free to read the quote for the 20th fucking time.
No, I'm just making a point. I only invoked the analogy, okay? I did not say, hey, let's debate about the quote again. Someone asked what the conversation was about. I gave a quick recap, and then I just used the analogy of human progression, which absolutely is not misrepresenting what he said. That is the reason he invoked human progression as the analogy. So we can take that out, because my point is simple. The second law, saying that entropy increases, the amount of usable energy decreases. For it to decrease, it must decrease from a beginning point, just like human progression. If humans are progressing, we must have started somewhere to progress from.
Yeah, and
was there time before the Big Bang?
That's an idiotic statement too, because even the concept of the start of humanity is not a very well defined or scientifically meaningful concept. But the position remains that Hawking in the work that you are quoting lays out the boundaryless universe hypothesis and says that time does not have a starting point. You are putting a lot of weight on his use of the term beginning, when what he meant to say was that the second law of thermodynamics requires that the universe has only been in existence for a finite amount of time. But finite and bounded are different things.
Finite amount of time necessitates a beginning, but an
No,
ending.
it doesn't, sir.
That's What's the opposite of finite?
The opposite of finite is infinite, but something can be finite but not bounded.
No. But if something is,
the surface of the sphere,
yes, I
the
know.
surface of the sphere is finite but not
saying the
bounded.
sphere thing, man. Okay, so if there is a
Well,
finite,
apparently you don't understand it, so I don't know what to do.
Stop, man. Yeah, the fact that you reify time and then use a physical object of a sphere for a super poor, desperate grasping at straws analogy doesn't mean anything to me. I want you to answer this question: what does the phrase "finite amount of time" mean?
It means that, so we measure time in units. It means that there are a finite number of units from now back to back to the beginning of the universe.
Oh, the beginning. Okay,
yes.
Cool. So, he didn't misspeak, and you're actually kind of conflating a bit of an equivocation, right? You're cutting out a lot, bro. But like you're kind of equivocating because you keep saying like time. Like in the context of this quote, he's saying universe, right? But it doesn't really matter, bro. It's just the point is simple. Does everyone
The
acknowledge?
universe is space-time, right?
Does everyone acknowledge? No, space-time's stupid. But does everyone acknowledge that if the amount of usable energy in the universe, let's just say, okay, hypothetical preface there for you, if the amount of usable energy in the universe is decreasing, that would mean that it's decreasing from a starting point.
No.
Okay, so it could just, if we rewound the clock, it could just go on infinitely forever.
Sorry, you need to define initial point better.
Well, like, just, if there is no starting point, then the word decrease has no meaning. If there is no starting amount.
Relativists would say that the word energy has no meaning. So, I mean, or is at least very difficult to, or is at least very difficult to define in relativistic terms. But or very, very difficult to meaningfully define in relativistic terms. But you can, again, I'm not sure how to respond to unscientifically formulated questions. You are suggesting you are basically trying to say, does everybody agree there's a beginning point? You're just trying to word it differently.
No. I'm actually asking a very specific question. If the total amount, so if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then there must have been an initial amount to decrease from, or the word decrease would have no meaning.
Okay, but again, you're making the mistake of applying this to the universe as a whole. Again, because the universe is expanding and
you cut out.
We know that we know that the amount of energy in the universe is increasing. So to claim that usable energy must be decreasing on a universal scale, I don't know that that's true.
Okay, so that's a different. So then you should have just been intellectually honest and said, yes, if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then that would mean that it had a starting point to decrease from. And then your argument is, but I think it's possible that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the universe.
Yeah.
You agreed to that, Witsit.
So
you said,
there you go.
You said it doesn't apply.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
said the
you did.
first
I heard
law.
you.
I said, no, I didn't. When did I say that? My whole entire argument has been pointing out the absurdity of the position claiming the second law doesn't apply. And this is actually Hawking's whole point and Eddington's. That's Hawking's whole point and Eddington's whole point, right? Where he says
It
the argument
applies
about
within
whether
the
or not the
universe.
universe. The argument about
It's
whether
a
or not the
composition
universe.
division fallacy.
The argument about whether or not no, it's not. The argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with the observations because they're probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time, like the argument about human progress. It indicates that there must have been a beginning. And he actually paraphrased Eddington, because what he literally said is, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse into the deepest humiliation. What I'm saying is, I agree. I actually agree with them, right?
Conservation laws don't apply to the universe as a whole.
Nobody said
only
conservation.
within
I said
it.
entropy. We're
That's
not talking about the
what-
law of
but-
conservation of energy. We're talking about the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes,
Yeah,
and the
it
second
doesn't
law,
apply.
the second law of thermodynamics applies to energy.
Yes,
So
I also gave papers that also said, not just Stephen Hawking's quote, bro.
okay, what do your papers say, Taylor?
I already tagged you in them. I'll do it again.
But can you read off the part that
Yeah,
specifically
if the
addresses the
universe
point?
increases in entropy and disorder with each bounce, in like this is invoking a Big Bang loop, which is what the gentleman referenced earlier, which is what we were talking about. If the universe increases in entropy and disorder with each bounce, the amount of usable energy available decreases each time.
Yep.
Does the second law apply to the universe as a whole, Taylor?
Which is the most popular, which, just so you guys know,
the
that's the
universe-
most
Yeah.
that's the most popular claim within like your realm of like the academic circles. The most popular claim to get out of this issue is this idea of an infinite loop.
That is a claim. That is one potential. I can't tell if am I
can hear you.
speaking?
You're good.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Sorry, it sounded like Witsit got clipped. So I don't know if that was my internet or whatever.
He was
but-
clipped for me.
Okay, but this is one possible hypothesis, and as Taylor is correctly pointing out, there are many people who have very strong theoretical opposition to the Big Bounce hypothesis, or the Big Crunch hypothesis, the Big Bang Big Crunch hypothesis. Very many serious cosmologists dismiss it, and Taylor's argument is a cogent one. However, it relies on continuity of time through various cycles of the event. Whereas there is a possibility, again, if you imagine time as spheroidal, that you'll end up back at your initial point. That it's not a matter of time going on infinitely, and there's big bounces and crunches. That you walk along the sphere and then you get back to your initial point. So in that hypothesis, we've had this conversation millions of times before. We'll have it millions of times again.
Yeah.
But there are bazillions of cosmological models, and none of the professional cosmologists look at the data, look at the theory, and come to Witsit's conclusions or Taylor's conclusions.
It's not true. The vast majority said there is a
including them.
beginning. The vast majority say there is a beginning.
No,
But you're just
The vast
appealing
majority-
to the
the vast
god of the
majority
gaps.
say
Yes,
Witsit.
they do.
I'm not appealing
Nobody
to the god
said
of the
God.
gap. What I said
Yeah, you
was
are.
that if the first law of thermodynamics says matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but the second law says the amount of usable energy is decreasing, that requires a beginning. So we can't claim it was always here, which means that there was a beginning. So now we have to invoke a creation. The antecedent to creation of energy and matter is a creator. If it doesn't, it's not confined to the current laws of nature, then that means it's supernatural by definition. So we now have a supernatural creator.
That's affirming the consequent.
That is a pathetically.
It's not
infantile-
affirming the consequent.
Yes, it
That
yes,
is a
it is.
pathetic. That is a pathetically infantile Gish Gallop.
And I can prove it.
Most of those were just
you don't
nonsense
know.
responses,
So
though.
for starters, we don't know that matter and energy were created. We don't know that matter and energy were introduced. We don't know where matter and energy came from. We don't.
Wait, you're saying we don't know if they were introduced?
We don't. So sorry. I'm sorry that I was still speaking when you chose to interrupt. There is a bunch of stuff about the early universe that we don't know. We do not know that matter and energy was created. That's just an assertion on your part.
You're saying that we don't know if matter and energy was introduced, but simultaneously for an hour have argued that there was a moment that there was no matter or energy. So how do we get
No, I've
from
never argued that.
how do we
You
get
gave a
from how do we
you gave
get
a
from
false
how,
dichotomy. What's it?
how,
You
how,
gave a
how do
false
we how
dichotomy.
I'm gonna try to finish speaking. Thank you. How do we get from there is no matter and energy to there is matter and energy without it being introduced?
I can explain that.
At all points in time. So what you're saying is that there is a point in time at which there was no matter and energy. And I dispute that there existed a point in time at which that was true. Because by definition, in order for time to exist, the universe must exist. Space-time must exist. So there is no point in time at which there was no matter and energy.
Okay, so
And
to
it'd be
quote
called
you,
second law.
in order for the universe to exist, space and time must exist, matter and energy must exist. Therefore, when you were earlier claiming a situation or scenario that did not have matter, did not have energy, did not have space, did not have time, you were invoking a time prior to the existence of the universe.
No. The very concept of a time prior to the universe is incoherent.
And
Dude,
that's what the Stephen
Then lay out
Hawking
your
quote
model,
says.
bro. Lay it
it's all
out.
recorded, dude. I need clippers. I just need clippers
That's
to
what.
take this stuff and show what he argued for an hour, and then watch how he just denied the
No,
necessary implications of what he argued.
you've just
Well, you're not gonna gaslight
misunderstood.
me, bro. So good. We try it on someone else.
Your
Tell us your conception of how it began.
So your confidence that you correctly understood what I said is absurd given
Do you
your
want to bet
inability
$1,000 on it?
that I said that there was a time before the universe.
No, no. Good try there. That you specifically tried to defend a scenario where there was no matter and there was no energy. Good. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay, and you
Yes,
just
I
said
did.
that, and that you just said that a universe cannot. First of all, the idea that space and time exist without matter is incoherent. And
Yes.
then you said that if space, time, matter, and energy don't exist, then the universe doesn't exist.
Well, as we understand it, yeah, that's true.
Okay, so then the nesting
But
implication of all of that put together.
But the possibility remains that the universe existed just in a form that was different from the way we perceive it now.
So now you're
So
contradicting yourself because just a second ago.
It depends what you mean by universe, right?
Well, you just said that if there was no matter and energy, there could be no universe, and
Yes,
now
but
you
I'm
were
talking about the
saying there's
universe
a.
that I'm talking about the universe that we can perceive now.
Wow.
There is and how that universe came to be, the process by which it emerged, by which time came to exist, is fully described by Hawking, right? Hawking, in his boundaryless universe hypothesis, talks about the differentiation of time from the other axes, and the process by which it becomes time as we currently understand it. But before that, if before. So the process by which that occurred is a mathematically complex one by which it peels off from the space dimensions.
This is an example, a perfect example of like underneath the disguise of ostensible certainty is just paradoxical doublespeak, right? Because once we really got down to it after all this time, you say that, dude, this is so incoherent. You can't have space and time without matter, and without space, time, matter, and energy, you don't have a universe. You can't have a universe without that. And I said, oh, okay, so earlier when you were invoking a scenario without space, time, matter, and energy, then you were invoking a time prior to the universe because you just said the universe can't exist without those things. And then you said no, right? It's just double speak. It's fundamentally double
Yeah,
speak.
there was nothing before the universe.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the concept of nothing itself is
Hilarious.
incoherent because nothing is a
Correct.
thing.
I don't
so
mean that
the-
nothing. I mean the other nothing.
The other one. All
Right.
right.
But the discussing so time, as we understand it, we're talking about what we consider to be the real axis, of time, and that progresses. But if there's an imaginary axis of time, then in that case, the concept of time becomes I forget the term. It's got multiple meanings. So, stuff can happen on the imaginary axis of time without happening on the real axis of time.
I was gonna say it's polysemous. That's the word you're looking for.
Oh, polysemous, yes. That's the so time becomes and this makes your arguments extremely fraught with casual wordplay, right? The very concept of time, given that we talk about time having a real value that increases, but the possibility that time is an imaginary or indeed a quaternary or an octonian, quaternion or octonian entity, raises possibilities for things to unfurl, for events to occur, and without progression along the real time axis that we are familiar with.
Okay, and I don't think most people probably ever heard of this, right? And I'm only like kind of vaguely familiar with it, but like imaginary time, okay, is the idea that Stephen Hawking used to just like as his get out of jail card, basically. I mean, it's not intelligible, it has no evidence whatsoever. Like, admittedly, we've never observed such a thing at all whatsoever. It's an attempted abstract, right? But it's not even coherent. It's the
No, they
idea.
mean
It's the idea that at the beginning, near the beginning of the universe, time behaved more like a spatial dimension. That's
they
what I
mean
remember.
imaginary. What's
And
it? They mean imaginary as in algebra. That imaginary.
I know what it means. Hence me
The
just
fact
now
that
describing it with specificity. Try to keep up. So
the fact that integral transforms provide meaningful results when applied to physical systems. In an integral transform, you take the equations governing the system, you convert them into the complex plane. You do where things become simpler. You do a bunch of manipulations there, and then you convert them back. The fact that gives accurate, physically robust solutions suggests, and in that you've transferred into frequency space, which has an imaginary component. If frequency has an imaginary component, time has an imaginary component. It's not. It is outside of our everyday experience, certainly. But to say that it is untrue just because it's outside our everyday experience is again a faulty.
So this isn't magic, right? This isn't magic, guys, okay? It's that taking real time, t, changing it to it, imaginary time, so that the math works out a little better, and then literally claiming an imaginary unit, reifying that mathematical trick that simplifies equations, and then jumping over and conflating that somehow to physical reality that doesn't exist now but once did. That's not magic. Imaginary units of time isn't magic. And sure, that's not observable in our physical reality, and we don't have any evidence for it and can't even really make sense of it and have literally no leg to stand on whatsoever that it exists. But we can claim it does, and then we can reify time twice, once it being abstract conceptual quantification of passing and motion in and of itself. And then we can take that quote unquote real time, which is a reification fallacy, transfer it over to an imaginary time, which is a double reification fallacy, where it's just a mathematical
There he
imaginary
goes.
unit. And I just want to point out it's absurdity. It's like such a double standard in this
There he
conversation that
goes.
that
He's
is
what he
going.
said is absurd.
He's going. He's going.
So
Dude, it's an absurdity. Can I finish my point? Am I finish my point? It is blatantly a double standard, and it shows how bad faith and disingenuous the other side of this conversation is. Where you will portray yourself with this ostensible confidence, right? That the
There he goes.
imaginary Brenda, I'm gonna kick you. We don't need your little cheerleading derogatory comments from the sideline.
Shut up with it and don't moderate your own conversations. It's unprofessional.
Brenda doesn't get to just scream "uh-oh" through the middle of someone. It's literally just like a little child.
Keep going. Keep going.
Then mute them while you're talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I got muted for that shit.
Okay, it's like very simple, right? It's blatantly a double standard, right? Where, you like when I'm saying, oh, look, okay, well, if we are having to invoke something attributed to a force that's not limited to the laws of nature, then that's supernatural by definition. And if the matter and energy was created, then the antecedent of created is a creator. So now we have a supernatural creator. That satisfies the issues that we have to explain the existence of the matter and energy in the universe, right? That's magic. But if we say, maybe near the beginning of time, there was a moment that time wasn't like time. It was like an imaginary version of itself where it doesn't match reality at all as we know it. And we have no evidence at all that could exist. And I can't fully explain to you exactly what that means because it's just a mathematical concept used for equations to become simpler. If I pretend that actually was a real thing that existed once but no longer does, and I have no observational evidence whatsoever, then that is permissible, even called science, and isn't magic.
Are you done?
Yes.
That was just the longest personal incredulity.
What are you talking about? He just repeated back what you told him.
So let's do. This is a hypothesis. This is nobody is claiming that this is real. All they are saying is that it is plausible, possible. And this gives the lie to Witsit's claim earlier. Witsit's claim was that somebody who says I don't know has to substantiate the alternative possibility, and we saw it here. In order for it to be substantiated, it must be observed. That was his standard. We've got no observational evidence for it, therefore we're rejecting it. And so
He never said that.
I didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He just said.
No, he did not.
We can't. Shut up, Taylor, while I'm talking. He just said we can't observe imaginary time. We can't observe. We don't observe this. We have no observations validating this. Therefore, it's magic. That's literally what he just fucking said. So don't tell me that he didn't say that, because that is what he just said.
That's not all I said.
And he said, yes, it is, Witsit. Again, we can clip it. We can go back to recording it. You just said there's no evidence for it. There's no observations for it. Therefore, you're rejecting it.
No, that's not true.
And this is
hey, bro, if I'm saying it's a straw man, why wouldn't you let me
shut
clarify?
Up while I'm talking.
Tony,
and
why not let me clarify this?
It's an accurate assessment. It's an accurate. It's an accurate summary of what you just said.
Can you just take a breath and just assume that I'm operating in good faith right now? So
you said there's no evidence. You said there's no evidence. You said it multiple times. You said there's no evidence. It's not observable. And therefore we're rejecting it. That's exactly what you fucking said, and everybody in the chat can hear it. And I don't know what conversation Taylor was listening to.
You're missing an important part. So if you would just pause for a second.
We don't have any observations, therefore we reject it. And this is the lie behind his rejection of agnosticism.
Pause for a second.
I don't see why you got to carry on for fucking 5 minutes.
No, I'm going to give the mic back to you. My whole intention was to clarify that isn't all that I said. So then you could actually maybe properly rebut my argument. So I'm actually trying to help you and save time here. I did not say it isn't observable, therefore it's magic. That is a straw man. What I said was that it was baseless It is, yeah, and all I did was actually just re-say what you said, which is like, sure, it has no relation to our physical reality, and we can't understand it or observe it in our physical reality. And then I made the point that it was simply math, that you were then conflating to physical reality to even claim it was
No.
possible. So my actual argument was that it was mathematical, which is abstract, and it's a reification fallacy, and it's an imaginary unit that you can't even properly define. And then you basically assert it. And in addition to that, there is
Okay,
no
this was
empirical
supposed
evidence.
to be a clarification so that I could continue speaking. Can I speak
That's what it
now?
was. Yeah. Now, yeah,
Okay.
properly address what I
Okay.
said.
So again, well, let's ask a question. What does reification mean?
It's attributing physical properties to concepts. It's a misapplying
Yeah. Okay.
concreteness to an
So
abstract.
if I propose a hypothesis, am I reifying anything?
Yeah, if your hypothesis is claiming that it's real within it, which is what you were
No.
doing.
A hypothesis doesn't make any claim that it's real. A hypothesis suggests that something is possible. That's
What I'm
what a
saying is if the
hypothesis
premise baked in is assumed to be real to then propose the conclusion.
that's assumed in all hypotheses.
No. I'm saying
all hypotheses are based on an assumption.
No. The actual constituent parts are not assumptions. The assumption comes in when it comes to the assumption comes in with the cause and effect component, the actual relational component. Dude,
No,
okay, so
that's
it's like saying
nonsense.
it's like saying unicorns cause it to snow. Okay, if I'm just assuming that unicorns are real to then put forward the hypothesis that they cause it to snow, the hypothesis is that the unicorn is the cause of the snow, but I have just assumed that unicorns are real to even put forward the hypothesis. So a reification fallacy is also called a concreteness fallacy. It's misplaced concreteness to something that is abstract, and that's exactly what you did.
Sir, no, it isn't what I did, sir. Nobody is saying that this is necessarily true.
I didn't say you said that, bro.
What people are saying, and again, so what you're asserting, sir, is that you are in a better position to whether or not this is a valid hypothesis or not. Did Hawking and Hartle publish scientific papers on this topic?
Within Hawking, yes, within Hawking's work, he invokes imaginary time.
Yes. In Hawking's work, he invokes imaginary time. So a professional scientist put forward a hypothesis. Other professional scientists see what he is doing, and they accept that it is a hypothesis. They accept that it is not yet substantiated. They accept that it is not yet observed. It remains hypothetical. Nobody is claiming that it is real. Nobody is claiming that there is observational validation for it. It is a hypothetical. There is no reification in hypothesizing.
Okay, brother, to even hypothesize, thus claim it is theoretically possible, means that it has to be logically viable, and to claim that a mathematical construct that can't even be properly defined is real or physical is a reification fallacy.
Yes, and nobody is claiming that it is real. All anybody is claiming is that it is possible.
Okay, it is possible that it's real.
Yes.
Okay, that's not true though, because if it was real, it can't be real because it's a reification fallacy.
It makes quantum computing
circular.
How is it circular? Okay,
yes, that is absolutely circular.
Hey man, listen. Is imaginary time strictly a mathematical concept?
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, it makes quantum calculations more accurate.
At present, it is. At present, it is an entirely mathematical concept. with no observational validity, though there is, very strong theoretical foundations for it. A lot of practical problems in quantum theory and in relativity rely on treating things in the complex realm.
Yeah,
And
but
you
this is
get
kind of my
correct
point.
answers when you do that. So hang on, mate. I'm not finished. So we have a theory. We do theory involving complex time. We compare it to real world observations. We got the right answer. We correctly predicted the behavior of the system using imaginary time. So
Do you know how?
observations, so imaginary time is not contradicted by the observations. So it remains a plausible hypothesis. Until
So
it
just
is
for the
contradicted by the observations, it remains a possible explanation.
And just for the room to know why that ever did occur, and by the way, it doesn't always occur. Typically, it doesn't. Just not like it just consistently gives us the right answer, but it does help them a lot with all their mathematical issues. But the reason that it helps is because it's treated as a spatial dimension. What do you know? Once again, once they start to acknowledge the substantive quality of a background medium, they're able to actually match observation. But my point was not even strictly that it not only has never been observed. It was also that it can't even be properly defined or proposed coherently. And further, it is a mathematical concept, right? Imaginary numbers, imaginary units. It's like me saying that the imaginary numbers are what fuels my car. And well, right now we don't know that to be true, but it's possible. No, it's never possible that the imaginary numbers fuel my car because they're just mathematical concepts. They are intrinsically abstract. They cannot have concreteness.
So that's just an assertion on that is a series of assertions on your side, on your part. So you're claiming that there can never be any observational evidence. You don't know that. You claim that your stupid analogy about cars. We know what fuels cars, and we can tell that it is in imaginary numbers. So the observations contradict that. As soon as we have observational data that contradicts imaginary time, fine. You've made your point. But until that happens, this remains a valid hypothesis. It has not been falsified.
Dude,
The claim that it has, and again, the central point here. Back to your central point. You claim that it is poorly defined. A bunch of professional mathematicians and physicists disagree with you. You claim that it is incoherent. A bunch of professional scientists and mathematicians disagree with you. So you're just asserting that you know better than the scientific community. And again, the amount of delusional confidence you must have in order to make that argument is off the charts.
See, that's actually not true. Okay. And so I just want to make sure that the room starts to notice this pattern, right? Because he's a PhD, has a PhD. He says these things as if we must, as if it should just be believed, right? And one may be convinced because he has a PhD where he speaks on behalf of the quote unquote scientific community. Actually, the popularly held position is that it's just a placeholder. It is not a popularly held position that it is, in fact, a real thing. The popularly held position is it is a placeholder. So it's actually much more popular within the quote unquote the scientism circles, that it isn't actually the answer. It is just a mathematical placeholder. It is used quite a bit. It helps them fix some of their issues. But this is my issue. This is my issue. See if you can just
I know. I want to respond to your straw man before you move on to another. I never said it was popular. I never said it was accurate. All I said was it has not yet been falsified.
No, you said tons of mathematicians.
And the scientific community agree with me that it hasn't been falsified.
No, what you said was that in terms of it being properly defined and coherent as a hypothesis, tons of mathematicians and tons of physicists disagree with me. That isn't true. Like if
provide one. Okay, provide me a scientific paper that argues that Hawking's work is mathematically incoherent and poorly defined.
Oh, you shifted the goalpost there because
No.
no one's disputing the mathematical viability. You're not addressing the actual argument. And so let's see if we can do it this way. You asked me, and I'm going to ask you, what is a reification fallacy?
A reification fallacy is when you assume a theoretical construct is real. A construct for which you have no observational evidence is actually real. You assert that it is real without observational validation. That is a reification fallacy. And it most commonly occurs because you've got a model that works, therefore you assume that the model is reality. And that's not scientific.
Okay. Now, all that extra stuff isn't actually what a reification fallacy is, right? It's just when concreteness is improperly applied to an abstract. Now, the issue is that, well, let me just ask you, is math abstract?
Yes.
Okay. So when people treat the mathematical concepts that are abstract as if they can have physical, actual properties or as if they're real, by definition, that would be applying concreteness to an abstract.
Show me somebody who does that.
Anyone that's claiming that in actual physical reality, at the beginning of the universe, something called imaginary time existed and did things in physical reality.
All they're suggesting is that it might have existed. They're not asserting that it did.
Okay, but for it to might have existed would mean that it could have concreteness, which would mean it's a reification fallacy.
No, so that is again a circular argument. You're asserting that it can't have concreteness, and you don't know that.
But wait, you acknowledge that math was abstract.
Yes, I acknowledge that math is abstract, certainly.
Are imaginary numbers math?
And every scientist understands that all models are wrong. Some models are useful, right?
Are imaginary numbers imaginary?
Nobody is claiming on the basis that just because a model works that it must therefore describe reality.
Are imaginary numbers? Are imaginary numbers math?
Yes.
Okay. Are imaginary units math?
Yes.
Okay. And is math abstract?
Yes.
Okay. So if we apply concreteness to imaginary units, that would be a reification fallacy, right?
No.
Oh my God. Okay.
This is that Patrick meme with the wallet. Have you guys seen that?
So
say that probability.
While I appreciate your attempt to.
Military's birthday thing last night. And flip off, I don't know.
Rocky, I'm gonna move you to hot mic, bro.
Is Rocky a hot mic?
I moved him.
Okay, so the whether or not something, do you agree that mathematical tools can be used to accurately model physical systems?
Rakia, you jumped back in here and started hot micing again?
No, I turned it off. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm like, dude, that's good. To model reality, sure, or to just to describe reality, yeah, math can be used to describe reality.
Accurately describe physical systems.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we agree on that, do you agree that it is possible that time has a component orthogonal to that we can see?
No.
Why not?
Because, description of reality is not synonymous with a primary constituent component of reality. Those are fundamentally different.
So you're claiming to know that doesn't exist. On what basis are you claiming to know that there is no component of time orthogonal to that which we can perceive?
Well, I just explained it because
Well,
math
no,
is
you need observational evidence, sir. The conceptual arguments aren't going to help you with this. You need observational evidence precluding the possibility, and you don't have any.
This is a shifting the burden of proof. I'm challenging or denying the claim. I don't have the burden, and
Yeah,
this is, and
you're,
I'm articulating with specificity why I'm challenging and denying it, which is math is fundamentally abstract. It cannot have concreteness.
yeah, but we're not talking about mathematics. We're talking about the nature of time. Time
Well,
is.
you said it was imaginary.
I'm not talking about imaginary. I'm talking about a component of time orthogonal to that which we can perceive.
That's just super vague, right? And
well, but it's you're asserting that it doesn't exist. I want to know on what basis you're making that assertion.
well, because time is an abstraction, and when you're saying orthogonal to
No,
what
it
we can
isn't, sir.
perceive,
Time is not an abstraction.
well, it is when it comes to the actual conceptual quantification of passing. So I would say progression is in and of itself a thing, but you are trying kind of sleight of hand to say it's synonymous with the quantification itself, which is why I'm pushing back, right? Because no, the quantification can be used to describe, say, passing, right? But this is, and you understand this, I'm pretty sure, right? You said, can math be
No,
used to model and describe reality?
We need to talk. What is the physical definition of time?
I'm not going to
And
agree with any.
don't use this vagary passing bullshit as though it's meaningful. You talked about sort of poorly defined terms and incoherent stuff. Define time. What is the physical definition of time?
I wouldn't attribute physicality to that which is metaphysical. That would be
The
ignorant.
definition of time in the field of study known as physics.
It's a mathematical construct of dimension of.
No, it isn't, sir.
What do you mean? No, it isn't.
Time in physics.
So you're asking me
really
because it started by asking me what my definition of time is for me to define it, and now you're telling me I need.
I want you to use the definition of time that science uses.
Which type of time? Newtonian time, relativistic time.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. They're fundamentally different. In Newtonian physics, time is absolute, and in Einstein, it's relative.
Okay. None of that matters for the definition of time.
well, why not? What?
Because time is defined operationally.
Dude, you're asking me, just to clarify, you're asking me to give you the mainstream pseudoscience definition of time?
And mainstream is not pseudoscience, by definition.
That's not by definition.
Yes, by definition.
Only if you use an appeal to majority fallacy.
No, only if I'm only so you're
Dude, okay, what are you looking for here?
Scientific results are based on based on logical conclusions from observational evidence. I understand that you reject that as a basis on which to investigate subjects like the shape of the Earth, but if we're going to have a meaningful conversation about what time is, we need to be using words in the same sense.
I agree with that.
If you're using some weird or bizarre definition of time, which is different from what science uses, mainstream science, then we can't have a constructive conversation.
Okay, so listen, man. I was in good faith actually using time as you use it. And then that's why I then clarified, although I don't agree with that, right? So if you were listening to me, you would have paid attention to actually, I just began the interaction in good faith, yielding your use of the word time, right? But like, I don't know what you would be looking for other than like an interval of change, right? Like
time is what a clock reads.
That's not
time is what? Yes, that is the definition of time.
Cite
in
it.
physics.
Cite it.
Okay, go to the Wikipedia page. Time in physics.
No, look. If I go to Google, I'm gonna go to Google right here.
What about before a clock though?
I'm gonna go to Google.
Imagine we exist in a world before a clock. You can't describe time.
So atomic clocks existed before clocks. So the definition of clock is what you're missing there. The passage of time is also measured. Time is also measured by the passage of light. So how far light has traveled defines time.
Dude, I just looked it up. It literally
so-
says exactly what I said, Tony. Dude, it's like I just
Where?
said define terms. I said define terms in terms of physics on Libertex, physics Libertex. Also at byjus.com. I don't know what that is. But anyway, I just said define term in terms of physics, and it says interval over which change occurs.
Okay. Look up the Wikipedia article "Time in Physics."
No, why, dude? Okay, you're saying time is what a clock reads. So when I'm giving a much more specific, substantive definition, you're correcting it with you're correcting.
You're giving a
I'm almost
cherry
done.
pick definition.
You're correcting it.
We shouldn't be having an issue with that, dude. Come on, Tony.
You're correcting it with a definition that my 3-year-old would give.
I'm correcting you with the definition of how physicists use the word.
In physics, time is defined as a fundamental quantity representing the progression of events from the past to the present into the future, and its measurement is based on the.
Without a context, you're just reading.
Well, okay,
give your source before.
Why? That's not how it works.
I don't understand how this is so inimical to you to concede that the definition of time used in physics is what clocks measure.
Well, I'm not saying that isn't true in your paradigm. What I'm saying is that isn't the definition of time in your paradigm, because what a clock does is changes and moves, and it's quote unquote measuring intervals of that change or motion.
Not all clocks move.
Oh, but it's still. Does it change? Do all clocks change?
Define change.
Are you
in some senses, we use photons as clocks. Does the photon change? It changes position, but the photon itself.
Yep, it changes. Atomic clocks are quantifying change. Like every time you're going to try to invoke time, it's going to intrinsically incorporate change.
Yes, and what if there is no change? Does that mean that time has stopped existing?
No, it just wouldn't be a measurement of time in your paradigm.
Right, but so you're claiming that the concept of time is poorly defined. That's your main claim. So in which case, you don't.
Everything.
No. In which case, so that was your stated position is that the concept of time is poorly defined. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, every scientist on the planet disagrees with you. So
that's not true. I'm a scientist. I agree with you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay. There are 3 qualifications by which you can assert that you're a scientist. Do you have any formal qualifications from an institution of withstanding? Do you hold any degrees from universities?
Whoa. Okay. So Nikola Tesla wasn't a scientist? That's crazy.
Second, do you have you published any results in that have made it into peer-reviewed literature in reputable journals? Have you done that?
No.
Have you individually had your findings assessed and learned by subject matter experts?
Yeah.
Okay, who?
Robert Bennett.
Robert Bennett. When did this occur?
like millions of times, just chilling on Discord.
Okay, Robert Bennett confirms that you have made novel scientific discoveries, does he?
Well, now they need to be novel.
If I contact Robert
Wait.
Bennett, that's what he's going to say, is it?
Now it needs to be novel. Now, in order to be a scientist, you have to discover something brand new that no one else has ever seen.
Yes.
So how are you a scientist? Enlighten me.
Okay. How have I? Well, I've developed I've developed novel techniques for analyzing gravitational data from satellite missions. I developed, and it has allowed us to determine better models of mass change on Earth's surface. In particular, the loss of mass in the Caspian Sea and the loss of mass in the Antarctic ice sheet.
So you actually just applied it to a geographical region that hadn't had it previously applied to, but you didn't actually discover anything novel. So that's interesting. So look, this is all really stupid and pedantic.
That's not what I said, sir. I developed a novel technique. I developed a novel technique that nobody else had developed, and I applied that to data to achieve results that other people had not achieved.
So, Tony, you realize I was trolling you anyway. Although I would say, it's pretty simple, like exercising, the study of natural or physical science, or performing experiments. You can disagree in your world, your fragility of worldview is really like, I'm indifferent to it. I don't care that you really place a big importance on the mental conditioning that exists within universities. I would say Nikola Tesla was one of the best scientists ever, right? He didn't have a degree. So now he did discover many novel things, but this is all this is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. Let me just say, okay, I'm not a scientist. If that can move the conversation forward, according to your parameters, I'm not a scientist. Although I think I've come up with some ideas that maybe some people haven't, and then I've had some people that would have all of these credentials that you claim are so important, acknowledge the possible validity of them or whatever. But I really don't care about any of that. So, can we just get back to the point, and this has gotten so far off the tracks here, which is that the idea of an imaginary unit, imaginary time, which is actually, just so the room understands, something Stephen Hawking put forward to avoid the inevitability of the beginning of the universe, thus a creator. In his own words, he explains that his obsession with this topic was all about finding a way to remove the need for a supernatural creator. The imaginary unit is used even to this day to fix a bunch of their problems. And the issue with it is it's claiming that near the beginning of the universe, although it allegedly didn't have a beginning, but to even propose it, they always invoke a beginning. Near the beginning of the universe, time was different. And how so? I don't really know, but we're going to call it imaginary time and then treat it as if it is a dimension, right? And then we're going to plug it into equations and then treat it as though it's real. So to hypothesize that time itself used to be imaginary time, even though I don't know what that means, and then give concreteness to the imaginary unit that represents it is by definition a reification fallacy.
Stop there. Who is saying that this is concrete?
You claimed that it's possible it was real.
Okay, yes. Possible. Concrete would be to assert that it is real.
No. You're claiming it's possible it's concrete.
Possible that it's real is not the same as asserting that it is real. Do you not see the distinction?
I do see the distinction, but you're claiming it's possible that it's concrete.
Yes.
Okay, I'm saying no, it's not possible because that would be
How
a
do you know that?
Because it would be a reification fallacy.
That's a circular argument. You're saying that it's a reification because yes, it is, sir. Okay, so in all right, let's talk about this. Are you aware of Heisenberg's equation?
Yes.
Sorry, Schrodinger's equation. That's the one I want.
Yes.
Okay. Does it involve imaginary numbers?
Do what?
Does it involve imaginary numbers?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it accurate?
Good question. I mean, it's somewhat accurate description, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if we have a theory that exists in that provides good accord with observational evidence, that hypothesis is considered valid, isn't it?
The equation isn't a hypothesis.
Yes, it is. The hypothesis is that this equation well describes quantum systems, right?
You used the equation in the hypothesis, and then you're trying to claim the equation
Yes.
is the hypothesis. Which one is it?
Yes. You're drawing a semantic distinction with no difference.
No, there's a major difference. The equation itself is merely a mathematical description, bro.
Yes. Okay. So the hypothesis is that this mathematical description well matches observable reality. Correct?
Sometimes.
Okay. Point to me a time where it doesn't.
I think it's non-relativistic. So,
well, okay, but you've claimed that relativity is gibberish, right? You've claimed
well,
that
I'm actually.
So
wait.
that can't be your criticism of it, right?
Okay, but wait. I'm saying, like, within your paradigm, you're claiming that it's accurate and you believe in relativity, but it's non-relativistic.
Well, show me the observations where it doesn't accord with reality. What I'm asking, I don't care about its theoretical limitation. What I want is where it doesn't work.
Okay, anything close to the speed of light, quote unquote, and from my understanding, it doesn't even include quote unquote gravity. Again, I am critiquing within your paradigm.
Yes, it doesn't involve gravity, but has that stopped it from? So it isn't a complete description. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have value, right?
So you moved the goalpost.
Okay, do you have a better hypothesis? So we have a hypothesis that this mathematical
yeah, but it's not the truth, is it? Your hypothesis. It's not the truth, though, is it, Tony? PhD, lying dog. It's not a truth, though, is it? Your hypothesis.
Moderator.
Okay, dude, we don't need you just to jump in and call them names and stuff, man. But dude, can we, like, how has this happened, right? Like, you've totally shifted the burden, because I think you thought maybe I would just be unfamiliar with it or something. But like, in your own paradigm, you're contradicting yourself. It's non-relativistic. It doesn't include gravity. I think it also doesn't work with your beloved Planck scale that you talked about for 30 minutes earlier. So my point simply being, it's a mathematical description that is useful at times, but sometimes it doesn't work. And that's fine, because we know it isn't real. It's just a useful tool. It's a mathematical description. It's intrinsically abstract. If we were to assume, because it's math.
Okay, you're just asserting stuff. You're asserting that mathematics can't well describe reality and ignoring the fact that it very often does well describe reality.
I did not say. I said it can describe reality.
Okay, it can describe reality, and apparently it does describe reality in very many circumstances. Certainly in all of the circumstances that you accept as real, it seems to, and yet you are asserting that that it is impossible that
it's real.
There is an imaginary component to time, or that this can have any physical significance. And I don't see how you can know that.
You're conflating the description of reality with reality itself.
No. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying I don't know. You're saying that you know it isn't real, and I'm asking how.
It fundamentally can't be real by definition because it's abstract.
No, an abstract formulation can be accurate to reality.
It can accurately describe reality. And let me actually add a qualifier here. I'm critiquing within your materialistic parameters of quote unquote science, or within material science, because you're making a materialistic naturalistic claim
You meant
about it,
paradigm, not
because this
parameters.
is important. This is important because I don't want to get clipped later or taken out of context. When I say like abstract can't be real, I mean logic is real, right? What I'm saying is that you're applying this to
No, logic
physical
is abstract.
reality.
Logic is
I know.
abstract.
I know. That's my point.
So, and it isn't real.
Oh,
So
I trapped him. I trapped him. So now if something's abstract, it can't be real.
no, that's not the comment. That's not the context in which I was offering this comment. So it is possible for there to exist an axis of time that is orthogonal to that which we experience. It is possible for elements along that axis to apply rotations in the same way that the complex plane does. None of this is physically impossible. And you are asserting that it isn't, that it is physically impossible. You are asserting that you know a priori that can't be true, right? No, I'm not. I don't care about the mathematics anymore. You are now asserting that you know that there is no dimension of time orthogonal to what we can see, and and you know that if such a orthogonal dimension were to exist, it wouldn't have the rotation properties of the complex plane. You know both of those things to be true. How?
Okay, so please don't interrupt me here. Like you just breezed right past the fact that you brought up Schrodinger's equation, and it was a perfect example of how you seem to like have a break. Your logic breaks down, right? When you really think about it, because you were treating Schrodinger's equation, and this is the answer to your question as well. You were treating Schrodinger's equation as if it's like a real physical thing, right? And then the way that you were trying to defend that is by bringing up its accuracy, right? So you are conflating mathematical accuracy with physical reality or viability, but they're fundamentally different. So you are conflating the mathematical description of reality with reality itself. Same here, right? Like you're saying an imaginary unit, for example, can be a real physical thing.
Okay. I've abandoned the mathematical formalism. It's over there. We're no longer talking about mathematical formalism or mathematical descriptions. I am asking, as a matter of physical knowledge, do you know that there is not a dimension of time orthogonal to that which we can see?
Time is an abstract.
It's a yes or no question, sir. Is there
No.
a dimension of time orthogonal to that which we can see? And if there isn't, how do you know?
No, because that requires physical properties, which would require the misplaced concreteness of an abstraction.
We're not talking about abstractions at all. We're talking about whether or not time has a dimension that you can't perceive. Do you know that time doesn't have a dimension that you can't perceive?
Time is an abstraction to have a dimension
Do you
orthogonal
know
to what?
that time? It's a yes or no question. Yes or no?
I answered
Do
it
you
already.
know that time? So, but you keep on making a circular argument. You keep on saying that would be an abstraction. No, I'm talking about physical time.
That's not circular, man. Like, demonstrate the circle.
Yes, it is. And yes, it is. And multiple people in the stream have pointed it out to you.
Cool.
But,
What's the circle?
You know, it's a matter of public record now that you really suck at logic.
What's
That's
the circle?
okay.
What's the circle?
The circle is that it can't be real because it would be a reification. And it's a reification because it isn't real. You don't know that it isn't real because your argument is that can't happen because if it did, it would be a reification of a theoretical model. Well, so if I come up with a theoretical model of God, now God can't exist because they're a reification of my model.
No. and this is a straw
Well,
man.
then your logic falls apart in reductio ad absurdum.
No, because
Yes.
no, this was a straw man, right? Because what I'm saying is that time being an abstraction, and when pressed to
Time is
define
not
it
an
as a real
abstraction. Time
physical
is a
thing,
physically measurable thing.
physically measuring something, right? Which is a concept, doesn't mean that
No,
what you.
physically measuring something is not a concept. If I
No,
wander
no,
up
no,
and
no.
punch you in the face, that is not a concept.
Physical measurement's not a concept. What I'm saying is what you're claiming to measure, right, is. Because in
No.
reality, what we're measuring is change. Like if I give you an example, an atomic clock, do you know how atomic clocks work? I'm sure you
Yes,
do.
obviously.
Okay, they're just measuring change in the system.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so
Fine.
we're
So
measuring
are you
physical.
claiming that change is an abstract concept?
Yeah, the change is an abstract description,
Okay.
what we're observing.
So everything is abstract. There's no reality.
No, the
You've
constituent physical
completely
parts are
divorced yourself.
physical
You've
reality.
completely divorced yourself from reality. Is that what I'm
No,
hearing?
no, let me give you let me
Okay,
explain this. It's very simple, man. Like an atomic clock, there are different
you're
versions of
very
atomic
simple,
clocks.
but the arguments you're presenting are incoherent.
No, there are different types of atomic clocks. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. And so they are quote unquote measuring time by measuring the change in the system, but the actual
What change are they
things,
measuring?
like cesium atoms, vibrational decay rate or whatever. And
No, there's no decay rate in cesium atoms. What are they measuring?
like basically how fast they vibrate per second. So, and they call a
It's
second like 9 million
no.
clicks or whatever.
Yes.
Yes.
They're measuring transitions of excited electrons, right? The number of transitions that occur.
Sure. I mean, they kind of.
That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. The
No,
same
it
thing.
isn't exactly what he said.
Yes, it is. You
No,
are
it
now
isn't.
squabbling. You're squabbling, sir.
Oh.
Shut up and let him speak.
Yes, I'm now showing that my opponent has no understanding of the physical discussion that he's entered into.
That's
But
not
let's
true.
carry on.
I said that they measure based on vibrations or oscillations.
Yeah,
It's
you
something
said
like
they measured based on decay, and there's no decay involved, is there, sir?
I quickly corrected the record and explained that with cesium atomic clocks, it's based on the oscillations. It's like 9 billion of them equate to a second or whatever. So it's based on, yes, the transitional
Oscillations
state
of
of the
what?
the quote unquote cesium atoms.
Okay,
And
oscillations of what?
it's actually the microwaves in relation to the cesium atoms.
What are you even talking about?
It's oscillations of microwave radiation in relation to the transitions of cesium atoms, and 9 billion or whatever it is.
Transitions of electrons, right?
Sure. I mean,
Why has
electron.
the term electrons not entered this discussion?
Well, I said sure. Like I don't have to say electrons to define how it works, though, because it's
Yes,
based on the
but they're
transitional state of.
transitions between electron shells. It's counting transitions between electron cells. You're talking in vague terms about oscillations. That doesn't help me. Oscillations of what?
It's not. No, it doesn't count the electron.
It's transitions between electron shells that are being counted, right?
Oh, what actually is being counted is that what they're doing is they're causing the quote unquote cesium atoms to be in two different states, and then
Why
they're
do you put
filtering
quote
up.
unquote around cesium atoms? Do you not
Because I don't
believe
want to
in
get
the
into that.
atomic theory of matter?
No, but let's not get into that. So I'm like in good faith. I'm interacting with it, right? The phenomenon is real. The model's reified, but it doesn't matter. So what they do is they use microwave radiation to cause to create like basically different states of these atoms, quote unquote, so that they can filter them out, right? So the atoms pass through like a chamber where they're exposed to microwaves. right? And then they can adjust that microwave frequency. They do that based on the desired state, and they quantify a second as like 9 billion, 123 million, whatever it is. I don't remember it, right? And then so
Transition of
whenever
an electron between shells.
when the frequency
That's
matches
what's
like
being counted, right?
sure.
Okay. So it would be a lot better for you if you actually bothered to study some science rather than disagreeing with it without the first clue of how clocks work. This is very
I didn't
basic
disagree
stuff.
with anything. This was all super pedantic diversion. My point was, and you derailed my point, which is that there are different types of atomic clocks, and you agreed, right? So we have like, I don't remember what all they are. You have like cesium atomic clocks. You have like I think hydrogen, rubidium, or something like that. I don't know, but there are different types. Okay, so my point is, right, that those clocks, they're measuring the change, just to say vaguely, right? They're measuring the change in the system. And what is actually changing is different in each one of those clocks, but they're all supposedly measuring time. So what that shows you is that what's
Can
actually
you go back?
physically,
Can you go
what's
back a
actually, I'm almost
second?
done, what's actually physically changing, right, is not time.
That is incoherent gibberish. But let's step back to one point before your non sequitur. When you say that they're measuring different things, they're all measuring electron transitions, aren't they?
Yes, to an extent, yeah.
Okay, so they're
As far as I
all
know, I don't
they're
remember
all
how they all
measuring
work.
electron transitions. It's just electron transitions in different atomic nuclei. Well, atoms. Sorry.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know if there's an exception. I don't remember what all kinds there are. Like there's some
Okay,
type of
so
lattice structure clock or something too, right? But I don't know. I don't like is
yes,
that
but that wouldn't be atomic. That's
I
because
thought that was a type
in
of
order for there
atomic.
to be a lattice, there would have to be a molecule. So
Okay.
and they're moving towards nuclear clocks at the moment. They've made some anyway. So they're counting the number of times these electron attrition transitions in excited atoms are occurring. Fine, and you're saying that isn't time. Explain.
Correct. Because what we're actually measuring is a physical change, right? And what we say that it takes time for those physical changes to happen, but what we're literally measuring, right, is like the oscillation, the amount of time something moves back and forth, and
Transition.
we've decided to call one of them, right, like our 9 billion of them, a second. And so my point is now if I turn over to another clock, so that's one type, that's an atomic clock. We're going to use atoms, whatever types of atomic clocks we want to use. Okay, they're going to use the transitional component of electrons. Cool, sounds good. Whatever, it's the oscillation rate. It basically vibrates. In really simple terms, instead of trying to lose people, it's pretty simple. It just vibrates and then they count it. That's how it works. Now,
Is
if we look at another
transition a
clock,
hard word? Is it shorter than vibrations, or is it not?
I just want it's an easier concept instead of diving so far into the atomic model that I try to stay away from. I just explain that in very simple terms and yet accurate terms, right? That
No,
it oscillates.
you haven't been accurate at
It
all until you
oscillates.
looked up the Google. Until you Googled it, you were prattling.
What I did a whole stream on this. I didn't Google anything. I know that it's based on the oscillations and it's relative to the microwave radiation, and
It's
then they
not an
tune it with the
oscillation, sir. If
microwaves.
you knew what these terms meant, an oscillation is an extremely specific thing. An oscillation is something where it occupies the intermediate states. That's an oscillation. So a spring oscillating. The position of the weight on the spring occupies the intermediate state. The reason that is inaccurate when you're talking about electron shells should be entirely self-evident. The electrons don't occupy intermediate states. They transition from one state to the other.
Sure.
Whatever, they claim there's a natural resonance of the atom, right? Meaning it oscillates They use microwave radiation to try to hone that in and keep it at the natural state, because they actually shift so that they can keep it at the proper like oscillation rate, so they can then
What has this
quantify like
got to do? What has this got to do with the existence or otherwise of a
time.
dimension orthogonal to the one we can see?
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to explain, bro.
How is
It's
it
like,
not possible? How is it not?
I don't think
How
you're
is it not
listening,
possible?
man.
How is it not possible for the electron to be transitioning along a dimension orthogonal to the one that we see and then reappearing in the shell below?
There you go. You made
How
my
is that
point.
impossible?
You've conflated the electron itself with time, right? And this is
No.
the issue. Yeah, yes.
No, I
Or
haven't.
you're saying where the electron goes. So you're just reifying the dimensionality of
No.
what's in contention. Yes.
No, sir, you don't just get to assert stuff and then say that's what happened. I did
Do you
not
agree
say
what's in
that.
contention is that it can't be okay? Your question is, I don't know if I'm going to
How?
phrase it exactly right. Can time exist orthogonal to what we can perceive?
No, yes. Well, let's adopt that. Can there be a dimension of time? Can there be a dimension of time orthogonal to what we can perceive?
Okay. Do you remember what my answer was to that?
Yes, and it's incoherent gibberish and remains incoherent gibberish. Your answer was no, because that would be a reification of an abstraction.
I even specified it.
We're not talking about the abstraction here. We're talking about the physical reality. Whether or not the physical reality agrees with a particular model is for the moment irrelevant. What we're
I'm saying
talking
time
about
isn't
is the
time isn't
physical.
physical.
Yes, it is.
Prove it.
It exists in physics. It's measurable.
What?
Time is
There's
measurable,
definition of
therefore it's
physical.
physical.
Not the first definition of something.
Okay, so yes, but I'm using the scientific definition of physical.
Yeah, they're
I'm
both
using
scientific
the physics.
definitions.
Yes, you're a biochemist, not a physicist. So when I use the
Doesn't
term
matter.
physical,
Dictionary.com doesn't lie.
yes, madam, when I use the term physical, I mean of or having to do with physics, measurable.
You need to make that clear.
Okay, well, given that we're talking about physics, I kind of thought that the meaning of the term physical might be obvious, but since it isn't, let me spell it out. There are multiple, the term physical is polysemous. It can mean something that is material, tangible, touchable, but it can also mean something that is measurable or something that is in physics, in the field of study of physics. In
No,
that
dude, look
context, time is physical. Time
here's the
is
issue.
an element of physics, and time is measurable.
Can I help you out here, man? Like, even in your own paradigm, right? There is no time field or particle of time, right? Clocks don't detect time itself. They measure change, like oscillation, vibrations, decays, right? So we're not without change. Be no way to even talk about time passing. It's just an abstract.
Thank you for your non sequitur. Time is not abstract.
That non sequitur.
We're counting things that actually occur in reality.
Yes, I agree.
Do you agree it occurs in reality? Okay.
Yeah.
Then, if we are measuring the rate at which that change occurs, we are measuring time. We are quantifying the continuum in which these events are embedded.
Continuum. Okay, real fast. You said we're measuring the rate. Rate is math. So we're measuring the math. And this is the point I'm making. What we're measuring is something that's real and physical, moving at a specific rate or changing at a specific rate. So it isn't that time is physical.
Rate is not maths.
What?
Rate is not maths.
Okay, what is rate, bro?
Rate is the change in something per second, per unit time.
Okay, per, right, denotes
and you're claiming that time doesn't
division.
exist, therefore rates don't exist.
Per
Therefore
denotes
light doesn't
division.
move. You're just this is idiotic quibbling. Time exists, and your claim that it doesn't is fatuous nonsense.
Rate is quantity over whatever your reference is. It's a fraction. Per denotes a fraction.
Well, in this context, it's per unit time.
Okay, whatever your reference is. So, and it is a fraction, which is math. So this is the issue, and I don't understand how you don't get it. I don't understand how you don't get it, man. I don't understand how you don't get it.
I can measure the inclination of an object without using fractions.
Okay, but your definition was the rate, and then you used the word per.
2, is that a fraction?
Yes.
Yeah, prior to being solved.
Okay, but it's an integer 2, right?
Yeah, man. Look, dude, can we please zoom out some, because I want to wrap this
so
up.
all numbers are fractions,
Yeah, can we
right?
wrap this up, please? It's a piece of chocolate, a fraction. A little piece of chocolate, that's a fraction.
I mean, Tony, I disagree with you, man, but it's cool, right? I mean, I think you're just fundamentally wrong. Do you want to like give your final bit about this point?
No,
Because I just
I'll go
want other people
after
to.
you because the last time you
You got
fucking
dunked on.
bushwhacked me with a bunch
Yes.
of bullshit and
You
straw
sure did
men.
get dunked
So
on.
why
It's
don't
been
you
going on for
fucking go
4 hours,
first,
so how
and
long?
this time I'll finish up.
Okay, cool. Because you mean the last time you got MJ from the free throw line, and it was tough to handle. Okay. So my point is pretty simple, right? Is before we even get to this like mystical, magical transition of time to imaginary time, like the SpongeBob meme, imagination. Before we even get to that point, we were just discussing how time itself, right, is actually not physical. Right, it is a measurement or quantification of change, right? And passing and progression does seem to be a real thing, but it's an abstract thing. It's not a real physical thing. And so every example that was pointed to or could ever be pointed to supposedly measure time as a real physical entity, right? It's always going to be something else that's physical that's changing, and then we are simply measuring the rate at which that change occurs. So, it isn't anything other than an abstract, because math is intrinsically abstract. If we then apply concreteness to that, as if it was like the real physical thing that we were measuring, then that would be a reification fallacy, because it isn't. And this is where you saw him when he brought up the Schrodinger equation. He very quickly conflated the description of reality with reality itself, and then seemed to conflate or equate the idea of its accuracy mathematically with its like legitimate existence in reality. These are all just fundamentally fallacious reification fallacies. So that's my point, is that even at its base level, in modern times, like in quote unquote science, the way that time is utilized is actually a reification fallacy. Certainly the way that Tony is using it. If we then jump all the way out of here and we say, okay, so could time exist orthogonal to what we perceive? You're still just treating it as if it is real, because in order for it to be orthogonal or have dimensionality requires the presupposition of physicality, which we know is fundamentally impossible because it is strictly abstract. So the imaginary unit is this way that, and Hawking actually points out, like, dude, this is like the best I could come up with, and it took him, like, it was like his life's work almost, and it was under his own admission. He was like, this is basically my attempt to give any type of possibility that doesn't require a supernatural creator, and this is the best I can come up with. He never claimed that this was true. But the point is that he had to then just kind of say, well, at the beginning of the universe, time wasn't the same. It existed differently. And I'm not really sure how, but it just would have to be outside of what we use time as now. And so I'm going to refer to it as a imaginary time, right? And so my point here in conclusion is that not only is math intrinsically abstract, but an imaginary unit is an even more egregious form of the abstract. There is no actual, observable evidence for it, nor is there even like an intelligible definition of what it is. And so to then say that it could be real would require you attribute concreteness to the abstract that is the imaginary unit of time. So it can't exist. It's fundamentally fallacious and impossible. That's the point.
Okay, so Witsit is claiming to know that something is possible, and he has no observational evidence to support his assertion. Whether or not something accords with an abstract model is irrelevant to its physical existence or otherwise. And people can make hypothetical suggestions about what might have happened. They are not reifying it until they say that is definitely true. But a mathematical model that reliably gives results in agreement with observation is by definition valid, right? It has not yet been falsified. And what Witsit is claiming is that he is preemptively falsifying these hypotheses without any observational evidence. And he has no logical
asked him, and he went, but we were going in and we couldn't really talk about it.
What were you talking about?
Sorry, can I continue or?
Yeah, somebody.
That was my bad. I think I hopped my bad, guys. My bad with this stupid Discord. I apologize.
No problem, SC Montreal. Always good to see you, by the way. And I hope you're doing well. But so nobody is claiming that Hawking's boundaryless universe hypothesis is true. It's just a possibility. Similarly, Witsit claims that it's the best Hawking could come up with. There are literally dozens, maybe even hundreds, of alternative hypotheses for the initial moments of the universe that are completely distinct from Hawking's, which are equally consistent with the observational evidence. Until we get more observational evidence, we won't be able to rule in or rule out any of them. And Witsit's attempt to justify ruling them out on the basis of an unfounded extrapolation from the very brief period in time that we can directly observe is scientifically fraught and not a valid syllogism.
All right, man. Room is open.
All right, sweet. I want to talk about fuzzy logic and how no one ever, in application of fuzzy logic, decides to put aside the law of excluded middle, because that would be ridiculous.
But if someone is using actual correct logic and you're just calling it fuzzy logic to dismiss it, isn't the fallacy falling back on you then?
I'm not using fuzzy logic. Someone invoked fuzzy logic, and they said that, let me get you the exact quote.
Okay, well, direct my question.
Let me finish. In fuzzy logic, logicians say the law of excluded middle don't apply. Doesn't apply. So that's obviously a ridiculous claim.
Sorry, was that question directed at me?
Yeah, that's your quote. You said, in fuzzy logic, logicians all over the place say the law of excluded middle do not apply.
Yeah, okay. So the law of excluded middle runs into problems, right, with Zorn's lemma. Are you familiar with this?
No, what is that?
Okay, so in topology, there's we were introduced to this in there are a set of logically equivalent hypotheses that. Sorry, am I getting confused? Maybe I am, but there are certainly. There's a school of mathematics called the constructivists. Have you heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. So they reject the law. They reject proof by contradiction because they don't accept the law of excluded middle. So they don't regard proof by contradiction or reductio ad absurdum as a valid demonstration of mathematical result.
But what if sorry, go
on. So they argue that you have to actually construct it. You have to actually constructively prove your result. But there are some Zorn's lemma is a getting back to that and sort of the entire idea of logic. Zorn's lemma is one of a series of equivalent hypotheses. One of which is the axiom of choice, that if you've got an infinite set of something, you can choose one of them without without loss of generality. You can just arbitrarily choose one. Which sort of
Can I help
seems
the room really quick so they know what the constructivist thing is? It's like either the 10th trillion digit of pi is 7, or it isn't, which is true by the law of excluded middle. And the constructivist says, unless you can actually compute that digit, you cannot assert one side. So they do they reject it, but it's not in any practical use.
More
and it's not like
generally,
they're throwing out the law of excluded middle.
Actually,
more generally, they reject proof by contradiction. They just don't accept reductio ad absurdum proofs as valid.
Yeah, so they say it's either true that it is or it isn't true. They just don't know. That's not saying they throw it out.
No, that's not what they say. They say either it's been demonstrated to be true or we don't know. Either it's been demonstrated to be true or demonstrated to be false, or we don't know. That's what
in fuzzy logic, does every statement have a definite truth value between 0 and 1?
Yes.
So for any proposition P, is it true that P's value is 0.6 or false that P's value is 0.6?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the law of excluded middle. Then have you just applied excluded middle at the meta level, proving it can't be avoided?
So that you can. So actually, you have actually stepped into something that the constructivists would. So let's look at it. Let's look at a mathematical proof. Consider the space between 0 and 1. And consider an infinite series of numbers between 0 and 1.
No, thank you. I would like to stick to reality.
Okay. Well, I don't care to continue this discussion with you. If you're not willing to.
Okay, so you have to invoke infinity to substantiate. No, hang on. You said you don't wish to continue the discussion, so I will do my closing statement. You said you don't want to continue. It's all right. It's all right. Hang on. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. You say you don't want to continue the discussion. You wanted to invoke infinity to prove that in a fuzzy logic, logicians everywhere throw out the law of excluded middle. That's not true. You don't need to use infinity to do that. You can't throw it out. Fuzzy logic depends on the classical laws of logic.
I'll recant my statement. Thank you.
Awesome.
But if you're uninterested in knowing why the constructivists do reject the law of excluded middle, then okay.
They don't reject it.
Yes, they do.
I don't understand how.
For instance, can a number must be greater than 0.5 or less than or equal to 0.5, correct?
Could you repeat that?
A number between 0 and 1 must be greater than 0.5 or less than or equal to 0.5. We showed
like
that
0.05, is that what you're saying?
0.5.
So a number greater,
a number between 0 and 1 is either greater than 0.5 or less than or equal to 0.5.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what that first word you're saying is before 0.5. We just say 0.5 in the States. You say
constructivists. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Look, when you say, is it null 0.5? That's not a word we use in the States in the maths, man. Is it null 0.5?
Zero!
All right, I just didn't understand the term. That's why I didn't understand you the first 2 times.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Screaming at someone is not a good way to conduct yourself, Doctor.
Yes, I've been told that before, and my advice
Take
to the
5,
rest
Tony.
of the universe is perhaps
lost
stop
it.
being such colossal dick.
No, dude, it's just like simply like we're on a microphone and someone's trying to audibly hear you, and there's a different terminology. It's fine. You don't need to get upset about it.
Yeah, like Rick's guy sometimes says Zed. All right, he's from Australia. I've heard him say Zed.
Yeah, not is a term for zero.
I do not say Zed.
Okay, so look how easy that was to clarify. See?
What was the point, though?
God has
The
to
point
exist.
was he wanted to be pedantry. He wanted to be pedantic. That's great. Well done. Good
He
for you.
genuinely did.
No, it's not being pedantic. To claim that the law of excluded middle is not universally valid, or that don't interrupt me. Hey, just sip your little bottle, man. Just sip your bottle. Sip.
I'm sorry. Are you a mathematician?
I would just like to finish my statement.
Are you a
You can sip
mathematician?
your little bottle, please. So
Are
to
you a
claim that the law of
mathematician?
excluded middle is not universally
Are
valid,
you a
or to say,
mathematician, sir?
Tony, I won't. Like, we're not going to put up with you interjecting constantly, man. You're going to have to
Okay.
take 5 or something.
I
Please.
think your goal is to try to frustrate me as frustrated as you are. I'm not going to do that. I would like to finish my statement, please.
Sure.
So
Is it
please
something that I
mute your
can't
mic
predict?
and show some forbearance, and I will finish my statement. So to claim the law of excluded middle is not universally valid, or to claim constructivists reject the law of excluded middle, you must presuppose the truth or falsity of that claim, which invokes the law of excluded middle at the meta level. Therefore, constructivists can reject it in practice, but they can't reject its necessity for rational discourse. So you would be the
They
one who's
disagree
playing
with you.
semantical games.
They disagree with you, sir. Take it up with them. All
No,
I'm
you would
saying,
be the one playing
and
semantical games.
furthermore, there are ternary logics, right? Am I getting that term correct?
I don't know. I think everyone's just trying to take in how bad he just got dunked on.
Well, good for them.
Tertiary?
No, ternary.
Give us a sec.
No,
Give us a sec to
ternary.
kind of like recoup from that. It's like I'm printing off a poster.
Ternary logic. Ternary logic is a logical system with 3 truth values: true, false, and unknown. So if something is not true, that doesn't make it false.
Wow.
I don't understand how. I don't understand how y'all are getting around the law of excluded middle, though. Or
Okay,
you're
so-
saying, can I ask a question? Can I ask a clarifying question for a second, please? So what makes it, if this gentleman, you're saying, well, if it's either 1 or 0, and then in fuzzy logic, well, it's not either 0 or 1, but it can be a value in between. How does that not get around it? Because you're allowing for like variable states of truth in that sense. So I don't really understand how you're.
The argument
0.4
would
is
be
still
that
0.4.
the argument
What do you
would
mean?
be at the point of resolution. So at some point you're going to resolve what the value is, and at that point, you're going to get a yes or no answer, a binary, truth or false, and sort of fuzzy logic kind of deals with it. But I've been lectured. I was lectured by people who didn't accept the law of excluded middle. Fully trained mathematicians. Now, whilst you can claim that they can't engage in rational discourse, they imagine that they can.
Yeah, but
Damn,
you
dude,
get the
that
issue,
is some
right?
high level projecting. So anyway,
So,
ternary logic still. Hey man, let someone else speak. We don't need you to bulldoze. You stop speaking. Let someone else speak, please. Ternary logic still holds the classical laws. So even the proposition like the light is on is identical to the light is on regardless of the truth value. So that's your law of identity. No proposition can be simultaneously be fully true and fully false. The third value doesn't violate this. It's just a new value, not a contradiction. So there's your non-contradiction. And the law of excluded middle still holds.
No.
Stop talking. Tony, I'm going to mute you.
Middle says P or not P,
Tony,
mate.
Tony, I was
He's not done yet,
almost done with my statement. All right? I was almost done with my statement. Please stop interrupting. You've been asked for hours to stop, so stop. So the law of excluded middle, this is modified in ternary logic. A is either true, false, or unknown, but the meta-level statement, either it is the case that A has value X or it doesn't, still obeys the classical reasoning. So ternary logic, similar to our example before, is like saying we could do probability without arithmetic. We can use ternary logic without classical logic. You cannot. You still presuppose the classical laws of logic.
So, but the law of excluded middle says P or not P, right? So if you have disproved P or you cannot substantiate P, then it must be not P.
Either it is the case that it's P or not P, or it isn't the case. You take these extended pauses to bait an interruption so you can bulldoze over the interruption that you baited.
It's my fucking internet connection.
No, it
No,
just
it's
takes
not.
you a while to process some of the info. It's all good.
It's not your internet connection, Tony. It's your brain.
No, sir, it's my internet connection. It hangs. It was mentioned multiple times earlier in the exchange.
Yeah, don't police my ad homs when someone's yelling at me and calling me names repeatedly.
And then you only speak up when Gally says something back. What a joke.
I called you. What names did I call you, sir?
I don't know. You were screaming. I'm just trying to get the blood out of my ear.
What name did I call you?
All right, you guys, let's just maybe reset. Maybe at the end of your statement, say go ahead instead of over and out. Maybe it's something like that. Just say go ahead when you're done. Something like that, because...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, I like that you use the meta-level example. I also like that you simply reject the existence of the constructivist point of view, who have rejected the law of excluded middle explicitly in their mathematical formulations. I do like that you just assert that you're right, and then when I point out that there are other ways of doing stuff that don't use the P or not P characterization of the law of excluded middle. Yes, there are equivalents in ternary logic, but that is not the law of excluded middle. The law of excluded middle has a very distinct definition, or at least in my interpretation it does. And the reality is that that only applies in formal logic to properly constructed logical statements where all of the evidence necessary to determine the truth or falsehood of the statements is available. And even there, you have the problem of the incompleteness theorem, where something can be true but can't be demonstrated to be true.
Yeah, I didn't merely assert anything. In order for you to take your position, everything I asserted was backed with examples and explanations, so please don't accuse me of dogmatically asserting things like you do. So in order for you to take your position, you have to believe that the law of excluded middle is not universally valid. And then I could ask you, is it either true or false that the law of excluded middle is universally valid? You have to answer yes, because it's either true or it's false that the law of excluded middle is not universally valid. You cannot escape this binary without making the claim meaningless. Then you've relied on the law of excluded middle to argue against it, rendering your position absurd.
No, sir. You just violated one of the principle. You know, you can tie yourself in all sorts of knots with self-referential statements. This is what leads to Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
Sophistry.
No, it's not sophistry. It's Bertrand Russell was very finicky about whether or not you can have a valid logic in which self-referential statements are allowed, and he came down on the class no. well, he came down on the answer no, and he said that you had to introduce classes. So something that refers to something in the same class isn't a valid logical argument. So I appreciate that you seem to have some formal training in logic, but you're certainly not making points that far more informed mathematicians and logicians than yourself have considered and rejected. The fact is that not everybody in mathematics or logic accepts the law of excluded middle.
Okay, I made 3 separate points, each with 2 premises and a conclusion. If you can recite one of the points that I made, I will concede and say you won this debate.
You've made many more than 3.
Hang on. The last one I said made 3 separate points, each with 2 premises and 1 conclusion. If you can recite any of them, I will concede and say you've won the debate, because I don't think you're good faith. I don't think you're able to be receptive of what people say. So if you can recite one of them, I will concede and say you've won the debate.
So the most recent statement that you made was that if I say that I don't accept the law of excluded middle, you can construct a logical statement in which I must answer yes. Is the law of excluded middle false or true? Something along those lines.
No.
That's the most recent statement that I remember you saying. I remember you saying that. That formal logic, the ternary logic maps onto formal logic. That the law of excluded middle extends to that. I remember you saying that.
Before the 3 points that I just made 3 distinct points to you, and I'm saying that if you can recite any of the 3, I will concede the debate. I can repeat them back to you if you need.
Okay.
Tony, do you know the valid structure? Do you know the structure of a valid
I'll concede
argument?
the debate if you can tell me sort of what color shirt I'm wearing.
Real fast, I'm just trying to help out here. I think the miscommunication here is like, Tony, do you understand what he's asking for? Like, do you know the proper structure of a valid argument?
I know the proper structure of an argument.
What is it?
Yes.
What is it? What is it?
So you've got 2 formal statements, 2 logically formal statements. You plug in the values relating to one another and you reach a third conclusion that is valid because it is supported by the 2 logical statements that preceded it.
Yep. Okay. If you can recite one, I will concede the debate. If you cannot, I will take that as your concession because you are not listening to what your interlocutor is saying.
Yeah, let me just help out here. So his premise
to what my interlocutor is saying. All I'm saying, and
you don't care what your interlocutor is saying because you're a teacher. You don't have to listen to anybody. But I made 3 valid points with premises and conclusions, and I don't think you heard any of them, and I'm challenging you on that. Can you please illustrate that you did hear what I said so that the room knows we're having a good faith debate? Thank you.
He's asking you to repeat one of his arguments in its valid form. So premise, conclusion. Can you do that?
No, I can't.
Okay, then you forfeit the debate because you are not debating on good faith. I took time to write out those arguments, and all you did was say, hang on. I took time to write out those arguments, and all you did was say, oh, there's plenty of mathematicians and logicians that would point out Bertrand Russell or this other guy. It doesn't matter. We're having a debate, you and I made 3 valid points, and you just ignored them. And you said, nuh-uh.
Sir, you've missed the point of the argument.
You don't even know what my point was as I've illustrated.
No.
You don't even know what my point was as you've conceded.
Sir, your argument is, your argument is that everybody must use the law of non-contradiction.
No.
That everybody must use the law of excluded middle to have a rational conversation. Is that not the argument that you want to make? Okay.
That is not the argument that I was making.
Okay, Gally, he asked you to repeat it. Tony, I'm helping here. Tony. The point is that he gave you a specific valid argument, and he's asking you to actually know what that valid structure was if you're going to then attempt to show the logical inconsistency in it.
I'm
If you
not
don't remember,
arguing that his position
Tony, chill, bro.
is
Chill,
logically
bro.
inconsistent.
Tony, chill,
So
bro.
no, look,
Hey, can we
look.
just end this?
No, I'm not
Tony.
arguing that his argument is inconsistent. I'm not arguing that his argument is false. What I am arguing is that there are people who disagree with him.
You don't
Okay,
even know what the argument is that you're saying people disagree with, and if you act like you do, you are lying to the entire audience. You've already admitted you don't.
Are you claiming, was your claim that, was this discussion about the law of excluded middle? Because now I'm just doubting that it was.
It was first about, hang on, you asked me a question, I may answer it.
Tony,
Tony, do not ask me a question and then start bulldozing over me. The discussion was first about fuzzy logic, and you brought up constructivists, and you brought up Gertrude and Bertrand Russell, but I gave you a valid syllogism, which is sound and true, that you don't know what is, and you are refuting in bad faith.
I'm not refuting anything you said.
That's for sure.
How am I refuting anything you say?
So you can
All I am saying is there are constructivist mathematicians who reject the law of excluded middle. That is my claim. That is my position.
Okay, and then what I did was show you why that isn't actually an option, and you continue to pretend that you are going to.
I'm not the person doing it.
Oh
it's other people doing it. Argue with them.
So it's like a Mott and Bailey appeal to credentials kind of thing. It's super weird.
Yeah, but it's fine if you.
Mott and Bailey appeal to credentials.
You're appealing to the credentials of other people. You say that other men have already solved it for you, and you don't even care
know
what
how.
they say.
You can't comprehend it, and you don't know how it would be possible.
Yeah, so
you talk about me being in bad faith. All I said was
we don't need to hear you say it again. No, thank you. We don't need to hear you yell it again at us. You've already conceded that you're not refuting me. You're relying on other men that are refuting a point that you don't even know what is.
I'm not refuting anybody.
I know you're not refuting me.
You guys have zero comprehension. I'm not saying you're wrong. I accept the law of excluded middle.
I disagree. I think this is great content. We can chop this up. I like when he screams.
I can't mute PhD Tony for some reason, so I can't do nothing.
Okay, I accept the law of excluded middle. That's fine. I don't reject the law of excluded middle. All I am saying is that there are people who do.
Right? Okay, all Gally said.
Statement.
Dude,
this
Tony, there is no doubt. Tony, what you do, man, is you say something. Dude, you're doing it again. It's not just that you cut out, it's also that you say something and then you pause for like 5 seconds. In this room, dude, in this room, we have very high-paced conversations. So either formulate your thoughts before saying them or accept that at about 5 seconds, someone's going to respond. It's almost an unspoken rule that you yield the floor at that point.
I didn't stop talking. Any apparent hiatus in what I was saying is my internet connection. And I apologize for the internet connection. And I'm about to leave because my internet connection is so bad. But I don't project. Let me reiterate my statement.
Please don't say it for the 10th time, Tony.
I don't project the law of excluded middle. There are people who do.
If you're not having a good faith discussion, why should we hear what you have to say? And then you're going to just bounce.
We've heard it. It's not a refutation. You've already admitted that. Please just leave in peace so we can talk about fuzzy logic.
Yeah, like it's all good. You're saying, yeah, I mean, like you're saying you don't know what the reputation is, but that there are some people that claim to have one.
No, that's not what I'm claiming at all.
Dude,
so you're saying you do know?
100% what you're saying.
You're saying you do know what the reputation is?
Okay, no, nobody is
You
Jesus
either
Christ.
do or you don't know what the reputation is. That's the law of
Oh, for fuck's sake, would you guys shut up long enough for me to answer?
It's unknown.
Nobody.
Well, you either do or you don't know what the reputation is. It's true.
Nobody. I never claimed that there is a refutation to the law of excluded middle.
Okay, so why are
That's
you
not what I said.
refusing me or trying to?
That's, for fuck's sake, shut up. What I said was so the law of excluded middle is an axiom.
Are we gonna listen to him actually say something?
I really don't want.
Because
I don't want to hear it.
Can we agree?
No, we're not gonna agree, especially when you were not listening to the interlocutor. What the heck? He asked you a few things and you couldn't repeat it back. So now you're expecting us to listen to what you have to say? Come on, man.
I think you can show a little respect, though, and not over talk every time you
muting him,
speak.
guys. We're not just going to mute people right now. Please don't do that. Now, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to restate your points, or do we want to shift on or something? Seems like it's just been a bunch of personal attacks on Tony and then interruptions. This is just unfair.
How is that what you've gotten out of it? Because what has actually happened is Tony is agreeing to every person that's spoken. Every time they try to talk, they can't actually speak. So then they have to react to it, and then they have to fight through him. And to even speak, they have to talk over him because every time they talk, he starts screaming over them. That's what has actually happened.
Okay, Tony, will you hold on? Tony, hold on. Will you agree? You can have the mic. Try to keep it somewhat concise. When you're done, say the words. Go ahead. Say go ahead when you're done, and then somebody can respond, and we can try to go back and forth to at least clear up the completion of this.
But
try to be concise. Please, no one else open their mic and let him go.
But Gio, did you not hear what he just said? He wants to be the last one to speak, so you could just drop the mic and leave because he said he's about to leave anyways.
Also, I just want to emphasize, he's specifically saying he's not refuting me. He is appealing to a group of scholars that may say I'm wrong, or they may not.
No,
but it has to be one of the two, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
See, I can't even.
Stop interrupting.
I wrote out 3 different syllogisms, and you started yelling at me. You didn't even know what they are, and you said that there are scholars that disagree with me, but you don't even know what the thing is you're saying that you can't let anyone finish. You don't even know what the thing you're saying they disagree with is.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tony.
Let's rewind so that I get to say something. Okay. There are mathematicians. The law of excluded middle is an axiom. We accept it as fundamentally true. There are mathematicians who do not accept it. It's not that they have disproven it. It's not that they have refuted it. They just don't use it in their proofs. They don't use the law of excluded middle in their mathematical formulations. That's what they do. Nobody is claiming to have disproven the law of excluded middle. Nobody is claiming to have refuted it. There are just mathematicians who reject its use. I never use the term refute. I never use the term disproven. What I said is they reject it. And I'm not a constructivist. All I can say is that they exist. There is an entire mathematical field dedicated to constructivist proofs of things that have previously been gotten to with proofs by contradiction. They don't accept proofs by contradiction, and they insist on constructing everything positively. It's not that they claim that it isn't true, and so we were talking at cross purposes. I'm not saying that anyone has demonstrated the law of excluded middle is false. What I am saying is that there are professional mathematicians who refuse to use it. That's what I am saying, and it is a matter of observable fact that this is the case.
Thank you for sharing, but that has nothing to do with any of the arguments I made.
Well, none of the arguments you made had anything to do with what I was saying. So welcome to the party.
Wrong. What you specifically said was the law of excluded middle doesn't apply in fuzzy logic. Your claim.
And did I recant that claim?
If you recanted that claim, what? Go ahead.
Did I recant that claim? Yes or no?
You kind of did, but then you started arguing about it as if you didn't. So it's not a yes or no thing. I guess it's not either yes or no, right? It's like a maybe.
What I am saying is that there are people who reject the law of exclusion.
I don't want to hear it again. You just repeat yourself. It's vomit inducing.
I gotta say, Tony, one thing though, dude, if
And
we
whether
don't
or
like,
not,
dude, it's like you can't just repeat yourself over and over and over and over and over, brother. Like we heard you. What happened? It's ironic because
clearly
this was.
you
Oh,
didn't with it.
see what I'm saying? So like, okay, so we heard you, but it is funny because this was like a major life jacket that you invoked during our discussion, and now you've recanted. But really, regardless of that, what happened was Galley was making the point that, okay, well, if there are people that reject it, here's the problem with that. And when he articulated a validly structured argument as to why that isn't acceptable, that you then started to say, oh, well, there are professionals far beyond you that are mathematicians that would disagree.
Okay, I get your point. But I'm not rejecting it. Here's the issue. Don't argue with me. I'm not a constructivist. So he's arguing with me. All I can say is that there are professional mathematicians who publish routinely who do not accept the law of excluded middle in
we heard that.
mathematical proofs. And that's all I stated. And whether or not
Tony, see what I take personally is that I know you're repeating yourself again. This is absurd.
I haven't said I'm okay. You remember back when I was supposed to say go ahead when I was finished talking? I haven't said go ahead, so I don't understand why I'm being interrupted.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly why, Tony. It's because you repeat yourself as if other people have a comprehension problem when you, in fact, have demonstrated several times that you have the comprehension problem.
Yes, because I'm now I've been on this call for like 4 hours. I haven't eaten in 4 hours, and at my age, low sugar levels can
take 5, man. You don't have to be
have a negative impact on concentration.
Okay,
and
you're
treating me like, and you've come in absolutely fresh off the bench to harry me about it.
No, I just want to talk about fuzzy logic.
I misspoke about fuzzy logic.
It's fine.
I've admitted that I misspoke about fuzzy logic, but even if I had misspoken about fuzzy logic, that doesn't change the fact that there are professional mathematicians and logicians.
Not again, man. Not again. No one wants to hear it again. Just go eat or whatever.
Now you may go ahead.
Go
okay, I
eat,
just gotta
man.
say, Tony, the big confusion here is that Galley wasn't trying to debate with you. He was literally making a point to the room. In fact, it was after I didn't even take the bait and respond to the last thing you said and just said, okay, cool, room open up, because I know they were probably tired of just hearing me and you. Then Galley said, okay, cool, I would like to talk about fuzzy logic. And then he just brought the point up to the room. He then explained why that was fundamentally fallacious. You jumped back in at that point, and then we get it. Please don't repeat yourself and tell us how you don't believe it, but are just letting us know for the 12th time that some people do, or some people don't, or they reject it. We don't need you to say that again. The point that that Galley was doing is explaining to the room why it doesn't work.
Okay, so let's get this straight.
Oh my goodness.
It's not a matter of not working. It's a matter of trying to ensure that mathematical results are as formally robust as they possibly can be. That's what constructivists are trying to do, right? Because just because you've shown something is not true, maybe it's undecided. Maybe something will come later. Maybe our impression, maybe our understanding will improve. All of these things remain as true in mathematics as elsewhere. So all that the constructivists are trying to do is make sure that the mathematical results that we achieve are as robust as possible. That's their motivation in doing this. And the existence of the constructivists validates my point that the law of excluded middle is not universally applied in mathematics or in logic. And so I misspoke about fuzzy logic. I was wrong. It's not fuzzy logic that's the problem. It's the mathematical constructivists, and all they're trying to do, they're not trying to disprove the law of excluded middle. They are just trying to make everything as robust as possible, which, as critics of mathematics, I would have thought that you guys would appreciate, but apparently not. So thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, if you're not defending fuzzy logic, then my refutations against it shouldn't be against you, because it's not even a position you're taking. So I don't know why there's so much vitriol towards what I was saying.
Hungry.
I would ask you just please just go eat and deal with like your insulin levels or whatever, man. Like if you're having trouble comprehending anything, just go handle your health first. This is an internet debate server. No one wants to harm you. We'd rather you be healthy. All right. So if you could just go grab something to eat, come back maybe. I do want to talk about fuzzy logic. I do think it's an issue that people think like replaces classical laws of logic, whereas I think it's more like, does probability replace arithmetic? No, it depends on it. Just like fuzzy logic depends on the classical laws of logic. So I would ask that you please just go get something to eat or like feel better.
One point, and I am a very bad-tempered person, particularly when my sugar levels are low. But and it's got nothing to do with insulin, because without insulin, your sugar levels don't get low. But the point that I got frustrated because we seemed to be having a conversation where you were missing my point and I was missing your point, and it frustrated me. So my apologies for that. You're right, I was badly behaved, and it got even worse as my sugar levels dropped. So I'm going to take your excellent advice, and Geo, you can take it to a new topic.
I love you, brother. I hope you have a wonderful night, man. If you come back, I'd love to have more of a conversation with you.
Yeah, we'll be here, bro. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, nice like 15-hour spar earlier.
Yep. So fuzzy logic.
Yeah, this has been a contention for a couple of weeks on the server where people have been saying that fuzzy logic can replace the classical laws of logic. And Tony didn't say that. That's been the argument that's been posed. So I wrote out a couple things about it so that we could, dissect what it is and why it should not be invoked as that. So the analogy that I used was to say that fuzzy logic replaces the classical laws of logic is like saying probability replaces arithmetic. It actually doesn't. It presupposes and depends on it. So that's my first premise. But I wrote out a lot if you guys are interested.
I think the problem is people are saying it bends, right? There's multiple fields where it bends the laws of logic, but you need to start redefining what words mean.
It doesn't.
I wonder who these people could be.
So in classical logic, every proposition is either true, it has a value of like 1, or false, a value of 0. In fuzzy logic, truth values can be gradations, which is any number between 0 and 1. So for an example, the room is hot. In classical logic, this would be true or false. In fuzzy logic, 0.7 might be true, right? It's quite hot. Or 0.3 might be false. It's not fully hot. But to even define the degrees of truth, you presuppose the law of identity. So a fuzzy truth value is what it is. 0.7 does not equal 0.8. You presuppose the law of non-contradiction. It cannot be both 0.7 and not 0.7 simultaneously. And you presuppose the law of excluded middle. But restate, every proposition has some definite membership value in 0 or 1. So claiming fuzzy logic replaces or rejects the law of excluded middle, it's self-refuting. The very assertion presupposes that it's either true or false, so therefore excluded middle must apply. So you can blur the truth values all you like, but you can't blur the truth itself. Fuzzy logic depends on classical logic to even get off the ground. It's like saying probability.
Every form of communication requires logic from the gate. Just to build a language requires logic, right? But if you're saying all these words apply universally, there's a problem with overlap.
Yeah, the classical laws of
Words
logic
gonna
are the
change
very
their
tools.
meaning, right? So
I
you're
thought
gonna
you
have to
were done.
redefine words.
Oh, someone's echoing.
Yeah, so
You can
general
simplify it
language.
using you can simplify it using a dimmer switch. Regular logic is on off. Fuzzy logic is the degrees in between.
Right, but those degrees will never be that degree and not that degree at the same time. It'll never be that
No,
degree.
that's quantum logic. That's different. You're talking
No, I'm saying
quantum.
fuzzy logic still is classical logic. It's just gradation.
Yeah,
I've been
exactly.
reading
Yeah.
about it while listening to this. I think it's also, as well as the dimmer switch, it's like understanding it could be 1, it could be 0, but it's very improbable. So we sort of go, oh, it's going to be somewhere around 1, right? It might be 1.0145. Might
Still
be
has a truth
0.
value though.
Exactly, right? It's not the number 0.99 something and we're wrong, but also the number 0.
It's not like a
It
replacement.
seems like we're all in agreement that fuzzy logic presupposes and depends on the classical laws of logic. It is not a modification or replacement of them. Depends on it.
Yeah, if you go with meta logic, then yeah, everything down to language.
What is meta logic?
Well,
Really, Gally?
I was about to make the point that sort of a lot of applications of logic, a lot of our practical applications of logic depend on our interpretation of words and phrases, such as, is it hot in a room? Well, have you defined what hot is? Somebody, whose standard is that? What metric are you using? What instruments are you using? That gets assumed in the formulation of the statement, and we need to use, when we're talking about formal logic, we need formally constructed statements to apply it to. A lot of the statements that we use in sort of casual language are not properly defined for applying logic to. Is that something that Gally might agree with?
Yeah. I mean, with gradations, right? Like, for example, I can be out in 10-degree Fahrenheit weather, and I don't consider it cold.
What about in quantum mechanics, though, where you run into the problem of superposition, right? Where the law of excluded middle and the law of non-contradiction doesn't apply, and that classical logic doesn't apply until a measurement is taken.
That's what I said before. It breaks down there.
You guys are getting.
Yeah, I mean, I could deal with
back to the meta.
I could deal with quantum mechanics if you want.
Yes.
Yeah, you push it back to the meta logic, right?
Can you define meta logic now that you've used the term twice?
Quantum Eraser, one of his favorite arguments was just the
Metalogic
mere
is
fact
just the
that
study of logic.
given
It's just
given
an
that
He
abstract
needs
study.
to explain it, but he knows so much about it, right? Like that makes
No, I'm
sense.
just asking what you mean by it. Please stop with the insults. What do you
It's
mean
the
by it?
logic of logical systems, dude. Like, what are you talking about? The meta. Like, you don't know what the word meta means?
That's what the entire discussion is about.
All
What
right,
do you
so
mean if
can't
you
keep
bring
up
it
and
to
you're
the
just
meta logic?
throwing out dumb questions to challenge me? That
Okay,
makes no
so
sense.
look, if the discussion is about meta logic and you say something like, oh, well, yeah, if you bring it to the meta logic, then it makes sense. The discussion is already there. So you're saying it as if it's a different thing that isn't being discussed. So of course I would stop interrupting me.
I was telling
Stop
Jake it's about the meta
interrupting me.
logic.
Please stop
Then
interrupting me.
represent
I
me
was almost done
properly.
finishing my thought. Please stop
Well,
interrupting me.
I
I was
just wanted to
almost done
finish.
finishing my thought.
I just wanted to
Go
finish
ahead,
what I was
Gally.
saying.
Just finish.
That isn't an invite for you to start speaking, Jake.
I
So
got
if I'm
interrupted in the middle of what I was saying by two of you. It's
No,
not
I'm waiting to finish my
You
thought.
did
Now
not
I'm
wait for me
interrupted
to
by two
finish. I
people.
was mid
Go ahead,
Jake
Gally.
was
Hey, come
interrupted,
on.
guys, for real. Yeah.
Okay. Gally's gonna finish, then Jake can go next.
This is ridiculous, man. So if I'm talking about meta logic in the first place, I'm talking about the nature of logic itself, and you say, yeah, that works if you go into meta logic, that implies that there's a different thing you're talking about. Because if you're talking about the same thing that I'm talking about, why would you even bring that up?
From what I could tell, you were specifically talking about one logical system, and we were discussing just fuzzy logic. And the idea was that you can't have some excluded middle. Like, for example, if you say, is this thing red? And it's like kind of red, you'd say it's 0.7, and it's not 0.7 and 0.6 or something. But I don't think that quite covers it, because
No, I would
what you're
say that
saying
fuzzy
there,
logic depends on the classical laws of logic. Like, just the same way that
yeah,
probability depends on arithmetic, right? And then someone said, yeah, if you go by meta logic, that implies that there's a different thing that it doesn't apply for. So, please, what is that different thing?
What are you talking about?
I
That's
look,
not
I
what
don't know
meta
about
logic
that.
means, dude.
So what he was saying there is just that basically meta logic says that there is no true, or there does not have to be a 100% true or a 100% false. You can go in the middle. You're saying that, but you still have to choose one of them, and that choice is in meta logic a truth value. That's Boolean. So yeah, in meta logic you have to have classical logic, but in that specific logic system, just the act of choosing something in between false and true doesn't make it classical, but it does depend on it, just like everything does.
Well, that was his point.
Well, you
Jake,
said meta
go ahead.
logic, you meant fuzzy logic, right? That's the multi-valued or fuzzy logic, the partly true.
Meta logic just as like talking about logical systems
Yeah, the study of the
in terms of
properties.
logic.
Yeah.
So
Right,
yeah,
I was
it
just
doesn't
saying,
have to be
right
multi-valued.
there you said fuzzy logic is the 100% true or 100% false or in the middle. That's the fuzzy logic or multi-valued logic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we are
What I was
talking
saying
about
is
the
that
properties of the logical system. That's correct.
yeah, and that is meta logic. And so you can extrapolate that to basically anything that you have to actually choose something for. But
That's
I
his
mean, for
point.
example, superposition, yeah, you wouldn't in that case, until you actually make a measurement, there isn't a specific truth value. And so that's what probability says, is that there isn't an exact truth value in most cases.
Well, actually, it says that there is a truth value, but it can't be determined. And so we utilize probability to give us an idea of what that truth value is.
Yeah, I'm talking about
at any
output.
given.
No, that's not exactly right. No.
Oh yeah, explain why.
The waveform collapses
logic.
The waveform collapses at the time of measurement.
Yeah,
And
Bell's
the wave function is how that probability is derived, but it is in reality in superposition. It's the reason why a quantum computer can solve complex cryptographic functions, because it can actually explore all those avenues at the same time due to that superposition. So it's not some theoretical thing. It is a real thing that is happening. Otherwise,
Superposition presupposes the classical laws of logic.
So yes, but there's no hidden. So it's important to note that what Witsit said is just wrong. There is no hidden variable. The hidden variable hypothesis has been disproven, right?
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought he was saying. Yeah.
But Jake, quantum computing is not used for. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, PhD. Sorry.
So this gets into Bell's theorem, Bell's inequality, and sort of all of the experimental data we have is inconsistent with the hidden variable hypothesis, that the wave function has a value at the point where the entwined particles split. That's been disproven. So
I didn't say that. And by the way, this is all, I hate to break it to you guys, it's all based on reified models, okay? And that's why you guys got so many issues. And so then to just presuppose the reified models and then tell us about what the necessary implications of reality are.
I don't think
it's
that's
just,
necessarily on topic.
Don't interrupt.
No, it is on topic. It is on topic because you're
No,
making a
you've
claim
taken it
about
off of
the
the
laws
topic
of logic.
Logic. We're talking about fuzzy logic, not reification.
Oh, actually,
Stay on
this
topic.
guy was talking about. I guess you can't keep up. Don't worry, I got you though, bro. So you actually all started making claims
Whatever
about
keeps you up
quantum
at night, yeah,
mechanics.
man.
You started making claims about quantum mechanics.
We were using analogies. we were giving examples.
Okay, right. And for the
Sorry, that
examples
was
to hold true,
too difficult for you.
try to keep up. If for the examples to hold true, they would have to be accurate, wouldn't they?
Yes,
No,
and
it
they
doesn't
are.
have to be. It can be completely. It can be arbitrary. It just needs to
Well-
show the point. I mean, it does in this case, but it doesn't have to.
So
That'd be
we're trying
sound.
That's the point of an analogy.
we're talking
Jake-
about reality.
So, quantum entanglement, quantum superposition, both of these things depend on the classical laws of logic.
And to Jake's point about
would you expect this?
geography, that's not a thing.
Sorry,
as of yet.
Gally. Would
Hold on.
would you
First of all,
accept that
it's a
you
little
need
bit of
to
a.
revise your axiom?
Sorry, there's like 3 people talking. There's Jake, SC, and you. Could one person talk?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to get in.
Yeah.
The superposition, right?
Yep.
Breaks the second law.
How
Please
so?
expand on that.
How can something
Please.
be both things at the same time, or multiple things at the same time?
It
How does
can't.
that contradict the second law?
I don't know
What
why
do
you
you
guys
mean?
actually accept superposition in quantum mechanics. It's retarded.
What's the relevance of the second law, though?
Well, how can it
How does that
be? How
connect?
can it be both things at the same time?
But how does
Yeah.
that connect to entropy?
Excluded middle.
Oh, you mean
Oh,
the
I was
second
talking about
principle?
excluded middle. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that's kind of the idea.
That's their whole point. That's the reason that they're bringing it up, to try to show some type of like scenario that classical logic isn't sufficient. And then it's typically utilized improperly to equate that to a falsification or replacement of classical laws of logic, which was Galli's point, which is that
See,
that isn't correct.
I think he
I would
just
word
asked
it
for an
differently.
example.
I would say
Well,
it's a
I could
limit,
explain that it
right? It's a
doesn't break LEM.
limitation on how you can apply logic to explain everything.
Dude,
That's
you
what seems
can't
to be
even
happening in
have
the quantum realm.
intelligibility or comprehensibility without logic. But you don't have that yet.
So
And he
please,
didn't
Gally,
ask for an
please, Gally,
example.
go on.
He didn't ask for an example. Was offered like the go-to for fuzzy logic in some desperate attempt to show that classical logic isn't sufficient is always superposition. It just always ends up coming up when people desperately want to deny the classical laws of logic, which is really weird.
It's not even a real thing.
It's a
anymore.
nice example.
Fuzzy logic.
Yeah, I could help you guys with. We could do superposition if you want. So, the law of excluded middle is any proposition P, either P is true or not P is true. Example: the particle is in state A. Either it is in A or it is not in A. In quantum mechanics, particles can exist in superpositions. A particle is in a combination of states, A and B, simultaneously. Observationally, when measured, the particle is found in one definite state. That would be your collapse of the wave function. So superposition doesn't mean both true and false. It is not simultaneously observed in 2 states. Superposition is a mathematical description of potentiality. It's not a claim that classical identity is violated. Law of excluded middle applies to What's that?
Sorry, I thought you were done.
It is violated because it's only you
Let
only
him
know
finish.
when
Let him
you
finish. Let
observe
him
it.
finish.
Yeah,
Oh, I
law of
thought he was
excluded middle
done.
applies to propositions about actual observations. So the proposition like the particle is in state A at the same time of measurement. At measurement, it is either in A, true, or not in A, false. It's not both.
Law of excluded middle just talks
Yeah,
about truth values.
superposition.
It doesn't have anything to do with measurement.
Can I?
See,
so
all
can
he's
I?
You don't get the point.
Can I sort of clarify, Gally? So this is what I was getting to earlier, where when you're trying to apply logic, it has to be properly formulated. So when you're trying to apply the law of excluded middle to a particle's wave function without it being resolved, that's not sort of logically valid, because until you've got the observation, until the wave function has been collapsed, it's not even valid to ask the question.
The
But
intelligibility
it's
of
not in a
itself depends
superposition
on
state.
classical
Hello,
logic.
guys.
Without the
Yo,
law of excluded
before
middle.
you observe it, Oh, fuck it.
I was responding to the guy who was talking to me.
He's just pushing it into the fact that you can discuss it at all means it adheres to the laws of logic.
No, that's part of it, but no.
No, that's what you're saying. You
No,
might
it's
not
not.
know
You're wrong.
it. Yeah, it's the framework of reasoning. You built the framework of reasoning within itself means that it uses the laws of logic. And then you say no. But that's exactly what you're
Well,
doing.
you just changed. First of all, you just changed what you initially said. Secondly, it's void
I
of
said the same
specificity.
exact thing, just clarified it. I didn't change anything. I clarified for you.
Well, you specified it, thus changing it, and it
Clarified it.
still
If you
isn't
didn't understand
exactly
it,
what he's saying.
Look, I can make it super simple because you think it's just about the intelligibility. That's part of it, but you're missing the entire point. So laws like identity, non-contradiction, LEM, they're preconditions for describing the system, yes, but they're also preconditions for writing equations and making predictions.
right, so you didn't understand what I said to you.
Wrong.
But so can I ask some questions? So, in getting back to LEM, is it the case that an electron can sometimes act like a wave and sometimes act like a particle?
No, that just shows that the model's fundamentally flawed because duality doesn't exist in nature.
But it does.
Doesn't show me one example.
Dogmatism! How exciting!
Hold on, guys.
Wait,
Show
are
me
we
one.
going to move to wave
Verify it,
particle
right?
duality? Because I have a different argumentation for wave particle duality.
Hold on, wait, guys. Can
what's your
someone
argument
provide
for
one?
wave particle?
Hold on, PhD Tony. Hold on. Can someone provide me one example of a superposition actually working in reality? For example, a quantum computer that actually works.
Yeah, so I can tell you
Well,
you
you
look
asked
this
for an
up
example.
in 2019, the Google Sycamore 53 qubit computer, it solved the real world circuit problem that would have taken a conventional supercomputer 10,000 years to come up with a solution, and it did it in 200 seconds. That's a real world problem that was solved using superposition. So it's not some nebulous pie in the sky thing. It is a fundamental
Hey,
aspect
can you show me this? Can you show me this, like the results and the problem?
Just Google look up because I'm driving right now. I'm driving right now, so I can't find it for you because I'm driving right now.
Well,
But
you said
I feel like
reality,
it's not
but
that difficult to look up.
Witsit said nature, didn't he?
That
dualities
is
don't exist
part
in
of
nature.
nature.
It's not
Dude,
difficult to read an article,
Like we have to
but
construct
understanding
them.
what it is
I'll be honest,
difficult.
this is basically your guys' religion, so I know that there's no point in discussing it, but the least you could do is acknowledge that it is your religion, right? Because you believe that these models accurately depict reality. So when it hits the wall of paradox and no longer works or matches reality, instead of having the humility to step back and consider that your presupposed models are incorrect, you just start to claim things that can't exist. So that's
if that was
your
true,
own prerogative.
But if that was true, you wouldn't be able to do anything useful with
That's
it.
gibbering nonsense, and I'd like to explain. So we can start with the double slit experiment. Do you agree that if a photon were a particle, it would go through either one of the slits or the other of the slits? It couldn't go through both.
Yeah.
Do you agree, observationally, that when we put a sensor on one of the slits, that is exactly how it behaves?
No.
Yes?
No.
That is observably true.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's observably true that a light paintball gets shot through a slit. Or is it observably true that a sensor detects an interaction, you reify the model, just like I said, of the photon itself, and then start trying to figure out the confounding paradox that perplexes you because you have to have your model?
Is the scatter of the photons impacted by putting a sensor in one of the interferometer slits or not?
I already answered that. I said, yeah. It senses an interaction. You then presuppose the only way that could happen is if a little light paintball was shot.
Okay, but you're so what's your explanation for the observable difference in behavior of the system?
Well, for one, I have to plug my favorite phrase here. Falsification is independent of replacement, but light itself is nothing more than a ether perturbation. It's already present.
What's your evidence for that?
All phenomena of light ever.
What's your evidence for the ether?
Oh, seriously? Okay. Well, for one, like you can just prove it with logic. So if I have a vacuum chamber and I'm going to take all the air out of it, right? What's in between the gas molecules there? Something or nothing?
Let's go with nothing.
Okay, nothing cannot exist.
Okay. So
Okay,
why do you
so
ask
something's there. So we agree something's there, right? Okay, cool. So we see a waving phenomena such as light, and we know that what's up?
Hang on.
You
How
have
do
to
you know
prove
that
that
light
nothing's
behaves like a
there or
wave?
that nothing isn't there.
No,
You can't
I have to
just say
prove.
that.
I have to prove. Okay, define it so I can try to show it's not there.
Nothing is just no gas, nothing that you can measure is there. And for the most part, we don't measure. I mean, we do measure the quantum fluctuations, but
So something that
there's
you
no
can't
gas.
measure. So something that you can't measure is there.
Or there's nothing there.
Wait. We've come back to
One
your
of the
contradiction.
two. No.
What happened? What's going on now? Is it nothing or is it something?
You're the one who said it must be something. None of us said
No, I
that it must
didn't.
be something.
I
Yes, you
asked
did.
you. I asked you. Do you
I
agree
said it
that
was
some?
nothing, and you said nothing can't exist.
Tony,
so
did
it
you
has to be
eat yet,
something.
bro?
Do you agree that something or nothing is a true dichotomy?
Depends on whether you have the excluded middle.
It depends on how the terms are defined, doesn't it?
The way that they're defined.
So that doesn't help me at all.
Oh, I got you. So nothing is abstract. It's a privation. It's actually dependent upon the existence of a thing, and it's the absence of anything. So something, meaning something, anything, and then nothing is the absence of anything. So when I ask you, is
nothing
what's
a
in the
thing?
no, that's why it's called no thing.
Okay, so but it's referred to by a word. So what's I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know the
Dude,
the
I got you.
entire this entire discussion. No. You don't have me. You've managed to make this entire discussion incoherent. Carry on.
No.
What observation? What you're claiming that there is something and that it is an ether. What properties does this ether have?
Okay, wait. A good try. Okay, so because this is you're starting to realize. Oh wait, I have never thought of this out. So when I actually pressed you guys on the claim that it could be nothing, it quickly turned into nothing that can be measured, and this is actually the fundamental presupposition that gets you guys in the trouble that you're in. Right? Because there's a materialistic presupposition that if it can't be counted or quantified, then it doesn't exist. And that is an improper precept. Okay, then, so is it literally nothing or is it just something that can't be measured?
How would we know the difference?
Actually, we can kind of measure it, and yeah, to Tony's point, it's not possible to tell the difference.
Like, can you measure nothing?
You can measure zero.
Zero is an abstract privation; doesn't actually exist.
No,
I wouldn't say with 100% certainty.
Spare me your nonsense.
Okay, this is where you have to go, where you guys are going to try to claim that nothing exists, even though 2 hours ago Tony corrected Brenda, letting them know that it isn't a real thing and it's absurdity. Now all of a sudden it is a real thing. Okay, nothing means no thing. It's the absence of anything. It's a privation. So nothing isn't
you
a
haven't even
thing.
properly defined what a thing
Okay,
is.
vacuum isn't nothing. There are still quantum fluctuations. There are still things there.
Yeah,
it's just extremely hard to detect them.
What's in between the fluctuations?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Like in between them?
Why must there be
Yeah.
anything? I don't understand the question. Sort of,
Well,
if you
what do you think a quantum fluctuation is?
Well, it's a change of state. And so the question is, wherever that fluctuation is detected, and then it's all of a sudden not detected. What's
A
up?
quantum fluctuation is not a change of state.
Okay, what is it?
It's particles and antiparticles popping in and out.
Oh, a change of states. That's interesting.
No.
Okay, so when so if there isn't a particle there, but then there is a particle there, that's not a change of state of the vacuum?
I mean, it's a change of whatever your parameter space, but it's not actually
State
it's not a
of the
change
vacuum.
of state in the sense that you can go from the ground state to something else.
Okay, so it is a change of state of the vacuum. So when it pops into existence,
Creation.
quote unquote, pops
Yeah.
into existence, quote unquote, right? Then it pops out. Okay, what I mean is when it pops out, what's there?
We would just call that nothing.
Okay, this is the issue we have though, right? Because nothing cannot exist. And so I'm simply
Well,
saying
you need to prove
something's
that.
there. No,
Why
no, no,
not?
no,
It
no, no.
seems
This is
perfectly
called
reasonable to
shifting.
me.
This is called shifting the burden of proof, right? If you claim that nothing exists and I challenge or deny it, you can't shift the burden to me and say, prove that nothing can't
The burden of
exist.
proof is really just determined by what people think is reasonable when you're having like an actual conversation with someone and not just trying to argue. I don't think it's that crazy to say that if there's not this thing there, then there's nothing there until maybe we measure something there. But if we don't measure something there, then there's no reason there should be something there.
Nothing can't exist because it's fundamentally dependent upon something else. Like a shadow is a privation. Shadows don't actually
That's a non sequitur.
exist. No, it's not. It's an analogy. Try and keep up. Maybe don't
but it doesn't
interrupt before you
follow.
don't.
What does it depend on? What does nothing depend on?
I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
Nothing
get to
is
it.
descriptive and it depends upon something because it's defined as the absence of anything. Just like a shadow is not a
You
real
could say
thing in and of itself.
something is defined as the absence of nothing too, though. It's
No, you
circular.
couldn't.
There's
That's
no.
retarded.
I could easily say the same about what you just said.
Something is
There's
the
no
absence
direction
of.
to this, man.
Wait.
Come on.
What he
We were
just
talking
claimed
about
is.
light. We were talking about superposition, and now you're talking about the ether, dude.
But you guys are
Come
so
on.
incessantly petulant that you keep interrupting me with pedantic nonsense. So
I mean, you
you
keep
just said
saying
that
things about the ether, and you keep saying things about this.
you can't handle it. I get it. I get it. It's your religion. That's
Look,
that's
why
why I
does
said I
light
normally don't talk
behave
to you
like a
guys about it.
particle and then like a wave? Just
The
like
guy asked me. What actually happened was that I know you're laughing and giggling like it makes you right or something. The guy asked me about ether. You must have missed that part. You must have missed where
That's
I
because
didn't
you
bring it up.
mentioned it.
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
Maxon, can you stop
You said it's a
interrupting, please?
perturbation of the ether.
Because he
You just
asked me
said
what
that.
else. He asked me what else light could be. So I didn't introduce the idea. I answered the
No,
question.
he asked you to explain the duality. That's what he said.
No. Okay, let me enlighten you what actually happened, right? I said, no, you presuppose that a little paint particle went through there as if that's the only way it could happen. He said, what else could happen? What else is light? And I said, an ether perturbation. He said, what is the ether? They actually said, prove the ether. Do you have any proof of the ether? Right? Okay, so now I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to
know,
take you
you're
to
right.
the
You're
most
right.
basic component of it, which is that a vacuum chamber can't literally have nothing because nothing can't exist. So there's still something there. And in fact, if you even jump into your quantum field world, for example, well, it's like an endless amount of overlapping fields that have localized excitations. So the point is that there is actually something there. And then I put it like light waving. Okay, waving. Wave is actually not a thing in and of itself. It's a type of motion. Like I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave. So in order for there to be waving, that's a type of motion that requires a medium to be moving. So the fact that
I
there's
don't
any
see why it needs to
waving,
require a medium.
because that's what waving means. Like we can say
A
a
wave is
wave,
motion.
a
That doesn't require
motion
a
of
medium.
motion of what?
The motion of something through nothing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be through a medium.
Nothing
A
can
motion of a
move now.
particle through a vacuum. Yeah. If
No.
you, I don't know, you give it some initial velocity and you have some patch of space that's empty, and then you just have the particle move through it. There you go. Motion through nothing. Easy.
No. So like if we say
Of course.
a wave, if we say a wave, an ocean, a wave in the ocean, really that's the water
moving. It isn't like something I can go grab a wave out of there. It's the ocean moving, right?
Yeah.
That's all that it is. So in
How
all
is it
actual
moving?
intelligible examples in reality, waving always is a medium moving. So you just have to start
How is it
special
nothing if you
But that's
can
not
pleading.
have
always
quantum
true.
fluctuations?
Wait,
Can't you
wait.
have like particles pop in and out of existence in a vacuum? So how would that be nothing?
It's nothing when it pops out, I think was what he was saying.
Okay,
And
so
then it's
how does it
emitting
even have the
energy.
ability to pop in if it is a true vacuum and nothing's there?
Sorry?
How does it have a true vacuum? Like, how is it truly nothing? Like, how would something even pop into existence there? What is there, the underlying medium at which a particle even has, the ability to pop into existence?
There doesn't have to be an underlying medium for a particle to pop into existence, but basically a particle would pop into
Like the
existence,
quantum
then it would
field?
pop out, and then wherever it popped out, if there was no other particle popping in, then that would be vacuum. That would be complete nothingness. As far
Are
as
you aware of these topics?
I can't tell
Are
who's
you
talking.
sure? Yeah, I think you're just wrong.
Sorry?
I'll get you the exact name.
Okay.
They acknowledge that there's a permeating medium. This is why quantum particles can pop and fluctuate in and out of existence.
Yeah, whatever helps
If you
you
didn't
sleep
know
at
that.
night, man.
There's a major issue, and what's so funny for like the last 5 years that I've been on the internet, the same arrogance that you're having this conversation with, all of the quantum proponents have had, and guess what? They've all had to upgrade their position over the
You're
years.
acting
Now
like you're
there's
not the most arrogant motherfucker actor, dude.
now there's
Come on.
quantum foam. Now there's quantum foam. Now there's way more quantum fields, right? Like, oh, that's funny because we told you that years ago. It's funny how the prediction of an actual background medium. It's funny how a background
Yeah,
medium.
qualitatively, it might seem that way, but if you actually
He didn't know that it
know
was.
what they
He
were
didn't know about
saying,
It's like
that.
only
Like he
people
didn't know
that
what I
are
was talking about.
immensely insecure in their position feel the need to incessantly interrupt.
So yeah, it is called a quantum field. I was correct. I get now that's a new term you can go research. So it's not truly a vacuum. So yeah, look into that a little bit more.
Okay, I just
yeah,
want to make
I know what
another.
quantum fields are.
I want to make another point, right? Like, there's actually light everywhere. So, like, light is everywhere. It's just the non-visible spectrum of light. We have a visible spectrum of light, but in the darkest cave ever, there's still background energy. Light is everywhere. It just becomes excited, and then it's visible, right? So, he asked me what I now. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that light's not notoriously the most profound or confounding phenomenon in the world. It is. That's why it's so hilarious to hear people come in here and regurgitate stuff like wave particle duality and think they know it. When the truth is that honest physicists admit that it's like one of the most confounding phenomena ever. In fact, most admit we know it actually can't be correct. It's just our current limit of understanding, and that it will almost assuredly change once we have a better grasp of what's actually going on. But no, in here, we know that's exactly what it is. Ha 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 ha, you're so stupid if you don't believe it. But whatever. The point is, my understanding actually works. Okay. It's just a background medium. And I'm not saying it's just mine, by the way. This used to exist long ago. It was thrown out due to other presuppositions. But the point is that in all reality, when we see waving, it's a type of medium that's moving. If I wave my towel, I have to have the towel. If there's a wave in the ocean, there has to be the water. If I make my bed by moving my sheet, I have to have the sheet to wave, because wave isn't a thing. It's a type of motion, right? But in your realm, you guys actually treat it as a thing in and of itself. It's either a particle or a wave, or it's both of them, right? One or the other, but simultaneously can be both. But waves aren't things. So if you understand it from that perspective, that light is omnipresent because it's just the background medium. And then what happens is it's excited, it's perturbed, disturbed, right? And that excitation can manifest as visible light. Well, that fixes so many problems immediately. Immediately.
How do you
So,
perturb it? If light is the background medium, how do you perturb it?
however we turn on a light, the electrical interaction of whatever source of light we're using. Right. So, like, think about your concept. So, how about this? Explain it to me from your concept of what light is. If I turn on a laser, like in your concept of it, what happens?
You just have some stream of photons. I don't know what you want me to say.
But when you actually click the button and it's going to turn the laser on, and then you're going to have a quote unquote stream of photons, like, can you describe that mechanism or process?
The process of turning on a laser?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are many.
Would you?
I don't think I could tell you just straight off the top of my head. No.
Would you say something like the
We didn't know what a
material
quantum field
vibrates
was,
such that
so
it radiates the
with all due
visible light
respect.
spectrum, or radiates?
Yeah, I
Material
mean,
vibrating.
whatever gets luminescence, I guess.
Well, that's how
I mean, for a
tungsten
laser, it
kind
would
of
be
works.
more.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's how tungsten
I
works.
said, with
Like
all
if
due
you,
respect, he didn't know what a quantum field was, so I wouldn't be asking him like physics questions.
I don't know where you got that from, but I don't really care.
I would be
Yeah, the
amazed.
background
Same
medium in
thing.
which quantum particles can pop in and out of existence.
No, quantum
It's
fields
only
are not a
natural.
background medium.
Well,
what
they
is the background
basically
medium?
fill in as one, right? If you
No.
take all of the quantum fields that exist simultaneously, can one field be in the same position as another field simultaneously?
Yeah, if they're bosonic.
So you have like infinitely overlapping fields making up the entire background that can be excited at any given time.
No, they don't have to be, and also they don't have to be bosonic. They can be fermionic, so they can't be in the same position, the same state.
Okay,
So,
they make
I don't know.
and this is the major problem that you guys have with the field and the field theory is like define a field, define a quantum field.
Just the definition of it?
Yeah.
It depends on what kind of field.
Okay, you can pick whichever
Just
one you want, or
some sum of creation operators, tensor product states.
Right. So
or I guess you
it's
could
math.
say a product of them if you want some sort of multi-particle system.
Yeah, it's math, right? Like what you
That's
just
how we
described is
describe
math. Well, but every time I ask what they are, I just get math. I didn't ask how we describe them. I asked
I mean,
what
if you
are
want
they.
a qualitative description, I could give you that, but that's not as useful.
What is
Well,
it?
I've never even found one or heard one that's intelligible.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't know
What
what to
is it?
tell
Go
you.
ahead. I want to hear it. I
How's
never
that
heard
an
of
What a
opinion?
quantum field is as like a qualitative description?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically assigning some value to every point in R3, or I guess R3 plus 1 if you want.
So it's math.
In a sense, it's difficult to describe things that are quantitative in their core qualitatively. I'm not a great science communicator. Not much I can do about that.
No,
right
you're
now,
good.
I
It's
guess.
like you have an impossible task right now because it is defined quantitatively, actually. So
Actually, if you want a really good like talk on quantum field theory, David Tong has a video, I think 8 years ago he posted for the Royal Institution. Really, really solid, actually. Very impressive. He was able to explain
There
quantum
is no
field theory
qualitative
to the
description.
lay people.
Then?
There is.
No, there
A
is. I'm
quantum
just not
field-
good at talking
It's
about
okay.
it.
A quantum field is like an invisible ocean that fills the universe. Supposedly,
Oh.
so when the ocean ripples,
That's exactly
at
why
its
qualitative
location,
descriptions aren't useful because it's not an ocean.
And then it gets excited, and you can detect the excitations once it shifts from its primary state.
Sounds
It's
familiar,
crazy.
doesn't it?
Whoa! You know what's cool about it though is like say
but
we
that's not
use
light.
let's use the
Exactly.
electron. Let's use the electron field or the photon field, right? So like they say like the electron is a localized excitation within the electron field. I'm like, oh,
Doesn't have to be.
Okay, expand. What do you mean?
It could be delocalized.
Okay, so it's an excitation within the electron field or photon field, right? So it's like wait, it's not.
No, just go on. You're good.
It's an excitation within the field. So I'm like, okay, so if it's an excitation of the field, then I need to know what the field is because I need to know what's being excited. And the only answer is math. I've scoured the internet in every conceivable university. Okay,
Math is a language. What's it?
Yeah, that's right. And guess what languages do? They describe reality. They
Describe
aren't
things. That's right. And it's
yeah, but they are.
described using math because it's very precise.
Is a description of reality synonymous with reality itself?
Oh my
No,
God.
but it can get
You're
pretty
asking for the
close in the
description of
sense
reality.
that
You're using
it's
English right now.
good at it.
See, the thing is, the physicists don't use English because it's vague and you like to play with words. Math, on the other hand, is quite concise.
Yeah, it's a concise description. So
Yeah,
when it's
just as English,
it's very
is
accurate. I agree. It's very accurate.
just as English is not an accurate way to describe this.
Eh,
But you're using it right now, and you're saying that math is not good, even though it is more precise.
I didn't say math is not good. Okay,
and
let me actually
and what's your problem?
Because math
what you've been
isn't
saying
real,
for the last
so we can't use it to actually describe
English
things. Oh boy.
No,
English
that's
is.
another straw man. I didn't say we
Well,
can't
what
use
do
it
you
to
say? What have you been
describe.
saying for the
Well,
last
maybe
5 minutes
shut
then?
the. If you stop interrupting me, pretending
Well,
you
maybe if you
know
would
what I'm
tell me what the
saying,
last
you
5
wouldn't
minutes. You
have to
tell us what you said
say
for the
what
last
you're saying.
5 minutes.
Someone mute this guy.
Oh, dude!
Already, I
Magic
just got
Taylor is
off
not.
mute.
Stop
Could we
interrupting,
get
man.
somewhere, please?
It's impossible
I
with
was actually.
your tactics, dude. Stop interrupting, NASA, dude. It's
God
very
damn it! I was
simple.
actually.
Math is a description of reality. It's just a language. It's a very accurate one, right? But the description of reality does not equate to the reality itself. And to clarify my position here, I fully acknowledge that quantum mechanics is the most valuable and precise field of science that we have, and that we have incredibly accurate mathematic predictions within it. Okay? I do not dispute that. The problem
I
is
also
that
agree.
people take
Well,
that
apart from
fact and assume it to mean that the models we are quantifying, the actual qualitative characteristics of the models, are in fact reality. But they're not. They
No.
are useful models that have created the avenue for us to have immensely impressive mathematical prediction, but that is not synonymous with accurate qualitative understanding of what it is. Okay, and
I
this
think it
has
actually
been.
is.
It's not
I
though,
think that's
right?
wrong.
No, like if I'm able to really accurately count the apples, if I say the number of the apples, doesn't mean I know what the apple is. Like I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
that's
how
what
to.
he's saying.
We
He's talking
use.
about a
Hold on.
qualitative description or a quantitative
Hold on.
description of reality.
We
That's exactly
use
what math gives you.
in our cell phones. We use quantum tunneling to store data. We have quantum computers that you guys talked about a while ago. Well, and there are several other things, just like the quantum clock or whatever. So it ain't just mathematical models. We use these things in actual real world objects, and they work. So we must
Did
have
you
a good
miss?
understanding of them.
Did you miss the part where I said that it's like the most precise and accurate science we have, and we
Yes,
have
but you keep calling it a mathematical
That's great.
model, and it's not just a mathematical model. Since we use them in real world things, then they must really be real.
Actually, I think that's
How
wrong.
cute?
It
How
is a
cute?
mathematical model, but the idea is that the stuff that we're describing has physical significance, and we're describing
Absolutely.
things very accurately. And so then those
Agreed.
things have physical significance, and
Agreed.
we can describe them. That's the entire idea.
So I agree with all that. See,
There are
this
2
is the
points
point.
I'd
I
like to
agree.
make.
That's great. I don't know what we're arguing
There are
about
2
then.
points.
Well,
There
I'm
are 2
trying to help
points that
you
I'd like to
understand.
make.
Y'all
Go
cannot have
ahead,
three
Tony.
people talk to one person. PhD Tony,
Yeah,
let
Witsit, go
Witsit
on.
respond.
Real quick, I just want to mention something. Tony, have you eaten? Seriously.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, cool.
Yeah, he didn't intervene much more chill.
It's
I
true.
mean, can I just quickly address it and you can go, Tony? This is the point, right? So, like, I agree with everything that you just said. Like, the things that we're describing do have physical significance, and I would even be more precise and say are physically real. Okay, like it isn't just woo woo. It isn't that's not what I'm saying. Some people in
Someone
this
put
room
that.
say stuff like that, but I've been saying this for years. That it is a real physical phenomena that is being observed, manipulated, described, predicted, right?
Okay.
But the problem with it is, though, what we're conceptualizing as to what we're quantifying isn't real, right? So, like, for example, the electron is a perfect example, right? If you go look at these depictions of electrons or how we understand them and how it's changed up to today, right? It's incredibly different than it was just 20 years ago. But I can guarantee you that there would have been 10 people 20 years ago ready to tell me how stupid I was and then bring up the cell phone or bring up a light bulb.
I get your argument now, Witsit. I was misunderstanding. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
Thank
Yeah,
you. So
I
I
don't
have
think
a
I'm really
different
interested in that.
I have a different understanding of a lot of the phenomena. And one may say, "Oh, well, who cares? This is inconsequential because as long as we can like properly predict it, right? Then that's all we really need to build things and progress. I think I agree with you in the sense of like technology, right? That's not all we need, but it is sufficient to progress technologically. But if we're trying to actually understand the fundamental way that reality works, if we have presuppositions baked in as to what the physical phenomena actually is, and those are wrong, then it's going to be a building block scenario where we're going to get all the way to the top and we're going to hit a wall where it's like, wait, now this doesn't make sense at all. Like this shouldn't happen. This is confounding or paradoxical, right? That first building block was wrong. So that's what happened with light. That's what happened with light. Now how science works. Wait,
We still quantify and
almost,
predict perfectly well, though.
How science works is when you get to that top block and you find out that your first building block wasn't right, or that's clearly what that is indicative of. Science doesn't care about feelings, doesn't care about careers, doesn't care how much money we've invested in it, doesn't care how many textbooks we've made. We pull the first building block out and we start over because we were wrong. That is not what happened, though, is it? We just stayed there with the duality of a
hasn't happened.
Yes, it did. Wave particle duality doesn't make sense.
Can you wrap it up?
Wave particle duality is attempting to explain what photons are. That's all.
Poorly attempting.
That's correct. Well, it's because it's a hard thing to understand. It's like a wave. It's like a particle. It's both. It's neither. It's a photon.
It's both. It's neither. It's like them. If it's like them, then it's not really them.
If it's a photon, then it's particle-like.
It's particle-like, it's wave-like, it's both, it's neither, it's a photon.
But if it's like a particle, then it's not really a particle?
No, it's like a particle.
So it's just like one. So then you don't know what it really is?
Well, at photons?
That's actually a postulate of quantum mechanics. We don't know exactly what's going on, and we can't know.
Electrons, on the other hand, are definitely particles.
At the end that we can't know, right? But what I'm saying is, I know you don't know, and you're wrong, actually. Assuming it's a particle is wrong. Assuming it's a wave as if that's its own thing is wrong.
That's a claim.
Yeah,
it's incorrect. It acts like a wave.
You can easily prove these things. You can prove an electron isn't actually a corporeal particle, isn't a charge-carrying particle. No, it's not, because when we use an electron microscope, and if it was actually a physical corporeal material particle, then it would interact with all other matter in the electron microscope, but it doesn't. It doesn't interact with all organic matter, so much so that we have to use sputter coding.
Because the interactions are just too tiny for you to be able to tell.
Explain how an electron microscope.
Guys,
explain how an electron microscope works. Witsit?
Well, you believe that we shoot a beam of little electrons at whatever we're examining.
Right, and what happens?
Well, they have to coat it with a thin layer of gold first.
If it's organic material.
Thank you.
So what that proves is that it isn't simply matter, or it would interact with all other matter.
Please define what you're talking about here, because we use electron microscopes. I'm pretty sure we use electron microscopes widely. I could be wrong. This isn't my... What are you talking about that it doesn't interact?
All right, let him elaborate. If you ask him a question, let him fully explain it. You're asking him a question.
Yeah, basically, it doesn't render a useful image when we examine certain organic material. In order to actually get the image, what we have to do is take these little nanoparticle size of like gold, right? And we have to sputter coat it. Then what you think is the electron beam interacts with it and gives us a reflectance image. It's basically an electrostatic reflectance imager, if you want to be technical about it. Like, it's just creating a reflection, thus an image based on contrast.
How did the old cathode ray tube? No. I need to. So, are you describing a transmitting electron microscope, or a transmission electron microscope, or a scattering electron microscope? Which are you describing?
For intents and purposes of my argument, they all apply.
So you're claiming that transmission and scattering are essentially the same thing?
For this argument, yes.
But transmission means that you're firing the electrons through, so they're not being reflected, right?
Well, they're still interacting with, which is the actual point.
Yeah, that's not reflection. Interaction is not reflection, is it?
That doesn't matter for my argument, though.
Transmission would be non-interaction.
It kind of does, because you've described sort of one style of electron microscope, apparently unaware that there is another type of electron microscope, and you're not really you're not really making the assertion that that these things don't work. What is your observational evidence on which you claim that electron microscopy is a completely unreliable observational technique?
Do you guys notice how when you finish, you always just make up something? I didn't like. It's a completely unreliable technique.
Answer
I
the
didn't say that
question.
at all. I didn't say that at
You said
all.
that
That's a
you
straw.
said that the
I didn't say.
images were unreliable.
Shh. I didn't say that at all. That's a straw man. And also, what you said was wrong. That transmission has no interaction. That's a lie. The way the
I
transmission
didn't
works
say
is
that.
I know the other guy did, because you guys are both trying to debate me, desperately trying to catch me on something. It's not going to work. The other guy said transmission doesn't have interactions. You're wrong, because the more dense regions block or absorb more electrons, creating the darker spots in the image. So it's specifically dependent upon interactions. I did not say that it's completely useless. What I said was, when it comes to organic material, that we can't actually get the image without sputter coating the material. But if it was actually a little beam of pieces of matter, it would interact with all other matter, period. It wouldn't only interact with certain pieces of matter.
Why? Why? Do you know why?
Because matter is going to automatically interact with other matter. That's how matter works.
It doesn't have to. No, that's wrong.
Oh, give me an example. Other than
Bosons do not interact with other bosons if you put them in the same place, in the same state.
Okay,
they don't interact.
Prove those are matter.
Okay,
that bosons are matter.
Yeah,
Witsit.
They are literally part of the
have-
definition of matter.
They have mass.
No.
Witsit.
No.
The sputter.
They have charge. They have charge.
No, they don't have to.
Witsit,
yes, they do.
Sputter coating has nothing to do with what you just said. The reason we sputter coat samples, and that it is only really done in scanning electron microscopy, it's not really done in transmission, is to prevent charge, because you're firing a bunch of electrons at the sample. And we sputter coat it to prevent charge from accumulating on the sample, which is going to which, as it accumulates charge, is going to deflect the electrons differently. So it's got nothing to do with whether or not it's organic matter. It's got to do with the fact that we don't want to be saturating the sample with charge that is going to disturb the image. That's what sputter coating is
Austin, it's
all
almost
about.
like you didn't know what you were talking about. Do you have any background in physics, by the way?
Dude, this is no. First of all, the fact that they, I can.
Is that a no?
Read.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I can read.
Why are you guys so upset for getting a gotcha on Witsit? It's kind of weird.
But no,
I think
it's
you guys wrong. I don't know. I feel like it's normal to call people out when they're wrong.
You guys should be dicing me up, since I don't have a background in physics.
Well, we pretty much do.
We are. You're just delusional.
No, so now I'm going to correct you. Now I'm going to correct him, but you guys, I know you guys
said
are
something that was just false. Just
no, it wasn't.
False.
No, it wasn't.
That's not why we
The fact that Tony desperately Googled something and read the first thing he
but you're
found
wrong.
doesn't mean I was wrong.
That doesn't mean
No,
yes, it does.
No,
It's
dude.
literally what sputter coating is.
Sputter coating. Well, first of all, he just said sputter coating was the same thing I said it was. He's claiming that it's for a different reason, right? But if you actually researched it, instead of just desperately regurgitating the first thing you Googled, you would find out that if you don't sputter coat certain organic material, that you get major distorted streaked images or total image loss.
Yes,
I wonder why that is. I feel like somebody should research that or something. Oh, maybe physicists? That could be good. So this idea of there's this thing that we do because this thing is broken. It's the reason why we understand that is because we understand physics, which is the thing that you're trying to say isn't reliable because for some reason this thing isn't real, but I can't actually give you.
First of all, I didn't say physics wasn't reliable, nor did I say that this thing wasn't real.
Things weren't real.
No, I said they're not charged carrying particles of matter. Okay, so don't worry, it's going to get progressively worse for you. It's going to get progressively worse for you.
Electrons? What are you talking about?
Electrons are charged particles. What are you talking about?
The official explanation.
We've used them for a long time. Cathode ray tubes.
If we censor and we win.
Why are there two people interrupting someone when they're trying to speak? Control yourselves.
so retarded and has no background in physics. This should be a layup, right? So actually, the official explanation is that the sample degrades before you can actually record anything. Well, that's a cool claim because what I'm saying is there should be an interaction if it's matter. The fact that you just try to come up with some excuse why it doesn't have an interaction that can be detected isn't my problem. Okay. Now, to go beyond that, it's the definition of electron has continued to progress, and you same people would have been in there defending it with this same vigor back then. Okay. Now it's, well, we don't actually know exactly where it is, and we use a probability of distribution. It's like a density cloud. We don't know exactly where it is. It's a probability distribution. It could be over here, but anytime we try to look at it, it's not there. And they call it a point particle. It has no known size or shape, but it's a piece of matter. Okay, so how does that work? If you don't know,
yeah, so there were a lot of things that you just said that were wrong, but
we've known about
you
this.
did say something about what was it that electrons aren't current carrying or that aren't charge carrying particles with mass?
You don't even know what your gotcha is, bro.
That's right.
If you just let him finish. It's an electron cloud. Okay, now that's the definition.
No,
of
he
it.
said that the particle does not have charge or mass. What you're talking about electrons, right?
Shape.
I said size or shape.
Size or shape. Okay, so that depends on your orbital. That depends on where your electron is. That depends on what your potential is. It depends on what your Hamiltonian is.
So you don't know what it is, right? Exactly.
No, it depends on the
do know it.
situation. Oh my god.
We do know it. We've used electrons, the old-fashioned TVs. We're using electrons, bending them
Really?
with magnets.
What's the shape of an electron?
A cathode ray tube.
Depends.
Okay.
A cathode ray tube.
What's the
cathode ray tubes? You remember the old TVs, the old-fashioned TVs, the old desk monitors? Yeah, they're firing electrons.
What's the size of an electron?
So it's smaller than 10 to the minus.
I don't know. You could look that up. That's
no, but so it's smaller than something, but you don't know how big it is.
Yeah.
Right, because fundamentally,
but it definitely has size.
Well, that's an assumption.
If it interacts with something,
no, it isn't.
then
it
has mass. If it smells like mass and it acts like mass and it looks like mass, it's going to be mass. And those were analogies.
Do we agree that if it has matter, do we agree that if it's a charge-carrying particle of matter, then it has to have a size?
Like it has to occupy space.
Yeah.
So has a size.
So it has a size.
But we don't have to know,
we know the electron
what that
has a
shape
size.
is. 200 years ago, we didn't know how big an atom was. That didn't stop atoms from existing.
Okay, cool story, man.
This is sort of Witsit's entire argument, though. I feel like, and I just want to say this real quick, Witsit, is he's basically saying that since we can't directly observe like electrons, we can't observe wavelengths of light or anything else. The models and the things we do with them seem to work, but we don't know for sure if that's what they are or if they could be something completely different that works close enough.
He's also
that
claiming that light is something completely different.
Hold on, guys.
They're pretty close to what you're getting at. Witsit.
Yeah, it's pretty close. That's
actually pretty good Steelman, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's a reductionist point of view, right? Atomistic point of view. You guys have to break everything down into little ball beads.
Yeah, and I don't do that. Yes. You have to break everything down into a particle. So
we know electrons are particles.
No, we don't.
Do you guys know what the word quantum means in German?
The observational data. Quantum mechanics is not the result of some ideological drive to make reality look like that. We have adopted this model because it best describes what we observe experimentally, what we observe in chemistry, what we
Can I challenge you on that, PhD Tony, real quick? I just want to challenge you on that. Then how come they proposed quantum before it was actually discovered?
What?
Same thing with the atom.
Because people are imaginative.
Okay.
Okay, so do you know what the word quantum means?
Yes.
And what?
It means an individual unit, an irreducible unit.
Okay, in Latin it means how much, right? Quantum means amounts.
Are we speaking Latin?
So that's where it came from.
I don't care where it came from. We're speaking English, and we are speaking in physical terms. We are talking about.
You're not even listening.
The word
dude.
doesn't matter.
Well, if I got to make my point, it probably would, huh? So
get to it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying, but we have people that have no impulse control. So anyway, Max Planck, you heard of him? You used his name like 20 times in our
just keep going, dude.
Okay, great.
Come on.
So cool.
Shut the dude! You're such a douchebag. Okay, the German word "quant,"
Can you stop
right?
fucking ad hominem snipes and just make your fucking
you
point?
His Wi-Fi,
guys,
Oh my
his
goodness,
internet's
man.
shitty.
you guys are keep
So many
interrupting
people.
him. Like,
All right, I'm gonna
Jesus.
start muting people every time they interrupt. If you guys can't control yourselves, you're gonna get muted. Just mute your mic if someone's in the middle of speaking. Don't yell. Don't make little quips. Just let the person finish speaking. It's not hard.
And if everybody said go ahead or something like that, I mean, over and out is a little funny sounding, but if everyone can remember to say go ahead, then actually everyone could say their full thing. And then if anyone interrupts before the person says go ahead, then the mods can quickly mute them. We just ask no one to do that, obviously. But if everyone can remember to say go ahead, it actually, when there's a lot of people in here, it will work pretty well, because that way no one will interrupt. Because you don't know, like, sometimes people think you're done, but you're not. So if we could try to do that.
Well, they definitely know I'm not done though, right? Because
Well, they're not interrupting to make points. They're interrupting to insult him and make little quips and giggle. It's like, just mute the mic while someone's speaking.
Yeah, the mac and cheese guy is kind of trolling and using a lot of attitude to try to ruffle feathers or something. But anyways.
So real fast, just the point I'm making is you got quantum, you got how much, or quant, and that's like a discrete little packet. So the point is that the whole idea behind quantum mechanics was coming up with a model that we could quantify the phenomena, that we could count it. Okay, now think about it, right? If you enter with that presupposition that we're going to be able to count everything, if there was something that you couldn't count, but you tried to force it, then you would be in a tricky predicament, right? And that is what I contend happened, that they're trying to quantify the immaterial, which is impossible.
Okay,
Well, then you're wrong, because that's not how it
may I
works.
respond with that?
Yeah, I don't
May
know who goes
respond?
next.
So, clearly, and this again is Witsit's scientific illiteracy on display, because he clearly doesn't know how quantum theory was developed. It was developed in response. It was developed in response to the ultraviolet catastrophe, which was an argument based on if energy can assume any wavelength, then in a black body, basically there should be infinite energy. This was why it was called the ultraviolet catastrophe. You should have, the shorter the wavelength, you should be able to stack more and more of them inside a black box. You should have infinite energy. And this obviously isn't what we observe in reality. And people were struggling with it for ages. And in an act of actual desperation, Planck decided, well, what if they're a quanta? What if it's quantized? What if there's some unit and it can only adopt multiples of this base wavelength? And then all of the problems disappeared, and the theory started agreeing with the observations. So it was not, as Witsit claims, an ideological decision. It was a result of the theory that energy is not quantized was incompatible with observational evidence. And the observational evidence required the quantization of energy in order to explain it. You would really be much better off if you had cracked some textbooks here. Witsit?
I already knew that.
Well put.
I already knew all that. You think I didn't know about the ultraviolet catastrophe? And then what happened next? What happened next?
But what he just said contradicted what you said.
No,
He
it
said
didn't.
They went in. Let me finish, please. You said that they went in supposing that things were quantum, but they didn't. They went in supposing things were classical, like they had for hundreds of years. And then they saw something that didn't agree with classical mechanics. And so they were like, oh shit, we got to figure this out. And then quantum mechanics happened. That was it.
Okay, so that's not what I said. What I actually
that was what
said.
I said, by the way. Sorry.
What I said, I was talking about how since the origin of it, going forward, they went in with that assumption, which is what happened. Okay, so then he proposed the idea of little packets to try to explain it. From that point forward, that assumption was baked in. So now they've explored all of physics, all the subsequent discoveries with that presupposition of that framework. So if they are discovering things that are actually uncountable or immaterial, but they're trying to force a quantification method on it, then of course they're not going to actually have a proper description
or qualification of the physical phenomenon. That's what I actually said. And then you should actually get into 1905. You have the whole light as a little packet ordeal with Albert Einstein, the photoelectric effect. I obviously know about the alleged inability to explain the ultraviolet catastrophe with classical wave mechanics that then turns into quantized packets of light that then turns into Albert Einstein, the photoelectric effect, right? Now, I've done entire streams debunking the photoelectric effect as an evidence for a photon, debunking all of that. So, like, whatever, that isn't even my point. You're not engaging with the meta of the point. So let's try again. If you were to go into do you agree? Can you in good faith acknowledge this is a hypothetical preface? Right? If you are assuming that it can all be counted and quantified, but it's actually immaterial, that you would be it would be a futile pursuit.
If
yes,
that were the case, however, every piece of observational evidence that we have obtained confirms the accuracy and the validity of the quantum hypothesis and disputes the allegedly classical formation that you're going with. You make it sound so. Einstein and the photoelectric effect was designed to test quantum quantization. It was not designed simply to confirm and tick the box. It was designed to test it, and nobody gives a rat's ass about you meandering through your live streams. If you claim that you've debunked it, publish your work. Have it peer-reviewed by subject matter experts. Until then, shut up about having debunked anything, because you haven't. You've practically mainly
I would love to see that,
because usually do.
Go to YouTube. I have
that's
debunked
insane.
it. I have debunked it.
No,
I have debunked it, but
publish that.
I have debunked it. I have debunked it, but it wasn't. And by the way, it's just like a lot of information is successful. It's just you guys don't ever research from that angle because you're content with the current paradigm. But you make claims like holistic, just absurd, asinine claims like everything that we've observed verifies quantum mechanics and disputes classical wave mechanics. What a joke of a claim,
100% true.
dude.
100%
That is, it's
true.
100% true. Everything that we've observed, everything that we've observed.
Yep.
Okay, really?
So far,
tell me what debunks. Tell me what in quote unquote debunks quantum. Please go ahead. Go.
Photoelectric effect.
Oh well,
Photoelectric
first of
effect
all,
is part of quantum. Yes, that's correct.
well, it
Einstein
doesn't
got a
properly
Nobel
interact
Prize
with
for that.
amorphous metals. It doesn't properly interact with all amorphous metals. But this is the main point here, right? Which is what it is. It's an ever evolving field. So you just can make up anything. You can make up any new particle, any placeholder.
No,
So
that's not how it works.
for example, the subatomic. For
works at all.
example, the model did not work to explain magnetism. In fact, we had to create a new idea, a new concept. Do you guys know what the concept was? It's the same for static electricity, for light and magnetism. What was the new concept we had to put forth to balance out our equations because the previous mathematical models of quantum did
And
not
I
match
studied the model, like, and part of the verifiable model is the predictive measurements.
The model didn't explain magnetism.
Yeah,
what was
magnetism,
it?
light, or static electricity. So we had to
Are
put
you talking about force exchanges?
virtual particles. Okay, and specifically with like light and magnetism and static electricity, it's virtual photons, right? Okay, so do you guys ever looked into virtual particles and like their inception?
Not in any
I haven't
great
looked at
detail.
the history of virtual particles. No.
But so what's your point here? Because virtual particles are a model, right?
Yeah, but this is my point. You made the claim that every observation since has verified quantum mechanics. That isn't at all what has happened. I'm giving one example of many, right, where actually the observation specifically did not match the quantum models at all. So we have a certain amount of
now it does.
Now it does by doing what? Now it does, quote
By doing
unquote,
the
just
scientific
by
method.
all you did. No, it's not a scientific method. We
That's
didn't
how
even
it
you didn't even
works.
define. No, dude, you all interrupt. All it was
Just
was
keep
a
going.
mathematical. All it was a mathematical band-aid that was put in there because the quantum models didn't work. And here, I'll actually quote Richard Feynman on exactly what it is. So here's what Feynman says, a little bit paraphrased. So virtual particles have never been the input or output of any experiment ever. Their existence is questionable at best. They are merely a concept introduced to fix the discrepancies in our equations.
I have a headache
Yeah,
right now.
absolutely.
Yeah, Feynman died though. Feynman also
when I
died
said it
40
was a
years ago.
mathematical,
So.
when I said it was a mathematical band-aid, I was retarded less than 10 seconds ago. But now that I've quoted Richard Feynman, oh yeah, duh.
No.
Yeah, Feynman also died 40 years ago, so he's probably not totally up to date.
I mean, the scientific method is improving the model. No, I mean that's we were wrong. Okay, now we figure something out that actually works, and it works. I don't know what you want, man. Like
this is the fundamental problem with Witsit syllogisms. The distant galaxies.
More meta bullshit.
Distant galaxy. You're full of meta bullshit. You will pretty
You don't
much
know what a
start
syllogism
every
is, Tony. He doesn't have a problem with his syllogisms. What syllogism did he make?
Okay, apparently it's okay to interrupt me. So every time Witsit starts an utterance, he will tell people what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what they meant, what they were doing, and the flaws in their arguments. But apparently when somebody does it to him, it's an ad hominem attack.
What you're doing right now is an ad hominem attack, yes.
The flaw in Witsit syllogism is this. He will take a discrepancy at the cutting edge of science at some point in history and say, therefore, we should throw away the entire theory, root and branch. That because distant galaxies don't rotate at the rate predicted by relativity, therefore relativity and Newtonian gravity need to be thrown out, and that is absolutely not how science works.
Red herring.
We refine our models to improve our agreement, to approve the agreement.
Thank
with
you
the
for the meaningless bloviation and restatement of
how come you guys can overtalk him? How come he can be overtalked?
He's not saying anything with the argument.
That I'm finished.
Yeah, he is actually, but you're interrupting him.
Valid scientific hypothesis. It's perfectly valid scientific
Oh my
method.
god.
Yeah, I
Okay,
could
so
just
you didn't
read
say-
3 pages of a biology textbook. That doesn't mean it's relevant. What you did was restate bloviation, and you just made creeds. Thank you for your religion. It's irrelevant to what's being talked about.
Yeah, you didn't engage with
totally
the
on
point.
point.
You didn't
That's
engage
okay.
with the point at all. If you wanted to try to offer some substantive specificity, support the existence of virtual photons, I was hoping you would do that. So then I would just decapitate it. But you didn't do that. You brought up galaxies and all sort of stuff, and you couldn't name one syllogism I said. You keep saying you said that 10 times tonight. The problem with Witsit syllogisms, and you could never even repeat a supposed syllogism that I said, much less properly dissect it. But it doesn't even matter, okay? Because that's all irrelevant. I showed you guys, I had to quote Feynman before you guys even like acknowledged the point, which kind of shows the problem, which is like, oh, it's just a poisoning the well and a genetic fallacy. Witsit said it, so it can't be true. Oh, Feynman said it, then it is true. I said it was a mathematical band-aid. Then I just quoted Feynman saying the same thing.
Sir.
And here, I'm going to give you some examples. I'm going to give you some examples.
You're just misstating what occurred.
Physical.
You're just lying.
Feynman was saying that. Hold on, you go.
He said their existence. I was in the middle of talking.
Nobody, and you were lying.
You think you're entitled to just run over anybody and take it back when you want?
Oh my God! To hear Witsit say that? Come on, the irony in that.
I don't do that.
Yes, you do.
I don't do that.
Okay. Hold on. So Witsit, you said that it was a mathematical band-aid, and Feynman said that their existence is doubtful at best. Those are not the same statements. Just plain and simple.
Oh, he said they were just a concept proposed to fix the discrepancies in our equations.
Yeah, so he's saying that the virtual particles aren't physically meaningful. That's all he's saying. He's not saying that the equations are wrong.
I didn't say the equations were wrong, did I?
You said it was a mathematical band-aid, and you're implying that the theory is broken, and this isn't how the scientific method works.
Okay,
Feynman
so
was
I said
obviously just trying to explain that virtual particles aren't physically meaningful. That's all he was trying to say.
right. That they were just mathematical band-aids, that they were just temporary placeholders that were helping fix our equations. They hadn't been the
No,
input or output of any
they're not
experiments.
temporary
And
placeholders.
that their existence is questionable at best. And I can give you
Yes,
plenty of examples.
it's not
I can
an
give you
issue.
plenty of examples. I can give you plenty of examples where they don't work, right?
All right,
But
give me
one of the
one.
most, let's start with the most obvious one. They can't be detected. So you don't have any evidence that they exist other than presupposing your previous models, and out of a religious devotion and refusal to even question they may be wrong, therefore whatever other concepts needed to keep it alive must be true.
Oh my
That's the
God!
only evidence for
No.
them.
What
just,
an
just straight up no.
amazing
Yeah, hold on.
misinterpretation.
So basically,
Okay.
that's
Okay,
no, that's just false. We never said, or I personally never said, that virtual particles were physical things. You said, "Hey, your model's broken. Look, virtual particles. Ha, take that."
That's not what
That's
happened.
not.
He said that's not
Okay,
what
go on.
happened.
Yeah, what
Okay,
happened? What
okay.
happened?
No, let him
Witsit,
talk.
Let
Let
him
him just
talk. What
yeah. At
happened,
least this
Witsit?
guy is smart enough to have faith in himself. He doesn't go back and forth. Okay, PhD Tony said everything that has been observed has proved quantum mechanics is correct and disputed classical wave mechanics. That is such a ridiculous claim that I just gave one quick example of how, no, actually, not everything observed at all verified quantum mechanics, right? A major one that didn't match the model of quantum mechanics is the phenomena of magnetism, light, static electricity, right? Where we need to plug in virtual photons. So
Okay.
the model didn't work, bro. And like,
Okay,
and the
wrap
reason they
up,
can't,
wrap up,
see,
wrap up.
okay, I got a question. I'll say, I'm going to throw a
Nonsense.
question to the room right here, to the people talking. See if you guys can be intellectually honest. If they have never been detected, is it possible that they're not real?
Yes, it's possible that they're not physically a meaningful quantity. Just as I said, I don't disagree with
respond?
that.
May I
Okay, so
respond? In
if
order
they
for
aren't
no,
will, what would be?
Do I
Yeah,
not get to
PhD Tony,
talk?
go.
Okay. Okay, so the problem here is not what Witsit needs is an observation that directly contradicts. What my claim was, no observation contradicts quantum mechanics. And he's claiming, well, this one does. No, you would need to demonstrate that virtual particles don't exist. You haven't done that. And virtual particles may just be a placeholder for something else that does exist. You have not debunked quantum mechanics. There is no observational evidence that contradicts quantum mechanics.
Okay,
All you're saying, well, I haven't said go ahead yet. All you're saying is that quantum mechanics required further refinements from its original formulation. Yes, bravo. The same is true of any scientific theory. That does not mean that you throw it away root and branch.
Unless it's classical wave mechanics, huh? Wait, so your whole entire reason why we had to throw away classical wave mechanics, but the whole entire claim that PhD Tony made was that we had to throw away classical wave mechanics because it didn't work. We know it's not true because of a singular observation, which, by the way, many solutions to the ultraviolet catastrophe with classical wave mechanics. So it's not classical, it's neo wave mechanics, if you want to get specific, have been proposed that do work, right? But you guys would dismiss all of those. You guys would dismiss all of those, ironically. But when it comes to quantum, your religion, then you're given infinite reign to make up anything. And I said, hey, everyone agreed that they may not exist. And what was Tony's rebuttal? Well, you have to prove they don't exist. So let's use a little thought experiment here.
Yeah, that's fallacious.
Okay, prove that unicorns don't exist. Exactly. It's insane to say that. This is what religious
I don't think you're right.
say.
I don't really find PhD Tony's argument very convincing because that's not really the point. I guess the idea is just that virtual particles might not be physically meaningful, but that doesn't really change anything about the scenario because nobody thought that they were physically meaningful. And if you had something to say about that, then you'd have to show that they are physically meaningful. And until then, it's not really important. The idea is that we have a theory that explains the thing. And yeah, there have been plenty of pieces of evidence in the past that have contradicted our previous theories, and then what we do is we improve the theories. That's the idea. That's what
But
the
this wasn't
scientific method is
actually
all about.
improving. The problem is that this
But
wasn't
it explained the phenomena.
this
That's
was
the idea.
it didn't explain anything, and it wasn't even a proposed theory because it's not even defined, right?
Just
So
a
like,
placeholder.
so it's just a placeholder. The reason it was put there was like, okay, well, we are missing something, so we're gonna just fix the math so we can keep moving forward, and then we'll discover whatever it is that's missing, and that was decades ago. So at what point in time do we consider that maybe our model's wrong?
Once we
Yeah,
find
maybe
one
his
that's
model's
better.
wrong. So yeah, find one that's better. Exactly. In the meantime, though, the ultraviolet catastrophe is just one of many things that I mean, then you've got the double slit experiment. The fact that we're sitting here, on the internet using lasers and transistors is proof that we know what quantum is all about. Without
Never
quantum,
heard this argument
those
before.
two things But without quantum,
That
we would
all
not have
works with wave
transistors.
mechanics.
No, it doesn't. Transistors do
Yes, it
not work
Yes,
does.
it
with wave
does.
mechanics.
Quantum tunneling, it is
Nope.
wave mechanics.
Sorry, it doesn't
Yes,
work.
yes.
Doesn't work.
Dude, just saying nuh-uh
No,
isn't an
it does.
argument.
It is. Well, you're just saying no. You don't have wave
No,
mechanics.
I
They
didn't.
discovered the transistor because of quantum. They discovered lasers because of quantum. You
Dude,
can't explain
happy to
lasers.
enlighten you.
You
Happy
cannot
to
explain
enlighten you.
lasers. Oh, so now you can explain lasers and the double slit and quantum
Do
and the
you want
ultraviolet
an explanation,
catastrophe.
or you just want to say nah to everything that he put
Please show me
forward?
the paper. Show me the paper. I want to see this. Please show it to me.
Do you actually? Okay.
Yeah, show it to me.
Okay, yeah, there's
What
plenty
about
of them, right? But this is the
Where?
thing, right?
Show it to me. Don't just say there's
He's
plenty of
gonna
them.
grab one. I don't know.
okay?
Dude,
If it's
dude.
classical, why do
Oh my
electrons only have
god.
one charge?
You
Why do
guys have
electrons only have
problems,
one
bro.
charge?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
problems. You're lying
Oh,
your
there we
ass
go.
off.
There's another guy. Oh, okay.
You're
I'll
lying
try
your
again.
ass off. You
Oh, there
say
we go.
there's many papers that are going to prove it,
Oh, there we
and
go.
now you've got to sit here and moan over me when I ask you to show me
Oh
Let Witsit
the
man.
papers.
respond.
Look, show me the damn papers.
There's 5 people talking to him. Let him respond.
Okay. So there are many papers going way back about a lot of
Write
these things.
one.
I'm
I don't
going
want
to.
many. I
Stop.
want one. I want one. I'm going to pick a transistor. Show me how
Stop.
you explain transistors using classical
Cecil,
mechanics. Go.
stop.
Can I actually speak maybe? So, I mean, you got like 4v1. I mean, the least you could do is let me speak some, right? So, you know who Willis Lamb is? Okay.
No.
Willis Lamb? Okay, well, the Lamb shift is named after him. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. So why are you screaming? I mean, that's a pretty major thing in quantum electrodynamics to not know about. Right. So what it did was show that the old quantum theory or Dirac's equations weren't complete. So they needed the Lamb shift. Right. This is majorly needed for things such as a magnetic field. Okay. And he used like microwave spectroscopy to like look at hydrogen. And he found out, unexpected components of the energy states and et cetera, right? So anyway, and then it has to do with like vacuum fluctuations and whatever, dude. Okay, so the point
Yeah,
is
that's
that
great. I know so much more about it because it has to do with vacuum fluctuations and stuff. Explain in
What?
detail what is going on here and what the relevance of this is.
Okay, first of all, I was only bringing up what the Lamb shift to explain this is not just some random insignificant person, so I could preemptively combat the nonsense rebuttal that was about to come from one of you guys that he was a quack or something. Okay, he is the Lamb shift is named after him, major component of quantum electrodynamics. If you're unfamiliar with it, look it up. Not my problem. So Willis Lamb.
That doesn't address the criticism. There are Nobel Prize winners who are fucking crackpots. Like, just saying, if your ultimate argument is this guy said something once, I don't care, right? Was it in a peer-reviewed journal? What has it been experimentally validated? That's what I care about. Both of those things true?
Dude, shut the dude. I can't even speak with you, dude. You have a problem, man. So he has like a photo. It's either called like photons don't exist or photons aren't needed or anti-photon or something like that. And yeah, it's been peer reviewed. And yeah, it uses all the current evidence at the time. It uses all the current evidence at the time to support it, right? And the point was he wasn't even making the definitive declaration that they do or don't exist. He was showing that they don't have to exist, and that this presupposition that the evidence up to that point required little quantized packets of light called photons was completely erroneous. Okay, and my point is that
1926, 100 years ago. 100 years ago.
Dude, he won the Nobel Prize in 1955, and the point is that it was a major component.
For what?
Where is this paper?
For his Lamb shift, where he showed that Dirac's equation was incomplete.
Yes, show me this paper. You've claimed that this
It was
paper
considered the most accurate physical theory ever developed at the time.
Where is this paper?
Oh, this guy's insignificant because random people on Discord who always appeal to authority suddenly don't. Okay, I'll drop it for you in a second, man. Right? So, like, you think I made all that up? What a joke. So anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that there are, and this was only brought up.
I don't think you made it up. I think you can't understand technical papers.
Stop interrupting, PhD Tony. Or Geo, come get control over it. Because nobody else can mod him.
So look, here's the deal.
Right, if they start over talking, I'll jump in.
You mean like they have the whole time? So the only thing I brought that up for was because you immediately jumped all over Taylor swearing up and down there were no papers and whatever. And I'm like, no, there are many papers that propose wave mechanics as a real thing, or that photons and kind of these.
Produce one. Don't fucking tell us about it. Show us them.
Stop interrupting.
I'll drop it in a second, but that one popped in my head because it's like a very significant figure within your own paradigm of quantum mechanics, right? And that was another example. So the reason I brought it up is like a double meaning, right? Like it also gives you another example of how the quantum model didn't work. And my point here is, yes, this is true that you can have a theory or a model, obviously, right? That it can be shown to be wrong, and then you can fix it. That is science. Yes, cool. Okay, but what isn't science is having direct empirical evidence go directly against your model, falsify the model, show that the model isn't correct, and then just slap an undefined mathematical placeholder in, and then just keep going forward like nothing happened and assuming or acting as if it was correct. Okay, that isn't science. That's religion.
Witsit, why don't you have the Nobel Prize? I mean, you know that. Why don't you have a Nobel Prize, Witsit? I mean, you know all this stuff.
The credentials shit, dude. It's so.
Why don't you have a Nobel Prize, Witsit? I mean, come on, you know this. Why? No, I'm serious on this. If he knows all this stuff better than all these physicists, why aren't you like the most famous physicist in the world right now?
Well, who cares about any of that, dude? That's not even a real argument.
Yeah,
why aren't you actually a Nobel Prize winner? Like, who cares?
He's coming up with all this stuff, and he thinks he knows quantum better than everybody else in the world.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that at all.
I guarantee you that this other guy in here knows more about the specifics of quantum mechanics than I do. It's not even close, probably.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay.
So
what would you say? You're saying that it's all wrong about?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's the wrong way to approach it. Yeah, sure. He hasn't come up with anything. Yeah, he hasn't published any papers. Okay, so what? But you said that the mathematical thing was undefined. That is a precise thing in math. What do you mean? Do you understand it well enough to say that, or are you just kind of saying that?
I'm not meaning mathematically undefined. Like, what I'm saying is that it isn't qualitatively defined. So this is the thing, right? Science and math are different. Math describes, science explains. And so science is a pursuit of understanding how the world actually works, like what's actually going on. Right.
So there's just a little bit more than that, because science doesn't just explain, it also describes. So science does both.
It's a cause and effect relationship, dude. What are you talking about?
No, that's wrong.
No, it's not.
Nope. Scientific laws describe phenomena and they don't explain them, while scientific theories describe phenomena and they explain them.
What are you talking about, dude?
just literally the definition of scientific theory
What is an
and
experiment?
an experiment. There is no
Is
very
that a
solid
cause and
definition.
effect
It's a
relationship
general.
and you're testing it out? What are you talking about,
Causality
dude?
is a thing, so sure, but that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. Witsit, please go on.
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain like in it from like a meta view here, because this is all I'm interested in is like understanding reality better. And I actually think that all these other people in these fields have like that same goal, right? I mean, I would imagine, but it seems to get really caught up in the like refinement of the mathematical descriptions, and over time that's been conflated to like explanatory power, but it's actually not the same thing. So my point is that the math can work, the models can work, the virtual photon band-aid absolutely is useful and works. And in fact, that ended up like extrapolating out to some of the most precise predictions ever, like ever in the history of forever. You know, literally the
That
virtual
sounds
photon.
so good to me. Then I mean,
Yeah. Because what it
Well,
was,
what's the
that
counter
means
evidence?
what that means is if you account for that extra energy that is quote unquote coming in and out of existence, if you properly figure out what that is, you're going to be way closer to really figuring out the phenomena, right? Because it gives us really good predictions. But the problem is that it's been decades since that was plugged in and still hasn't been verified, right? And like
it was 90 years between Einstein saying they're gravity waves and we actually finding them. But that so what?
you didn't actually find them.
Yeah, we actually
No,
did.
we did. That's
No,
not. We're not going to
no,
go into that
no.
right now. It's not
Yeah, let's not
important.
talk about how LIGO uses predisposed
Bro, just move
models.
on. Come on.
Yeah,
Actually,
We're
the fact
past
that
this.
they
We're past
discovered
this.
gravity waves
Let's just
90
move on.
years after 90 years after Einstein said they
they
existed.
didn't.
So
They didn't. They didn't. They admit
They
they
did.
don't know where they came from.
That's absolute nonsense.
They literally
You're
admit
just
that they don't know
lying.
where they came from,
yeah,
dude.
You're
literally,
lying.
you don't understand what you're talking about. But that's okay.
Okay,
Hold on.
Whatever.
Do you guys want to really get into LEGO, or are we going to stick on
No,
topic?
I don't. I don't care.
I'm just saying.
That's
I'm
not
just saying.
important.
But
I'm more
I'm saying
interested
is
in
that 90
the
years,
meta combo.
90
Can you
years
not be
after
honest,
Einstein,
y'all?
90 years
Yeah.
after
No.
Einstein's muted. How come I get muted when I'm actually talking?
Yeah,
God,
we didn't mute
But
him. We were
when
doing
else would you get
unnecessary
muted?
muting.
Yeah.
When else would you get muted?
Well, in any case, I see where you're coming from. Like that makes sense from the point of view of someone who hasn't actually looked at any of the physics. And
Don't say
actually, even as no, because you haven't. I posted an E&M problem in here, and it would take you. I mean, with ChatGPT, I don't know.
It's called an ad hom. What you're doing right now.
No, it's
No,
not.
I just said that he hasn't done physics, and he hasn't. That's just a fact.
That isn't true. That is, first of all, it isn't true that I have done no physics, right? Okay, so
Okay,
I mean,
you've done
I went
maybe
to a
physics
college
1.
preparatory school. I did physics 1 and 2 honors. Then I had some physics classes in college, and then I've done some outside of that myself. That doesn't matter, though.
Yeah. That's not what I'm trying to talk about. But it is the fact that you are not currently working on physics research or anything
That's
of that sort.
correct.
You're not studying
Yeah.
physics. That's fine. So you're not kind
You
of
could
in
just
that
ask Witsit
headspace
one
for it.
question that would know what if he knows any physics at all. Like if you ask
Well,
Witsit,
it could have been something that
what's
he
the
hasn't
unit
studied
of
though.
energy in physics? What's the SI unit of energy in physics? Do you think he would know?
Wait, ask him what?
The SI unit for energy.
We don't even have to do stupid gotcha questions.
Yeah, this is
so
all
stupid.
weird.
I mean,
I could ask
I don't
PhD
know.
Tony random questions like too. He would not know.
I think I know. I think I know. I think I
about.
know. I'm just like hesitant to say because I could be wrong, but it's a unit of energy is joule.
Yes,
Joule,
sure.
right? Joule
So,
or something. Yeah.
yes.
Joule, yeah. But regardless of that, can I ask?
It doesn't
Can I
matter.
ask you something, Mac and cheese?
Wait, is it Joule or Joel?
It's
I don't know.
Joule.
It's spelled Joel, but it's Joule.
Witsit got him.
Not spelled Joel.
But what I'm trying to say is that
Joule.
Tony, please
Yeah.
stop yelling.
okay. Well, yeah, I don't
Mac and cheese,
care.
let me ask you something. Can I ask you?
All right, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many Richard Feynman diagrams are there?
How many?
Yep. Do you know
You
or not
can
know?
make
Just
an
real quick.
infinitely amount. You can make an
Right.
infinite amount.
Right. Yeah. You can make an infinite amount of them. And why is that?
Yeah. It's because you can make an infinite amount of particles. There are an infinite amount of particle interactions that you could make.
And do you know where the virtual particles are on the diagrams?
Actually, no, I haven't gotten to that.
They're on the lines, the intersections of the lines.
Okay, I don't know enough about that to to verify whether that's right or not. But sure.
Yeah. I'm pretty. Yeah. So,
because the intersections are the actual like creations and annihilations of particles, though. So I'm actually not too sure about that.
Right. So you see, maybe now the problem makes more sense to you, right? Because
Sure,
it's a mathematical.
That's not what I'm. Okay, so
No,
I'm just
sir,
want to
it
finish. Tony, sorry, I'm just trying to wrap this up. The idea is just that if you don't know the math, it seems like okay, they just keep adding math, they keep patching on with math, and they're just like this leaky bucket that they're trying to patch up, and it's
Lost
like
in the sauce, right?
just get some other bucket, right? And that's kind of one of the things about physics research that I don't like, that it's like a lot of it is, I wouldn't say cultish because that has certain connotations, but it's like you do physics research so that you can get funding and so that you can like make money, make a living, right? And so I think that actually plays a huge part in it. And I think that there need to be vast reforms to physics research. I think that there should be more, government funding into research, because I think that's an important thing to help us understand the world. Whatever. You can disagree with that.
I agree with you 100%. It creates a bias.
Yeah. And it's a bias to keep getting published. Though most of the time, I would argue that professors are so like, how would you say? I would say that they're so set in their ways and they're so stubborn that they will refuse to publish like false things. I've met a ton of professors who are like, they will literally like, especially obviously if they're tenure, they will refuse to publish anything unless it's like been triple, quadruple checked. But that's just my personal.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example to support your point and actually, kind of refute the last point there. Like dark matter, for example, it's well known at this point that it's possible dark matter doesn't exist. Okay, now I would say it is obvious it doesn't exist 100%, but I'm being charitable, right? Like that it does it, that it may not exist. That's why we have like modified Newtonian dynamic theories popping up everywhere, right? But the issue is, if you look into the amount of funding that has been shelled out for like attempting to find dark matter, it's such an insane number. Everyone just wants a cut of that pie, to where they're just like, whatever, dude, I'll just publish a paper about dark matter, right? So that's the issue, though. No one's even motivated to possibly fix the problem by stepping outside of the paradigm.
I get that, and I agree to a certain extent, but I think that there's also a compelling argument in the sense that what if a lot of researchers have this kind of like ideal of like, what if I'm the person who really figures it out, and they are trying to figure it out, and then maybe some of them fall short, and then they publish some like shitty thing that does get attention, but like physicists don't just see something that says dark matter and just like kind of hop on it. Funding, that might be different. It depends. I'm not too knowledgeable about the people who do funding.
This further.
But
let's take it
hold
further.
on.
Sorry.
But yeah, just the idea is just physicists also are in that because they really, really like doing physics and they really like understanding the world. And
intellectual battle, right?
Like it's fucking hard. Like this shit, you could not pay people to do some shit, and some people don't get paid to do it. And it's like this shit is ridiculous. We're doing ridiculous, like it's fucked. Okay, 30 hours just on data analysis, and I'm not even an experimentalist. It's fucked. It's so fucked. But
what if
the reason I keep doing it is because I like it.
No swearing, please.
Right? Sorry, my fault. But okay, I've been talking for so long. Just to kind of wrap it up, my one thing is just that like I have issues with maybe like biology, like this one thing that biologists say is like, duh, this is super obvious to us, but I'm like, it doesn't seem obvious at all. They probably missed something or something, and I say that because I'm like, I mean, they could have missed something, and like this doesn't seem right, but I haven't actually looked into it, and for all I know, they could be missing something. Yeah, go on.
What if the fundamental issue is that they're trying to put a square in a circular hole? You know what I mean? They'll never be able to figure it out.
Qualitatively, I get what you mean, but like I work with qualitative descriptions of reality all day, and when somebody talks about something like that, but then they don't like show it,
where do you think dark matter is going to go,
satisfying.
Dude?
I don't know.
Well,
I
this is
don't
the
work
thing.
with dark
I
matter.
would just say, don't make the presupposition that just because we don't agree with the mainstream that we are entirely unfamiliar with physics or the history of physics or that we don't study it. Because there's
The
people in
history of
this
physics,
room that
sure.
there's well, just like the modern state of affairs and stuff like that. Like there are people in this room that obsessively do it and like have like days of the
Yeah.
week that they go through entire papers, and we've been doing
And
it for
none of
years, right?
and none of them are mathematically or scientifically
Okay,
literate.
yeah.
Which
I mean,
means that,
Wait, that's a
those
cool
efforts are
story,
actually
man.
a
That's a
waste
cool
of
story,
time.
man. Let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah, but
So,
let Murphy's 30
sorry, are
seconds.
you
Everyone else.
claiming mathematical
let
literacy
me
now?
finish.
Can we have a
just
productive
modding,
conversation,
just mod here.
Tony?
Jeez.
I think
Thank
we
you,
were
Terry.
good. Witsit, please go on.
Everybody's getting their 30 seconds worth. At least give Tony 30 seconds.
Tony just interrupted me.
Yeah, I
Well, you
haven't
weren't making a
spoken
point.
for ages.
I literally was
Yeah,
making a point.
so yes, you claim that people are reading papers. It takes actual skills to read and properly comprehend scientific papers. It's not an ad hom, it's just a statement of fact. You need a familiarity with the literature, you need a familiarity with the mathematics, and you need a familiarity with the techniques. Would you not agree, MxXxD?
How is this
think that
productive? It's not productive at all.
I think
It's not
And
productive at all.
then someone else wants to jump in and be like, at least let Tony talk. It's like, no, Tony interrupted me. Just a circle jerk with someone else he thinks may have credentials. Like, no, this is stupid. Like, I was talking. Dude, can I make my point? Can I just make my point, please? Like, I'll give you an example of how what Tony's saying is not true at all. I'll just tie it into my point. I have a guy named Robert Bennett that I brought onto my channel. Okay, he has a PhD. He worked with people that worked directly with Einstein. He got his thesis in the motion of relativity on the motion of rigid bodies or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's like literally worked on nothing but that. Like his whole entire life, okay? He has now come to a conclusion that the modern model just doesn't work. And his conclusion is so shocking to people, right? Which is specifically that the earth is static and that there has to be an ether and that relativity doesn't work. He knows every square inch of the math, of the theory, everything that you could be talking about, right, PhD Tony? But because his conclusion isn't what you think it should be, well, guess what happened to him? He got completely blacklisted and labeled a dissident despite his entire career's body of work. And this is what deters people from even speaking up, even once they come to the conclusion, right? Like he could tell you that there are other people that agree with him, but would never say it. Okay, that is the real problem because that is antithetical to science, dude. We should encourage.
Are there individuals who are delusional? Do they exist?
See, immediately he's going to start trying to personally.
I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think that's the way to do it.
It's not productive, bro.
Next, okay, mac and cheese. I don't care if you think it's productive or not. Individuals.
Okay, well then you can exit the conversation.
Individuals can be wrong.
Many people will be happy.
Hey, can individuals be wrong and not be delusional?
Can you be delusional,
yes,
PhD?
they can
Is
be
that a
wrong and not
possibility?
delusional. Individuals can
That's
make
probably
errors.
happening, Taylor.
But
Terry.
this is the thing. In order to check whether or not they're right, what you need is confirmation from other people. You need other people to investigate the claims and confirm them. You need other subject matter experts. So the fact that you have one subject matter expert who thinks one thing, which is demonstrably false, by the way, because we observe the...
You don't even know what he's talking about, dude. You don't even know who Robert Bennett is.
I know that there are 19...
Do you know who Robert Bennett is?
I know that there are 19 different styles of gyroscope.
I asked you a question. Do you know who Robert Bennett is?
All of which... Witsit just explained to you. There are 19 different physically independent... There are 19 different physically independent mechanisms for gyroscopes. And each of those is the same results for Earth rotation. So the claim that the Earth is static is demonstrably, observably false.
Okay, cool. That's your opinion, man. So, and let me give you guys another. Let me give you guys another example. Let me give you another example.
Tony, please.
Let me just say something that's not just like this gay stuff that you always say. So another example, because this is the issue, right? Even if you think he's wrong, you said the best way to go about that is to have other people look at the work. I agree. That's the issue with blackballing people. If they step outside of the mainstream consensus, you should allow them to publish their papers as long as, say, the math is correct and the theory is technically possible, and let people critique it and try to find what's wrong with it, not just make sure no one ever gets to see it. There's another guy named Andre Assis, and we're talking about, by the way, PhDs in their field that typically were professors in their field for years. Okay, so then he wants to write a paper. He writes one and he shows about the Newtonian Machian analysis of planetary motion, right? And so he basically taps into Mach's theory and he shows that there's actually a dynamic equivalent in planetary motion that has been overlooked. It's just undeniable, like 2-page paper, just shows the math. It's undeniable. And so it got published. He then drops another one, right? So it basically snuck in where they didn't understand the implications of that. If there's a dynamic equivalence, that means the Earth could not be moving. And then he drops another one that's way more in depth, same thing. Math is bulletproof. It uses only verifiable physics within it. It shows the own like principles of relativistic and Newtonian application within it. And they rejected it. They said they wouldn't even publish it, right? Because the implication is that geocentrism is viable. In fact, the paper did not propose it. The paper did not say the Earth may not be moving. All it did was show the dynamic equivalence so definitively that it couldn't be denied. This is my point, bro. The way science works, this is like, that's a cult. That's like how religious cults work. The way science is supposed to work is, dude, I don't care at all what you believe. I don't care what you used to think is true. And if what we thought was true for 200 years ends up being wrong tomorrow, who cares? We should actually celebrate that, because now we're one step closer to finding out the truth. And like dark matter is a perfect example of how that's never going to happen.
Please. This is a bullshit argument, because there is no dynamic equivalent. What force moves the sun? So if the Earth is static, which is directly contradicted by direct observational evidence, as I say, matter wave gyroscopes, laser gyroscopes, mechanical gyroscopes, the Compton engine, you can drop balls down mine shafts and you can detect the effect of Coriolis on them. So, there's just no way around all of the observational evidence that Earth is rotating.
Okay. So you didn't even.
And if we accept that it is, what is the force that?
Dude, you're about to get destroyed
around the Earth.
Dude, okay, you don't even understand what dynamic equivalence means. You don't even. I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. The answer to your question. The answer to your question. The answer to your question was in the name of the paper. Newton Machian analysis of Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. So what would the force be, Tony?
So you're claiming that there is a Machian effect. In order for that to be true, you would have to be within the Schwarzschild radius of the rotating body.
Wait, what would the force be, Tony?
It would be there is none. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so I mean, this is why it's hard to have a combo with you, because you just can't show good faith, man.
Now I'm going to appeal to credentials. Are you a PhD or not?
There is no force that would act on the sun to move it around the Earth. The sun is millions of times more massive than the Earth. You need a force acting
total
on
red
it
herring.
to move
He doesn't
it around.
understand it. This is what I'm trying to say. This is a major issue that people have with scientism. And I will say this is a super good faith thing I'm going to throw out there. It actually causes the mass denial of science, which I don't support. It causes a mass denial of science because of the pretentious. Dude, believe it or not, shouting doesn't make you very compelling. Okay, the pretentious approach that people like you take to these discussions. you could not possibly know the paper is wrong before you've read it.
Yes,
Yet
I
somehow
can.
you think that you do know.
No.
He isn't
Yes, I can.
he isn't even claiming that the earth is in the center. What he's pointing out is that with a Newton-Machian analysis of a neo-Tychonian model of planetary motion, that there's a dynamic equivalence. And this is because of the inertial forces exerted by by the rotating universe itself. So
Exactly.
you don't even understand it.
No, in order for that to happen, then the universe, the
Would have to
object
go
in the
faster than the
universe,
speed of light.
would have to go faster than the speed of light, right? Which would
I'm
crack
400
relativity.
steps ahead of you, dude.
Okay, then you
okay.
know that isn't possible, right?
Well, until you actually read Einstein and even understood that even Einstein says it's not possible, which is where you get this presupposed constant invariant nature of light, where he says in the presence of strong enough gravitational fields, there technically is no actual speed of light. There is no limit to how fast something can go if it's in the presence of a strong enough gravitational field, because there's a proportionate relationship.
Had you demonstrated the gravitational field?
It's a necessary implication of relativity. And I'll drop the paper explaining it.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
I'm trying to
haven't
get you all those
you haven't
papers.
mentioned any of these papers. You keep on promising that you
Because
will.
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone, dude. I've dropped these
Yeah, I saw the
sources for
Galileo's wrong
years.
one.
I've dropped the sources for years.
That's a basic one, but I'll get you a more specific one with
So
this alpha
yeah,
model.
the Galileo's wrong one isn't a paper, but
No. Drop the act. Wait, time out. There's actual paper. I'll show you. Like, okay, I did all kinds of presentations on this, right? But Robert, I think his name is Robert Gossier, right? So he's known as a relativity expert, dude. He's literally world renowned as one of the most knowledgeable experts on relativity.
Had no trouble finding a
And
paper.
I bet you didn't even know who
from-
that was, did you? I mean, no, I won't, because I'll easily cite out of his own book where he explains this, okay? And he even shows you the equation, and it's just a fact. It's a fact that in the presence of strong enough gravitational fields, that there actually isn't technically a limit to speed. So this is what I need you to understand, man, I get that you think you know I'm wrong, but this is the problem with being that pretentious. Just be like, that sounds crazy, or I didn't think that was the case. Can you cite it? And then just look at it and come back. Reserve your opinion.
Even if I accept it, if I accept,
Can we stop talking with Tony? I'd rather talk with Mac and Cheese.
It's insane, Tony. Like, nobody cares when you're yelling and interrupting all the time. Please be quiet or be calm.
Well, now Tony got interrupted a while ago while he was trying to say something.
He just interrupted with.
So why don't
Gatekeeper.
everyone let each other finish?
I agree,
please?
Cole. I agree, but do you think it's productive when he says he doesn't want to be productive, and then he already knows a paper is wrong before even reading it? Do you think that's good faith or bad faith, Cole?
I think that it's his opinion and it's his thought, so we should at least have enough respect to allow him to say it.
What the fuck, dude? He's the one that's dude. By the way,
I know, Witsit. I understand your frustration, Witsit.
When someone interrupts 30 times, eventually people feel like the only way they can even get in is to start interrupting. That's why it's like a slippery slope to allow this guy to do it this much.
Yeah, I don't want to continue engaging with him.
Eventually, it's like, okay, now it's just a brute force fight to get to the mic, which is super gay, and everyone should just be able to talk and just respect each other's opinions.
I agree.
I think we can do that.
So let's step back. People are asking me why I conclude that this paper is wrong, and they haven't even listened to my explanations. So you accept that there are forces acting on objects to make it look like there's a rotation, right?
This is way too vague. This is way too vague and void of specificity. I've already explained that it's a Newton-Machian analysis of a neo-Tychonian model. Do you know what that means?
I suspect I do, but it's actually gibberish. Machian forces are not physically tested. Right?
Have you ever heard of the letter that Einstein wrote to Ernst Mach about that theory?
Yes.
What did he say?
He's heard about it, and he was very concerned about whether or not there was any different. So, if the universe rotated around him, would it cause his arms to raise? And he was very concerned about whether or not that was valid. But there is no observational evidence in favor of this unless you're within the force shield radius of the rotating body. That's the
That's not
only
what the
way
letter
you
said at
can.
all.
That's the only way you can induce a Markian force is if you're in the force shield radius of the rotating body, which we aren't. Also, you have also yet to demonstrate that there exists this massively large gravitational acceleration that the rest of the universe is experiencing that enables it to travel faster than the speed of light.
Okay, can I respond now? So that's not what the letter said at all. You made all that up and you just tried to fit in your point to pretend that you knew something. It's for some reason your pride won't let you ever even just say, oh no, I don't know about something. It's super lame. But
I said
anyway,
I don't know like
stop
20
interrupting
times
me,
about this
dude. It's every
conversation.
time I talk, bro. So
Yeah, keep the
You
ad
don't
homs to a
lie.
minimal, please.
the actual letter, what the actual letter says is, oh, I owe you the deepest apologies for everyone disregarding and discarding this theory, as I have now come to find out that it must be true in order for me to even put my theory forward. Good try, though.
Yes, only if you're within the force shield radius of the rotating body. As I have said multiple times, do you just not understand
It
what
doesn't
I'm
say that.
saying?
It doesn't say that.
No, he doesn't say that in the letter, but that is true in the theory. So
Okay,
the
so
You're
rotating
just making shit
body,
up.
No, I'm not making shit up. This is discussed
well,
in
you
the
claim that
introductory
was in the
section.
letter, so.
So it doesn't matter if it's in the letter. You only get a rotation.
Is this good faith or bad faith, Cole? Can we stop engaging with this guy? I'm appealing to you, Cole.
You
I'm
only
appealing to
get
him.
rotation. You only get rotational effects if you are within the force shield radius of the rotating mass. That's the theory, right? So yes, Einstein conceded that there was a reality to what Mark was suggesting, but it only adheres if you are within the force shield radius of the rotating body. This has been demonstrated many times since.
Oh yeah, how so?
And you saying that I don't understand what's in the... Yes, he conceded the reality of what Mark was saying, but in practical terms, this only applies if you are within the force shield radius of the rotating mass, which Earth is not relative to the rest of the universe.
Okay,
How has this been demonstrated many times?
yeah, it hasn't. So anyway, I'm just going to explain this real fast. I'm going to drop for anyone who actually wants to learn about the stuff they claim to know, right? I'm going to show you Dossier explaining this, and he is again known as like the world-renowned expert in relativity, taught it for his entire career. And of course, it isn't really about who did it, okay? But I will show you. And you also have Steven Weinberg as well, right? Here's what he said. If we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's, in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year, and in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory. Newton seemed to have a hint of this. In an unpublished Proposition 43 that did not make it to the Principia, Newton acknowledged that Tycho's theory could be true if some other forces besides ordinary gravitation acted on the sun and the planets. That other force would be that inertial force. You also have Andre Assis in relational mechanics breaking down the dynamic equivalence of both Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Then you have Dr. Luka Popov in the Newtonian-Machian analysis of the Neo-Titonian model of planetary motions that I just now cited. I'll drop that paper in just a second. And here is what we're looking for. So we have W.G.V. Rosser, An Introduction to the Theory of Relativity, 1964, page 460, right? And I'm going to zoom in here and I'm going to read it for you. All right, and I'll drop the citation. So I don't know if I want to read all this for you, but we'll kind of skip down to the conclusion here. If gravitational fields are present, the velocities of either material bodies or of light can assume any numerical value depending on the strength of the gravitational field. If one considers the rotating roundabout as being at rest, the centrifugal gravitational field assumes enormous values at large distances, and it is consistent with the theory of general relativity for the velocity of distant bodies to exceed the speed of light. And yeah, it gives you the value of the speed of light. And there's many more. There's much more above that. I'm just trying to
Okay,
save the room.
so what
Witsit,
you're
can you just drop the
so
source for us to be able
look at
to read it?
Yeah. I'm gonna try.
What causes Coriolis?
Well, dude, why are you deflecting? Can you concede
No,
first?
so we're talking about whether or not the Earth is static, right?
Can you concede first?
What causes Coriolis?
Well, before we go on to you deflecting to avoid concession, we're going to kind of recap what just happened, right? So I brought up the Newtonian Machine, and it was actually about a meta conversation I was trying to have with the other guy in good faith. You overtook the conversation like always. And so then I actually engaged and I explained that, well, the Newton force would be the force talked about, hence the name of the paper. You said that's not possible because you were, staggering through it. I helped you out and said, no, it would exceed the speed of light. You then said that. I didn't explain that actually that's not true. You should look into it further, where in which you mocked me. And I told you that actually one of the most world-renowned relativity experts himself explains this in detail. You said that that wasn't true, and I bet you're not going to drop it. I then got up, went to my computer, found it for you, then even read it to you and cited it, and then your response was to just immediately skip past it.
So this argument, let's if we're going to take the meta, let's step back to the beginning of this argument. Why don't I consider this plausible? Why don't I consider the static Earth plausible? And I said then that there are
19 different aspects of a gyroscope.
There are 19 different styles of gyroscope, all of which use different physical principles, but all of
where'd you
which
send the
measure
paper?
the same.
I'm downloading the PDF.
The same rotation.
Okay.
So what is causing that?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I wanna
if
read
you
that
concede, I will. Yeah, I got you. I'm trying to make sure that it's cited right with page 460. But if you concede, I will happily engage with your question, brother. Would you like to concede?
My entire argument here was that we have observational evidence on Earth that Earth is in motion. Right? That was my initial argument. The other argument that I made was that your claim would be that the rest of the universe would have to be traveling much faster than the speed of light. You've got no physical mechanism explaining why that would be the case. Furthermore, it would have to be accelerating the entire time.
Okay, so the immensity of the masses themselves, right, is actually the explanation. And what you don't seem to get is that even in your own paradigm, you have to invoke inertial forces outside of your own mechanical framework to actually balance out your equations. But there should be no inertial forces, but you need them.
That's not entirely accurate. I do want to point out that those are within inertial forces are within the framework of classical mechanics. Those are fine.
Isn't it
It's not that they're not fine.
already?
It's just that when you actually apply Newtonian gravity, for example, to the actual planetary motion, right, that doesn't predict for there to be inertial forces explaining said motion, but you still need them.
What?
Obviously just applying the gravity wouldn't, give an inertial force, but the idea would just be that the inertial force is something that we can describe with a theory. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I guess my point is
It's
just
within
that the mechanical system doesn't account for it. It's external to the mechanical system. That's what I'm going to say. But anyway, I'm going to drop a screenshot of the citation, and I'll drop the paper.
And when I'm posting to you, Mac and Cheese, I'm trying to get you all of Bennett's proposed models. Like he's proposed the alpha model, which is the absolute lab frame and flexible ether model.
Oh, the natural philosophy one isn't. I think
Loading?
my school's Wi-Fi, has blocked it. Hold on.
I can download it for you. Hold on.
Yeah,
I got it.
That'd be great.
Mine blocked.
That'd be great.
Mine blocked it too. It says it's not a
I got
secure
it.
link. Yeah. So I can't find Robert Bennett anywhere. This has been kind of like
it's Robert J. Bennett.
Yeah. I looked up all but from Stevens Institute of Technology, I can't find him anywhere. It's
he never went
bizarre.
there, I think so.
Okay,
it's a different Robert Bennett.
No, but it says like in the PD, like it says in the book, like the Galileo is wrong book. It says Robert Bennett from Stevens Institute, right? So
I don't know. He's shown his credentials. I thought that wasn't. I don't remember that being the school.
Yeah,
he taught somewhere else. Where did?
Yeah, it says it in the book. Yeah.
I think I have it cited in my stream with him.
Yeah.
Because he's been challenged to show his credentials before.
Yeah, I think so I read through the book, and the thing that kind of bugs me is that there isn't like 200 pages in, there isn't really any math. It's mostly just citing stuff, which is fine in most contexts, but with physics, you kind of need math. That's if you have like an actual result, that's a really, really big thing. But I do want to. I think I saw a paper by Robert Bennett. I don't know if it's the same guy because it's from a different university. But this is a physically motivated colonization of the electromagnetic field by Robert Bennett, Thomas Barlow, and Almut Beige. I don't really know if that's how you pronounce that. From University of Leeds. And it's interesting. It's seems to be pretty legit from what I can tell. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. There's math. It's fine. It doesn't, and it's actually a pretty compelling paper too. I think that the imposing the gauge potential and the gauge choice and the vector potential is really annoying most of the time.
Can I recommend the presentations where Robert Bennett's actually presenting?
Yeah. Does he have math?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then yeah. As long as there's math, I'm good with it because that's usually the quickest way to tell if someone's like really knows what they're talking about or not.
It's like catnip for you.
Most of the time, yeah.
Well, math is the language of physics. So,
I'm just a really big fan of math. I would fall asleep like last semester. I would fall asleep reading textbooks because they put me to sleep, but also because I'm stressed out about studying. So I don't. Okay. Alpha model. Okay. Interesting.
I've got some awesome papers from Bennett if you'd want them.
Yeah.
Specifically the ones with a bunch of the mathematical equations you probably like.
Yeah. And I see them now. Yeah, I see that. Okay.
Can I repeat my question? Why do mechanical gyroscopes and optical gyroscopes show the same rate of rotation?
I'm only engaging once you concede.
I don't think that's something that is appropriate. I don't think that'll be useful because they I don't think they've claimed to know that stuff. I think they just say that Robert Bennett has it figured out and that they're just kind of spreading the word about him.
Okay.
No.
But if they don't know what causes that,
because they're not experts.
And what are you asking me to concede?
Oh, well, we weren't talking.
You lied about the letter.
Yeah, no, not even that. Like that you act like it was impossible because of the force, and I had to enlighten you as to why that was incorrect. And then you said it was impossible because it would exceed the speed of light, and then I had to enlighten you that was incorrect. And I went and cited it for you, and I'm about to show it to you, I guess. But like, do you want to just?
Witsit, could you post the paper?
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, I can send you the archive or the link right now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I got all the Popov papers. I just found them finally.
This is the WGB Rosser Introduction to Relativity.
Interesting.
I did not say that the force was impossible. I said that marking forces can only apply if you are within the force shield radius of the rotating mass.
So there's
do you have any friends?
There you go. I got all those papers from 2013. Those are
I have the letter. I also have the letter here. I'll drop a picture of the letter.
So
grab those ones for sure.
The Introduction to Theory of Relativity one. Witsit, do you have the PDF for that one? The
I'm
introduction
trying to
period?
find it because like I had everything on a drive and I
Oh,
just
I
had
thought you were
download it.
reading out of it just now.
I just off that screenshot, which is like a physical picture of the
Oh,
book. Yeah.
I see.
I'll
I
grab it
see.
for you, Witsit. Don't trip. I got the name. I'll grab it.
Cool.
But yeah, check those out, Mac and Cheese. The ones that just recently tagged you in. Those are all the Popov ones. That's the one he was talking about. But the Newton-Machian analysis of Neo-Tychonian, the Neo-Tychonian model, like it goes over stellar parallax, the dynamical description, etc. So there's other things that are involved with that. But hold on, let me find the. There we go. I got it. This is the main one, the introduction of the theory of relativity by Rosser or
Nice.
whatever.
Nice. I remember finding a copy a second ago that like didn't have the right amount of pages, so I found the other one, but I don't know what's going on. 460.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right, let me get this one.
Yeah, for some reason, every time I go to the page, it just glitches out.
Interesting.
There's one that's 4.8 megabytes, and there's one for 24 megabytes. I'm getting the 24 megabytes one.
Yeah, thanks for sending these papers.
Yeah, no problem. I'd
Do
love to
we
have a
still have the
productive
database?
conversation.
Do we still have a database of like the 400 papers we put together about everything? Like,
I don't have the Zotero anymore because I reset my computer, but Alan for sure has it. In the meantime, what you can do is have.
Sam, we should hook this guy up. Like, we should be able to send someone a link where when they're having the discussion, they could just search function and get the paper instead of every time us having to go grab the paper or find it.
Yeah, finding
That's
papers is super annoying.
Yeah, and I
Dude,
just
I know.
like I just moved and so it's all on my drive. I haven't even connected my drive back up. But we have like all the papers. And if you could just I mean we had it set up where you just had the search function, right? I mean, or we just set that up individually on each computer. Is that not like a publicly accessible link or the search
Yeah.
function?
Well, I mean, you can go to hit the Obsidian page. It's a little harder to navigate, but it's still there. Hold on.
Also, a lot of the papers, remember, they're like hard to find. Like
I
buried.
know.
Yeah.
I know.
Which is totally not weird at all.
If they are published in legit journals, then they really aren't. Just search for the name.
But these are some of the most famous fatherheads of electrical field theory ever, and some of their papers are buried. So please enlighten me how that makes sense.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, like some of Jeff and Minko, who's actually heavy on the math, so you might like him actually, I guess. But Jeff and
How do you
Minko's
spell
papers
that?
are hard to find. I don't want to butcher it. Let me look it up.
Oh, I thought you had it, so you could just like spell it out.
Well, I thought it was this, and it's correct. So Jeffimenko. Yeah, Jeff and Minko. He's like mathematically tears apart relativity. But anyway, so he mathematically refutes relativity. So his papers are typically hard to find. Like electrical fatherheads of field theory. So like Charles Produce Steinmetz. I mean, most of his stuff is you can kind of find now, but back in the day, it wasn't even on archive. Some of his stuff wasn't even on archive, but people don't know much about him, right? He's the one that actually took Tesla's generator and perfected it.
Yo, good shit, Boston Bear. Sorry, excuse my language. He found it. It's right here.
Found what?
The online library.
Oh, let's go. Okay,
We'll
so you should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to go there and then find all the papers we talk about. I'm
Dude,
assuming
this is
Alan
awesome.
probably added most of the papers that I cited in my presentations, but who knows?
Okay, so yeah, which I honestly can't remember the name of the paper that you were saying that you were going to originally
I
put
mean,
in
relativity.
here,
But I have the book right here. I'm going to actually just give it
Yeah,
to
it's a
you.
book.
Yep. Yeah. I
Okay,
got
this
the
is
library.
clutch. Yeah, definitely grab that link though, bro.
Yeah, save that link. That literally has literally everything.
Yeah, relativity theory, paradoxes, special theory, general theory, relativity debate, sources, quantum mechanics. I mean, you name it. Piezoelectricity, photoelectric, perihelion precession. I mean, dude, it's got like Bro, everything we talk about ether, wind. Yeah.
I just sent you a paper on the Faraday paradox.
That's in here
From
too.
Bennett.
This whole link
Oh, okay.
though is just
Nice.
insane. You should grab this too, actually.
Interesting.
I am
Faraday's paradox,
definitely.
I don't think is one of the folders here.
That is the issue. Can you is there a general search function? You have to actually be in the folder.
No, you could search it. Yeah, on top right.
All right, I'm just making sure.
I think it's always remember to know though that like you can have scientists that are like Avi Loeb, right? He was like the head of Harvard
Yeah, they're
astronomy.
quacks. Yeah, they're
He got
quacks.
he published a lot of great works in the 90s that were cited all the time. Now he just writes about fucking aliens, goes on shows talking about how this is an alien and that's an alien and fucking aliens are here, they're coming, they got ships everywhere. Like
makes money, bro.
Okay, yeah, sure. People can either A, be quacks, or B, eventually lose it as they get older. That is correct. Also though, just because they get older and if they change their stance, that doesn't mean they're quacks. Bennett is a perfect example where he felt like he basically just couldn't come out and speak until he retired. He literally just waited until he retired.
Yeah, wasn't there a guy that got thrown out of a window? I mean, jumped out of a window.
Anyway, can we all agree that like if a scientist that's put that much work in feels like they have to wait till they retire to publish their work because they know that they'll get blacklisted as a dissident, that's pretty whack and that's not how science should be. People should just, his peers should just tear apart based on substance.
No, I don't think we can agree on that. I think it needs to be a quack.
Yeah, I think the issue is that
good thing we don't care.
They do get torn apart. Like they do get torn apart because they don't get past peer review because their colleagues are tearing their stuff
Oh, the
apart.
Faraday induction
and saying
paradox.
that
Yeah,
they
those
have
are
no
already been done.
Also, I noticed that none of this addresses the gravitational attractions between galactic clusters or any of those motions.
The paper's about planetary motion, buddy. Try and keep up.
Yes, well, but we observe. So what you're saying is that these galactic clusters are gravitationally attracted to one another.
What?
But so we observe that galactic clusters are attracted to one another, right?
Why are you deflecting though? The point was the paper that was just mentioned in.
It's
There's just
not
no way to talk to this guy.
There's no way to talk to you, PhD Tony. Could you just go away, please?
Not deflecting. So
well,
I was in the middle of speaking, and you stopped me, and then I continued speaking, and suddenly I'm interrupting you.
That's not what happened.
Tony, you're
what happened. That's not what happened. You asked me a question about galaxies, and then I went to respond to you.
I wasn't finished talking.
You literally were.
Let Tony contribute to the conversation. Don't be like this.
We have a totality of evidence.
Can't help it.
You don't get to just say, this explains this one bit. Okay, does it explain everything else? If it doesn't explain everything else, then it's a worse theory than the theory that does.
Okay,
right?
now he's done. You notice? Does everyone notice that he's done talking right now? Okay, cool. So now I'm going to respond to him. He's going to interrupt me. Okay. So actually what happened was I just mentioned the paper in passing. That paper is only addressing a specific thing. So you claimed that what it claimed to be addressing was wrong and impossible, which is planetary motion. Right. So I then went and got the paper. Then you said, well, does it explain a topic that the paper's not even about? Well, of course the paper doesn't explain that because the paper's not about that.
Okay. What I said was not that it was impossible. What I said was that Machian forces can only apply if you're within the Schwarzschild radius of the rotating masses, which is a point you refuse to internalize or address. You instead say that I said that something was impossible, when in fact what I said was it's possible only under specific circumstances that we do not meet.
No, actually, your
to my
initial
understanding.
No, actually, your initial comment was that it's just impossible because what force would do it because of the sun, the size of the sun. That was actually your initial comment, and you
So
were
yes,
completely
my
wrong. You're
so
completely
my
wrong.
so what force is moving the sun in this paradigm?
Okay, so it is a dynamic equivalence. So you said you knew what that meant, but you keep asking questions that would imply
No,
that you
but
don't.
this is a you're talking about a kinematic equivalence.
No.
No.
Dude, do you know the difference in dynamics and kinematics?
Yes, the
Okay,
difference
what's the difference?
the difference is that dynamics tells you where the forces are coming from.
Okay,
Kinematics has no
kinematics.
interest in the forces. It
Correct.
just relates. Oh, thank you.
No problem, bro. So if you do understand it, it seems weird that you suddenly didn't understand it, but it's all good. So yeah, you're right. So kinematics is about motion of bodies, and dynamics about the forces involved. There's no reason to try to complicate it. And this is about the forces. So it's a dynamic equivalence. So if there's a Newtonian Machian, Neo-Tychonian planetary of motion detailing a dynamic equivalence, what would that mean? If there's a dynamic equivalence, why do you keep asking me what the
Okay,
force is?
Because you don't understand what you're talking about. Okay, if there is a dynamic equivalence, that means that the same principle must be able to apply to explain everything. For instance, this hypothesis must be able to explain why we observe Doppler shift in stars as we move toward.
Okay, so first of all,
right, it must be able to explain that. No, sir, I haven't finished talking.
you're cutting out, man.
Sorry, didn't know you cut out.
Okay, I cut out.
Yeah, I think he
but
might
I'm
be
not
on a bit of
finished
a
talking.
delay with his internet.
Okay, but so it must explain why there is a Doppler shift in stars at one end of the in one sense at one side of the plane of the ecliptic, and in the other, and then in the opposite sense on the other side. It must explain why these aberrations vary with altitude from the plane of the ecliptic. It must explain all of these things, and it doesn't explain any of them.
Okay, so first of all, this is simply a paper about Newtonian dynamics, which of course doesn't properly explain a wide range of cosmological phenomena, but that isn't what the paper is about. It's addressing the misnomer that if Newtonian gravity were true and accurate, that it couldn't be applied equally both ways, right? That there wouldn't be a dynamic equivalence. So, that's really inconsequential to rebutting the paper. So, if you want to go beyond that, you're asking me, you think you can just name random cosmological phenomena that would then have to be explained. I'm not invoking Newtonian gravity with a geocentric Earth. I'm simply showing that within your own paradigm, right, there's a dynamic equivalence. There's also one with relativity that's shown in relational mechanics by Andre Assis. So, like, these random,
Where was this
gotchas
published?
is just stupid.
Where was this published?
The European Journal of Physics, I believe. I don't know. I'm not in my
Okay.
computer anymore.
All right. So
Okay, man.
we could be able to look this up, right? Just this 2013 paper, dynamical description.
Why do you care? You can just make a determination without even reading a paper in the first place. Do you remember you said that?
No. Sir, there are multiple strands of evidence relating to the motion of relating to whether or not Earth is in motion. The theoretical possibility that this is analogous or interchangeable with a standard formulation is very different from explaining all of the other lines of evidence. This is like saying I only see black swans where I live. therefore there are no white swans. Well, I know there is evidence of white swans. Like, it's not, if you're just explaining what you see locally, you're not engaging with the entirety of the evidence. There is much more evidence here.
You're bloviating to a horrible
Wait,
extent.
wait. Don't just say that. Doesn't help us though. With him, that doesn't do anything but make it worse. Like, okay, so here's either we're gonna engage or not, right? So the deal is, man, like, so the standard you're proposing is that it needs to be able to explain everything. So then we need to throw out relativity, right? Because you agree relativity doesn't explain all cosmological observations, right?
It doesn't without refinement. And so we are working on a refinement. But if this cannot explain things even with refinement, it's not a matter of whether or not it can explain the motions. It has to explain other aspects of the stars that we observe and their apparent position in the sky. And it has to explain it all at once, right? You are trying to replace a theory that can explain all of these things with far fewer assumptions. There is no assumption that some magical force has accelerated every single star and galaxy in the universe at absurd speeds around Earth. You would need that to be happening on a 24-hour basis. And what force is doing that?
Okay, first of all,
no description of a force that is moving these planets, that is moving the rest of the universe. What is moving the rest of the universe?
I do have descriptions, right? The issue is that you're very assumptive, but I do not believe in a lot of stuff about the mainstream model. So if you're asking me to give my explanations or possible explanations for these things, that's one thing. What I'm actually doing, though, is just explain that within your own paradigm, it necessitates a dynamic equivalence because, well, I feel that's the most efficient way. Because if Austin gives you his opinion, you're obviously just going to hand wave dismiss it. And then once I dunk on you with an actual debate about it, you'll then just default to, well, you need to get a paper if you're so smart. So it's just really kind of bad faith.
Why don't you?
No, this is a complete misunderstanding.
Chill, I'm talking. Okay, so for example, like even like what Hubble said with his initial observations of redshift, he explained that the universe ostensibly actually was much more local, much more dense, and may he add quote unquote. So I think that the cosmos is much more local, much more dense. So these presupposed speed requirements that you're imposing, I categorically reject because obviously the speed requirement is proportionate to the distance away from Earth, huh, Tony?
Yes.
Right. So if it's a much more dense medium, that would necessarily mean that everything is closer, wouldn't it?
Yes.
There's no medium.
Okay. Well, just saying there isn't one doesn't mean anything to me. So
you have proof of the medium? I'd like some proof of the medium.
Do you have proof there is no medium?
Yeah, Michelson Morley, 1887.
18. Oh my God, 1887 proved there is no medium in the sky.
Yep,
what a cool story.
Michelson Morley.
So we have tons of evidence. We have tons of evidence that the assumption of a vacuum is insufficient for space. Like I'll give you, and even if that the vacuum's empty itself is even more egregious of an assumption. You guys should know, right? But I'll invoke my boy Michio Kaku here, right? So, and for those who don't know, I'll give you guys
you're gonna misquote Michio Kaku again? Okay, I got it.
Here we go. I'm not gonna misquote anything.
You're gonna misquote Michio Kaku.
So for those who don't know how terribly bad their little like religious system is, it's called the cosmological. Why is it in a crisis then? Okay, so the cosmological crisis is one of which many problems with it, but is that of course they say that it's expanding, so they have accelerative expansions to explain the redshift. And then what they needed logically was if the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions, there has to be some type of force causing it to do that, right? Like there has to be something causing it to expand out. And so they're like, what could that be? Then we looked at the vacuum here locally or like on the quantum scale and we saw that there was vacuum energy. which ether proponents would have already predicted. But anyway, so major discovery, vacuum energy. So now we're like, wait, we need an energy or a force to cause the universe to accelerate and expand. So yay, now we can just take the vacuum energy that we've discovered here on Earth and then put that, account for that in space, right? Because that's a vacuum, and that'll give us the force and energy that
Got
we
the math?
need. It'll give us
Got
the
the math to
energy and
prove that?
it'll give us what? That there's vacuum energy?
Yeah, got the math to prove this all. I mean, come on, it's a great paper. Why don't you have written it?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, Witsit. Why you should have
Dude,
written
this
all
is
this
so
stuff. I mean,
goofy, bro. Dude, this is not
yeah,
my
it's so
claim. This is not my
goofy. It
claim.
is your claim.
This is the mainstream paradigm,
No,
dude.
it's
So
not the mainstream.
this
You
is
guys are weird. Let me
dude,
just
this
say
is
that.
accurate. This is
Not
accurately
the
what
mainstream
happened.
paradigm.
Dude, chill, dude. I'm almost done.
No.
Like what always happens is right when I start to build to the conclusion, you guys get all real uncomfortable and have to stop me. So this is not what I believe. This is what happened. So it's
No, it
called
isn't.
dark. It's called dark energy, right? We need some type of energy or force to cause the universe to accelerate or expand in your paradigm, not mine. I don't think the universe is expanding. So anyway, so then we're like,
Yeah.
wait, we discovered vacuum energy. So
Oh,
there
you said
actually
you were
is.
just finished, just
Holy
about
sh!
finished. Jesus Christ.
Can you guys stop interrupting?
Tony, get some pills, please. Like some pills.
So they're like, oh, we thought the vacuum was kind of empty. Turns out it's not. So there's energy here. So that means, well, there is energy in the vacuum of space. So we could just use that to explain it. But when they compared the energy that was measured here on Earth to what they applied it to the universe, right, and the energy that was needed for the accelerative expansion, it was off by 10 to the 120th power. That's where that quote from Michio Kaku comes from. He says, we were off by 10 to the 120th power. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. It's the biggest discrepancy between math and observation in the history of science. That's what he's talking about, is that the vacuum energy on Earth didn't solve the problem. It was incredibly off. It was in fact, it was way too strong. Way too much energy is found in the vacuum for it to be out in space. So it not only didn't fix the problem that they needed for accelerative expansion, it created a new problem, which is but what logical reason do we have to assume that vacuum energy wouldn't be in space? And if it is, what in the world is all of that energy doing? Right? Because it would be way too strong for the expansion that they claim happens. So that's factually what happened.
What were people talking about? I've completely lost track of what the conversation
Well, this guy was.
was about.
This guy was talking about how, like, for the rotating universe conception, you have to invoke some magical energy or magical force, and I just said, oh, well, that's ironic. It's okay in your paradigm, right, to just need some magical unidentified force.
So
No, it isn't.
yeah.
And this is a complete this is again is a complete misunderstanding. We didn't make up that the universe is expanding. We looked at the data which showed us that the only way we can explain it is with the universe expanding. So
it's just a hypothesis.
We didn't just decide. Yes, it is true. And we didn't just decide that it was true. And we've done, and this has nothing to do with the crisis in cosmology, which has to do with the rate of expansion and the different and the different estimates that that are derived using various observational techniques. So this prattling about dark energy has nothing to do with the crisis in cosmology, which is about whether or not these two techniques can be reconciled or even should be reconciled. There is an argument that one of them is based on local observations, and maybe the expansive effect is different for older observations that are less local. But it's
address my point.
Witsit presents this as an ideological decision that was made, and it was not. It was not an ideological decision that was made. It was an interpretation of the observational data.
Okay, so you didn't even address my point at all, which was that, you can have a magical force, right? And yes, I know that the cosmological crisis is about Hubble tension, but the point is that the entire cosmological model is in a state of crisis, dark energy being one of them, which, again, off by 10 to the 120th power of the vacuum energy metric here, that's pretty terrible discrepancy, the biggest one ever in science, to quote Michio Kaku, but not even the point. Like, you're saying that we know that it's expanding, right? Because you just didn't address my point at all, but I just no longer even expect good faith. But we'll just move to another point. Like, you're saying that we know that it's expanding and it's the only way that we can explain it. Okay, it being redshift, right?
Yes.
Right. So you're making a claim of exclusivity that the only way to explain redshift is accelerative expansion. Okay. Have you ever heard of Halton Arp?
Yes.
Oh, good reference. We just went over that in Ether Cosmology, actually.
Okay, so he wrote a book called Seeing Red.
Yep.
Have you ever read it?
I've read I've read several of his papers. They were recommended to me by my
no,
father
Tony.
to determine.
Just say no.
And he's a crackpot.
He's a
Okay.
crackpot,
Well, you seem
dude.
like a crackpot, Tony. You seem like a crackpot, big one.
Dude, do you realize? Do you know what the
He's
Atlas
a
of?
fan of expanding
Dude, chill, dude.
Earth theory, for instance.
Dude,
So let's go through the stuff that he
no,
believes.
stop trying to censor me, dude. Stop trying to censor me, dude. Stop trying to censor me.
You don't want to hear his explanation of
the
why
Earth
he
is
thinks
expanding through time.
This isn't an explanation of shit,
dude.
So, dude,
what's wrong with this guy?
He's insane. And then there's always some person that's pretending to mod in here that's clearly just biased for him. So it's ridiculous. So anyway,
sorry. I know I'm interrupting, but I just realized, and also my phone's going to die like relatively soon, and it's getting late. But I actually attended a colloquium earlier this semester where there was someone who came in and actually made a pretty compelling argument that the Hubble tension isn't actually a physical thing, and it actually has to do with the statistical methods that we use when actually calculating these things, because astronomy is actually a largely statistical science. So there are papers out there that have potentially basically made it not an issue, which is quite interesting. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, man. If you happen to have the papers and at any point can drop them whenever, that would be great. I mean, I would say that would probably have major implications, though. I would think that would kind of have a domino effect on the other calculative methods that we use, right? Because, like, if you're using the ladder method, one of them's the ladder method, which has all kinds of things like how we determine luminosity and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think it would have much to do with that.
Also, real quick, did you get the link, Mac and Cheese? I tagged you in it.
I think so.
There's a zip file too that has all of it.
Yes. I'm actually reading the theory of the chapter 12 right now.
Well, there's that book, but then there's another one I tagged you in that has all the other papers I could download at the time.
So
another book.
Dude,
yeah.
Dude, have you guys ever heard of the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies?
I was just looking at that literally right now.
Okay, so there's something called the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, right? It's a photographic catalog of like unusual galaxies. It's from like the 60s, I think.
66, yep.
Okay, so it's an atlas of galaxies, and they're like typically referred to by their ARP number. I wonder why. Why are they referred to by their ARP number?
Because he discovered them. Some crackpot.
Right. So one of the most famous astronomers ever is a crackpot because PhD Tony said so. And he then just deploys a genetic fallacy saying that the point must not be true because of the source. And then he poisons the well, trying to preemptively discredit the source by bringing up other topics or his opinions on other topics. It's like when people jump in and they're like, Witsit thinks the earth is flat, so God can't exist. It's like, it doesn't matter what you do to poison the well. Argue with the argument, okay? He debunks redshift in many ways.
I don't think that he was arguing because like he said so. I'm sure that he had like a reason to think that he was a crackpot. I think it's a little weird to just be like, I mean, nobody thinks something just to think it. They have some kind of reason in their
Tony
head, even if
does.
it's stupid.
Tony does because he's
Absolutely.
but
Thank
there's
you.
like
let's
you're
look
missing
into
the big
Well,
let's
he
point.
look
keeps trying to
into
explain himself, so I feel like he does have a reason.
so
Like,
let's
just
look
generally.
into
was
Houghton
my
Arp,
point.
for instance, it believes in expanding Earth hypothesis, which is to say that the motion of the plates on Earth's crust are a result of the Earth expanding. There's no support for this at all in Earth sciences.
There's tremendous amounts of support for that.
And no, there isn't. It's an idiot.
Okay.
If that were for instance, there are just so many holes in it. We can deal with them.
That was very
like what contradicts the expanding Earth?
Okay, so if the plates were over if the plates had coalesced over a much smaller Earth, then there would exist latitudinal faults as the crust is constantly broken and reshaped. Would there not?
Okay, I am not going to go over the whole.
That depends on what
of the
pace, at
Earth
what
being
rate,
plates
it does that.
of
At
the
what
Earth.
rate it does. At what rate it does it, right? I mean, by the way, this is the best way to go with Tony. Instead of asking it that way, ask it the other way. Okay, wait, what evidence did they propose for the expanding Earth theory?
So the expanding Earth theory is based on the fact that you basically you look at South America and Africa, and then you pull them apart. Now there are two ways of pulling those continents apart. One is if the continental plates move, and the other one is if you imagine them as pieces on a balloon and you expand it. That's their basic argument.
One of the ideas is like, because it looks, like the idea of Pangea, that all the continents fit together, that if the Earth itself was smaller back in the day, then that would, give you a more viable mechanism as to how they were once closer together. Then they talk about stuff like the crust of the Earth. I don't know enough about that. I'm just saying, like, to pretend that they just are complete insane people, that's not true at all, right? They talk, there are reasons for it, like also like fossil distributions and stuff. It is a fringe idea. I don't know anything about Halton Arp in terms of if he thinks that's true or maybe true. That isn't his field of study. He didn't publish anything. He didn't publish anything in any of it, and he wasn't like a super vocal, strong advocate of it. That's for sure. Okay.
No,
so
he absolutely was, because it fitted with his idea of mass being introduced into the universe. Right? The entire thing about his explanation for redshift was the photons getting gradually more massive through time, right? And this.
Wait, I didn't invoke him for that though. I didn't invoke him for his
yes,
explanation for redshift.
You invoked him for his explanation of redshift.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. We were talking
This
about
is what's the problem with not listening, dude.
We were
This is why
talking
you don't
about
listen
cosmology.
to
We were talking about the expansion of the Earth, and we were talking about redshift. And then you're talking about Houghton Arp. Houghton Arp is
holy shit.
Houghton Arp is famous for his crackpot theory about redshift.
Okay, listen. No,
who was it?
I didn't invoke him for his theory on what. Sure, dude. Sure. It just sucks when the dude
just for a
strawmans
few
me, bro.
seconds.
And people white knight the dude.
That's all I ask.
No, he's actually going after him. But go ahead.
It won't take long. So Tony, like, who advocated for the expanding Earth? I never heard of this.
So the expanding Earth is a
no. I don't care about the theory.
In this context, I just know that Houghton Arp. I've encountered a couple. Ned Nikolov. He's a deranged forestry PhD.
I don't care what you think he is. Type the name in the chat so I can look him up. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Now, Witsit, why did you invoke ARP?
By the way, I'll tell you, man, like, expanding Earth is not what you think it is, I don't think. But anyway, it's like pretty minor claim. But anyway, so I didn't invoke Halton Arp because I thought he had the explanation for what redshift is. I invoked him because of his work falsifying the claim of redshift because your positive claim was absurd and you falsely claimed exclusivity. You said the only possible explanation for redshift is that the universe was accelerating and expanding, and that simply isn't true because the evidence doesn't bear out to back it up at all. There are many things that happen that falsify it, right? Such as things in really simple terms, things that are much closer than things that are further away have much more redshift than the things that are further away. But that's not
but
how it should work at all.
redshift comes from two sources, right? There's expansion redshift and there's motion redshift, right?
Sure.
Okay, so all you're saying is that there can be closer things that are moving away from us very quickly. All right. I'm not. So, and you're right. Houghton Up did do great work, and I'm sure that his, I've read blog posts by him, and his summaries about this, and this is where he sort of gets into expanding Earth and how it agrees with his idea of mass sort of leaking into the universe, or not a concept that I'm completely okay with. But has he been able to present a convincing body of evidence that was able to sway the scientific establishment?
Well,
No. The answer to that is no. So,
anything that you why do you pretend to ask questions just so you can like answer it for the person and then keep going, right? Like the conclusion of the cause of, well, that's not how it works in debate. It's like the whole point of the subject. So like the issue here, bro, is that the implications
I'm not
of
your bro, pal.
What would be the implication if our understanding of redshift was wrong?
We would certainly have to revise our ideas, but you would need to show firm evidence of it being wrong. And you're
just play with the hypothetical, bro. Just play with it.
Okay. Yes, it would require us to reconsider our model of the universe.
Right. It would be catastrophic for the current model, right? So then, of course, I don't expect a bunch of people in the mainstream field of astronomy to rush to saying, yo, we're wrong about our whole model. Okay? Of course, they're going to. Like when?
So in the 1950s, when Feynman was writing, he didn't understand what the cause of earthquakes was, and he didn't understand plate tectonics because those things did not exist. And when they were actually proposed by Wegener back in the early 20th century, and everybody said that's rubbish. There's no mechanism that can move continents. Continental plates can't move. It's a ridiculous concept. And then over the course of a decade, and when people started presenting evidence of paleomagnetic evidence, saying actually we have this evidence that where these rocks were formed was at a very different location on Earth than where they are now, and we can replicate that and we can reconstruct where these things were in the past. And over the course of a decade, Earth scientists change their mind. So if you've got compelling enough evidence, even for people with established careers, you can change an entire field of science in the course of a decade. If you don't have the evidence, you're not going to. So your claim that science is hidebound and will not change regardless of the evidence is simply false. That's not how science has ever worked. It's not how science works now. It's just a lie.
Okay, one thing that I would like to add just really quickly is that I truly don't think that it would be disastrous for the scientific community if something huge like that happened. That's kind of what we need. Like a lot of people in the scientific community have been like feeling kind of shitty because it seems like with certain directions that people want to move in, there hasn't been that much progress being made. Now, I don't work in string theory. I don't work in astronomy. I don't work in cosmology. So I'm
Stagnant,
not
right?
as I'm not as in tune with it. But if something huge like that were to happen, that would be sweet because
Okay, but
now everybody has something to work on. It's awesome.
right. But let me
Well,
explain. This is the issue. I agree it would be great. Okay, but what I was saying is they would be reluctant to accept it. Okay, and the like what he's bringing up was totally not analogous, right? Like something that had never been known of or heard of up to this point that didn't fundamentally require like a fundamental change in the entirety of the model,
It did.
and it wasn't
required
even
the entire model to be changed.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing. Like if you want a super super huge change, then yeah, but if you can physicists aren't super concerned with that. We really just want to describe things correctly. And if there's like kind of a slight tweak to the model that nobody saw, that just gets like everything just kind of falls into place, that's sweet. That's sick. That's awesome. It's probably less climactic, but yeah, it works.
But this is the issue. This is just okay. There are a few things that really just aren't allowed to be questioned. Like they're cemented in. And this is an example. If redshift was not because of accelerative expansion, okay, the implications are that the Earth is in the center of the universe. Literally. Okay. So, like, dude, that's not even on the table for discussion. Right, like, that is heresy.
Well,
And, like,
I
and if people haven't
understand
looked into
why.
if people haven't looked into the history of it, right, it's like, what would a geocentric universe predict? That as we increase technology, taking technological capabilities, and we can see further into space, we're gonna see evidence that shows we're in the center, and everything's gonna make it look like we're in the center, and everything's gonna move in relation to us in the center. So, the other model, like the idea that we're moving around the sun in a significant corner, right? We would expect to see everything in space not caring about us at all. They're moving all kinds of different directions, red shift here, blue shift here, whatever. This is what was expected. But when we looked out, what we saw was everything in the universe, as far out as we could see, made it look like we were in the center, perfectly matching the idea that we are in the center. But of course, instead of even entertaining that, they had to come up with an idea to explain why it was just an illusion. Right. And so they just went down that path. So now, if you went all the way down that path and you get to where you're now going to have to alter that assumption, it would be catastrophic in their mind. Like anyway, that's the point. It's not like
Can I
analogous to
clarify, Witsit? Can I clarify, Witsit? Are you saying that everything in the universe is redshifted?
no, because
Okay,
there's some stuff
well,
that's
you
blue
did just
shifted,
say
but
that a few minutes ago, so
no.
you might want to clarify that.
Okay, but and one of the examples he points out is like quasars and how they totally throw a wrench in the system, right? Another example of this though is Fritz Zwicky in 1933. He looked at a galaxy cluster called the Coma cluster, and just applying our understanding of gravity and everything, you see the galaxies, and there has to be a certain amount of gravity that's keeping them in a cluster, or they would escape out away from each other. And so we're like, okay, we need this much gravity. So therefore, we need this much mass, right? When they actually made the observation, there was only 1% of the mass needed to keep the galaxies in that cluster. So instead of stepping back and being like, wait a minute, dude, now that we can look at these galaxy clusters, we need to re-examine our understanding of gravity. Instead of doing that, he just like with the virtual particle, slapped a mathematical band-aid on it, and that is the discovery of dark matter. At the time, it was called
It's
missing
not a
mass.
discovery.
At the time, it was called missing mass, right? And so then, of course, it's now called dark matter. My point is that's almost a century ago, and they still don't have an explanation for it. Dark matter still not defined. Just now are we having people finally have the balls to say, okay, we need to look into models that don't require dark matter because it's not working. Like to quote like astrophysics professor in Australia, I forgot his name. There's an interview, I can drop the video here in a second. he explains how when these galaxies collide, the amount of dark matter that's calculated that's needed to be in each of those gives you a prediction of the rate in which they would collide, the collision and integration, and they would slow down. It's similar to like dropping a marble in the air versus dropping it in a glass of honey, is the analogy he uses. And so it's supposed to go through honey basically because of all the dark matter. But when they actually collided, they didn't slow down. So they're like, wait a minute, dark matter can't be there. He says that it's been falsified to a sigma 5 confidence, right? So my point is that's a century ago, and it's still, if you ask people in this room or whatever, relativity is for sure true. We know everything about gravity. We know that that's what gravity is, and da 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 da. Because if you take that out of it, the whole model has to be reevaluated.
No,
And I'm just
all of
saying this is why you
no,
guys
it's
are
not
just
the model.
never going to progress.
Okay, it's the observations. We observe gravitational time dilation in agreement with the predictions of Einstein, many decades before we were able to measure it on Earth, right? We observed this in the laboratory. So Einstein made a prediction. We can now observe it. We can now measure it over increasingly short length scales. So even if we find some other theory for what's going on with galaxies, that success is not going away. That observational validation is not going away. We have an immense body of observational validation of special and general relativity, and that is not going away because something strange happens in distant galaxies. And you can and this is again exactly what I said you were going to do, right? I used this exact example that there's something weird happening with galaxies way away and way back in time, but so therefore we need to throw out all of relativity, all of gravity, and just start over again. No, that's not what we do. Here, it might be explained by some other mechanism. Who can say? And everybody should. You are right. Many people do say that dark matter is a fact. That the existence of dark matter is factually established. And they've got some strong observational evidence on their side as well. It's very hard to explain, for instance, how MOND can produce gravitational lensing the way that we observe it to be done when there's no actual observable mass in the middle. There is strong evidence on both sides. But again, I'm comfortable saying we don't know yet. But your argument that we have to therefore reconsider everything about relativity, no, relativity has been tested and validated millions of times.
This is my point, right? You hear the dogmatic devotion in which he speaks about relativity. This is why we just look like a bunch of
Well,
retards.
just to cut him off to say that's a bit pathetic.
No, it's like I was about to respond. Are you not done?
Were you finished, Tony?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let him get his ad hom out of the way.
You were done though.
Still talking.
So why are you pretending that you weren't?
Actually, I was clearing my throat, but fine. Go on.
Okay.
Well, you can't even breathe, Tony. Don't breathe in between your sentences. Sorry.
Who is this talking right now?
His name's
Who's the guy talking?
Coolest Australian.
Okay, that's the 7th time that you pretended to mod, but this guy is interrupting me.
You're keeping tabs, are you? It hasn't been the 7th time.
Who is it talking? Who's it talking? Okay. So you always want to jump in as if you're moderating, but yet this guy can incessantly interrupt me 10 times more than I've ever done to him, and you don't say a word.
Yeah, that's
What's up?
because
What's up? Respond. Respond to what I just said to you. Respond. Yeah.
I think there's been interruptions all round.
Oh, so Tony hasn't been interrupting more?
I'm not keeping tabs. I'm just listening to the generality.
Why do you only speak up when I talk over
for a
him?
long time, and he sounded like he was like midway through his response to you, and we just wanted to hear the rest of the response. We don't need.
Oh, so has he interrupted me way more? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm not keeping count. I just like to hear his response. Is all we were saying. We don't need to have this whole meta conversation. We can just
No,
get
no,
back
no.
into it.
Just no. We just need to
We can't
never
get back
ever
into it.
talk about. Yeah, we never need to talk about the fact that this guy keeps pretending to be a mod, but he only jumps in if I ever
I'm not trying to
accidentally
pretend to
click
be
on.
anybody. I'm just noticing
Give
what's
him
going
feedback.
on here.
No, you're not
Yeah,
noticing it
that's
apparently
bullshit.
because he's.
That's
My
bullshit.
observation is
We
is
all
my
know
observation.
this.
Yeah,
Everyone in the
feedback's
room
valuable.
knows that Tony has been interrupting almost everyone that's engaged with him the entire night, and you haven't said a word, bro.
Nope.
Is
Okay.
your feedback
You did,
is your feedback
Witsit.
regarding Tony's interruptions? Is your feedback to him valid based on your observations? So it is
But my
okay to suggest that sometimes people interrupt, and it's okay to give that feedback in an open room, unless we're giving it to you. Is that the rule now, Witsit? Or can we all
no,
say he interrupts
is
a bit, you interrupt a bit? We'd like to hear the rest of what he was saying. Can we get back to the actual substance of the conversation?
the point is don't pretend to be a moderator if the only
I'm not
time you
trying to
want to step
pretend.
in
I don't
is
pretend to be
whenever.
anybody.
Did he say he was
Oh,
going
but
to mute you or
oh
something?
my God, you're interrupting me. Oh my God. So it's okay. I'm going to say it one more time, right? The dude's interrupted me obsessively the whole time. Okay. So you didn't have a word to say about it, but you've said something to me like 5 times. Half the times you said it, I actually didn't even interrupt him. He also cuts out for 5 to 10 seconds at a time. So anyway,
We'll get back to the topic then.
Yeah, let's not pretend to moderate if we're only going to do it for one person.
I'm not pretending to moderate. I am moderating. So
No,
get back
you're
to the
not.
topic.
No, actually, you're not.
Get back to the topic.
It's obvious.
Yeah,
Just
you
do it.
weren't.
Just get back to the topic, will you?
Yeah. Everyone in the room is wrong, and you're not biased, probably. So anyway, Tony. Anyway,
you're
Tony
wrong.
wasn't even addressing my point specifically, per usual. So I guess I'll just okay, cool. I'll repeat the point, right? Which is that I brought up Fritz Zwicky, and then what did you do in response? I brought up a specific observation, the discrepancy, and then you just brought up, oh no, other things have verified relativity. So you just deflected away from it. But this is what's funny. You said, oh, I predicted what you were gonna do. You were gonna bring up some random little, peculiar observation with galaxies and say we have to throw relativity all the way out. Well, that's funny because actually that's not why you brought up galaxies earlier. What you did was desperately try to dismiss the validity of a dynamic equivalence by bringing up a hyper-specific galaxy observation, claiming that if it couldn't explain that specific observation with galaxies, then it could be thrown out. Now, all of a sudden, you understand the concept that you can't just try to throw it out entirely if it doesn't explain a specific observation. So which one is it, Tony?
So we're regressing back to where the conversation was an hour ago. Is that what you're doing now?
That's what you just brought up. That's what you just brought up.
No, what I brought up, the discussion as I understand it, you have some problems with the predicted motions and behaviors of galaxies. Therefore, your argument is that galaxies don't exist. They're much closer than we think. The Earth is the center of the universe because it couldn't be the sun or Mars or anything else. The Earth isn't stationary, or because there's this problem with galactic motion. Is that your point?
What a total straw man, and I didn't say any of that, right?
No, yes, you did. In fact,
Terry,
yes,
where
you
you at,
did.
bro? Terry, where you
Yes,
at,
you
bro?
did. Yes, you did. You're saying. So we have observationally validated.
This is fair.
I know.
We've
Tony, let him respond,
observationally
mate.
validated.
Yeah,
Special relativity. We've
observationally
observationally validated the curvature of space-time. We've observationally validated the modifications to Newton's law of gravity that accurately model the orbits of objects, celestial objects. So we have all of these bricks in our wall, and you're saying, well, there's a little pebble at the top that doesn't fit right. You need to rip down the entire wall. No, that's not how anything works.
Okay, so what you said was obviously just a straw man. You said, because there's this issue with galaxy observation that galaxies don't exist and they're way closer. And I didn't say any of that. What I actually said was going all the way back. Oh, this is fair. This is fair.
Yeah, it is fair. Come on.
It's every time I go to speak, bro.
You must be deaf or something. So, like, anyway, what I actually said was that going all the way back to 1933, we realized that our gravity models were immensely off when it came to the amount of mass that was actually observed. Right? That's just the first observation. It isn't just one random little pebble. Okay, it's turned into one of the biggest elephants in the room of modern cosmology. It's called dark matter. Originally, it was called missing mass. In that specific example, the initial observation, it was only 1% of the mass needed for the galaxy to actually stay in a cluster with gravity, right? So my point here is that it's been almost a century. It's been almost a century. And instead of stepping back, I didn't say you just randomly throw everything away. I'm saying, no, science does just without bias say, wait, if we had a model, we had a theory, it makes a prediction. Now the observations go directly against that observation where it's only 1% correct. Then yes, we should consider that our model is fundamentally wrong. And the fact that it gets a couple other things right doesn't matter. I can show you a 4D space geometry etheric model from Henri Poincaré, who is actually the one that Einstein stole it from, that can explain makes almost every single relativistic prediction for experiment that your theory of relativity makes. So using your standard, then that's equally valid, and that can just be true as well, right? So it doesn't matter if you can't explain some things. If the observations and evidence directly refute and falsify your model, intellectually honest endeavor in actual science dictates that you step back and acknowledge that it's wrong and look for a different answer.
If you're going to invoke Poincaré, I suggest you learn how to pronounce his name. But moving on, nobody, we have again a scientific establishment that that violently disagrees with your assertion that relativity has been falsified. Your assertion that that is what has happened is not accepted, and you are not making a compelling case to support your argument, which is what you need to do. You're just asserting, you are reiterating, here's some information that doesn't fit with relativity as we currently understand it. And as you say, most people in science are very much aware of this. And they are not turning around and saying, therefore, we're going to throw away space-time curvature, because it explains a lot of observations that we make. And your throwaway claim that it explains a few things. No. General relativity, and this was something I was going to tackle you on before, but decided to let it pass. General relativity is the most successful scientific theory in history. It works on a vast array of distance scales, length scales, and time scales, much more than quantum mechanics covers. And it's been terrifically successful and has permitted enormous technological strides. And we're not going to throw it away unless you can do better than a few quibbles over gravities, because galaxies, because that's actually a tiny thing. It is accurately described as a pebble. It is not the massive problem that you pretend that it is. And until you can make a coherent argument rather than just an assertion that special relativity, general relativity, has been completely falsified, we're not going to abandon it.
Okay, so he called it a tiny pebble, and that's laughably inaccurate, because dark matter is now claimed to comprise 87% of all of the matter in the entire universe. And dark matter plus dark energy is claimed to make up over 96% of the entire universe. Okay, so believe it or not, for 87% of the total mass in the universe to be dark matter and 96% of the entire universe to be dark matter and dark energy, that is the opposite of a tiny pebble.
So you understand that you got those figures wrong, right?
No, I didn't.
So dark matter comprises 26% of the energy in the universe.
Matter.
What? Dark matter doesn't comprise any percent of energy in the universe.
Yes, it does. The mass
Energy?
the dark matter makes up about 27% of the universe's total mass energy content.
Okay, 87%.
Yeah, 68% is dark energy and 5% is ordinary matter. So your claim that it makes up 87% was just wrong, wasn't it?
Dark matter accounts for 85% of the universe's total mass. Quote unquote.
27% of the universe's total mass energy content. Quote
Okay,
unquote.
so that's not what I said, is it? I said total mass.
They're equivalent. Just don't worry about it. Doesn't matter.
How can it be equivalent if they're totally different numbers?
Stress energy tensor. It's if you want to go into GR, it's an entire thing. But I think it's just something that
I understand
we can
MC
tackle some other
squared, bro.
time.
E equals MC squared. That matter and energy are basically the same in different forms. Cool story. Yeah, okay. Dark matter accounts for about 85% of the universe's total mass. Okay, so I mean, if you didn't know that, go look it up. Whatever. So this is the point.
Material mass, right?
Okay, well, that's assuming dark matter is material, right? I mean, there are all kinds of different arguments about that. Like that, like the
so
one
now
theory
you're
that
saying
was
it's not matter.
27% of the total mass.
This says 85%, so I'll cite it. One of the theories.
26.8% dark matter, 68% dark energy, 5%
No, that's a
ordinary
different
matter.
statistic, right? I'm not okay. That's
Well, yeah,
right.
I
If you
mean,
look, like I said, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. The
yes, that is true.
85% number comes from just matter. Like if you're
That
just
comes
looking
from
at
just energy. It's just dark energy.
if
It's
you're
the
gonna
other way
look at
around, yeah.
no, dude, listen, dude. Okay, yes, there's way more dark energy than dark matter when we talk about the total universe. Okay, so yes, that's correct, and those combined is like 96%. I'm talking about the percentage of matter. 85% of it is dark. Okay, those are two different things.
No. So again, this is hypothesized, right?
Dark matter constitutes 85% of the total mass.
And again, I need to ask you, sort of, when was the last time you went down to a pub and there was a guy at the bar who was really upset about the rate of galactic rotation or the mutual attraction of superclusters? It's a tiny. This is a tiny problem. Yeah, and you claiming that it's big because it's it comprises a lot of the universe. Yes, that's a hypothesis. Maybe it's less than that. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. Maybe it's a combination of MOND and something else. But that would be a perfectly tenable explanation, and it would keep the technology that we rely upon, such as GPS satellites, working properly. Whereas if you throw out general relativity, then you've got no explanation for why the time dilation on GPS satellites is appropriate. Why does that happen? What's causing that? Something has to be causing it. Newton predicted it, and it turned out once we could measure it that he was right. So it was a predicted consequence of his theory. We see it all the time. We can measure it in laboratories. It impacts the technology that we use on a daily basis and that helps run the world economy. And you're arguing, because we're having problems with galaxies, we should throw the whole lot out and we should build everything from the ground up. No, that's not how anything works.
Okay, first of all, it's not just
This is the other fundamental problem that flat earthers have. They have no real world accomplishments nor real world structures that they have made that are useful to anyone, whereas actual scientists have. And until you can do something useful, even vaguely useful, something that materially benefits people, you are irrelevant and nobody will pay attention to you.
Okay, so this is just a reoccurring theme. I'm kind of getting bored of it where like I make a claim, you start yelling and screaming about how you know it's wrong and you're 100% positive I'm wrong and in fact I'm objectively correct and then you just skate past it instead of conceding, right? Like I even the mainstream Wikipedia page explains it. This typically does happen whenever I cite the 87%, some say 83%, some say 85% data number. They think I got dark energy and dark matter mixed up because they're conflating the two different data points. 96% of the universe is made up of dark matter and dark energy. 85%.
So you're saying that both of those things exist. You're saying that both
85
of those things exist.
No, I am critiquing your paradigm.
Okay, then say that the
85
hypothesis
oh my
is
god, you interrupt every time. You just
say it,
monologue,
speak
dude.
properly. You're
85
saying the
oh my
hypothesis
god,
is
dog.
the hypothesis.
Tony, can you please stop interrupting him?
Yeah,
Please?
take notes, Tony. It might be easier than this.
85% of the total matter in the universe is dark matter, according to the mainstream figures, right? My point is that this cannot be dismissed as some pebble that's inconsequential. This is why people are proposing modified Newtonian dynamic theories, right? And that's never going to work either. I hate to break it to you, okay? The only type of theory that's going to work is going to have to not be dependent on proportionate mass. That is the only theory that will ever work because the evidence has already shown us overwhelmingly, right, that there isn't a direct one-to-one proportionate mass relationship when it comes to what you're claiming is gravity, whatever the force is. Now, what I'll say is there are for sure forces in the sky above us. For sure, the forces are causing things to move around. Okay. But a very easy explanation, in my opinion, is electromagnetism, some type of electromagnetic phenomena or even magnetic phenomena, because that's not limited to proportionate mass, right? Meaning you can have, let's say we have like a certain size magnet. Gravity, before we magnetize it, it would have a certain amount of gravity and it would just be based on its mass. Right? So like that's just based on its mass, no matter what. If we have 1,000 of them, if they're the same size, if they have the same mass, it's always the same amount of gravity. I could have that same piece of metal and I could magnetize it and I could create different strength magnets, meaning like the same size magnet could have hugely different strengths of magnetism, right? And so therefore it's not proportionate. This would explain why sometimes we see just a little bit of mass, but really strong fields of force, and sometimes we see really weak ones. So the problem is this has a lot of implications. I mean, like
Why do
a lot of
neutrons fall under gravity?
okay, I don't believe in your version of I don't believe in your version of gravity or neutrons. And another problem is people always trying to invoke neutrons as like the singular example they can provide of things that isn't electric, but it still has an elementary charge. Like the fundamental component.
It actually
demonstrate that,
that's
sorry?
actually the entire idea is just that neutrons are not charged, and so
Yeah, they don't have a net charge.
No,
We
they
have
just they don't
yet
have
to
a charge.
see a neutron ever be deflected by an electrical field. It's never
Okay.
been observed to happen. And we
Yeah,
have made
neutrons have never been
enormously
observed.
strong. We have enormously strong electrical fields. We've applied them to neutrons. The neutrons don't respond. So why do they not respond to the electric fields but fall under gravity?
Okay, so let me break it down for you, man. First of all, neutrons don't. Now, I don't even believe in neutrons. Okay, but I'm just going to critique your own paradigm here. Neutrons don't have a net charge, right? Their net charge is 0 e, right? As opposed to like protons plus 1 e, electron negative 1 e. Okay, but they are claimed to be not elementary, but they compose of quarks, right? Okay. One, I think it's like one up quark, two down quarks. I don't actually remember. I think that's right. Either way, the quarks are claimed to have elementary charge. So to claim that they aren't electric or have no charge is not specifically accurate. They have no net charge. Okay. Further, I don't believe in your reified subatomic particles anyway. That's not even the
So,
point. It's a deflection anyway,
no,
because
it isn't a deflection. So it's fundamental because these things are observed and they are observed to fall under gravity and they are observed not to be deflected by electric fields. So your prattling about quarks doesn't get you away from it. And yes, we are searching. There is a great deal of interest on a possible charge distribution.
like you just interrupted me, dude.
There is a great yes because you're making.
It doesn't matter what your because is, dude.
Yes, it does actually.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm almost done.
If we wanted to listen to you uninterrupted, we could watch your live streams.
I'm almost done. Okay. I was just addressing your deflection. I get you don't think it's a deflection, but I'm going to explain to you why it's fundamentally fallacious presupposition to think that it's somehow relevant. You're operating under the assumption that whatever causes downward acceleration on Earth is the same thing that causes all motion in the sky. Okay. Just because you believe that and we're conditioned to think that based on your conception of quote unquote gravity that doesn't work at all doesn't mean it's true. So there's a downward pressure on Earth, and I could go through what I think that is. That doesn't mean that what's moving galaxies in a rotational pattern is the same thing as why things go down on Earth. They could still be magnetic, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Right. Okay. Thank you, man. So an electric universe that's more dense and more local explains a ton of things, and a finite one with a different interpretation of redshift, which there are a few different even electrical explanations for that. For example, we observe redshift on the local scale in the lab when it comes to plasma. Photons have been seen to redshift, quote unquote photons, which I would say are dielectric pulses where the oscillating electric and magnetic field intersect, whatever. Okay. The phenomenon is real. I just disagree with your interpretation of little light paintballs. I think it's stupid. The point is that we do see redshift in the lab, and it isn't just because something's moving away from us. Also, there is redshift within magnetic fields because of electromagnetic retardation. So my point is there are other models that actually are way more viable, but yours is basically a religion that cannot be questioned, and there's funding behind it, and that's my meta point. Do you get my meta point? Can you engage with it in good faith?
No. There are the reason I say that is that so you're assuming so that you're kind of putting the cart before the horse. You want us to believe that your proposed lines of investigation are worthwhile. I don't believe that, and you need to convince enough scientists that you are throwing away stuff that works. You know, for instance, there's nothing in this electric universe stuff that I know of that can explain gravitational time dilation. Yet we observe gravitational time dilation and we incorporate it into our technology. There's nothing in electric universe that explains a velocity-induced time dilation, but we observe that all the time in particle accelerators. Where we accelerate particles up to near the speed of light. So if you want funding for your stuff, that's fine, but you've got to produce something useful. You are competing in a marketplace of ideas with the people who made GPS work. You are competing in the market of ideas with people who are developing cold atom gravimeters and are using them to, for instance, investigate the interior of the pyramid. You are and sort of making headway on how the pyramids were constructed by the use of this technology. You are competing with people who are achieving stuff in the real world. And so you just saying, no, that's wrong. Okay, it works in reality and you're doing all this stuff, but that's just blind luck. No, there comes a time where we don't think it's blind luck. And if you say that the electric universe is a better hypothesis, prove it. Publish. Write down how it performs better explaining things. All of the observational data that you've got show that it explains it better, and then people will start listening to you. But until you do that, you're basically just saying, well, you could be wrong, so I think you should just give everything up and start from the Stone Age again. No, that's not what we're going to do.
I think you're using a lot of logical fallacy here, brother. Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
I am somewhat.
It's like an all or nothing fallacy.
Actually, sorry.
Come on, man.
I don't care. If you think that let's get this straight.
You don't care if you're logically fallacious in your argumentation.
A fallacious argument is not necessarily a wrong argument. So, for instance, one of the ones that you guys keep on talking about is argument from authority. That argument from authority is a logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy, but it's not a practical fallacy. In practice, we turn to subject matter experts and we accept that they are more likely to better understand the topic than others. This isn't universal, but the larger the body of experts
this is a genetic fallacy.
This is what?
You have a credential fallacy.
No,
genetic
that's not
fallacy,
a genetic
credential fallacy, appeal to authority, appeal to consensus. How many do you want me to count out here?
All or nothing, reification,
again, if you did something, if any of you did something that was of any value in the real world,
Earthers invented the wheel.
And none of you have. Absolutely none of you have done anything of any value in the world.
You didn't help with the conversation.
None of you have done anything useful, and you're sour about it.
None of us have done anything useful.
You haven't contributed to the conversation.
Okay, but Terry, do you think that
I'm
Tony
just
should
pointing
get to
out
just
the
scream
logical
at the
fallacies
whole
here,
room
brother.
about how we're all retarded and beneath him? And this is the issue, right?
Is that what I said, Witsit? Is that what I said, that you're retarded and beneath me?
Tony, can I correct you, right? You said just because an argument is fallacious doesn't mean it's a wrong argument, that the argument is wrong. That's incorrect. It fundamentally means the argument is invalid. Now, what you're meaning to say is just because the argument is fallacious, what he means to say is just because the argument is fallacious, it doesn't mean the conclusion is wrong. And that's called a fallacy, meaning even though the reasoning you proposed may be fallacious and invalid, that doesn't mean the conclusion that you're claiming is necessarily wrong. Like I can say, water boils, heat causes water to boil. And then you say, prove it. And I say, everyone knows that. That's an appeal to consensus. But even though I just used a fallacy, it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Like it's a fact that heat causes water to boil. Okay. So the problem is, though, we're in a debate trying to see if we can substantiate our ideas. And in a debate, you have to present a valid argument.
We're not in a debate.
This literally is a debate.
No, this isn't a debate.
It hasn't been formalized as a debate.
We're really debating the whole time. This is
terrible. Okay, so you can't offer logically valid arguments, is what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And for somebody who was just lecturing about fucking logic, that was one of the intellectually laziest straw men that I've ever seen. This is not a debate. Can we agree on that?
No.
Seems
Okay.
like we're debating positions.
So this is and this is a fundamental chasm that we're going to have trouble bridging. There are people, you made the point about the fallacy. Fine, okay. The conclusion is not necessarily wrong. I'll accept correction on this, but there are formal fallacies that we do not use to invalidate an argument. When somebody who knows what they're talking about, when somebody who has a series of real-world accomplishments, who has whose opinion is esteemed by subject matter experts, when they say something, we listen. But the more people but just because one person said something once doesn't mean we need to esteem that this as much as we esteem an overwhelming preponderance of subject matter experts esteeming something. Now, somebody can be an outlier. As I have pointed out, was the case with plate tectonics, where the people who introduced it received rabid, vicious pushback that persisted for the best part of a decade. But it turned out that they were right, and they were able to demonstrate that they were right through an overwhelming preponderance of evidence. And that's what it's going to take for you guys. And you don't have an overwhelming preponderance of evidence. All you have is some semantic arguments and arcane logic of no, and you refuse to engage with the real world. You claim that time isn't a real thing. Which means that the kinematic equations, I don't know what you think they're all about, or the dynamics, because they all treat time as a quantifiable, measurable thing, and you're denying that that's the case. So I don't understand how you can do that and then claim that you're the person who's talking about real science.
Okay, so yeah, we quantify passing and stuff, and that's cool. But let me hear and try to help you out a little bit here. So when we support our claims, right, we need them to be in the form of valid arguments. This is how we can determine if it's a valid form or sound reasoning, right? Because this is how we're able to figure out what the truth is. So the fact that someone's an authority doesn't matter. Let me explain to you why that's a fallacy, bro. Because what if two authorities disagree? You can't just say this is true because the authority said it, and you can't say this is true because the authorities mostly agree. Just like you said, you brought up a famous example of the continental drift and the plate tectonics in geology. You have major changes in astronomy, ironically, right? People used to think the Earth was not moving and in the center of the universe, and the vast majority of the astronomers at the time thought that. Or you can look at germ theory, which I think is wrong, but you think is true because the mainstream does now. And of course, the vast majority of experts and doctors thought that stuff like bad air, stuff in the air got you sick. So my point is that you can't just rely on it coming from an authority because authorities don't agree. That's just an example. Or what about this? Oh, slavery must be moral because the vast majority of Americans were okay with it back in the day. It doesn't matter what the majority thinks. It doesn't matter what an authority thinks. And this is the point. Okay. Yes, there's something called the fallacy. Okay. You can't, just because someone's argument's fallacious doesn't mean their conclusion's wrong. But like you said, the way that we avoid this is we look for evidence. So fallacies are incredibly important because it throws out fallacious reasoning and it focuses on a valid, sound form of reasoning that proposes evidence. So if you're just scattergunning fallacies, then you can be dismissed. Even if you were right about your conclusion, you haven't provided a valid reason that we should take your conclusion seriously. You have to provide logically sound reasoning.
But this is the central point that you're missing. Every time that I talk about evidence, everybody, the amount of pushback I got for pointing out that there are more than a dozen different types of gyroscopes, each of them using completely different physical mechanisms that all detect the same rate of rotation. And what causal mechanism can explain this? because some of them would require a physical force that in order to explain them, and some of them would require some sort of optical manipulation in order to explain them. So you've got two different. So you've got two different effects that just happen to agree to make it look like the Earth is rotating.
Okay, the answer is pretty simple. By the way, the reason you got pushback is because it was a total deflection from the
Shut
conversation.
up! I'm not interested in the fucking pushback. Explain what the two mechanisms are.
Okay, well, you claimed that we just couldn't answer. That's why we freaked out. That's not what happened. But okay, so the answer is simple. Optical means light, meaning yes, that's like the
Yes,
Sagnac
thank
effect.
you for that. That's great. I didn't know that until now. Let me write it down.
brother. Just
I'll just
relax,
Well,
man.
get to the fucking point, you meandering dickhead.
Dude, you just
This does not look
meandered.
good for the gold team.
He's just
Thank you for
absolutely doing
sharing.
ad hom, and we're just putting up with it. I don't understand why we're having to put up with this
'Cause I
insult
can't.
constantly.
I can't mod my own combo, so it's like
Yeah, that's
maybe
right. I'm in here. Hey, PhD
Yeah.
Tony, can you mute up when Witsit's talking to you, please, man? Like, he gave you plenty of time to make your response. You're umming and you're ahhing. We're patient with you. You can't even give him a sentence before you burst him. So I'll unmute you. We'll progress, hopefully.
Thank you. So I'm just saying it for the room, by the way. Like optics doesn't mean you can see it. Of course, it means light. So like the Sagnac effect. So we have like ring laser gyros, and yes, it absolutely detects a rotational motion. And in fact, it was predicted beforehand, right? Like we used the same equation we used for Michelson-Morley using the interference pattern, and this is built upon the principle that light moves in relation to its medium. Right. So like if you say that light has a certain quote unquote speed and then it's shot in water and the water is moving a certain speed, you take C plus V and you'll be able to accurately predict how fast the light goes. So it's based on the movement of the medium. You have to add that velocity. Taking that principle, we then were able to predict the friend shift we would detect of the rotation. Right now, it's actually it's sidereal rotation, meaning that we see a precession in the sky or we see a rotation in the sky. Okay, so the claim is the sky moving or is the ground moving? Anyway, the ring laser gyro does detect it. We can use light to detect it. That's correct. And we can also use some forms of mechanical detection of motion. I have the same, it wouldn't just be a coincidence, right? Because either the sky is moving or the ground's moving. And the way that the sky would cause it is, of course, if there is a medium, and it's moving, it would be akin to a stream that's moving, which again, this is literally how we came up with the actual equation. C plus V was proven with the medium of water. If the ether is a medium and light is in it, then it's going to have an anisotropic effect, meaning that the light's going to propagate faster in one direction, specifically the direction that that medium is moving. This is exactly what we see. We see an anisotropic effect on the light in the Sagnac effect type of test. And in fact, it even increases with altitude, which totally falsifies the claim that it's the Earth moving causing it, or it wouldn't change in relation to altitude. But it gets faster the higher we get, the closer we get to the sky, and it goes faster in the direction of the motion. So that's because, again, it's like swimming in a lake. I mean, swimming in a stream. Like if you swim 10 miles an hour, the stream goes 10 miles an hour, you would go 20 miles an hour. So since you're going in the direction that the medium is moving, it's causing a detectable rotation of like motion of rotation. That would explain the optical effects. And then with the mechanical one, it's a translation of motion through that same medium. The sky is moving, it's got a medium, and it's similar to if I wave my hand over top of a bathtub full of water, even though my hand doesn't touch the water, it would be a translation of motion through the air to the water, causing the water to move. This is also sometimes you have a loss, almost done. Sometimes you have a loss of energy in the translation of motion through a medium, though, which is why oftentimes it's trickier to detect this sidereal rotation with mechanical forms of measurement. Okay, good.
Okay, so why is this rotational effect latitude dependent?
Because if you're gonna go, it's gonna be proportionate to your distance out from the center of rotation.
Except that it's the same as you approach the magnitude of it is the same as you approach the South Pole, just opposite in sense. So
yeah, we have this.
So why is it? So why is the magnitude? Why is the magnitude larger towards the poles? Surely the rotational effect should be larger the further you get away from the center.
There's two explanations. So you could have like a bipolar model.
You could have.
Yeah. Like magnetohydrodynamics, like a typical magnetic or electromagnetic field. You have two poles of rotation and they're counter rotations, which would explain why we detect that.
What rotate?
The magnetic fields.
The magnetic fields rotate relative to Earth.
You didn't know that magnetic fields have rotational points, and they have two poles.
So the Earth's magnetic field changes over time, but we measure it and we map it, and we see no evidence of what you're suggesting.
Right, because your interpretation of magnetism is incomplete, right? So in mainstream
yours
physics,
is more complete. Okay, show me the data supporting your assertion.
Sure, I don't have to invoke virtual photons, from my understanding. So I don't. So mine's automatically.
You haven't. That doesn't do anything. Saying my theory does the same thing as yours, and I don't have virtual photons. You haven't shown me your theory. You haven't shown me the agreement between your theory and the observations.
I'm explaining the difference. The difference is that it's an etheric model. So a magnetic field is nothing more than an ether modality, and so you just have it's just about geometry. You have a conjugate geometric expression of a hyperboloid and a toroid. You have centrifugal. It just means inverse. It means like the two sides of a coin. It means two sides of a coin. Two sides of.
No, it doesn't. Don't lie to me about what conjugate means, because I know exactly what conjugate means.
Okay.
Conjugate is a mathematical/physical term for changing the sign of the complex term. So conjugate waves, for instance, that you may have heard of, they have complex components of opposite side, right? That's what conjugate means. So if you don't know what these terms mean, I suggest you don't use them.
Okay, so the fact that you strawman me with the mathematical definition doesn't mean anything, nor is it a rebuttal, nor does it somehow permit you to just talk over the top of me.
What is etheric modality? Define this term. Explain to me what that is.
Let's skate past your claimed victory lap that I didn't know what the word meant was completely wrong. Conjugate means paired or complementary, a counterpart, such as two sides to a coin. It objectively does mean that. That's what the word means. So anyway, a conjugate geometric expression. And if you had listened, you would have known what it meant in context.
But you're now talking about mathematics, right? Conjugates have very explicit mathematical meanings, right?
That isn't the only definition.
When you go into a mathematical description, a geometric description, and you start using terms like conjugate, and then you are not using the terms properly. What you mean might be reciprocal.
First of all, it even would work in the terms of math from understanding of the conjugates, because it's like a symmetric component of the axes. But that's not. I'm not using.
Please provide me a link to this.
Okay, what that in math conjugates are
the term that you're describing. So you're describing the magnetic field. Please supply your references and your.
Can you stop interrupting me, man?
Sorry, I want something that is grounded in reality. I don't want you prattling along, throwing words at me like etheric modality. What does that mean? What is an etheric modality?
A different mode or version of ether, a different state. Please stop interrupting me. So it's a conjugate geometric expression like a hyperboloid and a toroid. So you have the donut in the inside of the donut. So what that would give you is centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. And so you have the inertial forces
what is converging and what is diverging?
Of the magnetic field.
Okay.
Dude.
Okay. So you need to be clear when you're using terms. What are you talking about? And how is it centripetal and how is it centrifugal if there is no rotation involved?
There is rotation in magnetic fields.
But those only apply to mechanical rotations. They don't apply centripetal component when you rotate a magnetic field.
Who is him to say that the sky is not mechanic?
Yeah, and you cut out, but I mean, honestly, I like actually enjoy when you cut out because it gives me like a breather. Like, can you just chill?
But you're talking about mechanical concepts, and then you're applying them in magnetism, and they're not meaningful in magnetism.
There can be mechanisms inside of the magnetic field. Within the magnetic field.
Define this for me. What is centrifugal about a magnetic field?
Okay, well, the donut shape component of it is diverging out from the center, right? That's what a magnetic field is. Like we can look at them under a ferrocell, for example. So we have a force, if you want to call it that, exerted out from the center, right? So it exerts out from the center.
And I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about a toroidal magnet?
Yeah, a toroidal field.
A toroidal field generated by what?
A magnet.
So a toroidal magnetic field generated by a magnet. Okay.
That's how magnetic fields take shape. Is a toroid.
Sort of. In which case the word toroidal is superfluous. If you're just saying that it's an ordinary magnetic field, right? Then you don't need to put toroidal into it. If you're just saying that it's the magnetic field due to a bar magnet, then that's fine. But when you introduce the term toroidal, now I don't understand, because are you talking about a toroidal magnet? What are you talking about?
Okay, man. If you weren't interrupting so much, you would know. You derailed the conversation because you ended up asking me just to explain magnetism in general, right? So then I had to try to explain it in a basic way. So just chill out. So this started with you asking me why would it be latitude dependent, and then why would it begin to change past what you call the equator? And I'm explaining that one option is that there could be a bipolar model. You would actually have two different rotations, and so you would have two literal physical rotations in the sky as well.
Of the sky. Okay, and the magnetic field. They both rotate in opposite senses south of the equator. Okay, what is accomplishing that? What physical mechanism is driving this effect?
I've already answered that.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Okay, so I said similar to with magnetohydrodynamics, you can have magnetic fields with two rotational points.
Yes, and what drives in magnetohydrodynamics? You need to have some force that is inducing this.
He's asking you what's the structure that is at the center of the rotation.
Yes. What is the structure?
I've shown you this in the EMS in the electro-opticals and the infrared scans of the sky. You can see a structure at the center of rotation of all the luminaries. So that's part of
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would with electro-optical imaging, you actually do see this what forms a pyramidal structure, and it peaks in the center. This is largely unexplained by the mainstream.
The center of what? You were talking about the Earth. Now you're talking about stars. The center of what?
The rotation in the sky.
The center of the rotation in the sky. So the pole. You're talking about the pole star. What are you observing around the pole star?
No, the pole star is one of the sections of the rotation of the
Okay,
sky.
sorry, you're talking about the North Magnetic Pole. Okay, above the North Magnetic Pole. Okay, what are you observing?
So if you use electro-optical imaging, right, you basically get you register like electrical signatures, right, in certain places. And if you look at the signatures that are registered, and this is actually registered during the daytime, and it seems to have a big relation with the time of year as well. And it create like the signatures that are registered form a pyramid that then the tip of the pyramid goes to the center of
Where
rotation.
have you gotten this information from? Because I'd like to see
CMOR,
this.
Canada, there is observatories in
Uncle
Tierra del
Fester.
Fuego,
Yes,
Argentina.
and
There is
where is
observations.
this published?
Hey,
Where is this
Witsit is
information
not only
published?
electro-optical, that is active infrared. There's also thermal. There's also radio surveys. So it's observable within the spectrum
Okay,
of.
then it should be very easy to show me where this is being
Yeah,
done.
there's many papers about this.
Okay, thanks. Share one with me.
I'll share it with
Okay.
you.
Okay, we will, man, if you just calm down. Do you think that we just make it up?
Yes.
Well, we don't, and every time you say it, we end up showing
No,
you that we don't.
every time then clarify that you haven't made it up, you have simply misinterpreted what somebody else wrote, or you're listening to a fringe crackpot.
Yeah, you got a lot of Uncle Fester's papers being presented here.
So he's saying that the interpretation of the observation from whoever made the paper, that is the correct interpretation of the observation, and if you interpreted something else besides what they interpret,
No, that's not how it works.
You're wrong.
That's not how you interpret a paper. They write a paper. If you interpret it incorrectly, you are incorrect. And that you can show that you have a understanding of what they're actually by context. And that's an important word. The other thing is, hold on, almost finished. Almost finished. Almost finished. One other point. I had 2 points to make. You cut me off before the second one. The other thing you said or was said was that now you get crackpots that write papers, like Uncle Fester, who I have a lot of contention with a lot of things. I had some experience in that particular field that he said things that made no sense. So some of his papers and books and things have written absolutely are fringe, and it can be considered as a crackpot by anyone who's in physics. But we're not saying he's right or wrong. He's just definitely fringe. There's really very little to back up what he says. But so there's two options there: misinterpretation or written by crackpot. Do you agree with that or not agree with that?
There is the observation from the ground, and everybody looks at the same thing, and each individual can have a different interpretation of what's actually happening, because none of the individuals are going up there and checking and dissecting the actual mechanism of the observation.
That's not exactly true.
That's actually not true.
The observations of the sky cannot be dissected, dude. Don't you get that?
Yes, replication is an essential part. If somebody publishes something and it can't be replicated by other groups, then it gets to be simply discarded.
Yeah, but you're talking about different things, because I'm talking about some specific observation of the sky that has been done from multiple locations of the world, and you can interpret it one way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your interpretation is correct.
Yes, and if you agree in general, so here's something that is not understood. Just because a paper gets published doesn't make it correct. Right.
What's so funny about this is like you thought you had a big gotcha with the gyros, and then they started jumping on you, and then...
The vast majority of papers that get published turn out to be wrong, or turn out to be,
Who's disagreeing with that? Who's disagreeing? That's exactly what I'm saying.
But if you get broad consensus over a broad period of time and more evidence buttressing a result, then that result is accepted as robust. And this is the distinction in this argument. If you cherry pick a particular result and then you and say, look, this is published, therefore you must accept this as correct. No, that's not what I must accept. Right?
Left.
I only accept stuff that is sufficiently well supported after its publication, that is not only been taken up by the community of experts, but has had more and more evidence adduced to support it.
Okay, so you had some really big gotcha with gyroscopes, and it turns out
Okay,
that you
so
didn't. And what
yes,
ended
I
up
do. In
happening,
fact, yes, I do. In fact,
dude, you're just
so,
immediately
Stop
well, if you're going
interrupting.
to
Tony.
lie, if you're just going to lie about me, Witsit, then
Stop
yes, I'm going to cut you
bulldozing,
off because I
Tony. It's
don't.
not your turn to speak. Relax. Mute up. You
Okay.
interrupted
You
Witsit
might get
again.
a
Always
brain
waste
worm.
time while Witsit lies about what's going on. Great.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't
Go
do that,
ahead.
then you wouldn't jump in. So
Yeah, Witsit, tell me what he talked about with respect to gyros that was incorrect or that you've proven wrong. Maybe you can tell me in your words. I'm curious because I'd be very curious to see what kind of gyro evidence was actually dispelled by you or anybody else.
Who's Witsit?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So go ahead, Witsit. Tell me.
He brought up the gyroscope point that we can detect motion, blah, 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 and that it must mean that the Earth is moving, right? So I explained that that isn't true. He asked, like, how else could that be explained? And I said, for example, with the optical, because he invoked optical, and I said, okay, like a ring laser gyro, static effect. I explained how the way that we came up with that prediction is when we looked at, say, light in water, you would actually have to account for the velocity that the medium moves. So it's C plus V to get the accurate prediction. When they took that principle, which is the founding principle of how they came up with the Michelson-Morley experiment, but they applied it to sidereal rotation, which is the Michelson-Gell-Pearson experiment, quote unquote, which is where you end up getting the Sagnac effect, which is the principle that the ring laser gyro is actually built upon. And Sagnac originally said it's due to the vortex in the ether. So the point is that if there was a medium that was rotating, then the light would have to have a C plus V relationship in terms of the velocity of the rotational motion in that medium. So it would be like swimming in a stream. You swim faster when you swim with the stream. And when they took that assumption and then formulated a fringe shift prediction, it always matched within 98% accuracy of the sidereal rotation. Now, what we have since found out is that what that actually means is there's an anisotropic effect. So the light goes faster, quote unquote, in one direction in relation to the rotational motion. And in fact, we've seen that it increases with altitude as well, the higher we get to the sky. So there absolutely is an explanation as to how there could be the effect detected optically, right? If the
I
Earth
have a
weren't moving, but
question
the
for
sky
you.
were
I have
moving
a
because of
question
the
for you.
the rotational motion in the medium of the
Okay,
ether.
I have a question for you. Why do we observe an exactly similar Sagnac effect in matter wave gyroscopes?
I haven't researched that. I don't know what that is.
Okay, so when we supercool atoms, we propagate them around a course in opposite directions, and we do the standard thing. We put them in the MOT. We supercool them with lasers. We set them out. We apply a filter. We then split them into two clouds, counter propagating, and then we recombine them and check their wave functions. Perfectly.
Whoa.
Well, you claim that you understand how optical clocks work. This is exactly the same mechanism that is used in optical clocks. So if you don't understand how optical clocks work, I can go into it in more detail. But the simple fact is that we compare the wave functions of the atoms that have gone opposite ways around the circuit, and when we do that, we see that there's a Sagnac effect offset.
So this is able to measure.
How do you explain the fact that the Sagnac effect offset is visible for not light?
Okay, I'm going to make a point, and you're going to try to interrupt it. But notice how every time I make a specific point refuting his initial claim, like that the optical effect detecting gyroscopes can't be explained, instead of engaging with the point with specificity and refuting it and rebutting it or conceding, he just scatterguns to another point or just moves the goalpost to another point every single time. But anyway, I will engage. So you just to clarify your claim, so this measures rotation with like extreme precision or something?
Yes.
Absolutely. That's why they.
Awesome. So they take the idea that the quote unquote particles actually behave like waves, use wave mechanics, and they're able to measure rotation with extreme precision, like a vortex with the Sagnac effect. That's awesome. That works perfect with my idea.
Why? Because if that were the case, then all objects on Earth would be so these are just atoms, right? There's no net charge. So there's no net charge to an atom. So why are they why is the movement of the medium affecting the matter? If this is your claim, surely we should be able to detect this much more simply, right? We should be able to detect a straight line change in the velocity of these atoms, right? Depending on whether or not they're moving with the medium or against the medium. We should be able to just detect a one-way shift in the velocity of the atoms, right?
Okay, wait. So it's using interferometry to detect the changes?
Yes.
Okay. So interferometry, which is light, to detect like the changes caused by rotation in the atoms.
No, the atoms are propagated along a path. It's not rotating the atoms.
No, but I mean, right, but it's just detecting rotation using the atoms in a path, so like in a closed loop.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So the Sagnac effect. So
and this is, and also I'd like, you claimed that I wasn't reacting to what you said. I'd like evidence of your claim that the Sagnac effect increases with altitude and that this is contrary to established physics.
okay, but for one, you can acknowledge the principle of C plus V, and that would explain why you have anisotropic propagate. What?
No,
Do you
no,
deny C plus V?
There's no evidence whatsoever of anisotropic propagation of light, and the C plus V and the C minus V terms have nothing to do with the motion of the medium. What they have to do with is the motion of the receiver towards or away from the light source. That's where those C plus V and C minus V terms come from. If you emit a photon one way and then you rotate the apparatus around a ring, and you rotate the apparatus in the opposite direction, then that photon is going to arrive earlier than a photon that you've sent in the opposite direction that now has to catch up with you. And when you calculate the amount of time that these photons need to travel, that's where those C plus V and C minus V terms come in. It's got nothing to do with the velocity of the medium. It's got to do with the motion of the receiver while the light is in flight. That's where those C plus V and C minus V terms come in. And I apologize that I didn't explain that to you earlier, but you seem to have completely misunderstood how ring laser gyroscopes actually work, or how the formula is derived.
Similar to
No, you're wrong. So it's actually originally, do you even know like the experiment I'm talking about in relation to the motion of the medium?
I don't. No, I don't know about the C plus V or C minus V for the motion of the medium. All I know about is the way the Sagnac effect works as applied to light. And the fact is that those C plus V and C minus V terms come from the motion of the receiver. I'm uninterested in your
Stanek, stop doing that. Okay, come on. Okay, so it's the Fresnel drag effect, right? I always butcher the name. It's like
you really need to learn how to pronounce these names.
Oh yeah, whatever. It's like I'm gonna butcher this too. It's like Fizeau or something, Fizeau experiment, and it's like in the 1850s. And so they discovered that the propagation of the light was directly relative to the velocity of the motion of the medium. So you take the refractive index of water, the quote unquote speed of light in a vacuum, and then the velocity of water, and you're able to accurately predict the fringe shift.
That is absolute nonsense, because if that were true, the light that it's nonsense, because we know that the speed of light is constant regardless of your reference frame. Have you not read any relativity textbooks?
It's nonsense like the globe, huh?
So what is the addition formula for velocities in relativity?
Wait, no, stop deflecting. You're saying the Fresnel drag effect. Wait, stop deflecting.
So it's U plus V divided by 1 plus UV on C squared, right?
Why are you deflecting?
Okay, so let's say that one of these values is C, right? Then it's U plus C divided by 1 plus UC on C squared.
Stop
U plus C
deflecting.
so it's just C. It just turns into C.
Are you saying the Fresnel drag effect is
It
wrong?
doesn't matter how fast the light is going. The velocity of it doesn't matter how fast the water is going. The velocity of the light is only going to be C. It can't be any faster than that.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me know the base postulate of special relativity. I totally didn't know that. Okay, so wait to try desperately to sleight of hand away and try to create the illusion to the audience that you're the one that's coming from a supreme form of knowledge and you're teaching me. It's not going to work, though. You just now said that the Fresnel drag effect wasn't real and was total nonsense, even though I objectively described it accurately. I'll say it again, right? Which is that you have the speed of light in a vacuum. Yes, that's C. You have the refractive index of water. I think that's N. Then you have the velocity of water. So then the total velocity is V equals C over N plus V of water times, like, I'm going to miss this, man. 1 minus 1 over N squared, maybe? Dude, if I got that right, I'm crushing.
Why laser speed guns that police use are able to detect motion coming toward them, objects in motion, and why they could be following them and also have no change in that differential velocities based on whether they're moving through medium or not moving. That's kind of what the PhD doctor is saying here. Now, the other thing
No,
we're
it's not.
talking
He
about,
said it was wrong.
well, no,
he said that he laughed and said it was total rubbish.
Well, let me maybe
the way you presented
let me just respond to that real quick.
Which was a C plus V term, that is gibberish.
Well,
no, it's literally
Tony,
V equals C over N plus V.
Let me quick. Can I ask you something real quick? Because I think, as I understand it, the reason that there is this differential of the medium aiding in this speeding up of light is because it's a relativistic effect, which really has to do with not only has to do with the motion of the observers and the motion of the medium.
Yes.
It's not just.
There is no.
Stop deflecting.
It's not deflecting. The motion of the observer and the medium. It's
there
basically
was no motion. There's no motion of the
how the light
observer on the
is
Earth
affected by the motion.
That's an assertion. That's an assertion that what we're trying to investigate.
In your own paradigm, you claim that even if there was a speed, it isn't detectable in our frame of reference, and it's treated as a lab frame. Stop.
No, sir, that's not true. Rotation is not. Yes, a uniform speed could not be detected, but a rotation can be, because a rotation is an acceleration.
Acceleration, exactly. As we've talked about this for years.
That isn't relevant at all. Dude, this is like, it's just like these people pretending, this guy like Terry pretending to moderate. Now I'm going against Zanuck and Tony, where they're both going to incessantly interrupt me, and they're both going to just deflect.
I will.
Right?
I can interrupt you if I want.
I can mute you, dude. Why do you think you got juice over me or something?
I can mute you too. I can mute you too.
Okay, but stop acting like you have juice over me. You don't.
Hold on a second. Terry, aren't you supposed to be a mod? What are you doing?
I'm not
mods for Globers.
I'm not modding the conversation. I'm only modding the behavior.
He's only modding for the Globers. And if you were modding behavior, you would probably interject. They're both interrupting me, tag teaming me, and not letting me speak. Okay. And like, I'm about to just pass the mic. We've been talking forever. The issue here, man, is like I'm taking time to, in good faith, explain things. And then it's just, no, you're wrong. No, that's made up. And then once I go to the point and prove I wasn't wrong, you never concede. You never say, oh, okay, turns out I was wrong. You just bring up another point. So I'm objectively not wrong. So concede that that is correct. You have the Fresnel-Drag equation, and that you have the equation that I stated, right, which is V equals C over N plus V of the medium.
Can you stop for a second, Witsit? So Tony, you mentioned a very critical element there. Would you acknowledge, Witsit, that Tony has mentioned something about the fact that we're not talking about just an object or the measurement of a speed of light through medium, but we're talking about a change of direction, which is an acceleration, and that is the basic principle behind the Sagnick effect. It's like you shoot it.
Yet there's a rotation either way. The point is that he's claiming if the Earth wasn't moving, that you wouldn't detect it. And I'm saying that's incorrect, because if the sky was rotating, you would still detect it. And this is actually the base principle that they use for MMX. And then they didn't get the fringe shift they expected, assuming the orbital velocity of 30 kilometers a second. Whatever, throw MMX out for a second. But then they used the same principle, the same equation, to get their prediction for the fringe shift in Michelson-Gell-Pearson, and it came within 98% accuracy with the sidereal rotation prediction every single time. That was the point. So
because of the change of direction.
Oh, okay. I know your religion, Zanuck.
It's not a religion. It's just basic physics.
No. You just conflate relativity to physics, but I am well aware that you claim I'm free falling through a vacuum and I'm going in a straight path, even though I'm curving around the sun and I can't detect my motion. But I trust me, it's there, bro. But we can detect the rotation. You know what another explanation is? We don't detect the orbit because there isn't one, and we detect the sidereal rotation because there is one.
Except that you have yet to demonstrate how this magnetic field, why this rotating magnetic field that we can't detect apparently, because Earth's magnetic field does not rotate on a 24-hour period. So you're talking about some other magnetic field that is rotating on a 24-hour period. I'd like some observational evidence that exists. I'd also like some observational evidence that can have the effect on matter that you claim that it does.
Straw man.
And I would also like to know what is generating these magnetic fields, why there are counter-rotating ones at opposite poles, why in fact the southern hemisphere seems to diverge according to you. I don't. None of this makes any sense.
You're just scattergunning.
Yes, I'm scattergunning because you have dropped bullshit after bullshit about how the mainstream theory isn't right, but you have produced no evidence whatsoever positively supporting any of your claims.
Actually, you can find bullshit in nature, but you cannot find the globe in nature.
Well, that's a lie. It's not that I haven't provided any evidence. We actually, in this scenario, have the same evidence. You don't even deny the evidence. So you just read from a script where you like to say I don't provide evidence because you guys are never honest about anything. But we're using the same evidence. I'm just showing you an alternative explanation for it, right? So then there is no reason to try to deny the evidence. Also, what you keep trying to do is slip in the shape of the Earth. This was actually not even about that. This was about motion. You said it was impossible that the Earth could be static, and it was impossible that the Earth could be in the center of the universe.
Yes.
And then you invoked gyroscopes.
Why it affects matter in exactly
That's not how it works.
way as the Coriolis effect.
Listen.
Why does it affect material that is diamagnetic the same way it affects material that is paramagnetic if it's magnetic in origin?
So listen, I want you to think about it, right? So first you said, I need to explain all aspects of reality. I said, oh, because you said, I said, oh, does yours? No, but a lot of it. Okay, so then, and it's a work in progress. Okay, cool, mine's a work in progress. You said, oh, you've made no progress. That's not true, that's a lie. And then you just thought you could come up with
Where is your progress? Where is this progress? Prove to me that it's a lie.
Dude.
Where is it?
So then you just try to come up with whatever question you want to, as if I need to answer it.
Where is your progress?
As if whatever question you've come up with, if I didn't answer it, then it would
progress. Show me your progress.
Then it would nullify my model. But according
the entire time
your
progress.
It can't, dude.
Right.
But according to your
I
own,
would mod for you, Austin, if I had the ability.
Yeah.
I think this is moot at this point. But go ahead. Sorry.
Just want to get this point. But according to your own standard, which is that it doesn't have to
Where
explain
is your progress? You claim.
It doesn't have to explain all of reality, right? So I could do the same thing to you. I could just pepper you with random questions that your model has yet to explain, right? And then according to your standard, if I can just come up with any random question, even though you've yet to catch me on one yet after like 7 hours, right? If I can come up with any random question you can't answer, I can say, ha, 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 your model's wrong and stupid and ridiculous. So that's not how it actually works according to your standard.
It also doesn't work that you get to adjudicate whether or not any of my points are valid.
I explained with specificity why they weren't valid.
You are adjudicating in favor of yourself and then saying it's a demonstrable fact that this happened. No, it isn't. You have failed pathetically to demonstrate any of the physical principles or any of the physical mechanisms that
you got dunked on from the beginning of tonight, bro.
You have shown a fundamental misunderstanding of much of relativity. You just assert you won, PhD Tony lost. No, you have not adduced a single piece of evidence. You claim that I said that Markian forces were impossible. I never said that. What I said was they can only occur if you are inside the Schwarzschild radius of the
You can't stay on topic, bro. You always just scattergun random points,
This is on topic. This is on topic. You made a false claim about what I had said. You said
we weren't talking about that.
And okay, then do you concede that I mentioned the Schwarzschild radius? Do you concede that I did not say that Markian forces are impossible?
I never said you said that. What I said that you
Yes,
said
you
was
did.
that wouldn't. You said what force would work, or what force is doing it, because that wouldn't work because of the sun. That's how vague your statement was.
So your argument.
So Austin's right again.
Your argument is that there is a.
Is this guy like a comedian PhD or something?
You're like a masochist at this point.
Yeah, we're not here to pick on people. Come on, kids, behave.
Oh, but he can pick on me the whole time.
Oh, you're picking on him too. I did hear both of you.
Yeah, because eventually I'm going to just defend myself, right? I mean, I've tried 1,000 times to be completely good faith with him. It's very obvious.
No, you fucking haven't, and don't lie to everybody's face.
You actually deep down you actually enjoy talking to me because you know I do act in good faith, and you are just not going to ever say it.
The beginning of this conversation was all about whether or not it is valid to extrapolate the current laws of physics back to the initial phases of the universe. And you said that is completely valid. And any suggestion to the contrary is just making shit up and appealing to possibilities. Now you're saying that it's possible that there is this magical magnetic force, that that is magically counter-rotating, that is somehow linked to the motion of the rest of the universe, even though the universe actually rotates on a sidereal day, not a diurnal day. So the entire hypothesis that the diurnal rotation can be explained in Machian principles was wrong, because in that case the year would be 364 days long.
I said sidereal. I said sidereal though.
Yes, except that the paper is about diurnal. It's about the effect on the sun. So you're trying to explain that you're trying to explain the 24-hour rotation of the sun in terms of the 23-hour, 56-hour rotation of the.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I wasn't even invoking his causal mechanism. I explained that 3 times. I was simply showing that within your own paradigm, the dynamic equivalence of Newtonian mechanics.
You're claiming.
Can you stop interrupting, please, Tony?
Dude. I mean, it's like, and by the way, I'm not interested in you just
but
like
that's
I'm not interested in your like revisionist history of our whole entire conversation that's been going on for hours, bro. Like, let's just wrap this up, man. Okay, address my meta point here. You see, I honestly think you don't even see it. I bet part of me thinks you absolutely do. Man, my alarm went off. So what you're saying, bro, is that if I can't explain everything, then my model's wrong, right? And then I said, okay, so we can apply that same. I said we can apply that same standard to yours, right? And then no. And we're working on it. We're working our best to do what we can. We're figuring out over time. So so it's a double standard, right? So that's what I'm doing. And then you just had to desperately, baselessly claim I provided no evidence. That isn't true at all. I provided all kinds of evidence, right? And I can do more. There's tons of evidence that the Earth is not moving, like Aries failure, Michelson-Gull-Pearson, the subsequent replications of Michelson-Morley that then correlated to altitude with anisotropic propagation. We could jump all the way outside of that, and we could then look at the fact that I can unify all scales with an etheric model where you have to break them up in quantum, local, and cosmological, and then none of your models work on any of those scales. And then when we look at your cosmological scale based on your presupposed vast distances in a vacuum, the energy is off by 10 to the 120th power, but I invoke a more dense medium with a more local universe, and then I can actually explain all of it. How I'm not limited to proportionate mass, which is where all of your erroneous calculations come from, because it's magnetic in nature when it comes to the circular rotation of galaxies. So then I don't actually have the discrepancies that you have. And now you've skipped over dark matter and dark energy comprising 96% of your universe for over a century almost. Yet somehow that's permissible. Yeah, I don't even have that discrepancy, and mine is somehow less valid than yours. So actually mine is significantly more viable than yours in every single way, and I can unify all scales, and we have a background medium that explains all of these perplexing, confounding paradoxes in quantum mechanics. We beat you every way possible. It's a blowout. It's like 100-0 on the scoreboard. So check the scoreboard, bro.
Okay, in order to do that, all you had to do was discard the atomic theory of matter, the germ theory of disease, the way microcircuitry works, the way GPS works. You had to throw out all of the confirmations of general relativity as though they didn't exist, the observations of gravitational time dilation, the observations of velocity-based time dilation and mass increase in mass spectrometers. You had to throw out all of that observational evidence and not replace it with anything that I've heard. You've had to ignore the fact that neutrons fall under the influence of gravity. You had to invoke this magical magnetic field that we can't observe and say that that's okay, and that it counter rotates in both hemispheres for some ungodly reason, as does the universe. But that apparent counter rotation of the sky has no effect on the motion of particles, because the guy you're appealing to had the entire universe rotating in the same direction. So now you've got half the universe rotating in one direction, half of it rotating in the other direction. I'd argue that you're more likely to have zero effect than any effect whatsoever. It's an incoherent mess, and you have yet to produce any novel prediction that you are able to make. You have yet to produce any quantitative validation that you are able to make. All you're saying is our observations are the same as yours. Our forces will be the same magnitude as the ones that you require. We're just making up this magical magnetism that has no observational support behind it in order to pretend that we're just as good as the mainstream scientists. No, until you can actually do some calculations and actually show that your calculations are very close to predictions, you've got nothing. You've achieved nothing. You have done nothing of any utility to anyone. The people who develop GPS, they have introduced a technology that is the foundation of modern transport and communication. You have done
that's enough.
all.
Yeah,
Cool,
I think you should just wrap it up with.
I think so too. Yeah. Hey, real fast
replying
though.
to this.
Beast, do you remember the guy that actually fixed GPS? What is his name? Do you remember by chance?
Paul Marmot, I think.
No, there's another
Ron
guy.
Hatch.
Ron Hatch.
Yeah, Ron Hatch. Ron Hatch. So actually, the guy that was brought in to fix GPS specifically said he had to disregard relativity to do it, and it's because there was a C plus V relationship with however fast the device was moving, and so he literally explains he had to throw it away. He wrote a whole book about it. So that's not true at all. That's not true. That's a fact.
So apparently Terry's saying we should move on.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I think we should wrap it up with it. Don't recite.
Okay,
Just give us your opinion. Just give us your
but
opinion of the conversation.
To deal with that,
Look,
the
he
C
even
plus
interrupts
V and the
you,
C
man.
minus V terms,
Wow.
as I explained previously, do not have anything to do with adding to
His turn again somehow.
Okay,
Let's wrap it up. Like, here's how I feel about the whole thing. I explained it, man. Like, I listened to every single thing you said right then. Literally, no exaggeration. Every single thing you just said was a straw man. Every single thing. So, I mean, I guess we can apply, to don't assume malice. You know what I mean? But anyway, so it's all good, bro. I no longer belong to the cult of mainstream scientism. I encourage people to think for themselves. And when you actually aren't devoted to these belief systems, you'll find out that there are much more coherent explanations that can just accept the evidence for what it says, accept the truth, and that they have a philosophical bias against the implications, that it means that this place is special, that there is a metaphysical component to existence, and that there's a supernatural creator of some kind. And it's a super weirdo thing to do, in my opinion. Not talking about Tony, but just in general, to deny the evidence or the most coherent explanations because it may mean we're special, right? So basically, it's the philosophy of anything but God. Okay, I reject that. I think it's ignorant, and I think it's just a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. And I have decided not to partake in the cult of scientism. So.
I don't think most scientists think they're not special.
End the show.
You're quite free to, but you enjoy the benefits of other people's work that actually produces stuff of utility, while you and your flat Earth friends do absolutely fuck all of any use to anyone.
Well, that's not true.
Sounds good, man.
Really? What have you done that's useful?
Well, what are you doing here? What he's giving you something to discuss, isn't he? At the very least.
Yeah. So has every idiot, right? Being an idiot isn't that useful. Like, that's not saying.
If you think people are just idiots and that's the end of it, as far as you're concerned, why are you talking to him?
Because he's somebody that people listen to, and if I can expose the fatuousness of his positions and why he's factually incorrect, then people will listen to him less.
You did.
Well, that was a swing and a miss.
Quite frankly,
swing and a miss, bro.
A lot of what he says is actually dangerous and homicidal.
Can I just say something to you? Can I just say clearly you're a learned person. Can I just say something? No matter how much you just talk to him, you're never going to stop other people listening to him. That's not going to happen.
No, I know that. I know that true. I know that too. That's not what I'm trying to do. There are people who are between camps. There are people.
Okay.
You
who
pushed
are
him away tonight,
undecided.
brother.
And those are the people who, yeah, you can say that all you want. Actually, our debate on modern day debates, I was approached by somebody who had a friend who was on the fence going into that debate and abandoned flat earthers completely stupid coming out of it. So
I had like over 50 people tell me you got destroyed.
I get other feedback on from other people.
Can I give you some feedback, Tony?
Sure.
Yeah, you lost all
It would be
credibility.
better. It would be better if you wanted to actually talk about your ideas and your positions and arguments. If you didn't yell and constantly interrupt. I'm not saying no one else did that, but just saying you should have a little bit more forbearance in future conversations, and then you would probably win more people to your side.
I should, yes.
Just giving you some advice, man.
I have a temper problem, and it's not much helped by my current circumstances. But
maybe it's possibly related to your circumstances, bro. Have you ever thought about that?
No. The fact that I have a temper problem goes back to my upbringing. All of me and my brothers and I all have all of my brothers and I and my sister all have tempers, and I think it was sort of the influence of our father. He said
it might be the brainworms.
Well, I'm sorry, brother. I'm
sorry
for that, bro.
That would be a science denier who has brainworms. But thank you.
Yeah, we know you're a big fan of RFK, bro. We get it.
Don't worry about your temper. It can be funneled into passion.
Yeah.
My suggestion would be just try and listen more in good faith, because I feel like you're not even listening to me half the time, but it's each their own.
Your problem is, so it would be much easier to listen in good faith if every time you started a sentence, you didn't start with a summary of why you just a mischaracterization of what I said, a mischaracterization of my motivations, a mischaracterization of the history of science, and then present and you stuck to presenting stuff for which there is evidentiary support. Is there evidentiary support for your stuff? That's all I care about. And if you want to make a point with me, I don't care about it's possible, blah, 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 blah.
Until it comes to it could be possible that there's a place with no space or time or matter or energy that defy our current understanding of the laws of logic and natural law that could have existed before time existed, and it was a version of imaginary time where the second law wouldn't be.
When did I say that it violated the laws of logic, Witsit? We've had this discussion before. When did I say? No, you just lied to me.
He was going to say it. He was going to say it. Violated the second law of what? Thermodynamics.
That's what he said earlier. He claimed all
tell me
of
what,
that.
Tell me what the second law. Here we go again.
No, stop. My point was,
I'd like to address the second law.
I don't want to debate you about the second law, dude. I don't want to debate you about the second law.
No, it's not a debate.
Let me finish what I was saying to him. My point.
I just want to know what you meant by that.
Yeah, please stop. Okay, maybe just a second. My only point was just like, dude, it's kind of hypocritical for like, I don't want to hear what's possible when our initial conversation that lasted for like 2-3 hours, your whole entire argument was it's possible.
No, my entire point was that you don't know. My entire point was that you are trying to extrapolate from an extremely limited data set in space and time across a much larger time. And that is something that requires great conservatism, right?
No, you were telling me that it was possible.
So you're extrapolating. So you are. What I need from you is evidence in favor of this magnetic field that you claim. I want to know what generates it.
I watch my streams, man.
I want to be able to test it, and I want to be able to test its prediction.
Tony,
sounds good.
From what you've listened, Tony, since you've been listening to him for over 3 hours, I can imagine what this conversation has been like, because we've been having it for years and years and years. Don't do that. It's a real honest,
I said it was way longer than that.
Hold on, dude. You've been going on, and you don't ever give breaks. The reason that Tony seems to perceptively been interrupting you, as I've been hearing it, and I've been muted for a second too, because
that's a lie. He interrupted. I know you're
going to start.
Hours.
You're going to start. Hold on. You're going to start, dude. You're doing it right now. You're just doing it. Stop. Just let me hear my thoughts. This is your blind spot. This is really your blind.
Wait, so he was just talking.
Thank you for muting him. It was totally irrelevant.
Who did
Okay.
that?
I guess
Who
what I
did
find.
I did it. I did it.
Who's
Yeah, well,
me?
you should unmute him because the conversation could have been civil.
Thank you. That was really rude
Yes.
to mute me. I didn't do anything wrong. So,
For the
Richard,
justify
seriously,
Tony
I'm
just
let me
bullying
just, can I
me.
just
I'm
have a
so
sentence,
tired of you
please?
people. Everyone in the
You
Globers
just
have
keep
no
on talking.
morality at all.
Let me talk for a second. I'm not going to be very long. I promise I won't be windy.
Don't let him. Don't let him.
So let me just.
Whatever, just let him say it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
Whoever's
Just Tony, that all you Glovers have no
their
integrity at
voice
all. Any person with any honesty would admit that Tony objectively just bullied me that entire conversation, and you guys have the bullshit audacity to pretend that I did it to him and that it was justified. And everyone knows he's engaged with 8 people tonight. He's done it to every single one of them.
Well, honestly, there was interruptions on both sides.
Because it gets to where the only way to survive in the conversation is to interrupt him back.
So yeah, Witsit, this is the thing. I interrupt when somebody is laying out a falsehood. As you well know,
That we
from
ended
your
this.
study of logic, if somebody
I
starts
did
from
say
a
we're
false
trying to get onto a
premise,
new topic.
if somebody starts from a false premise, they cannot reach a valid argument, right? So if you start out with a falsehood, I am going to interrupt at that point because that's the point that needs to be discussed. Whether or not what you just said is true needs to be established before you move on, because the only advantage that you get by not doing that is that you can confuse the audience, make them gish gallop them, or divert onto another topic.
Which is what you do. That's what you do.
If you've made an initial statement that is false, or that I will factually that I think is factually demonstrably untrue, then we need to resolve that before you continue.
Tony, I
Okay, well,
appreciate
that's not the rules of the room.
I appreciate
dude.
what you're saying is, but that this platform may not be a place where you can enforce that too much here.
That's not the rules of the room. The rules of the room is not that, oh, well, I just didn't like what you were saying, so I interrupted you. Okay? Because guess what? You wouldn't apply the same standard to yourself, so I can interrupt you anytime I think what you're saying is wrong. No, that's not how it works. You have to let the other person speak, and then you respond to what they say. And ironically, you're the one that does the whole scatter gunning points, and then you start to deflect. But it doesn't matter, dude. That's the point is, I'm just gonna say now, I did talk to you for a long time here because we were supposed to date on MDD and some BS for some reason it didn't happen. And the point is, I'm like, whatever, I'll debate you now. And this is the point, right? Going forward, I don't feel like I have to be talked to like that. So I'm just telling you the rules of this room is that we let each other speak. If sometimes people get carried away, like I do this sometimes, I talk too long, then just, yeah, that could be a correction and the people need to try to keep it more concise. Okay. But you don't just bully the other person by yelling at them and talking over them. It doesn't matter if you think they're wrong, doesn't matter of any other reasons you want to come up with, because then it's audio chaos and no one can actually have conversation that way. It's just the rules. It's non-negotiable.
So if you think that I'm wrong, if you think that something that I've said is factually incorrect, then we need to be talking about that. That's what needs to be resolved. And the evidence that I have supporting that and the evidence you have contradicting that needs to be presented. Because if we do this multiple point thing and let people get away from the central thing they said that was false, we're not progressing this. And I don't care. So this is the thing that you seem not to understand, even though it was made by somebody else during the discussion. Scientists aren't interested in what looks good. And I'm not interested in what seems fashionable or what seems polite. What I want is accuracy. It is not actually the way to establish facts. And it is not the case that Witsit's view of reality has equal weight or has equal factual foundation, because all he does is fail to produce a model and then claim that his model matches reality. I want to be able to test that. I want to be able to test how well these proposed mechanisms match reality. And I was never given any tools that I could use or any model that I could test against observation. All that happened was he hand-waved explanations and said, and that'll match exactly as well as what you're saying. That isn't a way to progress our understanding.
Either is interrupting and then ignoring about being that someone's mentioning that you have a interruption problem. You totally ignored that.
Right. Actually, I was in the middle of talking and got interrupted by multiple people while I was in the middle of saying something, and it was actually Witsit who interrupted me when I said
This is so dishonest.
when I said that this is a version, when I said that this emphasis on comportment is a version of the ad hominem fallacy, Witsit sighed dramatically and then said, I didn't say that. I didn't say that you did. And, you know,
Well, I just think you want to hear yourself talk at this point.
Fascinatingly, despite your narcissistic tendencies, I can
Projection.
make
That's such
points that are on the way to
projection,
you.
dude.
Hey, let's
Because the
end
truth
this.
is let me say this one more thing.
Oh my God,
the truth
Witsit.
is the only reason I engaged in this long of a debate is because I think that other people need to hear and learn from some of the information, and that maybe it can get clipped up and stuff. I literally was super busy, did not have time to do all this, did not want to. It's now almost 5 a.m. I'm gonna have to pull an all-nighter. I usually go to the gym at this time. I literally did it just for the idea that tons of those topics could be covered with someone that has credentials, so it could help break the cognitus of some people so they can realize that that isn't what matters, and they can learn some of the truth about the true nature of where we live and that there's a creator. That was my actual motivation. I don't really understand how that's narcissistic, because the truth is it was detrimental to myself. You, on the other hand, wanted to make sure you let me know that you're superior to me due to the 3 letters beside your name, and then repeatedly remind us of how beneath we are. And please don't respond. Can we just move on to anything else in the world? I please,
If you
dude.
want to move on that
I
you'll let me
disagree
have the
with.
final word, won't you? If you're that desperate to move on, you can let me have the final word and you can eat it. I am not better than people, and that's not what I said. You are not. I am not better than you. I am more informed than you on many topics. I am worse than you in many ways. I have a worse temper than you. I have worse
All
impulses.
right, bro. Can you please wrap it up, Tony?
Come
on, man.
All right. You know, normally what I do when somebody interrupts me like that is actually talk for 5 more minutes. So maybe don't interrupt me and I'll finish fast.
Tony, you should also get a refund on the PhD.
Well, thank you for your input. It's gotten me a six-figure salary for more than 20 years. So I think
dude,
it was well worth it.
please just wrap it up so we can move on to a different topic, please.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You took the opportunity to present sound bites, but what you didn't do was present a testable model or any way to investigate what your claims were. So if you cannot do that in 8 hours? In 8 hours, you have not presented a single testable model, a single qualitative prediction, a single quantitative estimate, or a data set that we can compare that with against the mainstream model by which we can judge which is better. And if you can't do that in 8 hours, then you are useless.
Okay.
Okay, are we wrapping this up or not?
Yep, it's done.
Yes.
It is now officially over.
Well, I had a comment that I was. I had a comment about that.
Unless it's something
in closing,
completely different to what we're talking about, so it doesn't evolve.
Can I make a quick comment though, Terry?
Yeah. Okay.
Just because I think I heard the whole thing and we've heard this for years. So Witsit, if this is a simple experiment, if what you say is true, this magnetic medium that we have, something that has like this feral magnetic, whatever medium you think we have, if we're able to use like laser range finding, like we can very accurately within fraction of a millimeter detect how far something is away from us. You agree to that. You probably know that. But if what you're saying is true in any way, shape, or form, if we move along the surface and another object is also moving relative to us across the surface, or in the air, or anywhere through this medium that you have claimed there to be. And we all agree there's a medium, by the way. We just call it air. You call it something else. Would this affect the observation, the measurement of an object moving away, the relative velocity between you, your position of observation, and another object that you're measuring a velocity of from yourself moving through the medium? Wouldn't it be logical to expect that there will be some type of variance in that measurement?
There is a slight variance. It's shown with the Aries failure experiment.
So that there is, again, a misinterpretation of the Aries failure experiment.
Full baseless claim.
Why wouldn't you? It's not a baseless claim. What is the failure? Why'd they call it Aries failure to begin with? Do you know? I mean, I'm sure you do know why. Why don't you tell us what the Aries failure is and why it's a failure?
Do you even understand why I just brought it up?
Yeah, because what I'm saying to you is you see how you're dancing around the actual question, and like I said, you guys are wrapping this up, and I know you're tired and you don't want to do this anymore, but think about it.
Direct,
just honest,
please.
hold on. Just honestly, if I'm measuring something moving away from me, and then I chase after it and measure that relative velocity, knowing that we can measure very accurately the velocities of both of us.
What was my answer to the question?
You said
I already
it has to do
answered
with Aries
this.
failure.
No, I didn't.
You'll have a slight variation, and there's not a slight variation, by the way.
There actually was. So it seems like you're not familiar with the test. I mean, I encourage you to go research it.
Aries failure was not two objects. It was not a relative velocity comparison.
It is a comparison because it's something in the sky. There's some type of motion, and you can detect that there's a variance due to the motion. The problem is that if the Earth was moving while the telescope was attached to it, and then the water was to slow down in the water, we can accurately predict what the change in the angle should have been. Just like if I'm standing still and the rain is coming straight down, there's a difference in angle. If I start running, it appears to come in at an angle. So if we were moving, it'd be like we were jogging in the rain, and therefore the starlight to the telescope with the attached to the Earth that's moving would have caused a deflection. Okay, that's just a fact.
Okay,
it's not debatable.
That is kind of a little bit of a straw man or a little bit of a non sequitur. Truthfully, I'm talking about if you sat there on the ground on a paved highway and just a car shot by at 200 miles an hour, and you measured it with a laser. A laser rangefinder it's a relative of this particular technology. So a laser.
You think I don't know what you're talking about?
I do. I know you do, and that's why I'm going to make it clear because I don't want to talk about Aries failure. We can talk about that later, some other time. I know you guys are beat to death on this whole topic. Would you tell me what you would find if I then chased after you at 200 miles an hour and you increased your speed to 200 miles an hour faster than me? So now you're going 400, I'm going 200. Would we still measure a 200 mile an hour difference if you're still going 200 miles an hour faster than me versus when I was stationary and you drove by me at 200 miles an hour? Would there be any difference in the measurement?
No.
So then there is not a medium that affects light.
Okay, that's a cool story. It's just that it would only slightly affect it in such a small scale, just like it only slightly affected it all the way from the sky. That's why I brought up Aries failure. Dude, the thing is, I'll be honest with you. This is my honest opinion. My honest opinion right now. My honest opinion is I fully knew where you were going and thought about the implications and how it applies to both of our worldviews and where you're trying to go with it, and then invoked Aries failure because I knew that it fully explained my point. You haven't caught up with it yet, and you haven't caught up with it yet, and you're saying it's irrelevant, but it's not, because I knew you would think that if you could say something like that, which is that there's not a huge difference to detect in a situation like that on the Earth, and there can't be a medium, but I knew that no, that's not truth. It just has a tenuity beyond comprehension, according to Tesla. So therefore, we would expect basically not even a registerable effect, not even really much of a detectable effect, almost negligible in something small scale, such as a car moving past us, because that's a tenuity beyond conception, meaning a thinness beyond conception. So we know that, okay, so then we wouldn't really expect much. But if something was super,
why wouldn't you expect why would he expect anything or everything?
But if something was But if something was super, super far away, and there was an additional medium, not just air, but an additional medium, but it's really, really tenuous, but even we would still detect a slight change if that whatever it was super far away. Okay,
Why?
so that's why I invoked something like a star, right? And the stars are moving, but just in relation to the Earth, right? And then, like a really quick observation, it's not a lot of movement in relation. So, guess what? We didn't see much deflection in Aries failure, and it went the wrong way. Uh-oh. So,
Again, kind of a
it
non
sucks for you.
sequitur. I'm
Sucks
asking
for your
you.
belief.
If
Sucks for
you
your
now,
belief.
if you think that light requires this medium to propagate through, and I contest that it does not, and you're
Not what I
saying
think.
this medium is utilized for the light to get from one point to another, i.e., me to you, if you're some
That's not what I
distance
think.
away, and it reflects back, and it uses the medium, this whatever this
That's not what
medium
I
is,
think.
this ether.
That's not
Well, hold
not
on.
what I think.
Why would not moving through it dramatically alter it? I mean, why would it not? Why don't you steal, man?
That's
The position
not
you
what
think that
I
I'm
think,
giving you.
though.
So it doesn't. So it wouldn't be directly proportional to the velocity then. Like, i.e., meaning if I went 200 miles an hour and you're going 400 miles an hour, I should measure twice that speed.
Well, I would say it depends on the accuracy instrument. If this alleged ether is rotating once per day or once per year, would your radar gun be able to detect that kind of stuff?
Well, if that's the case, we have even bigger problems because that means it's a preferential ether. Whenever you do something, it knows, it's all knowing, and it'll travel in that direction. But
We
if
detect
we have a
sidereal
particular
rotation.
direction of the ether, hold on, which they've already implied through this toroidal field nonsense. I'm sorry for insulting that comment, but it doesn't make any sense to
That's
me.
okay. Just go back to believing your like
I could
pseudoscientific
be swayed to
particles
understand a little
and
better as I look into your ideas, or maybe Dr. Fester or Ken Wheeler's ideas. But if these concepts are true, there is a direction in certain areas of the globe. So why isn't, if we're going east to west over the United States, where we have this direction that can be measured, this velocity we can measure the direction of velocity of rotation, tangential velocity anyway. Why wouldn't going the other direction completely be canceled out by this ether?
you don't get okay because it's only a very slight deviation, bro, right? And actually, there did have to be a correction for the velocity of the movement of satellites according to your own belief of satellites and the satellite documentation. They had to actually account for the velocity of the satellite, and it was also anisotropic.
Time
Actually had
dilation?
a directional effect, and we have all the
Can you
documents. We
produce
provided them.
publications
Time
supporting that?
dilation. Because of
Yes,
time
yes,
dilation?
yes. Go to the link that was provided
Yes
earlier
or
and
no?
then
Because of
search
time
for it.
dilation? Because
No, not because
not
why
because of
would
time dilation. Okay.
why would time dilation amount to C plus V?
It amounts to having to adjust the time that the satellite is actually using versus what's
So it
on the
wouldn't be
ground,
C
based
plus
on you
V.
being farther away from the surface of the Earth, which would and the speed. The faster you go, the slower the time goes.
So,
The farther away you go, the faster it goes compared to the
C plus
surface.
V term and the C minus V term come from rotation towards the source of the signal or away from the source of the signal.
C plus V shouldn't happen according to relativity, dude.
That's not true.
That is not true.
If
He's
I
right.
am moving, so if I emit a so I'm moving towards a torch. The torch emits one photon. The photon takes time to get to me, but I am moving away from the photon at a velocity v. So by the time that the light has reached me, it's traveled c times delta t, but I have traveled v times delta t. So the distance that it has traveled is actually larger than it was. It's L plus v times delta t. That's the distance that it covered, and then you have to divide by the in order to calculate delta t, you have to divide by c. That's where those
Oh
C
my
plus
god.
V terms come from. It's because you're moving while the photon is in flight.
Okay, I'm
It's
not
got
doing
nothing to
I'm not
do
doing the
with
talking to
velocity
Tony thing
of the-
again, dude.
Tony, now we're traveling back in time to
We're
the
traveling
future.
True.
We're trying
What
to
he
go
said just
forward.
what he says not even true at all. He's never even
Good
read the
topic.
document. He's never read the document, and he's claiming he knows what it's talking about. He does this every
kind
time.
of sounded
That's where these
like
C
he
plus
was.
V terms come from, is from travel towards or away
Have you read
from.
the internal
the source.
satellite documents that unexpectedly had to account for the velocity of the satellite based on the signal propagation, even though they accounted for the change in distance?
No, I haven't read that.
Okay,
No, but I
cool.
know
So
it's
please
wrong.
stop commenting. Please stop commenting on it then.
But I have worked with the software that analyzes GPS signals.
Non sequitur.
Your claim that I'm ignorant about what's going on here is
God,
absolutely
Tony, I thought
false.
we ended this, dude.
All right, so Vanek, I can't talk to you, man, because Tony's gonna keep usurping it, and I'm
Yeah.
Tony'd out.
I know. I
I'm
feel your
sorry,
pain.
what did I say that was? What
Tony,
did
do
I
I
say
have to
that was
mute you,
wrong?
bro? I thought you were backing out of the conversation.
Yeah, I thought
I'm gonna back
Zanuck
out
was
too.
going to take us down a different road in the conversation.
Someone else talk to Zanuck. Maybe that'll work.
Okay.
So
Well, I don't think that if I
do
keep
have a
talking to
question
Zanuck,
for
Tony's not
Witsit.
gonna be able to resist jumping in, right? So
You just bring it out
Oh,
of him
hey,
with
hang
it. I
on,
don't know what it
hang on.
is.
Part of the conversation. He's made
plus,
some
I've been
good
talking
points.
so long in here, I feel bad. I mean, so someone else can talk.
Yeah, so this was going to be my question.
Someone else.
Someone else
Why
other
does-
than PhD Tony.
No. Okay, yeah, you will get there in a second.
All right, I gotta
Why
mute
was
him.
it okay for
Like,
Witsit to
personally
keep
mute,
participating in the conversation, but it's not okay for
So much
me
better.
to?
Well, two other people should have a conversation then.
Yes,
Yeah.
I quite agree.
From a superficial analysis, like I'm no expert, it sounded like PhD Tony was sort of alluding to Doppler shift. Like if I'm moving away from something, there'll be like a red shift or a blue shift depending on my direction. I could be wrong, but
It's a little wrong, but it's a related concept.
Oh dear.
I don't see a high correlation between our current magnetic effects and the star rotation. That's just something I notice.
Well, they know that position is changing slightly, but the magnetic field seems to be changing much faster than the position of our northern celestial pole. Is that what you said? Is that what you just said? But I just paraphrased it differently.
Yeah. That seems like a good paraphrase. Thanks.
They're saying it could end up in lower Greenland in I don't know how many millions of years or thousands of years. I think thousands of years. And maybe the magnetic poles will flip, and maybe they might do it dramatically, as they've predicted or have some evidence for in the past.
Yeah, and through our knowledge of navigation, it seems like we've been able to correct for geographic north and magnetic north since about the 1800s. Is that about right?
About, yes.
PhD Tony, where's PhD Tony been at, dude? I went to
No,
sleep.
he's quiet.
What?
He's gone quiet.
Bro.
He's gone quiet. Don't
Bro,
don't
no, I know,
don't
but I
say,
went
don't
to
say his
sleep.
name 3 times.
Him and Witsit were going at it. I woke up. Him and Witsit are still going at it, dude. I swear to God, dude. That just happened.
Yeah, dude.
No,
This is
you missed
life.
out on all the good fun.
It's supernatural.
But now PhD Tony, he's cool, man. I know he's a force to be reckoned with, dude. Because he's persistent and relentless. He won't give up, dude. He'll go 8 hours, dude, if you let him. I know, because I've been there. Talking about evolution, talking about physics in Omni's chat. Yo, PhD Tony, what's up?
No, he's not here at the moment.
He left.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say what up.